this from anybody. Everybody knows we're always under attack. So let's go back to the studio here and see what we can show just the staff, so to speak. So nobody in the audience can see this, but the staff can. And it says your content for National ML King Day, Martin Luther King Eve Day weekend, critical omissions was removed due to a violation of our community guidelines. We realize you may not have known this was a violation, so you did not get a warning or a strike. If you disagree, appeal here. There's almost no point in appealing, but I'll do that later. I wanted to show...
Excuse me, Douglas, they don't tell you what the violation is.
Of course not.
Yeah, they usually don't, unfortunately.
It's such bullshit. Anyway,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, but it's not, it's, we're not in control. They have a monopoly. It's kind of like...
I know. It's just, it's absurd.
I find it interesting that they are being a little bit more lenient, because originally they were just straight up nuking people's channels. Now they're just saying, oh, you might have not known. Before it was like it didn't matter.
Well, we're just lucky that they didn't give a strike. So it says we've got an excellent connection, but I don't see anybody here. So hopefully we're going to have some people showing up and letting us know that they can hear us. We are live streaming, and let me check the live stream just to make sure. Okay, everybody say hello so we can see whether or not you're registering on the online broadcasting software here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you register. Okay, how about the other two, Brendan and Aristides? Again,
hello, everyone.
Excellent. Okay, and Brendan. I believe that was Aristides that said hello, everyone.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. He says...
Yes, okay, I'm here. I was checking the live stream, so we are rolling.
Okay, good. And like Brendan said, is still the fact that it's infinitely better that they simply remove content rather than striking against the channel, because the second strike would knock the channel down at this point, because we still have the first strike up there, which is of course the intent of the enemy, and which is why the enemy keeps reporting this. But we know who the enemy is and what they're doing, but this is constant for them. As for January 17th of 2021, okay, Sunday, January 17th of 2021, the MLK Day, Eve Day weekend. I don't even, of course, I can't possibly remember what was said on that day. So they're going over every single episode, and that's not YouTube that's doing this. That's definitely the enemy, because the enemy's looking for anything, and YouTube would not be doing this because they would have done it already. Does that make sense?
Yeah, nobody else would do it. It's
Yes.
pain in the ass to do it.
There we are, yes. Okay, so we are live streaming, and T-Tank Berry says, go fund for services rendered to humanity. Crystal Clear, Peter, Brandon, and Aristides. And Six Sad World says, it sounds good, D. I want to thank both of you gentlemen profoundly for being here. And I also want T-Tank Berry to know that I received his $100 through the mail slot. So always good to find that. And we always know who it is. It's T-Tank Berry. And he gets that from his ATM machine, which only spits out 20s. So it's always 5 20s. And thank you so much, T-Tank Berry. Believe me, it helps immeasurably. Everything helps immeasurably from all of you. And we couldn't do it without our listeners. And one of the things that, of course, Peter and Brendan Zogit said, God bless you, brother, says T-Tank Berry, and God bless you back, sir. Certainly I want people to know that there's people out there, we have a number of them, at least 2 people who want to remain anonymous and are continuing to ask a lot of questions, and they want their questions answered, and what we will do is we will deal with them as best we can without trying to give their identities away, but they have to be patient, and especially one of them is a lady, and I want to get back to her, and if she's listening, know that I know that you've been communicating with me for a while, and I really haven't noticed your communications until much more recently due to some questions that you had asked Peter, and now that I know who you are and know who to look for, I found some of your other communications. We'll try to get back to you, and so I want everyone to know that if you want to remain anonymous while having questions answered, just makes things a lot more complicated, and we do our best. Other than that, I will try to get back to the lady in particular. personally. And as for the other thing to remind everyone of, hit the upvotes, of course. We are assaulted by downvotes as soon as we open transmission. Now, one of the things that was suggested by both Peter Moon and Brendan Zogit working together was they felt that maybe we could start a few minutes early to take care of things like what happened just today, which I share with everyone, a strike against us that was not a strike against the channel by YouTube standards, but YouTube acted on someone's complaint and removed a very old episode. We're talking about back in 2021. January of 2021, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, a very long time ago. And so somebody is just digging through everything to look for whatever they can find. In terms of whatever it was, of course, we are not told. We're simply told there was a violation. And I did want to show everyone, and then perhaps later we can talk about it before I file any appeal at all. If it's the same as last time, the appeal is perfunctory, it's useless, that it's automated. So as soon as you press the appeal button, it says it's rejected. There's not even a consideration. So it's it is what it is, but you're left with no choice because YouTube is a monopoly and there's no place else to go. Effectively, there is no place else to go. However, we can hope that Nemo Albano and other people are backing up everything. This one is probably an episode that is backed up by John Warrington as well on his old Odyssey channel. And so these things are still out there for people to find. And now that you know the title, you can look for them specifically. In this case, it was DDD, National ML King Day, Eve Day Weekend, Critical Omissions, Sunday, January 17th, 2021. So aside from that being stated, and aside from giving everyone the admonition of hitting that upvote, which will bring on Aristides to kind of give people some further advice on that, what I want to do is kind of respond to the idea of Brendan Zogit and Peter Moon that we start the show a bit early and kind of avoid dragging everyone through the mud of our struggle. Well, the point is, per my perspective, you all should be dragged through the mud of our struggle. There is no reason you should not share our struggle. Every time that that I open my mouth, I am risking my livelihood, which is in a very real sense risking my life, because my livelihood is my life. Without this, I'm homeless and I may as well be dead. In fact, effectively, it would kill me to be homeless, so I would be dead. For all intents and purposes. So just being here is a risk to my life. There is no exaggeration in that. We want everyone to understand this is my job. If I were not working this job, I would be guilty of serious federal fraud, because this is what I paid all my life into, was the Social Security disability insurance, which enables me to do what I'm doing, which is essentially a kind of underemployed status that is called the 250% Working Disabled Program, which I've been talking about for like 10, 20 years by now, but nobody ever understands it, and nobody's ever gotten it, including people who have worked with me forever. They don't even understand what I'm talking about. I can't help it that bureaucracy is that complicated, but it shouldn't be. But then again, most people have never been through what I've been through. So when it comes to the situation where we're at now, we want everyone to understand that both Peter Moon and Brendan Zogit thought maybe if we started a little early and they showed up together, we could take care of things like this before the show really got rolling, so people wouldn't have to hear stuff like this. But aside from the fact that you need to hear it, and that because without hearing it, you really don't understand what I'm dealing with, then there's also the fact that we tried this for years by starting an hour ahead of time. And it was a total waste of 10 years. It was a total waste of an hour every time we started the episode for about 10 years. You have no idea. For like 10 years, we tried the opening hour, where we just like started for an opening hour in which we tried to handle all of these problems. And what would happen is the problems would just hit as soon as we brought Peter on. And it's not Peter, it's simply that's when they attack. And so they just wait until Peter shows up and then they'll shut the show down. So that's what the entire installation of a dedicated power pole was for. So the idea of showing up early, it doesn't mean anything. Nothing will happen if during the period of time that the person shows up. Then as soon as we try to start the show, quote unquote, earnestly, then they'll strike. That's how it's operated for 10 years. So again, I'm surprised people haven't caught on to that by now, because it happened for 10 years in a row with practically every episode. But that's something I guess people just don't get. They just think that somehow, I don't know. I don't know what goes on in people's heads or how they process my kind of life. I guess my life is so out there, people just don't get it at all. So that being said, okay, so do us a favor, dear Brendan. We'll be back in contact. I'll call you again. If you go mute, and if you have to drop off to take care of something, thank you. Then I'll.
Oh yes, apologies. I didn't realize I was on.
No worries, no worries.
You guys carry on. Have a good evening.
Thank you, and hopefully we'll talk about this again. Maybe in the morning. I don't know. What's your status, Brendan, for like when the show ends? You're usually still asleep at that point, right? About 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. So what time do you usually get up? If you're sleeping
really
at all.
Depends.
In that warehouse.
Yeah, lately I've been awake. So.
Shit. Okay. So what happens is, at the end of the show, I'll try calling you again, and then we'll try and go over what maybe we can do about this potential appeal. That being said, let's bring on Aristides. Okay, Brendan. Any ideas before you mute completely, Brendan?
No, that's it. I'll check it out on my end. I just set up my computers are in storage, so that's okay. When that happens, I'll check out what happened.
Thank you.
It's reversed. Yeah.
Bless you. Thank you so much. And stay safe and be well, and I'll be calling you later tonight, okay? All right. Soon enough. All right. Between 9 to 10 p.m. I'll be calling you between 9 to 10 p.m. Pacific time, okay, Brendan? Thank you. And don't forget daylight saving. Oh, my God. That's happening all too soon.
That's on Sunday.
Oh, God. Yeah, what a joke. Spring forward and lose another hour's sleep. Yes. So Aristides, tell people a little bit about what they can do to help with the upvotes. Thank you so much.
Yes. In my experience, you have to be signed into YouTube to do upvotes. So it's easy enough to make an account. And then you can do that. And if you like to provide additional upvotes, which you should if possible, you can go under your main account and create basically sub channels that you can switch between, because you can set up, I guess, different channels for different uses or whatnot. You don't have to publish anything. It's just a different identity. And then with each of those alter identities, you can also provide an upvote. So
thank you.
It's a little bit of legwork, but it's worth it for Douglas. So
thank you, sir. No, definitely, you're an angel. Thank you so much. Aristides has sent some wonderful care packages with some great beef liver capsule supplements that have worked astonishingly well for myself. Apparently, they're not necessarily as efficacious for he. But maybe you could tell us more about that later.
They're good for general nutrition. If you're getting other benefits, that's good to hear.
Yeah, I find that. Yeah, I find there's other benefits. It's definitely, but then I'm that kind of person. Supplements are good for me, of course, because I don't take real food very well. Right. So, yeah.
And then there's the oysters. Are you doing the oyster, desiccated oyster?
What I do is the Z caps, which are like from New Zealand, and they're like they're basically shells of oysters and various mussels, and I think that yes.
Because I sent you some in there. There were the oyster also.
Oh, let me dig for that, because I did remember seeing that, and then I was concentrating on just the beef liver regimen. But let me grab that out. Thank you. Yes. Always excellent, because I do need something to replace now that the Z caps are kind of going out of circulation. I need to replace them with a new brand of similar products. So thank you, Aristides. You're helping me reestablish that before I even run out. So very important. Thank you. So there we are. And of course, again, the thanks to T Tank Berry for his 100 United States dollars dropped directly into my mail slot. Honestly, he is a guardian angel and does this because he's just a wonderful human being, and he's been through a lot. And I'm glad that, as far as I understand it, things have kind of stabilized for him. They were pretty touch and go there for a while, and be interested in catching up with him at some point in the near future. And I want to thank Nolani Bouchard for her 30 United States dollars from Hawaii, and I want to thank Brooke Hagberg for her 40 United States dollars from Canada. So Brooke Hagberg and Nolani Bouchard, lovely ladies. Mwah, my love to you both. And with that, now that everybody has kind of helped us for the opening of the program and everybody's aware of the kind of usual struggle that we're going through, it never ends, the assault and the siege of the enemy as they seek to take down my channel and my livelihood. Let me think if there's something else to relate to all of you before we turn towards Peter Moon. And I think that we've pretty much have got it down. So Peter, take the stage, and glad to be with you in a comparatively stable position considering everything that we've already described.
Well, yes, yes, and I want to remind people to donate to Douglas, douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button.
Thank you.
And he just has explained some of the plight he's been through. And I want to tell, and I haven't discussed this with Douglas, we had a very productive conversation after the last transmission, which I will not go into. There's, that's still developing, Douglas. But recently, in the last month or so, the deep state has come on full strong.
Yeah.
And Douglas is probably not even aware of this, and I don't even know if you know this man's name. Fascinating individual in his own right, but definitely playing the piano of the deep state. His name is Daniel Sheehan.
Vaguely heard of him. Vaguely heard of him.
Yeah. Some of the pictures, the vintage pictures of when he's younger, he's got this like white hair. He looks like Gorgeous George, the wrestler, famous in the 1950s. Gorgeous George was a absurd wrestler, and for those, and I'm not going to digress into wrestling. In the 1950s, wrestling was very popular, like it is today, only now it's souped up. Even Donald Trump, if you remember, was participated in wrestling.
Well, not in the ring. Not in the ring, was it?
Yes, he did. But
kidding.
he was the manager. Him and Vince McMahon, they had two things, and the loser would shave the other one's head.
Oh.
And of course, Trump's wrestler won, so he got to shave Vince McMahon's head in the ring.
Oh.
But this is when he was at the height of his TV
Career. Yes.
stuff. But anyway, wrestling was in the 1950s very popular with the TV because it's very inexpensive to produce. In other words, you just need a ring, camera, some wrestlers, and that's all you need. And you could even get an audience. But Gorgeous George was a character that Muhammad Ali patterned himself after. In other words, he'd say how pretty he was. Actually, he looked effeminate. I mean, he was big and strong. And Muhammad Ali was very much into box office. He even says this when he was Cassius Clay, his big mouth was basically making him money. But anyway, this is just a side comment that Daniel Peter Sheehan looks like Gorgeous George, or did in his younger days. He looks more measured now. He's 78 right now. And he's got an incredibly distinguished career. He's a constitutional and public interest lawyer. He went to Harvard College with a degree in American Government Studies, attended Harvard Law School, was briefly in the ROTC at Northeastern University, but resigned after questioning the sanity of his instructors. He claims that he was told he might have to kill non-combatants in Vietnam. Now, keep in mind, this was when the Vietnam War was, just in its heyday. And it was very chic to be anti-war. Not that it's good to be pro-war, but he's coming right out of Harvard. Henry Kissinger was one of his instructors. And in fact, he said that Kissinger taught him about the American invasion of Russia in,
World War One, essentially, aftermath.
after World War One. Yeah. And he said people don't know about that. He brings up a lot of issues, but where he might have garnished the initial public interest had to do with the Pentagon Papers, and he was all over that case, the Silkwood case, Greensboro massacre, Lepenka bombing. So anyway, he was very involved in very high-profile cases. He to listen to him talk, well, first off, he's both very embarrassing and also very astute and articulate. It's a very interesting combination. And he starts off the talk, he's talking about UFOs. And because he's a lawyer, he got in. Well, it wasn't the first time he got involved with UFOs, but he got involved in a big way with John Mack, the Harvard psychiatrist.
Right.
It goes deep into that story. But when he starts talking about UFOs, he's talking about, I got to meet Stanton Friedman, Linda Moulton, Stephen Greer, all the notable people. This is God, they're like Hydrox cookies. I don't know that, I don't eat sweets anymore, but when I was a kid, Hydrox cookies were the lower harmonic D grade of Oreo. If Oreos weren't available, or if your family couldn't afford them, I suppose they were cheaper. I remember this one kid catching hell because his parents bought generic soda crackers instead of premium soda crackers. I mean, this is just stupid stuff,
Jesus.
Same damn product. But Hydrox cookies were lower D grade. Of course, but they weren't poison. When he starts mentioning these people, and then he mentions the Barney and Betty Hill case, I said, who is this guy? Then he starts talking about the Pentagon Papers and working for this, Jesuit Institute in Washington, D.C. He was the first legal counsel to represent the Jesuits in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
And when he starts talking, and then he goes into the Kennedy assassination, and I have to say, I have never heard such a comprehensive analysis of the Kennedy assassination. I'm not talking about the Dealey Plaza stuff. I'm talking about all the machinations behind it. Utterly fascinating. Utterly accurate to the best of my observation.
Mm-hmm.
Douglas, I think you would appreciate, 40-50% of him. And I think the other half you would, want to know why they don't make garbage disposals bigger. It's like he was there with so many of the key players in the Kennedy assassination, including Trafficante, the mob boss of Havana and Miami by default, Tampa. And he told him stuff. And I mean, a lot of this stuff is I think it's public record, but he can put it all together like nobody I've ever heard. And the Watergate break-in, which he said basically Nixon was so paranoid about that because he was afraid they were going to find out the Howard Hughes connection. Now, Marjorie Cameron had sent me an article on this because she had tipped me off that appeared in Playboy. She told me about this. But Howard Hughes, according to this guy, was in charge of the bagmen. Nixon went to Hughes to set up the not just the Bay of Pigs. That wasn't it. It was an assassination squad that was supposed to hit Castro. And all these people were in place to hit Castro. And he also talks about, now, I'd never heard this before, you might know, but he said that at first Kennedy had, Nixon had he set up the Bay of Pigs. He set up this whole Castro assassination squad. Nixon was slated to be the president. It was a no-brainer. In fact, he would have won, except for the ballot box rearrangement by his father through Giancana. But the mob worked directly for Navy intelligence during World War II. There's no secret. But this carried on. Nixon was a Navy intelligence operative. He was very tied to the Iron Guard in Romania. The bank office he worked out of in Whittier, in Orange County, where he was from. Whittier.
Okay.
I don't know if the bank was in Whittier, but he was from Whittier, and the bank was in Orange County. So Nixon had set up the squad through Howard Hughes. Now, Howard Hughes wasn't, necessarily making all the phone calls.
Right.
He had his main guy, was it LeMayo, whatever that guy's name was.
Oh, don't remember.
Yeah, and they were in Las Vegas, which is right where the mob is. So he puts it all together so nicely, and that Nixon was afraid that these connections would get out. They were because somebody was going to tie back serial numbers of dollar bills that were coming out of a bank in Miami that was used to finance this, establishment that was being used for these assassination squads. Now, so he's like labeling the time, place, form, and event, and the characters. It's like you get a history lesson that's worthy of Douglas Dietrich here, as regards the Kennedy assassination and the forces between it. He even goes into Prescott Bush and Harriman Brothers and how they invested. How it was the Dulles brothers, he said, were part of the Treaty of Versailles. They were there. And the whole thing with the Treaty of Versailles was to indebt Germany so that, and then they would loan the money to Germany so Germany could pay off their reparations, and then they would trade their loans for equity in the German war machine industries. So they had a direct interest in, via Fritz Thyssen and all that, and all these major German companies. They were very anti-communist, and they were very imperialist. He talks about the railroad barons wanting to, robber barons, he called them, and he mentions the railroad. He mentions they're going into Asia, but he doesn't take it any further. He just mentions they want to go into Asia. He does mention they want to do Europe, and it's like he's got so much of the world figured out politically, and it's quite an education. Very impressive. But, and it's a big but, with two T's on the end. He's gets involved with John Mack, and he talks the story of John Mack, the Harvard psychiatrist, and how they called him before a mock tribunal. I mean, off the record, and how they betrayed him and how upset they were. And this is all true. And they thought that, but John Mack was dealing with abduction cases. And of course, this guy Sheehan, cites the Barney and Betty Hill case as a landmark case. And I would also, I don't know if you know this, Douglas, there is a monument to Benny and Barney Hill where they got abducted.
I knew it and then forgot it. It's something that now that you mention it,
yeah,
I
and
vaguely
Douglas has talked about Barney and Betty Hill,
Yeah.
and how this is all these abductions, and what he ends up doing is construing these as visitors, extraterrestrial visitation. And it's like he builds this paradigm, and he talks about new paradigm. People have to accept new paradigms. But when you're dealing with the government and you're dealing with all of this intrigue, what's not in his paradigm, not even one mention, not even one thought, is Satanism.
Of course not.
And it's sort of like, what's wrong with this paradigm? Now, people can get obsessed with Satanism. It can ruin them.
Yes.
But it should at least be acknowledged and acknowledged and saying, okay. And he was, now what's particularly heinous in my opinion about all this is that he's shouting disclosure. He's got the Congress, and he's citing all these people, 20-some people or 17 witnesses who swear under testimony that they've seen blah, 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 saucers and aliens. He even brings out the telegram that General Ramey had. You can see the picture by the so-called weather balloon, and it has a picture that they supposedly got the original pictures for. He says, I got the original photographer from Roswell, and we blew it up, and and he gives a picture of that. This says disc in quotes, quote, disc, unquote, sent to Wright-Patterson. He mentions aviators. It doesn't say aliens, but the victims of the crash, implying, these are alien bodies. It's just, and it gets really lame when he starts talking about Roswell. And but in other words, he's saying, they're going to force the Congress to act, and it's what a busy mind he has.
Oh, what a lot of time on his hands.
He was working with F. Lee Bailey, was one of his colleagues, one of his mentors. He talks about how F. Lee Bailey had a phone back when people didn't have phones. That, I think there were 4 lawyers that the government would call for sensitive cases. They needed, CIA, direct, CIA connections.
Yeah.
And one of the peoples F. Lee Bailey defended was the My Lai massacre guy.
Oh, of course.
And got him off.
Yes. That's
but
true.
Said he didn't get Patty Hearst off because Patty Hearst he looked like he was drunk when he gave his closing statement.
Probably was.
They might have wanted her locked up anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
But all I'm saying here, he's intriguing to listen to is in terms of the Kennedy assassination. But when he starts talking about Roswell, it's like he's one of the best people they could offer in terms of disinformation.
Yes.
But then, he works for the Disclosure Project. which
Well,
is
it's like you said, he's fucking old. I mean, these people are all old and they're all dying. And as soon as they're gone, the bullshit stops. You know, you stop hearing the echo chamber of bullshit from these old farts. These they're coughing up dust already, which is all he's doing. Go on.
no. I mean, that's what we're up against here.
Yes. But as you said, he's got all the bona fides of the. I mean, when somebody's like one of the first people on Earth to have a phone, and we're talking about like ancient.
That's Lee Bailey. That's not him.
Yeah, got it. But still, when he's dealing with people of that ilk, he's. Yeah, we're talking about, of course, these are old people, and they're from just. This is like he's still on his mission to defend the military-industrial complex from repercussions. The person who actually has delved far more into Betty and Barney Hill than I ever did is George Knight. But what I pointed out, of course, was the extreme similarity, the sketches by Betty and Barney Hill of the so-called aliens. And I lined them up, of course, with Japanese that had been captured, extremely injured, and just how they were identical. So aside from pointing that out, it was George Knight who took it and ran with his own investigations because of Betty and Barney Hill. Especially Barney Hill, the black guy, insisting that there was a man in a Nazi uniform in the craft. Which, you know, was shocking to him. And so it's George Knight who speaks much more to that subject than I. But, of course, both he and I are articulating that Benny and Barney Hill experienced a MILAB, or a military abduction. And I think that the acronym is applicable, even though a lot of people say that MILAB is an acronym for other things as well. And you have to kind of like really just roll with it. And some of these acronyms may be used for different functions. I know that for a fact. There's several acronyms that can mean several different things. But I've certainly seen MILAB used for military abductions. And that's essentially what happened to Betty and Barney Hill. And when it comes to, what Peter's bringing up about this individual, it basically reinforces everything, of course, we've ever said and what we continue to expose. I mean, take a look at him. I mean, you're talking about this old guy who's completely established. He is the system. And as the system, then you have to ask, okay, so he's part of the system. He's like basically been here forever, and he is basically saying, oh, there's these aliens, and there's this paradigm shift, and it's like, why would he even give a shit? I mean, considering everything else that he's dealing with, the first thing that happens is you make this connection between not Peter, I'm talking about anybody listening to this guy. The first thing that happens is you're impressed by, okay, he's talking about the Kennedy assassination. And he goes into all of these politics behind the Kennedy assassination. And then he starts talking about the aliens.
Well, first he started talking about, in this one, UFOs and aliens.
Well, yeah. Whatever the order, it doesn't fucking matter. He's basically, to the average listener, it becomes conflated. It becomes like so to the average listener who's absorbing this, you hear this individual talk about UFOs, and you hear him talk about JFK. I mean, by the way, that's even fucking worse. That's far worse than the way that I just fobbed it off, and I'm just paraphrasing. If he had started off with something grounded, like the JFK assassination, which is already, to most people, you're half out in space, and then you go literally into outer space, it would seem like there's almost a logical leap, like, oh, okay, this guy's just going deeper and deeper into conspiracy. If you're starting off with UFOs, and then you say, oh, let's touch down to Earth for a bit and talk about the Kennedy assassination, you've just lost half your audience anyway, because, there's still plenty of people out there who are just going to turn off to somebody talking about UFOs. It's not even necessarily a conceptual framework in which they reject the potential for alien life. It's just that how many times have people been hearing this? It's basically all their fucking lives. All they've been hearing is old white men talking about, hey, there's aliens out there and your world's going to change once you're, find out about all these aliens. Every once in a while, some weirdo like, the black guy who gets abducted will come out and say, Barney Hill will say, hey, I was abducted and shit like that. But they're the exception that proves the rule. They're obviously not the norm in ufology. So now we've got, of course, the whole UAP bullshit, and it can just go on and on. It's just endless. It's an endless circle, which, as Peter Moon has said before, it's a hamster wheel. So you're on this hamster wheel, and it's just, oh, look, it's another hamster. So it's another fat hamster who's out there, and he's, just doing his bit to spin the wheel. It's like they are obsessed with keeping the wheel spinning. And the thing is, who is it that's always giving you this bullshit? It's always the people in authority. It's always, what is it that makes them say, listen to me? It's always the same shit. They come at you from a position of authority. They'll come out and say, hey, look at me, I'm this established guy and I've got this stellar career and I've got, look at all the connections I had with high-level security clearance people if I don't have high-level security clearance myself. And by the way, I want to let you know they're hiding something from you. They're hiding something from you, but I'm going to tell you it's real. And I'm going to tell you it's going to change your world. It's going to blow your mind. It's going to end religion. End religion as we know it, which is why they don't want to. It's always the same shit. They always say that, oh, yeah, people will stop believing in God if they have, once they realize there's aliens. Because I guess they found a replacement figure or something. And then they'll just basically, it's the same thing. It's like, honestly, it's I wonder why you brought it up.
Well, you know something? This reminds me, speaking of religion, I was speaking to this lady in the post office today. We were waiting in line, and I don't know how the subject of religion came up. I think it was that, but in any case, I said, many years ago, I was talking to one of the younger guys that, was talking about going to, he says, rock mass. And I go, this was like, I think on Christmas Eve. I go, what's rock mass? He says, oh, that's where, you go to mass on Christmas Eve and they play rock music.
There you go. It's Jesus Christ Superstar.
No. That's what you'd hope. But in other words, this is how you attract kids to mass. This is, and see, like when I was a kid, you went to mass, under force.
I was about to say under duress, yes.
Because you were afraid of God, or your parents made you go, or the school made you go. You were afraid. People, it's like, the church has very little authority these days for obvious reasons. This guy was also involved. No, he was not involved. He said the guy that made the deal for John Mack was making the deals with the Catholic Church for abuses. He was getting payoffs and making a lot of money off of it. But yeah, it's just, but it's like, yeah, when we talk about church, nobody cares about church anymore. It's lost whatever it had. I mean, you can't compare, the moral authority the church had yesteryear compared to what it is now. It's virtually nothing. So it's like, yeah, it's not going to shake anybody's paradigm. The ontological shock. It's like, I think most people would say It's about time we stop having to hear this bullshit.
You would hope.
Yeah, I think that's what the actual reaction would be. But the point I'm trying to make here is that they're cranking it up again. Just like they were cranking it up. Tucker Carlson was in disclosure. Oh, yeah. This is right when we did the book.
Yes.
And they said disclosure. And when this book came out, they weren't necessarily expecting the book to come out. And all of a sudden, everybody shut up about disclosure.
Well, I mean, certainly when I came out, like I related before in great detail about how everything was coming out at the time that I was coming out as a public informant, then they got to the point where they were basically throwing out as much as they could on the Roswell propaganda, the Roswell alien angle that they've continued to push. I mean, I was thinking about it briefly. Something brought to my mind the other day about the Roswell alien angle and their need to continually push the alien angle, Roswell or not, and just how that it's just, you know, just part of their obsession. I guess what brought to mind was that, you know, barring an act of God or some awful thing happening, hopefully Jennifer Hawkins and I, we've scheduled an interview for St. Patrick's Day Eve Day on Saturday, the 17th. And I was just thinking about, she did want to touch upon relic populations. And so it would be the 16th, would be Saturday the 16th. 17th will be St. Patrick's Day itself. But you know, people might ask, why wouldn't they just like let people know about relic populations? But people just don't get that they're married to the alien agenda because it fits so neatly with they're hiding the fact that they lost World War II, and World War II is all they got to stick American identity together. There's nothing else. The only thing they've got is World War II. The myth of World War II is it's the same thing that the Soviet Union and now Putin's Russia is riding on. If you take a look at Putin and his whole rationale for his war against the West, it all falls back to World War II. If you take a look at anything that the West claims they're doing, it all falls back to World War II. So they're just stuck. I mean, these people are stuck. They're fossilized in this, like flies in amber, in World War II because they lost, and it's kind of like if you go into the Deep South and you speak to neo-Confederates or Southerners who are apologists for the lost cause. You get this obsession with the war where they'll insist, of course, that they really won the Civil War. Certainly the argument can be made, as I've often said before, whatever happened militarily, they certainly won the peace. And I've gone into excruciating detail about that. Maintaining, of course, subjugation of blacks, etc., building all of those Confederate monuments that everybody's trying to hunt down and tear down today, and they're all over the United States. I mean, people just don't know this, but there's, or maybe more recently they've been forced to become aware of it, but there's Confederate monuments all over the United States, and hundreds of them. So these were all built after the war. It's the Civil War. And you would think it would be very bizarre. I mean, obviously, if some alien landed, to use a pun or a kind of amusing parallel, they would have thought the South had won. And yeah, in a sense, they did. For reasons I've gone into in depth in the past, but that's a whole civil rights lecture nobody needs right now. But when it comes to World War II, that's the entire Allied world is stuck in that same framework. They're basically seeking total vindication. They're reliving it every day of their lives. An outstanding example for people who doubt this is what happened after the Iraq War and the division of Iraq in this mockery of the division of Germany that happened between like Allied participants. And anybody who looks that up would see the parallel. And then again, what they did with Bosnia was the same thing. The division of Bosnia into Allied occupations zones that exactly mirrored that of the occupation of Germany after World War II. This is something that they just have to keep doing over and over again. They're stuck in this loop because they lost, and they are in such denial that they have to keep refighting World War II. Now, of course, that we're in a precursor to another global conflict, it's something that I'll try and educate people on the dangers of parallels that are too simplistic. But nevertheless, probably the alien thing that they're going for now, well, the Americans are stuck in World War II, but the communist Chinese are trying to emulate Joseph Goebbels, as I've said, and trying to insist that they'll make first contact, and they're hoping they can pull a psyop in which they say, we've contacted aliens, and they recognize communist China as the legitimate government of planet Earth. By the way, this is their intent. This is their agenda. That I know for a fact. I can go more deeply into that later, but the fact that the communist Chinese are pushing all these science fiction novels now about first contact out of communist China, and they're bestsellers in communist China because people buy them up because that's what's published by the, or allowed to be published by the Communist Party. And now Americans are reading the translations and buying into this shit. And, of course, we had that experience, of course, with Brandon Young showing up and, bringing that up when he wasn't preaching Satanism. And so there you go with that. So back to Peter, it's just...
there's an old saying that my friend Marianne used to say, people tell you who they are.
Yeah.
They tell you who they are. And we've certainly seen that with people.
Yes.
One of the more intriguing things he also said, and you can tell me what you know or don't know about this, but he said that Kennedy and Khrushchev were both so beleaguered by the fact that they were come to the brink of nuclear war. It literally, frightened them down to their core. And as a result, historically, they did put in a hotline between the two powers. That's how, it's a direct phone communication. But what he said is that there were several letters exchanged between the two by special courier, not necessarily by telex transmission. I don't remember, he didn't necessarily go into detail. A lot of what he said could be gleaned over and reviewed. The tape was only 2 weeks old. He also, by the way, deconstructed Corey Goode and David Wilcock to his credit. Mm-hmm. So he's not all bad.
Well, but that's like deconstructing a snake oil salesman who's...
You know what? It doesn't matter, because there's many people who would never do it.
Yeah, true enough.
It's like, I'm telling you, it's like, people are not accountable. But anyway, he said that Kennedy and Khrushchev had extensive correspondence between the two, and that they wanted to de-nuke both countries. And this was very upsetting to both sides. Now, Kennedy was removed from office in 1963. Khrushchev was removed from office within, 9 months of that, 9 or 10 months. And he was removed from office right after David Rockefeller had visited Moscow on a vacation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But so that was interesting that he said, and that they were both seeking peace, which doesn't really surprise me. Had you ever heard anything like that before?
I've always heard this shit all my life, and it's there's elements of truth to it. My legal father, George Dietrich, lost all respect for Kennedy. He was losing it gradually. I mean, when Kennedy was first shot, of course, the year my sister was born, my father was in tears. My mother said he wept, he cried, because he identified with Kennedy as an Irish Catholic president of the United States, and of course, as my father had met Kennedy and had been, during the war, as I'd mentioned before, had been impressed by him, and they had talked. There was always a kind of personal, I would say, awe with that. Anyone would have that. But then he gradually began to lose respect over the years as he found out more about Kennedy and more about his mafia background, his scandals with his sex addiction, etc. But he really just finally just lost the majority of respect for Kennedy as anybody who was leadership material. When I showed him a quote by Kennedy that was published in a magazine, where Kennedy had said, "Someday we'll honor and respect conscientious objectors as much as we do veterans of military combat." And so Kennedy definitely had some fairly radical leanings that had may or may not have been provoked by the tensions of the so-called Cold War. Now, this is something that, of course, just to say this as briefly as possible and get it out of the way, the one thing that I keep insisting as a historian that that hasn't caught on, but someday will. Just like I know for a fact, I have every conviction with the faith of metaphysical certitude. I know that what Peter Moon and I have written about will someday be taught in schools. That this will be the norm. That this will be the accepted axiomatic reality, because that's what it is. But when it comes to another factor of reality that I want to emphasize is that future historians will look back on the so-called Cold War, which is this incredibly stupid name, and recognize it for what it was, a Third World War. However, one that none of the Allies declared because they were all legally still at war with the Third Reich in exile. That included the Soviet Union and the United States, of course. They were all still legally at war with the Third Reich in exile, so they couldn't legally declare war against each other by their own understanding of international law, which they had to cleave to in order to maintain some facade of legitimacy. And as a result, they conducted a Third World War, but kept calling it the Cold War. And meanwhile, millions of people died. And I mean millions. And then they kept testing nuclear weapons throughout, in the open atmosphere or later underground, and it was enough to kill off a good deal of the human population through radiation cancer, which had never been common before that time. Not in the numbers we saw it after they started doing above-ground nuclear testing. The fact that the government prevents anybody from linking those two facts together is going to be exposed by future historians as the kind of criminal regimes that we live under. But with that being said, Kennedy, as the commander-in-chief, knew full well we were at war with the Soviets. That so the idea that both of them get scared because this is something that's almost going nuclear, first off, it's all bullshit, because the only person that might have been fooled, maybe scared, This is what gives it maybe a patina of legitimacy or potential reality. Might have been Kennedy, simply because even though he was commander-in-chief and had to know we were at war, he was not a physicist, and he was fooled. It's, as I said before, he was approached by the Strategic Air Command. He was shown all of these satellite and literal space photos. Photos taken by Space Reconnaissance, Project Odysseus, in which astronauts were in deep space, but enough low Earth orbit where they were photographing topical features on the planet Earth. That and space satellites, then ultimately the U-2s. All of this reconnaissance brought forth a plethora of images that people in photographic interpretation would make careers out of interpreting. And most of their careers would be organized towards upholding a lie. They were under orders to identify every church spire, every school steeple, every war memorial statue, every single grain silo as a nuclear missile. So when they approached Kennedy with all these photographs and said, these are all missiles, and the Soviet Union is bristling with thousands and thousands and thousands of missiles. Look, that's a missile. Look at all these missiles. It was all a lie. They lied to their commander-in-chief. It was treason at the highest level. These men should all have been taken out and shot, lined up against a wall and publicly executed. But what they knew for a fact was that the Soviet Union had 4 nuclear missiles. Count them. One finger, one hand, 4 fingers. Leave that one finger up, the middle finger. That's the big fuck you finger they gave to Kennedy and all the rest of you. And they said, you know, we can't tell them they got only 4 fucking missiles and none of those can go further than a few miles. We gotta tell him these are all missiles so that he'll give us all the money we want for eternity, into perpetuity. And so they had the whole state behind them because it was a permanent welfare program for physicists. It was a permanent employment program for engineers. So everybody backed the lie. So Kennedy was probably fooled into thinking the Russians could blow the world up. So maybe he was that fucking scared. Maybe he was that fucking fooled where the hotline became like a immediate necessity to prevent such an occurrence. But that just goes to show you how badly he was fooled. Nobody needed the goddamn phone line because the Russians didn't have shit. Later on, they're still pushing the shit that the Russians saved the world because they say in the 1980s, oh yeah, there was a meteor shower and this incredibly brilliant Russian officer who had his finger on the button decided he would spare humanity. And he's the hero that saved all mankind who should be in all history books. This is, of course, a Russian myth. The guy kept slamming the button to launch all the missiles, but nothing worked. Because nothing in Russia fucking works. And the wiring was all short-circuited and nothing went anywhere. And it's the same when Khrushchev gave the order to the submarines that had nuclear warheads on their rockets to launch. He gave the order to the submarines to launch their weapons at the United States, and they all pushed the buttons, and nothing worked. It's Russian. It doesn't work. It's Russian. People just don't get it. They think the Russians build everything, and they think it works. I don't know what universe they live in, but if it's Russian, it's not going to work any more than products made in America work. So just understand that none of this fucking worked. None of these people were dealing with anything they knew how to deal with. They were dealing with shit that they were making up on the fly. All of this was just put out, and everybody was lying every step of the way saying that it worked just so that they could keep their job, and the Soviet Union so that they could keep their life. And the truth is, none of it worked. It's just like now we know that about the communist Chinese because all their rockets are loaded up with water that they said was fuel oil. But none of it's rocket fuel. It's all water that they loaded the rockets up with. So if they launch them, they're not going to work. We know that. But they knew that about the Russians, and they just wouldn't admit it. So it all comes down to this. It's like, you know, the idea that Khrushchev would be scared might show his ignorance. Maybe these guys really were scared and came up with this stupid hotline between them, and it made them sleep better at night. But the reality is nobody who was in a position of responsibility cared, because they all knew that nuclear war at that scale, where the world was going to end, was completely impossible. And always was. And so, you know, there we go. It brings us back
Well, Douglas, I grew up with this.
with this fear that they instilled, the indoctrination. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't walking around afraid.
Understood. Not you personally.
But, you know, we had to duck under the desks.
Yeah.
And my mother told me, she said, yeah, if there was a nuclear war, we get it because we're in LA. She explained to me big population centers like LA, New York, Washington, D.C.
No.
And one of our neighbors who was really disabled and really messed up, he worked for McDonnell Douglas. Now, only looking back when I started talking about it, I said, this guy, you know, his name was Schneider. He was a German. He was probably some part of some project. He moved his family up to Grass Valley because he was afraid of atomic war. Now, you know, you didn't see any of the rest of the neighbors doing that because he worked in the Defense Department. He was really afraid.
He's an idiot. Yeah, he was an idiot.
Well, he was part of some project. He was very, you know, damaged. Is better the word.
Yeah.
And that was not, I mean, that was extreme, but there was that thought. And of course, people were building bomb shelters too. So there were movies made. Now, Kennedy watched movies. I can't imagine that he was in on any of this propaganda.
No.
In fact, he really was an outsider to the establishment.
He was.
Nixon was an insider, and this is why, you know, he was getting in the way of things. So, you know, and this is particularly what he was saying, is that it was a given that Nixon would be president because Kennedy just did not have a good reputation. He was a joke as a congressman. He had a bad attendance record. I think what really turned things upside down was that debate when he performed so well by reason of his, you know, his personality. That's famous, you know, his debate. You know, it said that he lost the debate on substance, but in terms of his wit, humor, and looks, he won with the help of the ballot box. So, yeah, but I mean, no, they didn't take him. Apparently, the establishment didn't take him that seriously. All I saw were Kennedy bumper stickers when I was a kid, because it was basically a labor-oriented community, and he had the backings of the labor union. But yeah, so be it. Is there anything else to? I mean, this. So anyway, basically, what I'm saying is this is where we are being, I guess, what you'd say, attacked.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you want to see an attack going on right now, let's share screen. And here we are. We're oh, by the way, Aristides has his hand up, and Aristides, feel free to speak after I show Peter this and yourself. So here we are. Shout out at Victoria. Kisses at Victoria. And somebody with, if this person is really Russian, I'm impressed. And we do get them. We get real Russians every once in a while. Like I said, the assassination attempt that occurred when I was taking out the garbage the other day could well have been a Russian attempt. It makes more sense, actually, when you think of it in that potential light. But anyhow, 808 Bear, okay, which, may be a real Russian and just going all the way with his identity. Russia defeated Nazi Germany. I love the spelling there. Russia is defeating HIMARS. That's a form of missile system that the Allies are deploying in Ukraine right now. Your surname seems kind of German. You don't know the half of it. What is the reason your channel exists?
What's the reason your channel what?
He says, what is the reason your channel exists? Yeah, go ahead. What's that?
How do you answer that question? It doesn't even make sense.
He's definitely doesn't like what I'm saying about Russia. No, I've said before. Look, I've given credit where credit is due, but then again, it falls on deaf ears. Of course, technically, the young lady who married Chiang Kai-shek's son was not Russian per se. She was actually Belarusian or White Russian, which is a different nationality, just as Ukraine is. But I try to give Russians credit where credit is due. But in terms of the reality of the situation, the shit doesn't work. People they love that fucking AK-47, and we could go on about that for hours and hours. Aside from that, which is like, it's only worthy because it's basically a stress test gun that can fire under stress conditions. But aside from that, there's very little else that stands out as exemplary of technological development when it comes to Russia. They're very famous for stealing things. I don't even know how the Japanese ever got the reputation for stealing and copying when it comes to what the Russians do at orders of magnitude more than the Japanese ever did. Or the communist Chinese, for instance, pull off that intellectual property theft gimmick. This is like the only way that their economies even stay afloat is by theft. So, we got to get serious about this. You can't just keep buying into the myth. Like, say, for instance, Russia beat Nazi Germany. Russia could never have defeated Nazi Germany. As a matter of fact, they lost. They lost at Berlin. They lost at Berlin because the Germans stopped them dead. Because Stalin intended to occupy Paris. That was one thing he said when he was confronted with Roosevelt and Winston Churchill, was he said when Napoleon Bonaparte was defeated, the Russians occupied Paris. And he was bitching about the fact that he never made it to Paris. How come he never made it to Paris? Because Berlin was in the way. And of course, that saved Western Europe was basically the cost of everything the Russians had left. Which, when Stalin deployed what units he had left, he told Zhukov, there are no more reserves. That was it. And we explain this in the book in great detail. So it's not that Russia defeated Germany at all. Germany defeated Russia. Besides which, Russia could never have gotten that far without enormous Allied effort and bombing, which simply made it impossible for the Germans to win on the surface world anywhere, which is why Hitler was concentrating on a retreat and an exodus to Unterland. So when it comes to all these things, you live in a myth, and you're propagating a myth. My thanks to Acid Kick, or Sid, for taking him down. It looked like he was going on forever. So he was, I riled him up. He got all pissed. So Sid, kudos to you for that. That's to your credit. You've got a score in the credit ledger now. Okay, back to Peter and Aristides. What was your question? You had raised your hand.
Yeah, so Peter was going on for a while. He started out talking about the Pentagon Papers, and for most of that time, it sounded he was talking about one individual. Was that the guy that produced the Pentagon Papers?
Oh, fuck no. No. That's Daniel Ellsberg. That was Daniel Ellsberg. But
no, he was involved in the litigation, or he worked for the company that was. There was the New York Times wanted to print them. The law firm, the New York Times law firm said, no, if you publish these, we'll report you. So they went to another law firm. And he was part of this law firm.
And who is that?
His name is Daniel Sheehan.
Okay. All right.
It's not the name of the law firm, it's the name of the individual.
Okay.
You
All right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get that straight.
But the guy who did the Pentagon Papers was Daniel Ellsberg, and he was a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. And he was basically someone who had, for all intents and purposes, he risked everything. And when the only thing that saved his ass was basically, how was it, without going into it too deeply and just closing the subject as soon as possible, what happened was that he had basically, one of the ways that they assassinated his character was that they had pointed out that he was seeing a psychiatrist for post-traumatic stress disorder, which in those days was considered like the man was weak. I mean, it was like saying he was gay. It was like, oh man, you're seeing a psychiatrist because you couldn't handle combat? You must be a fag. And, nowadays, of course, all of them are fags. They're just drama queens who are taught to cry on cue so that everybody can pity them whenever they say, I'm a veteran. Oh, if you only saw what I saw. Raped the babies that I raped. Killed the little girls that I killed. You'd be as destroyed and damaged as I am. And you're supposed to love them for it. No, fuck them all. And they're just a bunch of baby raping Satanists, and they don't deserve any pity. And when they cry, spit on them. If anything, light them on fire with all the alcohol that they're drinking. But when it comes to the, aside from the war fags, when it comes to Daniel Ellsberg specifically, what saved his ass was just as they were going to sentence him to, triple life sentences, like 2 life sentences back to back, plus some 80 years or some shit for treason. Basically, somebody walked up to the judge just as he was about to pound the gavel. This was seriously what it came down to, right down to the wire. And they handed the judge papers and whispered in his ear. And when the judge looked at the papers, he realized that all of the evidence about Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatric treatment had essentially been stolen from the offices of his psychiatrist, that all the evidence was ill-gotten and therefore had to be thrown out. So that's what saved Daniel Ellsberg's life. So he said, due to what has been presented to me right now, I'm going to have to let Daniel Ellsberg go and throw his case out of court. And so that's what saved him. Now Daniel Ellsberg's a full-blown fucking communist, and he's just up there preaching on the behalf of communist China, saying, don't start war with communist China, and look what they did in Vietnam, and they want to do it again with communist China. I mean, so his head's just, it's like The Exorcist. They snapped it backwards, and he's talking from the side of his ass.
I think he died last year. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, he won't be missed. Hey, at the same time, I have to, admit he's in a very real sense a pioneer and a precursor to myself. Except that I'm releasing the Pentagon Papers of World War II. Basically, what he did for Vietnam is what I do for World War II, and I get the same level of character assassination, but none of the public support. In his case, he was a public hero. The public loved his ass, at least by the time he was released. Now, I do know for a fact he wasn't that popular until the judge threw out the case, because you had an equal number of people who felt he was a traitor and felt he was a sissy because he had post-traumatic stress disorder, which in those days everybody did not look on as a badge of honor. It was the equivalent of saying that you had a psychotic breakdown or something, and they looked at it as a form of mental illness, which it is not. And it took a long while. I don't think people still don't understand that. But at any rate, when it came to his case, he did not have that sympathy until the case was thrown out, and then when Nixon went down, it was as if he had helped to bring Nixon down, which at that point he had. So, because that was like the Pentagon Papers was part of a series of hammer strikes against the Nixon administration, and it was one of the bigger ones. So it was one of the reasons that when Nixon started being exposed for Watergate, they had the Pentagon Papers to compound that felony. And that's what made Nixon look like an irredeemable criminal, was because a lot of this just kept piling up on him. So in that sense, things really worked out for Daniel Ellsberg. But it's like he never did anything with his life after that. It's very bizarre, as a matter of fact. Instead, he just became this kind of like communist sympathizer. Don't go to war with China, and America's determined to start a third world war like one hadn't already happened. In fact, Vietnam was simply integral to this third world war, the so-called Cold War that I'm talking about. Okay, so that out of the way. Back to Peter.
Yes. The Vietnam War.
Real quick, I did find, I guess they eventually did publish, they were leaked initially, some leaks, but they finally, many years later, did just publish all the Pentagon Papers. And I put so they're up on a website, and I put a link to that in the chat somewhere, and in our chat.
Yeah, he died in June of last year.
Yeah, but the papers are now public information, I guess, in full.
Yeah.
And it says he was charged under the Espionage Act.
That's correct. He was guilty of treason. That they were going to. It was a miracle. They had every right to line him up against a wall and shoot him. Theoretically, they could have done that. Of course, they were going to do the equivalent. They were going to put him away for more than a single life sentence, a fate worse than death, actually, as far as I'm concerned. But but a lot of things worked out for him just right. But then he never did anything with it. It's like, you really wonder about people like that. It's like, why didn't you, do something with that? Like, go on in life and do something, like, public.
Here's an interesting aspect about him. His parents were Ashkenazi Jews.
Oh, no wonder.
No. Now listen. Who converted to Christian Science. And he was raised as a Christian Scientist. In 2008, he told a journalist that his parents considered the family Jewish, but not in religion. So Christian Science, these are people who will watch their kids die rather than let them have an operation. So he's extreme in his consciousness. Extreme. Summa cum laude graduate at Harvard, a scholarship. He enlisted in the U.S. Marine Corps and earned a commission. Platoon leader and company commander in the 2nd Marine Division, was discharged in '57 as a first lieutenant, returned to Harvard. He was employed by the Rand Corporation.
That's right. That's how he had access to the Pentagon Papers, was through Rand. He was working for the think tank.
Yeah, I don't know what the Pentagon Papers showed.
It was just a bunch of details about the Vietnam conflict and how America was waging the war that exposed multiple atrocities that were never reported on the evening news. So what the Pentagon Papers simply exposed was the fact that the Americans were waging a illegal war in the sense of violating many of the rules of the Geneva Convention, and it was
all wars do that. It's like the only gentlemen's wars they had when they'd line up and shoot each other back in
the Napoleonic era. Yes.
freedom. They didn't do that in Napoleon's wars, did they? Really?
Yeah, they did that in the American Civil War and the Napoleonic conflict, and it's still those were still very full of atrocities. These of course, this is the problem that I am confronted with. Say, for instance, when I was on Facebook, and I was once pointing out American war crimes or Allied war crimes, and some clown, of course, totally ignorant of my background, said, oh, Doug, you know how naive I was and how obviously I had never fought in conflict. Yeah, this is, well, at other times when I've been interviewed at different people's channels. There was one guy who entered a comment in thread of one of these interviews on someone else's channel about my having committed war crimes in the Balkans, and that they said Douglas Dietrich is guilty of war crimes in the Balkans, which, by the way, you may notice none of the Edomites ever accused me of. This was definitely somebody different. He was not an Edomite. This was somebody who was Croatian. And the Croatians were generally on the other side because I was generally fighting on the side of the Serbs. So it was the enemy side, but this person felt obligated to say that I'm an international war criminal. And technically he's not lying, but I've put that into context before. Not, of course, rationalizing or defending myself, but definitely contextualizing what had happened. But he knew of that war crime, which technically it was, and basically was trying to get me somehow busted for it. And so the thing is that obviously I'm no stranger to violence, and I'm no stranger to what many people would deem atrocity. But again, they weren't there and they don't have the context. You might say we could say that about all military scenarios. Of course, it's a load of shit. There's plenty of Allied war crimes where they knew goddamn well what they were doing. So when I expose this sort of thing and somebody comes up with a naivety angle, it's almost funny. But it's also, it's just another sign that you can't win. It's no matter what you do to try and educate people, they have no idea of your background, which is one reason why I've always shared everything. And it's one reason that I'm fairly impervious to the attacks, the character assassination from the Edomites, because really I've shared everything, shall we say, that's pretty toxic or negative about myself before they can get to it. So it's not like they can really expose anything, so they're stuck with lies and compounding those lies with various myths and stories. And in the end, what they're stuck with is the angle that you see them take. If anyone goes to suffer through their blogs or wade through all their toxic garbage online, basically they're stuck with saying that I'm not Douglas Dietrich, that Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich. But that's in the end because they know, in a very real sense, I'm not. I'm really Douglas Hitler. So that's where they're coming from. Oh, though of course they never go all the way with it, because then that would verify myself. So it's like they go through this half-ass attack, and as for the Russian, and I believe that probably really was a Russian that was in the chat room. They hear about me and they come over and then do their bit. And this is how internationally famous or infamous I am. So you've got people from Croatia, Hrvatska, writing in about me on different channels. You've got people from Russia showing up. One time there was a Russian woman here who was bitching, saying that, oh, this is what you get on all the channels, this anti-Russian, it's like, what can you say? This is what alternative media has turned into, as I said, is just Russian propaganda spoken in English. So that being said, we can always turn back to that and further educate people later. Obviously, we've got a monologue coming later tonight, and I'll go deep into the subject. But definitely back to Peter for now.
Okay, well, thank you. So I suppose I could say, what else is new?
Yes.
This is what we've been dealing with. I think it does suggest that we are making headway.
Yes.
And as I said, we've had a couple cases of your books ordered in the last month.
Excellent.
Which is very heartening.
Yes.
And I would like to thank everybody for the support you've been giving us, and Douglas in particular, and remind you to donate to him. You're keeping him going. This is important. Because when I look at this dedicated opposition, it's dedicated.
Yes.
It's not very successful. It also, this whole concept of trolling, which is, been going on as long as the internet's been around. Trolling is not unique to the internet. This is where it's kind of found its, full expression. But, political parties troll each other. I certainly experienced trolling before there was an internet. The media trolls, the establishment trolls you. It's, the story of the New Testament is the ultimate in being trolled. Christ is trolled because he's, advocating a better world. I remember, and this was in Scientology, on the ship with not the Apollo, but the other one, the Excalibur in LA Harbor. And I took over the job of cramming officer, or what was it, corrections chief, to fix things. And I remember telling this guy, who was an old established veteran SEER member, and he was like, he wasn't trolling me publicly. I went to talk to him, and he was like, he was just like surfacing all this insanity on me, because he didn't believe me that I was there to correct things. And it was just like, he was like in disbelief. Actually, I got through to him, and it wasn't so much that I ended up correcting him or anything. It was just the idea that we're not going to do the standard bullshit anymore. I was put in a position of power where I could change things. And when I say change things, I mean ecclesiastically, not politically. So in other words, which gave me a lot of power to overrule arbitrary bullshit and show where this wasn't right, because people were not used to doing things by the book. They're used to doing things by, peer pressure. And I just remember his expression went from, an expression of insanity to like, wow, shock, ontological shock. And I'm talking about trolling. But until I got through to him, he was just like throwing shit at me like a monkey.
Right.
And that's life. I remember my first time going to play baseball, my first game. And you go out and you've got these uniforms on, these T-shirts, and you go and you have all of these guys trolling you when you go up to bat. You go, hey batter, hey batter, hey batter, hey batter, and everybody's like yelling at you. It's hard enough to hit a baseball, and you have everybody just yelling at you.
Yes.
And I'm saying, like, what the hell is this? We didn't do this in the neighborhood. It's just like, wow. It's that's trolling. And of course, when you would get more into Little League, it didn't irritate you as much as it could make you laugh, some of the things they'd say.
Mm-hmm.
From people you knew. Not necessarily that you were friends with,
Right.
but just some of the things they might say. It was only meant to harass you and throw you off. And it's only in the thing of sports. And in Major League Baseball, it's notorious, especially in New York, what they will yell at not only the opposing players, but the home team if they're not doing well. It's like, this is trolling. It occurs in every way, shape, or form of life. On the internet, it's a little more notorious because people can be invisible. They can remain undetected. So, what is it? What is that phrase? It's a small world. It's a troll world. World's full of trolls, and especially if you're doing something significant, then the trolls come out in mass. So be it. Now, I'm going to shift gears, and because something came up, I noticed something. It was this has to do with Scientology, which has been I haven't followed all the news. I don't have time to do it, nor the interest. But I heard they were sending down SWAT helicopters on the Scientology protesters. I believe I don't know if it was in LA or Chicago. There's mass protests going on Scientology all over across the world, across the United States, bringing out, just protests of people who suffered trauma and abuse. And so these high-profile ex-Scientologists, meaning predominantly being targeted by the younger crowd, is Mike Rinder and Leah Remini, who did their show The Aftermath, which all these people that don't like them say, well, the show helped me, it helped a lot of people, but they're ignoring all of these human trafficking issues. Now, we all know the real human trafficking issues they're ignoring, stuff they don't even know about, which has to do with, the legacy of Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
I certainly don't blame them for that. I did have a dream of Leah Remini once being asked about me, and she says, oh, I can't process that stuff. She appeared in my dream. I can't process that stuff, which I'm sure she probably couldn't. Mm-hmm. But I have no angst with her. I wouldn't even know who she was if it wasn't for Scientology. I'm not familiar with her, her TV pedigree, although I do know what it is. But she was friends with David Miscavige's wife. And this is where the shit hit the fan with her. She was at Tom Cruise's wedding in Italy to Katie Holmes. Now, this wedding in Italy was it was probably one of the most, what's the word?
Attended?
Not attended, but theatrical weddings in the history of weddings. I mean, it was really, it sounded like it was a classy, tasteful event as far as a wedding. Mm-hmm. It actually sounded like that. I might be reluctant to say that. It didn't sound like a corny event. Of course, when you're making that big of a deal, a lot of ego gets involved. But there are a lot of celebrities there, and apparently, Leah Remini asked where David Miscavige's wife, was, Shelley, and she said, and this guy Tommy Davis, who was the son of Ann Archer, who's some sort of celebrity. I wouldn't believe it. I mean, I don't know. In my day, when I was younger, you knew most celebrities, at least half of them. Today,
Today, yeah, it's like you'd be lucky if you know any of them.
well, yes, and like say in the '80s, it was explained to me like back in the '60s and maybe the early '70s, at least everybody listened to the same songs on the radio.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Bob Dylan, the Byrds, the Four Tops, the Temptations,
Yes.
whatever there was out there, even Elvis. Certainly the Beatles and Stones and all that. But then it had all been turned into, segments of this, that, and the other thing. Punk. all these different genres of music. So, times change. But in the case of this wedding, she asked where her friend Shelley was. She was friends with Shelley. And Tommy Davis said, who was the spokesman for Scientology, says, you don't have the fucking rank to ask that question. Now, keep in mind, Leah Remini was not a Sea Org member. She was a public person. She was a celebrity. You shouldn't talk that way to anybody, especially if they're not in your little cloistered organization. Like you don't speak bad to the public, and this would never have been advised or allowed. You treat the public with respect. Now, he not only didn't treat her with respect, he alienated her.
Of course.
This caused her disaffection from Scientology.
Well,
Not right away, but it was the fulcrum that led to her, what is this? She as a result of her being pissed off and wanting to know who her friend Shelley was, she ended up paying some $300,000 for security checks, which are interrogations, all of which, as I've said previously, by policy are supposed to be done at the expense of the organization, not at the expense of the individual. Eventually, David Miscavige relented on that. He says, you've been screwed over. He gave her back her $300,000 in an attempt to mollify her. It didn't work. But Shelley Miscavige, and I will, okay, so she's been, Leah Remini has gone to the police and said she's missing. And the LAPD are really chummy with Scientology. Many of the officers work security. They're paid well to work security for the church after hours. There's implied other illicit connections with Scientology and the LAPD, which are, quite proliferate. Those stories proliferate on the internet. But I remember Shelley when she was a very young girl on the ship. And I went up to her. I wasn't going to see her. I was looking for her sister to do a word clearing session on. And I was walked by, and one of the messengers said, "Oh, you can't find her." And she said, "That's her sister, Shelley, her little sister." And I just saw this huge, what amounts to a black mass over her.
wow.
I said, boy, that girl is screwed. And I'm not Mr. Joe sensitive. I'm not somebody who sees auras on a routine basis. It's not that I can't. it's sort of like saying in baseball, I don't play third base, but I can. You know, it's not my position, but I could play it. You know, how good is another question, but I could play the position. So I can see ours, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw this one, unmistakable. I was only 19. And I said, this girl is, man. And I said, you know, these young girls, they don't have no knowledge of esoteric knowledge at all.
Yeah.
Now, who the hell was I? I'm saying that at 19.
Yes.
I'd read enough to be able to recognize that. I read a lot in high school. And I said, they don't have any background, any knowledge. And of course, this turned out to be a very prophetic observation of mine. Shelley was always the runt of the messengers. She was the youngest and lowest on the totem pole. But then as time went forward, you know, David Miscavige found a, you know, liking attraction to her, and she became probably the second most powerful person in Scientology. And she was said, now I didn't know her by that time. I hadn't seen her since we left the ship. And because she was out in the desert and whatnot, I don't even remember seeing her in Clearwater. But nevertheless, I do remember hearing after I left Scientology, one of my friends telling me that David would complain because she'd get mad and throw wine or punch at him at a party.
Yeah.
And it was also told to me by the same person that he would love to sexually abuse her when he would have sex.
Oh, God.
He was very, I guess, angry and forceful. It was like they were married, but it was like he was raping her.
That's just awful. But by the way, I'm going to be gone for just a few minutes. I will not be able to hear you. I've got to get something out of my eye. I'll be right back. It's excruciatingly painful. I'll be right back. I'll let you know when I'm back.
By all accounts, do it.
Yes. I'm going to go mute. Oh.
Yeah. So this is just some of the little background knowledge I had. As I said, I didn't really know her. I didn't really want to know her. But according to extensive discussions, YouTubes on her, whatnot, she was taken off of her job by Miscavige because she was considered the, softer touch. And she began to think that he was going off his rocker as she saw him get more powerful. Anyway, he removed her from her job and sent her to this compound it's near or at Twin Peaks, which is near Lake Arrowhead, Big Bear area in California. It's a mountain resort area. And, an hour and a half or so away from LA. And she's there supposedly of her own free will, but in a very sort of enclosed position where she can't move without, and, everybody's, every once in a while she'll be seen in public. Very few times has she been seen in public. And apparently the police went to her and said, reportedly, on Leah Remini's request and said she's there by her own volition. So she's sort of enslaved there. Now, there's a gentleman who wrote a book. I don't know the name of the book, but I know him. Jesse Prince. Jesse Prince was appointed, and this sort of happened around the time I left, maybe a little before I left, but he was appointed to fix some things. And one of his jobs was to do a security check on David Miscavige, and in which he did do, and he found all sorts of inappropriate behavior, which included taking Hubbard's money and spending it with Pat Broker, his other. Pat Broker was working directly for Hubbard, and they would get money, and then they would spend it on whores and gambling in Las Vegas, because that's where they'd meet. And according to Jesse's reports that I've read, you know, Miscavige was crying and feeling horrible. And when these reports were written up and sent up to Hubbard, they were received by Pat Broker, who basically said he's all clean, because Hubbard had ordered a security check of Miscavige because he didn't trust him. He didn't like what was coming out. And then he says, oh, he's all clean. So these things were obscured from Hubbard. And had they been revealed, it would have completely changed the direction of Scientology and what ensued. Nevertheless, these actions were obscured, and there were a lot worse things than that. But what happened, and I'd like Douglas to get back before I say this, but Jesse has written a book. I think it came out in about 2016. I advised him to publish it himself, because he's going to do far better that way. I think he did. But it has a part of the book where, well, and this is one of the most overlooked issues in Scientology, is that Shelley's mother is reported to have committed suicide. Her name was Flo Barnett. Flo Barnett. And this was a very controversial time in Scientology. I was long gone by this time. Whereas there was a splinter group in Santa Barbara, and it drained a lot of the public from Scientology, and it was considered competition. A lot of old timers were there, and it was going very well. And Shelley's mother was a part of this, which made her a direct threat, because David was now related to her, and that endangered him as far as being eligible to participate in Scientology, because she was working for the enemy. And she had the upper level materials of Scientology. Now, the upper levels of materials of Scientology have been held up to great ridicule, as you can see in South Park. But what I will tell you is, before they were held up to great ridicule, people would pay huge money to get them. They were considered so secret and so powerful that it was huge money on the black market. And this is the same type of energy that would happen around the materials of Aleister Crowley. And Joe Matheny explained to me that when Israel Regardie, who was the former secretary of Aleister Crowley, they had an extreme falling out. he worked for Crowley in Paris, I think in the 1920s. And Crowley, Regardie was a small, effeminate man, certainly not a strong guy. And he ended up in the home of Christopher Hyatt, who was the very man who pointed the direction for me to meet Marjorie Cameron. He sent me to Mystic Fire Video because I ran into him. I didn't know him. I recognized his name, but he was like a biker type. And him and Joe Matheny used to ride bikes and smoke cigars together. Maybe they did some other stuff together too, but Christopher Hyatt would have to protect Regardie, and I mean with guns. Somebody once went to the door and he answered it with a gun. The guy was not after Regardie, but he had to protect Regardie because this is the type of energy that these magical texts of Crowley carried with them. They carried a very potent energy. Now, what is the energy? Who cares? Now, I would imagine, Ezra Regardie also published the Rituals of the Golden Dawn. So you can go look at all this stuff today. You can everything he had hidden is probably published. But back in those days, it wasn't published. So all this mystery held all of this like energy, like that people would kill for or steal. You go back into the, as I covered in the book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, all of these papers, legacy of Aleister Crowley, in a different scenario in California, was stolen, ransacked the house of Carl Germer. I mean, this is like, for what? Are these papers that powerful? Are people reading the texts of Aleister Crowley? And
I know I'm not. Well, I'm back.
Okay, I was explaining how Shelley Miscavige's mother was part of a splinter group, Enemies of Scientology, competing with them. She had the materials, the confidential materials of Scientology, which was driving, well, it wasn't just that was driving Miscavige nuts. It was that this made him ineligible to participate in Scientology if his stepmother, or his mother-in-law was part of the enemy.
Interesting.
And, yeah, it put him. Now Hubbard was still alive then.
Right.
Now, and I was explaining how the magical texts of Aleister Crowley, people would use violence to get them, steal them.
Right.
Like there was, and I was just about to say, well, how powerful. It's not like people would read these things of Aleister Crowley and go clear or have the power of a genie or something like that. Like, do you ever hear of somebody reading Aleister Crowley and, becoming Mega Man?
Not personally.
You hear that. You don't, like, with Scientology, they'll say, oh, people have all these fantastic abilities, and maybe they're exaggerated. Maybe they're exaggerated a lot. But you don't hear that with Aleister Crowley. Nobody says that. You'll hear that, oh, you can learn all these secrets of longevity and sexuality, but you don't really hear people bragging about it.
That's true. Which is odd because he was the kind of man who would brag about such things. So
yeah, but there's no buddy that can get up and beat their chest and say it. They don't do it.
True.
Because they have nothing to show for it.
That's
they
right.
Have great secrets.
And they keep them secret. Yeah.
Scientology will at least, promote it to a certain degree. But as I was saying, is the Scientology materials that have been ridiculed, they used to be, people would pay big money on the black market for them, as much as $10,000 to get them.
Incredible.
Yeah, because they were considered that there was that much mystique and intrigue. Now, it would seem to me that the majority of people who've been exposed to those have not necessarily fared so well. I can't speak for everybody. But as I've explained before, they were riveting change in me, not because of so much the content of the materials, but the ability to use them to look inside of what is in my own head. The entities inside of my own energy field were not, while they were in the scope of what I was taught, they were not evocative of what he talks about specifically in that galactic story of Xenu.
Yeah.
They were not. It was just was not. But it was definitely. So you're there to process what's in your own mind. I also, picked up on the most negative energy in the planet, which was in Southeast Asia, which I could only spot it with indigenous shamans. That's all I could spot.
Interesting.
It would be the Cho. Now that I can see it.
Yes.
It was not specific. I could just see there's this big trouble here on planet Earth.
Interesting. That's so fascinating. That's so fascinating.
It is, but that's just, so I get a score for intuition.
You do.
But that's like decades before.
Yeah.
And it also, the experience was invaluable to me, the experience I had. But I also knew what I was doing. It's like, in the book L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, the process of auditing, whether it's solo auditing, which I was doing then, which is a very sophisticated procedure, it's like fishing. When you fish, you throw out bait. And if you have good bait, you got a better chance of catching a fish.
Yes.
If you have no bait, you just have a hook, chances not very good you're going to get anything. I always found in saltwater fishing, which is really pretty much the only thing I did, I don't think I ever caught a fish in freshwater. I hated freshwater fishing. On the ocean. But it was like these lures they'd use. To me, they were always worthless. They never turned up anything. They're better for what my father called trolling. Trawling. You throw the lure off the end of the boat, and you're waiting for a fish. And the fish that's going to do that is something like a marlin that's jumping out of the water. But be that as it may, you're fishing for what you can dig up, what you can dig up and process. And if you don't dig for anything, you don't find anything. And if you dig and you find something, that it's like what's inside of you. So anyway, but back to Shelley Miscavige's mom, Flo Barnett. She had these materials, and Jesse Prince is explaining this in his book, as was explained in a video I watched. I've read pieces of what he wrote. I haven't read the book. And saying the book is basically being ignored by the ex-Scientology movement. Mm-hmm. But this basically, Flo Barnett, Shelley's mom, ended up dead.
Jesus!
She ended up dead. She had 3 shots to her chest and 1 shot in her head.
Oh my God!
It was ruled suicide.
You're kidding me. That
No,
is
it's
so fucking sleazy. That is so fucking sleazy.
Now, I think I mentioned this in my book, the Montauk Book of the Dead. I don't remember, but this is a long time ago. And so Tony Ortega, who's the lead, who has his own narrative, who's very anti-Hubbard, anti-Scientology. He's not covering the protests. He has his own narrative. He in one of his articles, he said that he contacted the detective who looked into the case. He finally was going to put this to rest. And the detective told him, well, and no, she shot herself with a rifle, not a pistol.
Even more impossible physically.
And he says, well, people don't realize that when, suicide, it's not uncommon for somebody to shoot themselves and they don't do a good job and they hit themselves in a non-lethal area. So it's like, okay, so she shot herself 3 times in the chest and then had enough motor skills to shoot herself in the head. I didn't do a very good job on that one. Pow!
Yeah, all with a rifle, no less, which is physically impossible to point it.
I didn't do a job good on this one. Pow! Now, when a person is shot that many times, this is like, and I'm not saying this was the case, but it's like that's an assassination.
Yes.
And that's like, it's also letting people know that this was an assassination.
Yes.
Now, the cops ruled it suicide. And then Tony Ortega did his article and said, well, this is what the detective said, finally he puts it to rest. Well,
absurd. It's actually offensive.
It is. Now, Leah Remini is Shelley's best friend, literally. And she doesn't bring this up. She's asking for it, but she doesn't bring this up. So now she's being taken to task. And she put out, about the same time Mike Rinder was being attacked, and he said, I'm not going to do social media anymore. I didn't handle this right. I think he did everything but apologize. But it's not good enough because they want him to come clean on his role in things, which he's accused of enabling, facilitating, or directly participating in human trafficking, doing nothing, or enabling it, or worse. I don't really can't. This is what he's being accused of. Well, in fact, one girl is outraged that her story was cut out of Leah Remini's show because he said it would embarrass Mike Rinder. Well, okay. So what? You here to protect Mike Rinder, or are you here to expose abuse? Now, where this apparent assassination of Flo Barnett, Shelley's mother, this is starting to resurface. This is why Jack Parsons said you can't judge a man's contribution until 100, 150 years after he's dead. Only after 50 years do you begin to get a clue. Also, Flo Barnett's been dead probably 82, about 40 years. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like starting to bubble up. This is Pluto at work. Pluto in Aquarius. Aquarius is organizations, friends, groups. It's surfacing. And why this is a big deal is because, well, obviously it's a murder.
Yes.
But now what Jesse Prince said is that he had to deal with Shelley after, she came in and her mother was dead, and he just consoled her the best he could. And and then he had earlier he said that he had gone to David Miscavige and said, look, I couldn't handle Who did he say he couldn't handle? I think I don't know if he tried to handle the situation with Flo Barnett or what, but he said he couldn't handle it. And Miscavige says, "Don't worry about it. I've got a new unit to handle things." He called it, I don't know what he called it, but whatever I think he called it L or something. L. And this was Marty Rathbun, supposedly. Marty Rathbun was Miscavige's main henchman, and he would handle private detectives, unsultry characters. So basically, he says, "Don't worry about it." And he says, I use this to handle, basically he's saying I use Marty to handle, the dirty business. That's a paraphrase.
Right. Very mafia-like.
Very. Yeah. And basically, and Marty has basically said that he, dealt with private detectives and unsultry characters. Now, we know that the Scientology private detectives can be very unsultry. The question is, and where does it cross the line? Now, where did it cross the line into a murder? We can only speculate on. But Jesse Prince is quoted as saying in his book, that when he went and mentioned it to Miscavige, or talked about Flo getting killed, Miscavige said that bitch got what she deserved. Now, that is a statement that you would readily speculate, if not conclude, that he ordered the hit.
Yes.
Now, of his mother-in-law. And Shelley was removed many years later. I don't think she suspects David. I don't know what she suspects or doesn't. She's in her own world of delusion.
Right.
We really don't know. Most people assume she's in more of a world of delusion than anything else. And he doesn't divorce her because then she could testify against him. This is what is said, even though they don't have a real marriage. So this is like something that's brewing. And it's not only not being addressed by the Leah Remini's and Mike Rinders of the world, it's not being addressed by the ones doing the protest. It's sitting there lurking, waiting to rise to the surface. The dead will rise to the surface. Like, what's this really about? And it takes on it puts everything in a different perspective, because at that time, Scientology was like in a war.
Yes.
I was long gone.
Yeah.
Because I could see the total absurdity of it.
Mm-hmm.
And wow. So will this? What will it do? It's. But then again, we can talk about that. We can talk about the Kennedy assassination. In the end, does anybody really care about, who killed Kennedy?
Well, as successive generations come about, less and less so, of course, it's going to be less and less relevant to future generations. And that, of course, it's, how would I say it? I would have to say that it really isn't that relevant to future generations who killed Kennedy. Sadly, it's just one of these things that, it had its day in the sun, so to speak. And people should have pursued it much more aggressively then. And people didn't.
It's been pursued pretty aggressively. The problem is not the aggressive pursuit. The problem is the ability to deliver
any form of resolution. Any form of resolution.
yeah, a meaningful form of resolution. The same with 9/11.
Yes. Yes.
The only thing, the only justice that's been done in 9/11 is that Rudy Giuliani's been bankrupt. That really doesn't solve 9/11.
No. Or the horrible collateral damage that came out of 9/11, the excuse that they used it for to invade Southwest Asia and create, basically destroy America's position of opportune importance, their position of advantage that they had. They expended it all. By the way, I forwarded an email to you from YouTube, and so it turns out that it goes back to the Battle of Los Angeles. Turns out that the MLK episode has been taken down because of the Battle of Los Angeles, and they say that we're spreading false vaccination.
That's an old thing.
Yeah, from 2021. It was, like I said, it was from January of 2021. And but this is what they're continually looking for to hit. So that's why when they hit on that, they're hitting on a lot of older episodes, and when we spoke of it much more frequently, and but the fact that they're now doing this, because that was actually, was COVID even around at that time? Now that I think of it, when did COVID come out? 2019, of course. So yeah, so 2021. But we were speaking of
2019.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It was during Trump's election year.
Yeah, but it's called COVID-19 because
2020.
Yeah,
2020.
Yeah, but they call it COVID-19 because it emerged in 2019. It didn't hit American shores. Didn't hit American shores till 2020. But so it's a few years after COVID that the MLK episode took place. But probably we were talking about the Battle of Los Angeles, and we were speaking of. So yeah, so you're welcome to take a look at that email. I sent it to Aristides and Brendan Zogid as well, and it just for our listeners, this is what they're hitting us with. This is the insanity, and the horror is, if you want to find out about what they're taking down my old episodes about, buy the book, and it has nothing to do with anything COVID. It's just the reality of history, and I wish we could go into it now, but we can't because of everything we just articulated. They'll take down this episode if we do. So you've got to buy the book, share the book with everyone, and especially share all elements of the Battle of Los Angeles. It's incredible that they're taking these old episodes down, but you know what the real threat is. These are the people behind Sheehan. Who want to, because the Battle of Los Angeles exposes so much about how America defeated itself that they're doing their best to suppress that. So they're going to use this stupid COVID rationale and say that we're somehow dissing vaccines. Insanity, but it goes down to, this is how the deep state operates, and the Office of War Information is censoring. This is censorship, and it's done through the Office of War Information, which has gone black, off the books, black budget, and they're behind YouTube shutting down a few old episodes that mentioned the Battle of Los Angeles and how that was the decisive battle of the Pacific in World War II, which, of course, you are meant to think was a visit by little green aliens, even though people who were there said they saw Japanese planes in the sky, and Japanese planes were reported as shot down, and kids were ripping off souvenirs off dead Japanese airmen. All this is like, it goes to show you how desperate the Americans are to hide that fact, that reality, and how they wound up. Well, you'll have to read the book. I won't even bother to go into tangential details, simply because they're taking advantage of that to take episodes down. I mean, of course, what Peter's been describing has been another kind of struggle, relevant, the Scientology struggle. This was a big deal. Obviously, Scientology became a world influence through Hollywood. So,
It has to do with abuse of individuals and human trafficking. This is why I bring it up in the context of what I'm doing with you.
Thank you.
Because they like, children were never brought up in a proper environment there. It was always a struggle. But it went from bad to worse to worse to worse to worse, to where now the kids that grew up in my generation, like I went there when I was 19 into the Sea Org, but I had already had a job. I was functional in the real world. I was well educated, although I only had a high school education. I had, I guess what you call an extraordinary high school education.
Yeah.
Because of where I was. But I was very intellectually developed. But even those people of my generation aren't anywhere near as damaged as, say, the generation beneath me. The kids of those. They're very damaged because, and it's, and now they're, what do you call it? It's the revolt.
Yes.
It's like there's a price to pay, and unfortunately, and as I say, Leah Remini came out and was writing an apologetic email, Facebook message, saying that she was not well and having a very hard time, basically.
Was she forced to do this?
No.
Okay.
She said it, I think, out of her own heart, because, see, I think the problem she did, she's from Hollywood. So I think that she just, made a lot of money and was exploiting this. And then I saw her on I didn't watch it, she was on some quiz show being a celebrity whore, for lack of a better word.
Jeez.
Not a whore, but
yeah, got it.
Just like, because you make good money on those shows. So it's like she didn't impress me as anybody that really had much of value, except her celebrity
Status.
And I really don't know, but I'm saying she looked into doing other cults and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She certainly didn't come our way, But as I said, she's not capable of processing this stuff. Mm-hmm. Most people aren't.
Right.
Why would she be any different?
Yes.
So, but I think, yes, she's being forced to either pay a price or reconsider her merits. So, we're and as they say, this was her best friend. And if one is, it's so easy to ignore evil, and this is inevitably what happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's easier to just say, wow. You can shoot yourself 3 times. Think about that. 4 times with a rifle.
But no, it definitely bears reflection. The entire situation does. By the way, this is something that I do have to bring up here. The reason I have to respond to this is because now do me a favor, Sid, and refrain. Don't act on this. because apparently what Sid is doing is timing this individual out. Maybe that's all that Sid can do. I'm not quite sure what the monkey wrench does in terms of what it enables moderators to do, but theoretically you should be able to take these people out and just kind of block them. Apparently moderators other than the manager may not be able to do that because YouTube keeps changing what people can do. So what I'm going to do now is respond to 808 Bear, because apparently he keeps coming back. So it's up to me to really handle this. And the problem is, physically, I cannot do anything until I get his comment to move up. So I have to move it up by responding to his comment. So what I'm going to say is...
compulsively. That's the first thing,
Yeah.
is that 808 is just compulsively...
Yeah. Hey, Sid, goddamn you, Sid, I told you not to fucking interrupt. You dumb shit. You fucking dumb shit. I told you not to interrupt. I had to handle this. So, if all you're doing is timing the motherfucker out instead of blocking him, you're not helping. So, just stay out of it or I'll take your monkey wrench away. Okay? Jesus Christ. So this is not helping. You're not helping by just timing the guy out because he's just going to come back. So, at any rate, what I'm trying to do is respond to this guy so I could move him up and then block him. But the question I'm asking is just as valid. Is 808 Bear is Russian and he represents the Russian side. The question that I'm going to ask legitimately at 808 Bear, well, why didn't you block him in the fucking first place, Sid? Why were you timing the fucker out? This is what I don't get. If you just blocked him now, that's even more weird. It's like, why weren't you blocking him in the first place? This is what I thought you did. Don't fuck around with these people. The whole thing is that it's either or. There's no in-between in this world. The world for these people is not a million shades of gray. There's no gray for these people. Everything to them is black and white. You're either an Edomite or you're not. So just remember, there's no diplomacy with these people. All that's gone. Okay, good that you blocked him. You should have done that in the first place. I don't understand why you were fucking around. Because then you're just encouraging him. If you're putting somebody on a timeout, that's bullshit. That doesn't do anything. At any rate, so there you go. I'll just dismiss this for now. But the question I was going to ask 808 Bear is, why are you not on the front lines? Of course, if you were on the front lines, you wouldn't be trolling Douglas Dietrich. You'd be begging to defect and come to the United States, because that's what all the Russians on the front lines are doing. So, incredible to me. And by the way, then Videosphere asks, what about JFKX? I have no idea what JFKX is. It sounds like a video game. So, all that being said, it just is what it is. There we have it. This is just so frustrating. Sid, don't go half-ass with these things. And then the weirdness with Mark H joins in. And it's like, good, Sid! About when Sid, I thought Sid had blocked 808 Bear. Mark H comes in and says, hey, good man, Sid! And it's like, well, where the fuck were you, Mark H? He's saying, get him, Sid, with a target with a dart on it. Well, you've got the fucking monkey wrench, Mark H. If you're hanging out there and you see the guy doing what he's doing and you feel he needs blocking, you've got the power to block him. So this is the weird thing about Mark H. It's always like, where were you? And, he's just not there. And then later on comes in with this kind of well, what? You were watching in the background to do what? To catch the ball in case Sid dropped it? Sid dropped it. So you should have ran in and blocked the guy. It just goes on and on. I don't know what these people are doing. Life is not that hard. It is we have an enemy. The enemy is coming at you with everything they got. They have no concept of mercy, no concept of remorse. There is no sense of relentlessness here. They are simply going to keep doing this until you all fall down. And all of you just sit there sucking their dicks and drinking their piss, you know, saying, oh man, I'll just see if it tastes like hot lemonade. Maybe I'll like it. It's, you block them. There's no ifs, ands, or buts here. It's war. They're here to do nothing productive. And apparently none of you are either. It's like, you know, Mark H., get him, Sid, with the target. I mean, the more I look at that, the more I just have to laugh. It's like, why don't you just block the son of a bitch? Instead of waiting for someone else to do it. You've got the monkey wrench. You know what Amy tells me? She tells me the monkey wrench is the beginning of the end for everybody. She says they all degenerate after they get the monkey wrench. I don't know about that, but I wonder. Okay, enough of the venting and catharsis for now. It's, you know, I've just left shaking my head. It's kind of like I try to, you know, devolve authority. You try to delegate. You try to, like, give people a chance. And it's like, they just sit there with their thumbs up their ass, then suck at them once they pull it out. You know, and then Sid says, okay, everyone, understand, if you exhibit the kind of behavior we just witnessed with 808, you'll be blocked immediately. No timeouts. Thank you. Nobody needs a warning. The enemy is counting on you to be just the way you were. Beyond the vanishing point keeps us a clock. Emphasizing the timeout. It's like, okay, well, hopefully Sid blocks him from this point forward. I can't even believe I thanked him, thinking that he had blocked him. You know, with Mark joining in, just adds, it becomes even more like a taunt, everything he participates in. Okay, so all that being said, back to where we were at, and of course, it's kind of like this, how would I say it, in between time. We've got this incredible holiday coming up, which of course was very important to my late and sainted father. It's a very strange month for me, because it's the death month of both my mother and my father, and the birth month of my sister, who, as a Jehovah's Witness, a member of another cult, never celebrated her birthday. Because, for those of you who don't know, Jehovah's Witnesses never celebrate their birthdays. And since she never cared when her birthday was, I never cared when her birthday was. So I really don't remember what her birthday is. Now, of course, what I do is I get weird reminders from Richard K. Cole Jr., of my sister's birthday, because he keeps trying to contact her. So this is like the weird shit that I get from the Edomite gang stalkers. And, you know, be that as it may, he's welcome to contact her. And for all I know, it could be the reason my sister wrote me a letter several months ago, like sometime last year, which I just tossed aside and never opened. As far as I'm concerned, that's a time capsule that future generations can open some 200 years from now and get their thrills. As for myself, I couldn't give a damn what she has to say. I only monitor her for one thing only, and that's the backup Vox Arca, which was, of course, kind of grafted into her responsibility under a condition of hypnosis. So she's not even really cognizant of it or consciously aware of it. But it still serves as a backup. And of course, because she's not cognizant of it, the enemy really doesn't have access to it through her either, even though I'm sure they keep trying to contact her to try and gain access to it. Fortunately, the good thing about Jehovah's Witnesses as a cult is they're profoundly paranoid, and they really don't communicate with outsiders. I mean, like, at all. Funny enough, I had some other individual who, I get this a lot. I don't even think it's trolling. I just think it's people who are sincere and they're crazy. And let's see if it was here that this guy said that. You maybe got deleted or something. But some individual fairly recently was writing me a comment under thread of one of the episodes saying, become a Jehovah's Witness and straighten your life out. And it's like, I don't know if that's intended to be a taunt. Whatever, it doesn't impact me. I find it, so stupid. It's just something I left up because to me it's just innocuous. It's like somebody's an idiot. But these things go on, and I get that a lot for some reason. Could be like maybe they're sent by my sister or something. But it is what it is. So just background noise. But, another cult out there, not as, shall we say, infamous as Scientology, but they're vile. Oh, they are vile. One guy told me...
It's not as aggressive.
Yeah, yeah. And when it comes to these kinds of cults, Dave Zamlick was the guy who was... He had a position of some level of responsibility at the Veterans Administration. He was like a veteran turned bureaucrat, and he was a victim of how fucked up things were in Desert Storm because of... I went into his story in the background. We don't need to go into it right now when it comes to what happened in Desert Storm. But when he was a child, underage, his father died. His father died, and then before he was 18, and his mother married a Jehovah's Witness after that, and he basically did not want to buy into the Jehovah's Witness cult, and the new father, his stepfather, kicked him out of the home. We're talking around the age of maybe 14. Basically, the Jehovah's Witness puke said, if thine eye offends thee, pluck it out. If thy hand offends thee, cut it off. And then he took him and physically threw him out the first-story window of his own home that he had grown up in until the age of 14 when the Jehovah's Witness father kicked him out. And that's how he wound up hanging out on the streets and eventually joining the army at a very young age by lying about his age. But this gives you an example of what Jehovah's Witnesses are like. I mean, they're just vile, evil. That's by the way, vile and evil are what you'd call there's a word for it. They're the same spelling, but the spelling is rearranged. They have the same letters, but the spelling is rearranged. There's a word for that.
Anagram?
Yeah, anagram. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yes, it's an anagram. But there you go with that. And so please, anybody out there, not that I personally take offense because I find it so absurd, but don't say to become a Jehovah's Witness and straighten your life out. You might as well say like jump in La Brea tar pits or something. So that being said, I do want people to know that this is a weird month for me. It's a month in which my mother died on the 19th, and my father died exactly 1 week after that on the 26th. In terms of the dates that they died on March, but in terms of the time that they died. My dad died 5 years before my mom did. My legal father died 5 years before my mother did. But they both died only a week apart in the birth month of my sister, and they both died at the age of 87 years of age.
Wow.
So, they were both the same age when they died. They're exactly 5 years apart and only a week apart. I keep thinking sometimes because, there's a lot about that I block out or try to just forget. But my mother actually died about a week after Fukushima Daiichi. So Fukushima Daiichi was 3/11, which of course is got its own occult meaning, 3/11, March 11th. And so it was on March 11th that this coming Monday will be the memorial date for Fukushima Daiichi meltdown. Probably we'll go into a bit of the history around that. So my mother died on the 19th, about a week, a little more than a week after, and it was almost as if she went to do some angel work over there back in Japan. So I've always had that kind of feeling about it. So it was the same year, the same month, and about a week after Fukushima Daiichi. And sometimes I think of her as having died just a few days before Fukushima Daiichi, but it was actually a little over a week after. of course, I've gone into the bizarre conditions behind her death, and like I said, it strikes me more and more as the years pass on that the Dietrich was involved. For those of you who don't remember the story or the general parameters of the story, at that time, I had brought my mother into a kind of a hospice facility, like a rest facility. Now, this was, of course, after I had produced Roswell and the Rising Sun, that video, which itself is a whole horror story behind that. And what else would it be? But of course, when I left to produce it, my gang brother Beaver tried to stop in once or twice during the day to check in on my mother. And of course, we had a prescription for a fastener for the bed because my mother's brain injury was such that I was able to get an MD's prescription for a belt that kept her safely fastened to the bed with adult diapers and, of course, the bed pads underneath her for that day. That's something, of course, that the MD has to have an enormous trust in the person who gets that prescription because, of course, it's you're basically binding someone against their will. And this can only be used with people who are potentially a danger to themselves, in my mother's case, because of the extreme nature of the brain injury. Now, when I came home, of course, it was sometime after Beaver had come in and checked on her once. We know he did that. Sometime after that, the place was completely trashed, and she was on the floor. And when I took her to the hospital, and they performed all of the imaging on her heart, as they said, there was a surgical cut in her main aorta to her heart. And the surgical cut was in two places. This was as if it were done with a surgical scalpel. And they said that it was this very fine cut in two places in the main artery leading to her heart, that they'd never seen anything like it. They said that somebody would have had to have opened her chest cavity to perform this level of open heart surgery, but obviously her chest cavity had not been opened. And there was no particular bruising to her chest, so whatever happened was completely unnatural. And as far as the doctors said, supernatural. They said the true miracle was that she was not dead, because at any moment, they said at any moment, that vein that had been cut so neatly in two places would slip out, her chest cavity would fill with blood, and she would die. So they said that she'll die any second. And but of course she lived for days after that. So I'd have to look back to exactly what date the Roswell and the Rising Sun was filmed on. So when it came to that incision, I've had stupid people, like when I was interviewed about this, and people would leave comments underneath these video interviews. And of course they'd say just outlandishly stupid things like, oh, Douglas Dietrich is obviously paranoid and conspiracy-minded because such a thing is physically impossible. Her heart just shattered with ossification and the kind of brittleness that comes with the congestion of the arteries. Of course, she never had a history of heart congestion in the sense of the congested arteries and the fat tissue building up inside of them. These are just, wretched people who think because they have some medical training that they can just try and come up with their own diagnosis when they're in no position to diagnose. As I said, it was MDs that were there that conducted the imaging. And it was what it was, not what these people try and revise it into being. So this is similar to cattle mutilation technology at that level of bizarre application of surgical laser-like incision without penetrating certain areas, as they find in certain cattle mutilations in certain cases. That kind of technology was obviously used upon her. But as I said, the reason that she died was not because of that. The reason that she died was because basically the window was left open during San Francisco's storm of the century. The day that she died, people can look up the record of this, San Francisco suffered its worst storm in history. The worst storm in San Francisco history. I mean, like, the worst. It was like outrageous gales. The Golden Gate Bridge was swinging in the wind, all that shit. 18-wheeler trucks on the bridge were like basically toppled over. It was this catastrophic storm that San Francisco had never experienced before or since. And so somebody left the window completely open by her bed, and she was completely saturated in ice cold water, and died of pneumonia. Essentially a fairly peaceful death. She did not bleed out. She never did suffer that bleed out. She died of pneumonia. Now, that night, or rather leading up to that night, there was this bizarre nurse that was in the hospice that I had put her into, which the doctors had recommended because of her condition, because of the incisions in her main vein leading to her heart. This nurse was dressed like a nurse. Like people will dress like nurses on Halloween, dress like a nurse. Nurses don't dress like that anymore. Of course, nurses only dress in scrubs, and they look like shit. This nurse looked like a lingerie nurse, like a nurse dressed up in the costume of a nurse, the way nurses used to dress before they all went to shit. You know, back when they used to marry doctors. This was before women could become doctors. Once women could become doctors, then doctors would only marry stethoscope to stethoscope. They'd only marry other doctors. Just like CEOs will only talk tie to tie. And everybody else who's in the mailroom or something like that is going to be ignored. When it comes to nurses, that would be how they would progress in the social ladder. They'd become a nurse and then marry a doctor, just like maids would marry the rich guy. But once women became doctors, all nurses went to shit. They couldn't marry doctors anymore, so they all went to shit. And nursing went to shit. But at any rate, this nurse was dressed like a nurse. And she was Chinese, and she looked like a stripper, like a costume, like some Chinese girl dressed up as a nurse for Halloween. I kept asking, who is that? What is she doing here? And they kept saying, oh, she's on exchange from Taiwan. She's, on an exchange program of nurses from Taiwan. I said, what's her name? Oh, I can't find her name. Nobody could find her name. It's like, oh, she's just supposed to be here from Taiwan. That's all we know. And, of course, unfortunately, the whole thing was dominated by Russians. So they really didn't fucking care. They're too busy drinking. Just for people who don't know, Russians tend to dominate the health industry in the United States. They all came to the United States, and they became the supervisors of all the Filipinos who do all the scut work. And for years, Filipinos have dominated the health industry, where they all become nurses in the United States. After the white woman couldn't marry doctors anymore, white women stopped becoming nurses. So then all the Filipinos came to the United States and became nurses because they had, they knew they weren't going to marry some doctor. They were just going to be a nurse. And again, another reason why all nursing went to shit. And then the Russians came over after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and things really went to shit because they took over as the supervisors of all the Filipinos. And after that, nothing got done. And it became just like the Soviet Union, just recycled plastic water bottles for IVs and shit. At any rate, what happened was that, so nobody could identify this girl, and I suspect she killed my mother. Now, I don't hold it against her at all. I honestly think that she was either an agent or a holographic image sent by the Dietrich architect to basically, make certain that my mother suffered as little as possible, and that I was relieved of this overwhelming burden on my life that, of course, was killing me. So that was something Peter's always brought up. Peter always says, have faith in the architect. This kind of incident before he even ever, years before he ever said that, kind of shows that I always have. But that was, there you go. There's that story. And so back to Peter.
Thank you for that story. Did it ever occur to you, when you described that incision, and I've heard you talk that story before, but for the first time, it occurred to me, this sounds like the work of Aquino.
Oh, of course, it was affiliated with him. That goes without saying. It was certainly, it's deep black. We're talking about very deep black budget. a deep state, black budget, and it was done, of course, in direct retaliation for my Roswell and the Rising Sun presentation. The other thing about, if anyone's curious with the nurse, like if anyone asked me naively, innocently, why didn't you ever approach her? Of course, I kept trying to approach her. Whenever I would approach her, she would just run away. So I couldn't get anywhere near her. And of course, I had my own responsibilities with my mother. So she avoided me like the plague. And nobody could get any info on her. And in the end, then, you know, what happened to my mother happened. But certainly what happened to her in terms of the incision, that was obviously due to Aquino and his affiliates. Yeah, that almost goes without saying. And so let's see now. I notice some other people in the chat room. Did you? Jan Ike K is saying, did you have the opportunity to save the images? What images? So anyhow, whatever. So I think it was a little late with my question, but yes, it was pretty common in Europe to get most medical images on a CD right here after they are taken. I can't even get my own images in the United States. I try to get records of the surgery for myself. I'm just lucky I have what I have on record, that they performed the surgery at all. So in the United States, they destroy everything as soon as they can. And especially a place like that, because they're trying to avoid a lawsuit. So you know, there's no describing these places. If I went to the description about when my mother's death happened, and then they say, you've got to get the body out of here right now. Yes, just like right now, you've got to get the body out of here right now. We cannot have a body here. And so I have to first call the paramedics to perform the final checkup. And literally the paramedics show up, and you're talking about people who have no... It's unbelievable. Everyone is so stupid, so unprofessional, so incompetent. It wound up with the paramedics literally trying to hold two phones together, trying to get people to talk to each other from different departments, claiming, you know, that this was the only way they could get, like, maybe the mortician's truck over here to pick my mother's body up. I mean, this is how... And of course, the two phones couldn't understand each other. This is like a cartoon. If you've ever seen cartoons where somebody's holding two phones together in their hands, trying to get the two phones to talk to each other, this is what the paramedic was literally doing, like an idiot. And so it's this is what we're dealing with. And that's just one memory. I mean, it's just nonstop. All of this. You think about trying to sue these people for all of their incompetence and everything else. It's just... It's no point. It's after a while, you know, the lawsuits I had won in the past were already, it's just a waste of time, because there's a ceiling on what you can get in damages, and you spend it all on your attorneys. It's just a nightmare. But yeah, so such being said, there you have it. Maybe I could try and access my mother's records. It's something... of course, that I haven't even bothered. It's, if anything, my biggest problem at that point was of course, tending to her burial, dealing with the people in upstate New York who I really despise, to have her buried next to her husband. In the vicinity, of course. For those who don't know, she's buried in the vicinity of my father. They're not buried side to side. And this was to avoid them being sabotaged, because, of course... Richard K. Cole Jr. was already threatening the body of my mother at that time. Just think, all of this individual has just been hounding me because I didn't have sex with them to make a porno film in San Diego when they were making all of those Marine Corps porno films, which, of course, they're still back to making at this point in history. You know, my shutting down that ring was only a temporary blip in their operations. All right, back to Peter again. Of course, this is just, you know, whenever I think about any of this, it's also disgusting. There's no point. I mean, you know, when I think back on it, the horror of my situation was, of course, not sleeping for days. You know, back then, in times like that, I wouldn't sleep for a week at a time. Quite serious. had this piece of shit named Jay Cornell. I paid $1,000 to drive me down to deliver the Roswell presentation. The human piece of shit wanted to stay awake on the way home, so he wouldn't let me sleep on the way home while he's driving. And then, of course, I came home to find my mother like that, so there was no sleep to be had when I got home, awake for another 2 days. It's just endless. It's just my entire life is just, it's not even worth relating. It's just one long story of just misery and constant attack by the enemy, the Edomites. Just relentless, yeah, and just every day. You people have absolutely no idea what it's like. This is why, by the time that I had shut down the Presidio military base because of the human child trafficking, the largest disruption of human child trafficking in human history, when I followed that up with a second shutting down of the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot child pornography that the Marines were producing, where I was supposed to have originally rendezvoused with Richard K. Cole Jr. to have sex in a porno film with him involving young children. This is something that if anybody has any problems believing any of this, I've gone in depth before as how the Marine Corps was involved with trying to recruit entire families into turning their children over for sex films that they were making. And when it comes to the entire affair that I've been dealing with all my life, just think of all of the peripheral things I had to deal with just aside from that. The aftermath of the horror of just shutting these places down, and then the Marine Corps thereafter, of course, denying that I ever served, burning all the records that proved that I served. And ironic, of course, an ironic fate for a documents destruction expert like myself. Here's an example for people who may have some problems believing this. There was a guy named Stephen Lewis. He was a private first class stationed in Camp Pendleton, California. He served in the Combat Logistic Regiment, number 5. And he was arrested on September 14th in 2013 in Morgan Hill, California, where he had gone to rendezvous with a family of 3. That's because he had arranged for a pornographic film to be filmed with the father and his 2 underage children. And he gifted them Marine Corps t-shirts to his underage sex partners. Basically had all these conversations online about this planned sexual encounter with a 12-year-old boy and his 11-year-old sister. Their father met him on familyforlove.com, which promotes incest. Of course, this guy turned out to be an undercover agent working for the Department of Homeland Security. All this happened only because I told the Department of Homeland Security about the operation that was going on. And this was just one of the guys who was collaterally busted. This is this is your average Marine. If anybody thinks these guys are heroes, you're out of your goddamn mind. So, of course, when they arrested him, they found out that he had a huge possession of child pornography, and they busted him on felony counts of enticement of children. So I could go on, but it's just one example. But in terms of the price I had to pay all my life with all the shit that went down there after, the people who filmed the Roswell and the Rising Sun, as soon as they filmed it, then they tried to keep all of the contents, and of course threatened to sue me. It's like, you're just dealing with the bottom of the barrel every step of the way. It's like finally I just gave them thousands of dollars to get the footage, and then they sued me again, claiming that I had ripped them all off just to see how much money they could get. Of course, the second lawsuit failed. But how do you bring people like this to justice? It just goes on and on. There's nothing that you get as a reward for saving children from human trafficking. It's just everybody's a piece of shit out there. And all they do is they complain about human child trafficking. But when I try to become a public informer, talk about it, I never did get the footage of the documentary they filmed about the Pendleton Marine Corps base and San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot. The same crew that filmed Roswell and the Rising Sun took thousands of dollars from me and just kept all the footage. So it's like, you can't win. And then, of course, like I said, they tried to sue me repeatedly, claiming that I had put their lives in danger because of the threats they received afterwards, and that they had to keep the film to keep themselves safe, as their only collateral. This is the kind of madness that I've had to deal with. Finally, there was one time when I was walking up to the salon to rendezvous with that garbage juice in a douchebag named V, when I saw a guy walking up the street carrying a child, and the child was screaming and bashing against the back of him. I didn't even call the police. I told myself the world's not going to end because another child goes missing. I'm tired of taking the heat for rescuing kids. That's the spot I'm in now. I mean, if I see women or children being assaulted at the side of the road, I'll just keep staring ahead and keep on moving. You people have proven that helping you brings me nothing but assault, attack, grief, and you just all in the end don't deserve to be helped. Maybe you all deserve being trafficked as children. Certainly as adults, you've proven yourselves not worthy of anything. None of you. Anyhow, so back to Pete. Honestly, the bitterness should be understandable if anyone even has any hint of what I've been dealing with.
It is understandable, and it has to do with the phrase of no good deed goes without being punished. And it's like this sort of observation of this sort of experience is what turned L. Ron Hubbard into what he became.
Yes.
Just, okay, it's a sucker's world. And in his case, I think he took it too far.
Understandably so.
At you point too far. It's true, but one cannot abandon hope and goodwill and all of that. And there are good days, there are bad days, there are better days, and we have made progress here.
True.
I want to remind people to donate to Douglas, upper right-hand corner. Next Wednesday, I'll be back Sunday, but Wednesday, I'll have my friend Yonda with me.
Excellent.
She's going to work on you energetically.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it will be wonderful. I'm sure it'll be a wonderful show. I'm looking forward to it. The only other thing I want to say is another aspect of shooting a rifle
yes,
is not only is it awkward to shoot, it has a kickback.
that's right. It would have knocked it out of her hands had she been pointing it at her chest, because she would have had nothing to buffer it against unless she had put the butt of the rifle against the wall. But then that would have still probably scuffed out of her hand anyway, the recoil.
It makes no sense.
No, of course not. It's all crap. She was murdered. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, and the, I guess what I call the solidification of that has been is now acknowledged and recognized.
Yes.
All right. Do you know what you're going to monologue on tonight?
Yes, because of course I've been avoiding it for quite some time. I'm going to go back to geopolitics. I'm going to, of course, go a bit into the Super Tuesday and point out some aspects of it. Obviously, we're headed towards a Trump-Biden rematch, and it's the last thing on earth America needs is two old white men going at each other again. But
You know who disappeared from the foray?
who?
Can't,
Yeah,
you
okay.
don't hear a
RFK?
thing about him right now.
Yeah. I've seen him about. He's lurking, but thank God he didn't who knows? He may show up again. Is there
He
damage he
will
can
show
do?
up. This is not a time for him to be, strutting his stuff.
Yeah.
But, you just kind of like all of a sudden you don't hear a peep out of his camp,
Yeah.
which is probably strategic. Wait till everybody's so sick and tired of, the existing stuff that, he might appear in a different context.
You might be giving him too much credit by saying that it's strategic. I mean, it's more like, let's take a look at RFK and see if we find. I'm sure I can find something on the son of a bitch, because I just saw something about him. It's here we are. RFK Jr.'s campaign says he has enough signatures to get on ballot. That was 16 hours ago. So yeah, unfortunately, he's out there. 4 hours ago, RFK Jr. nears major ballot wins in 3 battleground states. RFK Jr. says he's qualified for ballot in Nevada. That's 15 hours ago. So, yeah, unfortunately, he's out there. Here's Forbes magazine. Polls show RFK Jr. could hurt Biden more than Trump. But as he gains ballot access in a key swing state, then Forbes tells me I'm using an ad blocker, which was the only thing I got out of that stupid call to the Pakistanis who otherwise. And by the way, the ad blocker has been no benefit, I assure you. it's been nothing but a bane. But okay. That being said, there's the latest on Robert Francis Kennedy Jr. It is what it is. We live in a nightmare. And the fun, yeah.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
It's true. But we used to have Cheney and Bush.
Touche.
It's like it seems so bad now.
Yeah.
But we had Cheney and Bush.
Yeah.
I frankly think I can't imagine. Biden is no good, but he doesn't seem as bad as either one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't mean to imply he's good.
I understand.
But, Cheney, even the press called him Darth Vader.
It's true. It's true. And, of course, that's an insult to the character of Darth Vader. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. Well, we love you dearly, Peter, and thank you so much for everything, as always. Your help is invaluable. And as you said, we had a very productive conversation the other day. We might be talking again in the morning if you care to join us, or if you happen to be able to do so.
I might, and I don't know. I will say I got a lot. I
Understood.
got a big day tomorrow.
Understood.
But in any case, again, donate to Douglas, and I'll see you on Sunday.
Okay. All right.
Okay, good.
Blessed be. Yes. Sweet dreams. And that's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. He's, what I'm going to do now is call everyone so I can take my refreshment, and God knows I need it. And we will now enter into the roundtable phase for a little bit before I go into monologue. And tonight, once I start monologue, I really intend to take it as far as I can, unless they knock me offline, which is always possible, perhaps even inevitable. And with that, let's see who we can find here. Of course, as I've said before, Brandon Young doesn't really show up in my list, so I just add him as a kind of reflex. This is done out of a sense of, how do I say it, nostalgia. And Beyond that, let's see who else we find on the list that shows up. Memo Albano. Sid, of course, I'll get to him in a minute. Amy Como, that goes without saying. And Antonia Leslie. Brooke Gibson, should she care to join us. Esther, of course, she's always welcome. She left me a message the other day that I found moderately amusing. I'll show that later. And Samuel Romero, Amanda Ute, Victoria Hobbs, and of course Sid. There we are. And let's see what else is here. Guess that's what comes most immediately to mind. Let's press that add button. And okay, here we are.
Hello, Douglas.
Hello, Sid. There we are. And okay, so now you know. And there we are. I see you've left me some messages about my mother's death. I'll look at those later.
Yeah, that's something. That's a thing that maybe we could discuss privately, because it's alarming.
Oh, Brandon Young has joined us. So Brandon, let's test your audio. Say hello.
Hello, I'm coming through. Okay.
You're coming through, I think. Yeah, pretty much. And,
Am I coming through?
Yes,
Am I
yes.
audible?
Yes, you are. You are audible. I can't see your... There you are. Okay, there you are. And
Yeah, I'm still in the haunted school, so it's like 9 o'clock came around real quick, you know.
Haunted. Ooh.
yeah, yes. Oh, tell him that Brandon does not know
Yeah,
about the haunted
basically-
school. Yeah.
I basically work at Hogwarts from Wish.com.
Yeah.
Sure you do. Yeah,
Is that
right.
skepticism, Brandon? Is that skepticism I detect, Brandon?
Oh, it's like me saying if I worked in Narnia, okay, or at Miskatonic University or something.
No, I said Hogwarts from Wish.com. So like a
Oh, okay, gotcha.
rip off, like a rip off Hogwarts.
So yeah, I do believe that actually.
Yeah.
Is this like the Make-A-Wish Foundation where like retarded cancer children are gonna die and Mickey Mouse shows up?
This
And
guy
have-
teaches.
No, actually,
This guy teaches, and he uses terms like that. How on earth? How on earth did they not purge that
the
from
best
your
school I
vocabulary?
worked at was actually a special ed school.
I
There you
work with such. I have the right to say it. It gives me more of a right to say it. And I don't think. I'm just saying, like, Make-A-Wish Foundation, everybody knows, is usually cancer kids with bald heads
Yes.
because they go through chemotherapy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I think we
Okay.
got the general background about why the cancer kids are bald. Your description is such that it might leave a little to be desired. You might need to hire an editor to help you kind of rephrase that, but I guess, we just got to be careful. I've already been hit for, a past episode because I've, violated community standards, but they seem to be going after something more obscure than, protected groups of vulnerable people. So we're probably safe.
Yeah, I wonder what you said on MLK Day.
I found out what it
2000.
was. I forwarded you the email. Did you see the email?
No, I haven't checked.
Yeah, it's the Battle of Los Angeles. It's what we said about the Battle of Los Angeles, and
Yeah, they keep hitting that one for some reason.
yeah, well, we know why, because they can first they claim that because that we're turning people off to vaccines, and the reality is we can't even talk about it because we don't want this episode to get hit. But the reality is they're hitting it because the Battle of Los Angeles exposes that the Americans lost the Pacific War. So
Exactly.
That's why they keep hitting
That's
it.
like your most not convincing, but what would be the word, like most
The most compelling argument.
compelling argument.
Yeah, the most compelling, or rather the most compelling factor in the overall argument, because it just is undeniable and it hits, so
Spanish flu.
cuttingly, yeah. And by the way, we gotta be careful not to bring up the Spanish flu either, because they hit us a few times for that. Yeah, so don't bring up the Spanish flu.
So I guess we can just stick with like succubus and
Yeah.
or kids or something.
Yes. like you can go over again how John Evans, the succubus shows up in his room. I realize now why she left him alive. She left him alive because she realized his life would be far more miserable if he lived. That killing him would be an act of mercy. So she left him.
Bastard.
Yeah, she left him alive.
No, listen, John is doing great. Update John, everybody. I do Bible study with him every Thursday. We'll do it tomorrow night, probably. And he just moved into his apartment with his betrothed, Sam, who's a beautiful girl.
Mm-hmm.
And they're getting married and they have their own apartment. So God bless him. He couldn't get what he wanted out of the Catholic Church, which was a leadership role.
Mm-hmm.
And to be married at the same time and to be a priest. So, it was kind of tough. And so he's in the Lutheran church now,
Mm-hmm.
John Evans, but he's doing a great job. That's his vocation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing that. I will think of several smart aleck comebacks to that later. But for right now, I'm going to indulge myself in refreshing myself. Now, you gentlemen have got this, right?
Yes.
That
Gentleman with me? Is there?
Brendan.
Carry on.
Yes, Brendan. You kind of are gonna, the problem is Brendan's still at that school, and he winds up with his throat wrapped in chains and shit whenever the ghosts attack him. So we're not quite sure if he's going to be able to carry the conversation per se.
Right.
But it's going to be Brandon Young and Sid and Aristides, and hopefully Brendan participates. So now, gentlemen, maybe we should start off with a course of conversation that you are all passionate about. Think of something that you're all passionate about that I can hear you get into before I take my leave. So I feel a bit more secure. Now, is it going to be like dildo websites? Is it going to be what recreational narcotics again?
Okay.
Pete told me. Yeah, go on, Brandon.
No, that might get us struck, Douglas. Let's not go X-rated.
Okay.
I mean,
dude, the last time I left these guys, well, you were there the second time that we went into drugged dolphin rape, and Amy Como was on my ass about that. So yeah,
dolphins are rapists.
Yeah.
That's like mainstream John Lilly research, but this stuff we got to keep. I think because you did get struck apparently.
Yes.
So
no, actually, thankfully, there was no channel strike. They removed content. Of this old episode from January of 2021. But that being said, or that being qualified, we don't want to get another strike. So, yes, of course, we have to maintain some, certain parameters. But, Brandon, what do you suggest?
Well, I suggest that, I think the last time he got struck was Ian West. There was this guy, Ian West, that would come on. I think he did a couple of things that weren't great. But what we should be aware of is that YouTube can go back in time and look at all your streams and go through all of them and decide whether or not it's appropriate to copy strike.
Well, that's what they've been doing, yeah. But
Right.
when it came to, I think the last strike actually was after the Ian West one. It was another one after the Ian West one. I don't even remember what that one was about. But it's I could always look it up. It was one of these things that there's no point in even dwelling on it because we might repeat the quote-unquote offense. So in terms of where you gentlemen will go with this, I think that you held on pretty good with works of fiction. Both of you were speaking about Stephen King at the...
Oh, yeah.
Yes, so there's something. And what is this? I'm afraid to look at it. Aristides was bringing something up. Okay.
So it's related to, these guys seem to have a lot of knowledge. I remember conversations about Charles Manson and this whole world of stuff, and this seemed to be related to it. Just something I saved, I came across. Let me see. Did they mention some of that was in there?
Dude, aren't you concerned that this could be perceived as strike worthy because it involves a protected minority?
What? Well, no, it's mainly talk about like MK Ultra type stuff. Like, let's keep it to that.
Well, just don't.
What minority?
Just don't read it out loud. Just don't read it out loud.
Weird cult leaders, are they a minority? I don't know.
Yeah. And anyhow, Daniel Ellsberg. It is relevant due to the Daniel Ellsberg element. We can bring it up later, maybe. But yes, guys, don't address this when I'm gone. Don't address this while I'm gone.
I'm just popping stuff. We don't have to talk. I'm just popping stuff in there.
Daniel Ellsberg.
God. Yeah. What's that?
Yeah.
Brandon.
I met Daniel Ellsberg at Amherst College, and I saw him, and then backstage and met him. And that is somebody what would you call him, a whistleblower, Douglas, or an informant?
Pretty much, yeah. He's like one of the originals, yeah.
Yeah, from the Pentagon Papers and so on.
Yeah.
And he was tortured by the government for the rest of his life, to the point where he was actually, I don't want to talk out of school, but I think he was schizophrenic.
Wow.
Even though he lived but he was just like, for almost good reason, he basically exposed the Vietnam War and things. So he was persecuted for the rest of his life.
What did they do to him to persecute him?
Psychotronic warfare, gaslighting, everything they do to you, basically.
Wow, welcome to my fucking world. It sounds like he couldn't handle it. I
wish you two. Yeah, right. Well, he lived to a 70, right? So he did handle it for a little bit. He tried his best, but
you said he was schizo. That's not handling it.
Well, diagnosable, right? So maybe. And but yeah, he had a hard time like doing his everyday stuff.
Jesus, no wonder we never heard of him again. I was saying, what did he ever do with the rest of his life?
He published a few books, and he did edit some books, and he I forget the name of the press right off the hint. South End Press out of Boston actually published some of his works and his talks, and they transcribed them. I helped them transcribe the Amherst College lecture that he gave, which was really great because it happened right in the beginning of the Julian Assange WikiLeaks thing and all this stuff. So he had stuff to say about it, which was interesting. But yeah, he's passed away now. But anyway, I just wanted to say, like, you and him are in a certain lineage with, like, as a whistleblower to crimes that, I don't know, would otherwise be forgotten.
Thank you. I mean, I don't take that as anything offensive. We got some new links being put up by our man Aristides. One of them is Russia says it's considering putting a nuclear power plant on the land they conquered, I presume. The land they're occupying.
Right.
Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah, that's because they're such nice people and they're so stupid. And
yeah. Russia and China, nuke plant on the moon.
Yeah, that reminds me of that article.
Yeah.
I was hoping you guys would bring that up. They're gonna put a nuclear power plant on the moon.
Sweet.
So Brendan, are you going to be able to join these gentlemen in holding a conversation so I can leave in good conscience for about 10-15 minutes?
It'll take me some time because I have some people waiting on me, and my phone is very low on battery.
Okay.
So I have to focus for a second, and then I will return.
Okay. You do what you need to do. So, gentlemen, it's on you. It's on you, Brandon, Sid, Aristides. Yeah. Sid, I'll tell you what. I do not mind your sharing your experiences. Apparently somebody told you about my mother's death before it happened, or said this was their plan. You're welcome to share that with Brandon and Aristides, and you gentlemen can take the conversation anywhere you want. Fiction is fine too. Both of you did a great job with the Stephen King cosmology. Peter Moon told me he was kind of put off by Sid and Nemo being alone the other day. It was the last break I took in the latest episode. And he said that basically Sid started talking about, he said basically Nemo started talking about how the drugs he used to use, and then Sid responded with some other drug talk. Peter found that he was put off by that. I'm not quite sure that really matters, that stuff, because We've never been hit for that. So if you guys want to go off in that direction, I don't give a shit, personally. But just make sure you're passionate about it and that you keep the bandwidth burning. And, Aristides, don't be afraid to interject. Get in there. Get in there and, participate. Yeah. And,
Yeah.
Thanks
for pep talk.
Yes. And, all right.
Very good.
So, like I said, Sid, don't be afraid to start it off with what happened and what you found out about my mother long before her death. And okay, I am going to be back. I will go mute for now. I can always review this later just to hear what Sid is saying and catch up with it if I am unable to ascertain what's being discussed when I come back, because you may have gone off in a different direction at that point. And so I'm going to go mute and one last look at the chat room, see if there's any suggestions from the wonderful people in chat. And let's take a look now. There's Tolkien study. Beyond the Vanishing Point says Bush Cheney and Rumsfeld. Yes, he's bringing up how it's been worse in the past. So we're maintaining good numbers, about a quarter of 100, 26 concurrent viewers, which means it's orders of magnitude higher than that. When it gets published, you'll see that. But these are what they call concurrent, meaning that they're simultaneous. Okay, and El Nemo says Peter Moon didn't mind me mentioning pot and vaping, laughing my ass off. Yes, that was it. That apparently put him off. I don't know why. Like I said, we've never been struck for that. But Nemo, jump on. Jump on the call, for God's sake. So let me tell him that in print. Jump on band with Nemo. Jump on bed with Nemo. And then he says, typical old man. Probably a generational thing. Yeah, they're kind of uptight about that. In his day, he would have said, you need to join Scientology, young man, and purge yourself of those temptations. He says, I just woke up. You think anyone cares, Nemo? Half these guys sound like they just fucking woke up, and they sound like that throughout the day. Okay.
Oh, please.
And, okay.
I just woke up too, by
Been
the way.
awake for over an hour. Okay.
Yes. And what's his name? Real Tech. Real Tech Geek says, I know I'm late to wish you happy year of the dragon. Let me tell him. Let me call him. See if that's somebody who doesn't show up on my list. And you've never met Real Tech, Sid, but the two of you would probably get along.
Yeah.
And let me see, where's the call button, the add button here? And let me push in the, that didn't work. How do I do this? Oh, press add, and then Real Tech. Okay, Real Tech, and here we go. And Brandon jumped off, and no, I meant Brendan. Sorry. The enemy cause gets you both mixed up, so I do too.
Douglas, did you just become the enemy?
There you go. I'm my own worst enemy in all too many ways, I assure you. So. In terms of Brendan just dropped off. He's probably recharging, or with these other people he said we're waiting in line for him. And so I'm just going to wait to see if Real Tech jumps on, responds to the call. If he does, that would at least be some added conversational potential. Okay. Not much.
Like we talk Stephen King.
Yeah, let's go. We got it.
Okay, I'm going mute.
All right.
Pet Cemetery.
All right, let's start with Pet Cemetery. I think that was that his Stephen King's first book?
No.
Was it?
That's a few books in, but he threw that one. He threw the manuscript away because it was too disturbing, and his wife pulled it out of the garbage can, read it, and told him that he had to proceed. It's too good.
You know this? Wow. All right.
And so
all right, you advanced to another level in my understanding. So all right, so go ahead. Yeah.
So we can talk about the differences a little bit there between the book and the movie.
Yeah. So how much books have you read by Stephen King?
I've read tons. Like
all
I
right.
couldn't right now. Exactly.
When did you start reading Stephen King?
Teenager. Well, no, earlier than that. Actually, my mom
Really?
would read me It when I was a little kid.
Oh,
So
cool.
I was very aware of Stephen King from the
She-
time I was about 5 years old.
She read you It.
Yep.
That's insane to me. When I was a kid, you know how I got introduced to it was my dad had like 3 channels on. It was like ABC, C-SPAN, and like the Boston Bruins, right? And it was the most boring thing but it was cool to sleep over his house. And then, but he would have the TV on all night, and he would have on either the Three Stooges, right, or like Twilight Zone, weird Twilight Zone episodes, but also Stephen King miniseries. It was a miniseries called It, not the new one they made, but it was like,
Yeah. Tim
and
Curry.
he's like, Brandon, you got to see this. He's like, down here we float, and I was like, and it scared the living daylights
Well,
out.
it's a lot like that the realm of the anti-gods, you know, that they're stuck in. It's that place that Douglas has described, you know,
That's
the
exactly right. Stephen King is
hell.
yeah, exactly. Well, that branches because Pennywise, as we learn into the whole, we'll get into the whole Stephen King universe, is that Pennywise is actually an entity that has taken many different forms, just like Randall Flagg from.
But they're not the same character.
They're
They
not.
are
They're
two
definitely
distinct
not the
characters.
character. No. But they're archetypes. And what was it? Pennywise comes from he's basically an alien.
Yeah, Pennywise is an extraterrestrial arachnoid type
Yeah.
of
Thank
creature who
Speed.
is actually a woman. He is a mother
Right.
spider basically,
Yep.
and he's a shapeshifter, and
Yeah.
he feeds on human emotion.
He's
So
like
he's on
eyes.
fear.
Too. And if you stare at those eyes, you'll go insane. Basically, these 3 sort of
He
eyes.
called the deadlights. If you
The
meet
deadlight.
Pennywise and you look into his eye, the deadlights are peeking into that anti antimatter hell state,
Yeah.
and it drives people crazy and whitens their hair. But
Is that
yes,
right? Oh, wait. I forgot about that.
yeah, that's it. But yeah, we
That's
can
it.
talk it. But Pennywise, but Pet Cemetery, I think is.
Do you like that? Yeah, I didn't like it that much. I thought
I thought it's far more disturbing. I mean,
what was the Bram Stoker reinvention he did with Maine and Collingswood and Dark Shadows, which apparently
the Bram
a lot of people are
Stoker
fans of.
shit. I'm not sure what you're talking about with that one. I know he's done
It
a couple
was
of short stories with vampires.
a lot.
Salem's Lot.
Yeah, it's basically if Bram or whatever Dracula ended up in Maine, which actually is the premise of Dark Shadow.
Yeah, you know, they use the metaphor of the worm a lot.
That's right, the worm.
And they do
You
that
know where
in
the worm comes
Lair
from?
of the White Worm as well.
Worm is WYRM. Same thing with weird. Weird is WYRD. And the Macbeth with the weird sisters, it just means like you have a weird, which means that your weird is your fate, essentially. That's your weird. And so and that comes from weird. Whenever we say weird, that's what that means. Very interesting. Anyway, continue. Yeah. Go with Stephen King. My bad.
No,
So the recent one I read was the Holly Gibney book, Holly, which I loved, and then before that was Fairy Tale, which made me cry.
I'm a little behind now. I have not read these.
Okay. Well, I started reading in
ones
here, so I read 2 years ago, every Stephen King book. Well, whenever pandemic started, right? I was like, I'm going to read every Stephen King book because my brother would read it on the T, which is the Boston Transit subway.
So, do you remember the ending of Pet Cemetery?
No, because I didn't like that. I didn't like animals dying. I didn't just didn't want to read about that, you know. So
yeah, but it's not just about animals dying. It's about death,
yeah.
and it's about one of the evils in Stephen King cosmology, which is the Wendigo. And Pet
Yes.
Cemetery is the first time I ever
The Wendigo.
encountered the idea of the
The
Wendigo.
Wendigo, which is super popular now. Like
Super
everybody
popular.
talks,
I had
right?
never heard when I read the book in
No,
2000.
King came up with it. Yeah.
No, King didn't come up with it.
Well, he didn't come up. I mean, he made it maybe popular or whatever.
No, there's another book by another author who made the Wendigo popular in
Yeah,
literature.
called Indigo, but it was Algernon Blackwood maybe.
That's the one, yeah,
Yeah,
Blackwood.
you're right.
He's got a book where he talks about the
Sure.
Wendigo,
Yeah,
cannibalism.
yeah.
But the thing that trips me out, and I'm trying to get to about Pet Cemetery is, and I'm trying to find out if you remember that there's more to the ending than what is written as the ending,
What
and
do you
what
mean?
what more there is the contents of the little girl's precognitive dreams leading up to when she's with the grandparents.
Oh,
So it tells the story of beyond the point where, do you remember the colleague from the hospital shows up at the house just as Lewis Creed is walking um, the wife's body out
nope.
toward the Micmac burial ground?
No, I didn't read it, man. That's the one
Oh,
I.
you didn't read that one. Oh shit. Okay,
No,
because it's
oh, it's
so
great.
much. It more. There's so much more to the book than the movie in this case. Even though I think it's a really, really good film adaptation. Scared the fuck out of
Yeah,
me as a little
yeah.
kid.
That's I didn't read it. Yeah.
Yeah, Zelda. I watched. I mean, I grew up on that movie. Like that. That was actually a
There was.
little.
All right, I think this.
Actually, had a little PTSD from the minor
Me too.
PTSD as a kid from that one. I think because
Well, listen, there's a part like which is popular nowadays with our. I live with a lot of Portuguese people from Portugal, and they're around me. They're like the most concentrated Portuguese population in the United States is here, and so anyway, they're cooking rabbit. And if you remember in Pet Cemetery, the movie at least, there's a guy, he comes home and there's a girl, it's from her perspective, and it's like her father, a stepfather. He just goes in the yard and brings out a few rabbits live and just snaps their necks and skins them a lot. Like it's and cooks
you're
them.
talking about the newer movie.
Nah, it was 90s. This is like 90s, maybe. Yeah. It's
Nah,
not
I
newer.
don't think there's rabbits being skinned in the
Yeah,
military movie.
no, he snaps the rabbits' necks. And I think it's Pet Cemetery 1 or 2. Maybe it's Pet
Well,
Cemetery.
okay. Well, if it's two, then that could be. That's
It could be 2. Yeah. On that, I don't know for sure. But it was disturbing nonetheless. And that's probably one of the only reasons why I don't haven't read Pet Cemetery. But I'm glad that you've read it. And but like we should talk about other stuff that we both know, you know?
yeah.
All
I
right.
was under the assumption that you'd read Pet Cemetery.
No, let's just skip that for now. And then
So
let's on to The Stand.
yeah, we got into the
Have you
stand.
read that one?
Yeah, we can get back into the stand a bit.
We've gotten into that. All right. So
What about Tommy Knockers?
how about Needful Things?
Fuck yeah.
All right. So Needful Things is probably one of my do you want to did I tell you about Thinner?
You told me a bit about Thinner, but that there is one that I cannot remember if I've read I may have
All
read
right.
definitely seen the movie.
Story. I think it's in Danse Macabre or something else like that. But anyway, when I was a little kid, I didn't know who Stephen King was, whatever. And I was in Maine with my dad, and we were at some political fundraiser, and out on this land, which was like acres of land and fog, and on the island of Maine, And we saw this light, and we saw this gypsy woman dancing with like a camera, and I'm like, what is this, And I had no idea, I'm a kid. So I didn't find out 2 years later that they were filming Thinner, the movie Thinner.
Yeah.
There, they were like Thinner, when like she's a gypsy woman or whatever. That was filmed. I was like in the background of that movie, but didn't know that till later. But let's go with what were we talking about before Thinner? Stand.
Tommy Knockers.
Needful Things.
Needful Things. Randall. What's the name of the guy in Needful Things who runs the store? Leland Gaunt.
Yes.
Yeah, Leland Gaunt is a fucking badass villain.
Dude. The audiobook is insane.
Okay.
It has like I think Stephen King plays like the music in between the chapters or something like that, and it's the freakiest, like, that he, like, the mother that gets trapped by the Elvis glasses that she puts on, that the guy Leland sells her, Needful Things, and she just hears the king, and she's just entranced by the king, and the king tells her to go murder her son, her daughter, and everybody in that bitch across the way. Like, and he just causes chaos throughout the whole entire this little town in Maine, which ends up being the same town in other Stephen King books and stuff like that. But yeah, he opens up the store, and the way it opens up is this guy's like, "Oh, hello there. I'm from Maine. How are you? Well, you look over there, you'll see the meat cutting factory. Over there, you see this, and then down the street. Well, we don't know. There's a new guy moving in there. I don't know. He says his name is Leland. He's selling antiques, I suppose. Oh, guess I'll tell everybody about it. Maybe they'll go by there."
Yeah, basically the idea, Leland Gaunt opens an antique shop in a small town, and he attracts people, and he gets them to commit very aberrant acts in exchange for something which he'll present them with, which basically he'll conjure something that is deeply personal to an individual, something maybe that they've lost from their past,
rookie
something like
baseball.
that. And then he'll incite that person to go wreak havoc in the community, and in that way, they compromise their integrity, and that's his game. And he drives people to suicide and ruin.
Yep.
And he drives the whole town into a murder frenzy. Basically, everybody's out to kill everybody in town, and Leland Gaunt is walking around, just laughing it up and having a blast, and it's a big game for him,
But he loses at the end, though.
Not really. He just goes on to do his thing in a different town. I mean, one of the characters kind of steps in and quiets things down a bit, but Leland Gaunt just considers that like just one chess game for him. He didn't lose anything. He says he congratulates the guy. He's basically for standing up to himself, Leland. He congratulates that character and tells him some nice things, actually, that he's going to live a long life, that he'll have a grandson, that the grandson will meet Leland at some point. He says he leaves him with that he will meet his grandson somewhere down the line.
Wow,
that's some classic villain shit.
You gotta fight. What about Storm of the Century? Do you like that one? Storm of the Century? Not so many people know about it.
What is all that background noise?
It's probably to be honest with you. I don't think it's Douglas, but probably Brendan.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't realize I was off mute.
Well, I did, so it's okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you guys are on an adventure with me.
Okay.
No, well,
that's what it's turned into.
How are you doing, Brendan, over there?
Doing well. I'm getting gas at this seedy gas station. So if you're any like,
is it like a mom and pop gas station, or is it like a Shell or Electro or what is it?
it's a Shell, but it's like it's
It
like
is?
in the hood. It's like in the hood, and I feel like they have a deal with people where like the machines are super slow on purpose, so you can get mugged.
No, it's half.
Oh yeah, it's
So it's like, typical California night.
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Damn, that's some
That
crazy.
fucking sounds like that where you are
I
roughly.
don't know where you are. California's as big as the coast here on the East Coast, so
That's true.
huge. I mean, I've driven 12 hours and still been in California.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know where you are, east, west, north, south.
Central, or I guess
Oh.
Sacramento Valley.
Oh, okay, it says north for me.
Yeah. North.
Yeah.
And I just want to say hi
uh,
to folks in the chat real quick because they were talking about the Stephen King stuff. Troy Bellamy and
Oh,
Jim,
sweet.
they're asking questions.
Really? Let's go, everybody. Let's talk about Stephen King for sure. If there's interest. While Douglas refreshes himself, and I think he'll have a lot to
I'm gonna
say.
hit my hat right here for a second, but do you guys remember about the BBC radio adaptation of Pet Cemetery? Yes, I do. And yeah, that's a fucking trip. That is fun. That is a fun thing, and I hope it's still on YouTube. It was.
I think it is. If not, hey Brendan,
and
give
then
me a second.
Shane mentions the Lovecraftian influences.
What's up?
Can you mute? Like it was very loud with the beeping, and thank you.
And
sorry.
mentions the Lovecraftian influences in Stephen King.
All right, so I will say Colorado Space, which is basically, you said Needful. No, what was the one? Tommy Knockers. Like Tommy Knockers is basically,
Lovecraftian.
Well, his friend, like even Barry, yeah.
That's the Mist. I was bringing that up. That's the most quintessentially Lovecraftian.
I would say Fairy Tale. You haven't read Fairy Tale yet, have you?
Fairy Tale is one of the more recent ones, and
yes,
I have a harder time getting into the more recent stuff.
Haven't read it,
Douglas can talk about that.
All right,
I haven't, and I will.
If you wait, it drags on, but if you wait around to the end, it's the most, and it starts off with a Lovecraft quote. What is it? Even in strange eons, maybe death may die or something, whatever, So it starts off with that quote, and then it ends off. Spoiler alert, everybody. I'll just say with a Lovecraftian ending, fairy tale ending in a way. It's brilliant. So
he wrote that one with his son, didn't he?
Joe Hill? No. I think he wrote it on himself. He wrote different stuff with his son. But it's about a boy with his dog, and like it's just, dude, it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
I have it on audiobook. I've started to listen to it, but sometimes I start things and it's just not the right timing.
Dude, it's great audiobook. And it passed by very quickly.
Okay, you know what? I just started his
latest Dragon.
Oh, love Eye of the Dragon, yeah.
All right, so it's like that kind of. If you like Eyes of the Dragon, you'll love Fairy Tale because it's in the same universe, kind of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
is it meant to talk about the Crimson King?
Well, there's allusions to different beings in the sort of Stephen King universe, I guess.
Yeah.
So the Crimson King is from where does he make an appearance?
The Crimson King ultimately is Randall Flagg.
Yeah,
so
but
his most prominent appearance.
But he's like the archetype of who Randall Flagg is, because Randall Flagg takes on, what is the name that the person he takes on in Dark Tower series? Oh, it's Crimson King, right?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Pretty. Yeah.
The magician that goes around and he like plays card tricks, the drawing of the three, stuff like that. He's like a
you know what? See, like it's been a while now, so I listened to every audiobook in 2016 of the Dark Tower series.
Yeah, I wish there was a big Steve. I know a few of them. Stephen King fans, and they're huge, and they have like first edition copies of everything that he's ever written, and signed copies in triplicate of that, and rare $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, rare editions of Stephen King.
Yeah.
But phone right now. So, I just got into him a few years ago, and I figured, my God, this guy carries the torch of Lovecraft and Nathaniel Hawthorne. And
well, I was trying to get Douglas to talk about the Mist and how it is based on what they were doing in the Presidio as far as trying to control the anti-gods and weaponize them. And also the Bachman stuff, and Douglas alluded to this being a very personal subject to him, and so I don't know how much he wants to talk about it, but one thing I about Douglas when I was younger and heard about him before he went public is that he had a deep affinity for the Bachman books, and like Rage and The Long Walk, and I think the Mist is not a Bachman book, but it does have the heavy Lovecraftian themes. And then also,
I am back.
Really, Douglas.
Yes.
Before I forget, may I please
continue?
Okay. There was a kid I knew who was having direct contact with Aquino, and he would talk about some of their conversations with some of the goth kids where I was growing up, and he would talk about the Cthulhu thing, and he would talk about his conversations with Aquino about the book The Black House, which is Stephen King writing as Bachman.
Mm-hmm.
And I wondered if you felt like going into any of that. I read that one. What the hell? The one that I just mentioned by Bachman, the freaking Black House. And it goes into LSD. LSD plays a big part in that book as far as like accessing this dimension where they challenge these evil forces. Do you remember the Black House?
Actually, I don't. Black House was written by Peter Straub and Stephen King. I don't believe that was ever a Bachman book.
Okay, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Okay, so just so everybody knows, what our man Sid is referring to is the fact that when I was young, I was deeply impressed by Richard Bachman. And Richard Bachman made a big splash, a lot bigger than most people realize. And Richard Bachman came on the scene with all guns blazing, metaphorically, but it resulted in literal violence. And he started with the book Rage. And the book Rage is about a disturbed young man who's very angry, obviously, and basically shoots his teacher and then takes the classroom hostage. And then what this resulted in was a copycat killing or attempted murder where the boy who read the book Rage was inspired to go out and shoot his teacher. And so this resulted ultimately in this book being effectively banned. And it was taken off the market and withdrawn. But I had my copy, and I found it very relatable. I could certainly relate to everything that the young man was saying in that book in many ways, not all of them. For one thing, he was impotent, except in situations of extreme violence. So he obviously had a pathology when it came to sex, conflated with violence. And when it came to other aspects, though, I could understand his hatred of his fellow classmates and his taking the classroom hostage. And as for shooting his teacher, that was neither here nor there to me. So, but in his case, I could see what he felt was hypocrisy in terms of all of the bullshit he was dealing with in the school scene. But Bachman then wrote a book called Roadblock. And most people are unfamiliar with Roadblock. Probably never heard of it. But it was another... think of Falling Down, the film, but except something that's more serious and not conniving with some Jewish guy pretending to be a white guy who's got a bunch of grievances and goes into a meltdown. Instead, it's about a white guy who goes into a meltdown and basically decides he's going to take on the people who are going to tear down his house in order to build a freeway. And he just goes, on his own rampage. So it's a book about these are just meltdown books, the two meltdown books. But then he did two science fiction books that were dystopian novels. And the first one, of course, that needs to be mentioned first is The Long Walk. And the one he did after that, which needs some explaining immediately because of the horrible film produced by Schwarzenegger. It has nothing to do with the Schwarzenegger film. I mean, admittedly, the Schwarzenegger film is entertaining, but it has nothing to do with the novel. But the book is called The Running Man. And The Running Man starts with a countdown. And it starts with 100 and counts down all the way to 0. And the villain of The Running Man, such as it is a black man who is in charge of a media company. He's not really the ultimate villain. It's society itself is the villain. Society has degenerated into a bread and circuses society. But the black man represents the ultimate house nigger, which is what the hero in the book calls him. And there is, of course, your black good guy who's in the book as well, one of the people raging against the machine, so to speak. And of course there's other characters besides that. But the hero is basically trying to escape being found, and the job of the media is to find him and kill him. And the end of the book results with the hero crashing a plane into a tower with the black guy inside of it, the black villain inside of the tower, whose last words are effectively the last words of the book are he looks out the window and sees the 747 coming in at him and says, "Holy shit." And that's like how the book ends. So this happens, of course, after they kill the hero's wife and daughter. And so then he has nothing left to live for but to crash into the building and eliminate his tormentors, which he does. The Long Walk, you don't even have that kind of satisfaction. It's just all these boys are being walked to the point of death. Theoretically, there is a winner, but they all begin to doubt if that's the case. And the one character who I find the most deserving of the victory would have been the character named Stebbins, who is the second to last to die. But the hero, whose name is Ray Garrity, he lives, and theoretically, and then he's wins the walk. This is for what that's worth. But apparently loses his sanity, at least by that point in the book, at least for that amount of time. It's not necessarily permanent, but you're not given any solution. I mean, these are dystopian books, but they represented the kind of grinding dystopia that I was growing up in, the ghetto environment, the gratuitous sadism. So I always hailed Richard Bachman as the great American author. And I pointed out Stephen King as the exact opposite, as just basically, his books are for killing cockroaches and using as basically your table loses a leg and you pump up Stephen King books underneath it to hold the table up or shit like that, or doorstops. But he had to make that choice in his career, whether he was going to be this novelist that was addressing serious social issues, or whether he was just going to go into the market and get rich and do the horror shit that everybody just ate up.
Haunted toilets, right?
Yes, haunted toilets. Stephen King himself has said this. He says, I have no pride. I'll go for the gross out. But beyond that, Stephen King, for those of you who don't know, of course, did serious drugs, and to the point where he could not remember writing the book Christine. When he was interviewed at one point about the book Christine, he could not remember writing the book. He admitted that when he did the movie for the trucks, what was it called?
Maximum Overdrive.
Maximum Overdrive. He admitted he was high throughout the film.
Oh God, that must have been fun.
Yeah, he said he was high out of his fucking mind throughout directed Maximum Overdrive. It just goes on and on. But Stephen King.
I have a question about Stephen King. Like,
yeah, sure.
If it doesn't distract from the topic.
Of course not. No.
Like there was an interview where he had with George R.R. Martin,
Yeah.
and he was like saying, "Oh, I can write 6 pages a day nonstop for months at a time." And George R.R. Martin, he's just like a fat old guy that's lazy as fuck.
Yeah.
He's like, there's no way I could do that. You know, like that's almost like superhuman. Is Stephen King just that prolific, or is it some kind of like, you know, like that story where the guy learns to play fiddle from the devil, where he's like making deals with entities to be able to write like that? Because I mean, I've tried to write stuff and you get writer's block instantly. Every big writer has that, but Stephen King can write literally nonstop from his own admission without that. So 6 pages a day or more. Is this some kind of deal he made with entities, or do you think he's actually like a prodigy or something?
No, it's all fucking bullshit. He just hires a bunch of kids to do the writing for them after teaching them the Stephen King style, just like Charles Schulz hired, several hundred kids to do Stupid Snoopy and Charlie Brown, and he taught them how to do it his style. And so,
the fact that he was hit by the truck.
Yeah,
van,
yeah. What about it? What does that got to do with? I mean, believe me, it's a decisive point in his life. I can assure you that. Yeah,
it's part of how he ended up hiring a team of people. So the stuff that's being produced now, it's not himself writing.
Yeah, no. It's like at this point, Stephen King's a fucking house name, just like Charles Schulz became.
So why would he say? I mean, I get why he says it, but why would he say that to George R.R. Martin, like just to flex on him or something?
Of course.
Hey, I write.
Of course.
The way he said it was like he would go to his computer. Yeah. Like he would have his coffee, and then write 6 pages, and then go do the rest of his day or something.
Yeah.
That's the way he said it.
Yeah. Of course, it's like, of course, he's just flexing.
He's really brutal with other authors when he gets a chance. Like he ripped to shreds the woman who wrote the Twilight series.
Oh, well, who can blame him for that? I mean, that's almost obligatory. But when it comes to George R.R. Martin, just so people know, George R.R. Martin used to be like Richard Bachman. George R.R. Martin, he used to produce stories that meant something, and I heralded him as a great American author. And so his short stories are collected from his heyday in a book called Songs the Dead Men Sing. And this was back when he was writing. Then he went into hack work. And when he went into hack work with Game of Thrones, at that point, it was just all out the window. He's just writing for money. Go on. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go on.
I've met the guy, and
yes, yeah. Oh, yeah. You had your hand raised. Was this about that? Go on.
No, it was about. I wanted
or
to,
both.
Douglas to address Peter. I forgot about this.
Yeah.
Because he raised a question last episode, which I didn't get to address. So, if I could after this, address that, and it deals with the Hunger Games.
Sure.
And how I first met you. But anyway, so in regards to this issue, we can just skip it.
Well, hey, you go in all the directions. Why not just go in all the directions?
Well, I mean, what is it again? The question. I'm sorry.
Oh, nothing. I was just talking about George R.R. Martin. He used to produce serious work. Yeah, go on.
Sorry. So I met him at MythCon. I think it was 37.
Yeah.
He was a member of the Mythopoeic Society. This is before Game of Thrones. Mm-hmm. He was just a writer. He wrote like short stories.
Yeah.
He wrote fiction. And basically, if you're wondering what George R.R. Martin science fiction is like, it's Game of Thrones in space. That's exactly what it is. It's everybody dies, and they kill each other, and that's it. But
I never saw it that way, but
you did? No, that's how he did it though. There was some I remember one story. I can't think of the name of it, but it's on audio format.
Well, I mean, the one he wrote a number of stories that moved me, but one of them was turned into a graphic novel, which was excellent, and it was about basically an alien ant collection, basically an alien ant colony that a pet collector wound up basically buying illegally, and it takes over his home, his life, and but that got made into a comic. It'd be very hard to make into a film.
That's an Outer Limits episode too, isn't it?
No, not
That's
really.
cool.
It may echo certain Outer Limits themes, but you know, it was on its own. I mean, there's certain things that are very reminiscent of each other, no
He
doubt.
did write
Yeah.
Beauty and the Beast,
You mean for the series, the New York?
this television series.
Yeah. Doesn't
and,
surprise me. Yeah, that makes sense. But the other
Beauty
short
and the-
story I'm thinking of that was translated to a film was Night Flyers, and I.
Ooh,
Oh yeah.
And I could never see the entire film because different things kept popping up, but I'd like to see the entire film because it has this 80s sex bomb that is along the lines of the taste I cultivated growing up when I was first coming into sexual awareness. Of course, it was that kind of look. I don't know how she'd appeal to me today or not, but she's probably... I'm sorry?
joking.
But at any rate, Night Flyers, I think the film, from what I could see of it, adapted the short story very well. But yeah, George R.R. Martin was producing good work. It was quality work, and you know, it was probably pretty downbeat, but it certainly appealed to myself. I never really thought of it as being like Game of Thrones because Game of Thrones is, of course, something that's not even really yet finished. I mean, he hasn't really finished Game of Thrones, but anyhow, George Knight has joined us. George Knight, welcome.
George R.
aboard.
Knight. George R. Knight. George R. Knight Martin. He's like a character from George R. Martin. George R. Knight. Welcome, George Knight.
Thank you for having me on. Hello, Douglas.
So George,
British accent too. All right.
yes,
Cool.
yes. So George, you may already have this newspaper clipping, but Aristides entered a newspaper clipping into the text box. Take a look at it. Germans flew saucers in 1942. Exile claims you may have this, but otherwise download it for your records. And aside from that, of course, what else comes to mind? I wanted to show you, Brandon. Well, George, I mean, certainly you and I will talk. But Brandon, I wanted to show you while Brendan was here the fact that vitamin D can kill people. So there, you can look that article up. You can overdose on vitamin D, and it happened in England, and some guy overdosed on vitamin D. And it killed him, and he was 87, 89. But you know, Brendan knew all the fucking biochemistry behind it.
Well, no, right. Vitamin D is fantastic. I've been taking 5 trillion units. No, but I have been taking it because I know the science too. Actually, years and years ago, and the whole thing is sunlight, and if you don't get enough sunlight, you are deficient in vitamin D. And vitamin D, actually, and D3 especially, helps out in the maintaining of bone structure, which is extremely important. Even if you don't have the muscle, you at least have the bone, a healthy bone, to withstand whatever you want to call it, pressure. So vitamin D is very important, but I've never heard of somebody overdosing on vitamin D, because usually you just piss it out.
I would have
I
to go
haven't
really
taken
nuts with those vitamin D tablets, right? To
No,
overdose
I
and
feel
die?
bad. Yeah, they help. I remember telling Douglas, like, it's so funny that it's like he can see into my thoughts. It's like, because I've been taking so much vitamin D lately, and it's great because it helps out with dreams, it helps out with sleep, it helps out with bone structure, it makes me energized. I mean, I take like lots of different vitamins, but I've never overdosed on vitamin D. I think my body would reject it and piss it out, essentially, if you drink enough water. So I don't know the specific case where someone overdosed on
Well,
vitamin
you
D.
can just look it up. Man dies of vitamin D.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Hey, people overdose on water.
Yes, they do. They do. A horrible tragedy with one case that I remember. But anyhow, before we turn to George, just
Yes.
for the sake of the listeners, I want everyone to understand what Sid was alluding to was the fact that for years I was upholding, Richard Bachman as this incredible standard of American literature, and Stephen King as the nadir thereof, the bottom of the barrel. And it turned out they were the same guy. And what had happened was Stephen King had to make a decision as to whether he was going to go literary or just go into the money, and he went into the money. And there you have it. And it's not that Stephen King produces, he's produced some fairly good stuff. As a matter of fact, like I have brought up before, I was actually the consultant during the 10 years that I was taking care of my parents, and of course, there were times where the only way to earn extra money, have some real income coming in, because of course I wasn't getting any income for caring for them, for reasons I've explained and gone into length ad nauseum. Basically, I would act as a consultant to certain films or television shows, and one of them was based on the Stephen King short story called Battlefield, which had as the star actor the man who played in Kiss of the Spider Woman. I'm trying to remember his name, but I don't remember it offhand. But whoever can look up Kiss of the Spider Woman, you'll find the transvestite, the guy who played the gay actor. So he plays an assassin in this episode, some weird little series they had adopting horror novels, I guess.
Dreamscapes.
I'm sorry?
Nightmares and Dreamscapes.
Okay, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. Yeah.
Adapt was the name of a Stephen King short story compilation.
Anthology.
Okay. Yeah, and so Battlefield or Battleground was the name of the one involving the toy soldiers. And we've gone into the little Easter eggs that were in that episode, and if anybody watches, we haven't really gone into it, but we can go into it in the near future. But what's that, Sid?
Douglas, I sent you the episodes. I was looking through through Battleground, and I couldn't quite find where. Sure. But I would really be curious.
Oh, so you sent me the episode in the private messages, right? Private messages on Skype?
Yeah, there are a couple of moments where
I'll look for it. And then I'll see if I can find it. It could be that it got, censored out, but I doubt it. We'll find out. A lot of times these shows get snipped.
It's available on YouTube.
Okay.
By the way, they've eliminated it from all the other streaming services. You can't buy it on Amazon, which you could. I had purchased it. I have a DVD.
Excellent. It's very important to have those for all the reasons you've just mentioned. They later on make it impossible to get all kinds of things. So, everyone, have no idea how valuable your hard copies are. So with that, yeah, go on.
Right.
And one thing, okay. This is a really good example of what Douglas was just talking about. Back in the day, no bullshit, Family Guy, just before the Boston Massacre, had an episode with a whole sequence with a massacre of the Boston Marathon.
Really? Cartoons, 1700s, you idiot. All right, see you later. The Boston Massacre happened in 17 whatever.
No, he's talking about the Boston running marathon. Boston Marathon. Yeah. That's funny though, Brandon. That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but anyway, that happened. That was out before it was available on DVD. And they completely scrubbed it from all the streaming services. I think they ever. Huh?
Because that dude is from Seth Rogen.
Okay, I don't know where the fuck he's from, man.
Seth MacFarlane.
MacFarlane is from New England, so he obviously that was a mistake. And the thing is with artists is that you put the shit out there, it might come true. That's magic, right, Douglas?
Yeah. Well, that's what they keep saying. They keep saying that the Simpsons are loaded with predictive programming. All I can say is, whatever. I really doesn't.
Can't read the episode for DVD is my point.
Yeah. No. It's important to have everything on DVD and hard copy that you cherish or value, because there's plenty of stuff out there that is otherwise it's just simply inaccessible. It's horrible. Okay.
Yeah. Superior format is VHS, and I have the largest. My friend Greg and I have the largest VHS collection, I think, in the earth. It's actually in the Guinness Book of World Records if people want to look it up.
Wow.
We watched 500 movies in 500 days. And this is called the Victorville, which is a little town in California. It's like a little desert town. But that's where the Victorville film archives are. And we have over 3,000 to 4,000 VHS tapes, triplicates of Lord of the Rings, triplicates of The Hobbit on VHS. So look that up, everybody. Thank you.
That's incredible. There we are. Now we know the source of the VHS found footage horror films. Okay, Sid, what were you going to say before I turn to George?
William Hurt is the name of that actor.
Okay, thank you, William Hurt. There we are. Okay, so George, catch us up on everything that's going on with you.
Yes. Thank you. Just to bring the subject back down to earth.
Yeah.
Let's bring it to the let's bring it down to the inner earth. I've just received a message yesterday, or I believe it was the day before, probably Monday's transmission. I've only just reviewed it, asking about one of the fans asking about the relic populations, and I'm very impressed by the fact that they actually they spell it correctly, RELICT. So she spells it correctly. And I don't know if I should use the gender term for her, so I've just done it, so I might as well carry on. But she wants to keep her identity anonymous, so she's asked about whether or not the populations or the elite, the people who are in charge, the people who run the countries, the politicians, the presidents, the prime ministers, whether or not they are aware of the relic populations. And as a matter of fact, instead of responding to it, I might as well say on air that Douglas has gone into that in great depth in the past, and he actually did in the last transmission regarding the situation with the relic populations. Because I think Jennifer Hawkins actually was asking that question about the response, and so Douglas did go into. He alluded to the what the governments are contending with, and their response, and the current situation with the relic populations. Well, the one that I'm most acquainted with is the response to the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, the response to that, and the mass, what they call a sophisticated indoctrination program that was promoted by the United States government, the British government, through Department of Defense, through subcontractors, through certain, you would call it, certain ties or links or external sources pumped at you to the populace through the media, through academia, through all forms of multiple platforms that can reach the populace, and the fact that we're still legally in a state of war. So the response today is that what the governments are contending with and worried about is, of course, one of the factors is global warming, global climate crisis. Of course, it's inevitable, and it's what they're worried and concerned about is the fact that we are the highest contributors to the discourse and the current alteration of the climate of the world, and they're worried about whether or not we can sustain and maintain a life on the surface, or whether or not the relic populations will respond to that alteration of the climate. So that's what they are worried about. They're worried about whether or not the relic populations will respond to the climate crisis that we are the main contributors for. So human beings are the main cause of climate crisis because of the carbon emissions that we are emitting through our industrial output. So what we are producing, and what we are just doing with our everyday lives, and just normal human intervention into the environment. Just normal behavior that we've been doing for the last several hundred years. And we've gone into that in the past, haven't we, Douglas, with one of the first man-made natural the altercations of the climate through the Christopher Columbus expeditions into
Thank you.
the
Yes.
New World. Yes, that was one of the very first man-made discourses of human nature. That's something that you can reference with the freezing of the River Thames in the late 1500s. So,
The Little
yes.
Ice Age.
But
yes.
The Little Ice Age, the mini Ice Age. Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah.
And I do believe Brandon Young, I've just noticed he's had his hand raised, so I better respond. Thank you,
Yes,
Brandon.
Brandon, by all means, ask your questions, please.
Hello, yeah. Hey, George.
Mm.
Fantastic.
Hello, Brandon. Yes, thank
Hello,
you.
sir.
Much appreciated.
No, it's just like the freezing of the Thames is amazing. You know, it's just like the little. What did you call it? The little
Ice Age.
ice.
Yes.
Right.
Mini Ice Age. Yes, people can look at.
That's it.
Yes.
No, it's great to hear. Keep going. Thank you.
No, you had a
yes,
question, Brandon? Brandon!
Well, I mean, no, I don't. I forgot to address the Peter Moon situation.
Oh,
so
sure, go ahead.
Just real quick. I'll do it really quick if I can.
Uh-huh.
So Peter Moon said last transmission, whatever, that what was it? It was very weird that I knew Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich at the same independently or whatever. How did I get to know them independent? So anyway, so I'll tell you how. So what is this, 2006 or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to Rome on tour in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
In my Chippendales band. It's a Chippendales Euro tour. It's me and
You're kidding, right?
No, you've heard of it. Has everybody heard of what the Chippendale? I'm not talking about Rescue Rangers. These like little chipmunks. These are dancers or erotic.
Yeah, they're strippers. You saying you were a member of the Chippendales?
But I was touring Europe, and no, it's a Chippendale.
Yeah, you said you were going to make this quick. If you go into the joke area where the Chippendales get thrown in, that's not quick. That's. I mean, we are interested. Yeah, go on.
So what I heard was Douglas talking on a show called Greg Carlwood in the Higher Side Chats.
That's right.
And I remember turning on just randomly, just being like, I don't know what podcasts are. I'm going to turn on this Higher Side Chat. And because it's seen, Douglas, and there's a fan, and Greg Carlwood is like, hey, who do you want to hear from? The fans. Everybody, we're going to take a fan poll, and in 2 weeks, we're going to come back with the answer of who you want to be on the show. And it was Douglas Dietrich. Right? And you were the fan favorite because everybody, like, people were calling in, asking for you. And you came on with a Hunger Games thing about
that's right. It was some weird shit about that. Go on. Yeah.
No, ate donuts, and it was like donuts are essentially lard.
Yeah.
With like it's like something that you make when you're really starving, you know, or something like. It was some really interesting thing. So that's how I became. And then I went to Revolution Radio, looked up you, and went to the chat room, and we got in touch. And then Peter Moon, my friend John, made a series of the Montauk books. Montauk Book of the Dead, the Montauk Project, this and that. He contacted people at Camp Hero who worked there. He did a bunch of different investigations and stuff. So that's when I got into Peter Moon. It was after Douglas Dietrich. It's not weird. It's not like Peter Levenda or Anton LaVey was like, Brandon Young, get in touch with
Actually, I appreciate your saying this. It's important, and it's my impression actually was kind of like you grew up reading Peter Moon's books, and that so you knew of him even before myself. Was
really?
my that was my thought. I mean,
Before you,
yeah. Before you knew of myself, it wouldn't be surprising. It wouldn't be like, I mean, it would make sense chronologically because Peter Moon's books were available long before I became a public informant.
in
So,
the 90s.
yeah, yeah. And so it's like something a lot of people would have grown up reading, and especially people who hung out in occult bookstores. But so thank you for sharing that, and that's appreciated.
Like, I think Peter Moon, I'm just going to say, like, I don't like, I mean, it's okay when people say, like, like, especially Peter, because I love him and I love you, Douglas, and I love everybody on the call and everybody here. But
we love you in return, Brandon. That's why you're here. Yes.
Is that when Peter does say things that question, he basically trying to tie me into, like, how would I know about you and Peter? Like, what would, like, I don't know.
Well, with Peter, there's no real question. I mean, Peter was essentially in bookstores. So his books were in bookstores, so it's no big deal. Myself, it was just more of a, like you said, turning on a podcast or something. No, we appreciate that. We'll return to that topic later, and then, I'll probably even bring it up with Peter. I mean, it's all fine. But George has a limited amount of time with us, most likely. So let's return to George for the moment. And George, by all means, we'd like to answer this young girl's question about relic populations. Yes. And I do want to point out the fact that what George brings out about the relic populations, we can always go into even deeper, including with Utterland and other elements of this entire subject. But right now we'll let George cover the basics of, this young lady's questions, and then I'll see if I have anything to add most immediately while he's here. We were very fortunate that Jennifer Hawkins and I spoke of this the other day. Now, if you take a look at one of the recent episodes that I timestamped for you, one of them actually mentions the Chupacabra massacre, so to speak, in Chile. And so if you take a look at that and maybe review that, that would be something else to speak to her about. And I'm sure she would also find that interesting. As a matter of fact, let me go to the private messages here for George Knight. And basically, if I scroll up on his private messages, it would be around the Monday, February 26th. So if you go to that message, the episode talks about the Chupacabra colony conflagration that's time-stamped. And and so that is for yourself and her to review at your leisure. I'm trying to hit this particular episode so I can date it for people. It's February 25th this year. So this year's February 25th episode is when I speak to that. So back to George.
Oh, yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, really appreciate it. And I will do. I'm getting through all the timestamps at this moment, so really appreciate you timestamping it for me.
Thank you.
And so to go back to that, what the governments are contending with is not only are they contending with this breakaway civilization, which they're still legally at war with, and it's important, and it's important that people are aware that you are still under conditions of wartime.
Yes.
The conditions of your unlimited state of immediate immobilization and unlimited state of emergency is still in effect to this day. And we are still abiding by wartime, the conditions of being in a legal state of war, which is emphasized through the Presidential Proclamation 2714 that was announced by President Harry S. Truman on December 31st, 1946. And he announced that he is initiating Executive Order and Presidential Proclamation 2714, which goes into effect 12 o'clock noon, December 31st, 1946, emphasizing that you are still on wartime. You're still in a legal state of war, but a number of wartime emergency statutes will be ceased to be in effect upon the issuance upon the proclamation, but several others will be later reviewed, usually 6 months after the date of the proclamation, which will be reviewed under Congress. And those reviews by Congress, those emergency statutes, are still in effect to this day because you're still in a state of war. in a legal state of war. So that's the first point that people please just make that aware, and please be consciously aware of that. And I'll just to go off on something personally, Douglas, how influential you are on myself. The other day I was going off on a little tangent with individuals that are completely oblivious to this information, and I just explained to them that there is no excuse for ignorance.
Yeah. Thank you.
I've got to that point now where I don't tolerate it. I have zero tolerance for just ignorance. And it's just like you state, if they go to a foreign land, a foreign country, and they commit a crime and they plead ignorance to that, they have to face the full penalty of the law.
Yeah. In other words, the way to phrase it is, ignorance is no excuse in the eyes of the law. Go on.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. And so, yes, it's just it's profound. I just don't. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, it's something that I've literally now. I present that to the people now when I speak to them. I just say, you don't know. You really, if you don't understand what I'm saying, then you can't comment. Literally, because if you can't,
Thank you.
Yeah, because when you present the facts, such as, like I just emphasized, Presidential Proclamation 2714, that's government documentation. It's something that you can cite yourself. It's something you can vet and validate. And when people just turn oblivious to it or just ignore it, then they're just denying. It's just advertising their ignorance. It's just they're completely in denial. But at any rate, you're still under conditions of wartime. You're still legally in a state of war, and you're still legally in a state of war with the recognized enemy combatant you've been at war with ever since the declaration of war in World War II. Hence why you cannot legally declare a state of war, because you're still legally in a state of war.
Yes.
And one of the things that the conditions, such as, for Britain, for instance, when you've got the chief of the army, the head of the army, call upon the government to reinstate the draft or the conscription of the army. So it's no longer a voluntary service, or you have to enroll for enlist into a national service. That's no longer in effect. And when he proposes that to the government, and the government turns around, even Rishi Sunak says, we cannot reinstate the conscription, we cannot reinstate the draft, and without any justification or reason. There's a reason for that, but they cannot explain that. And so the army and the intelligences know there is a immediate threat from the Russian Federation. They know war. We're in pre-war world. We're in a pre-war period, and they know it's inevitable. But there's nothing they can do about it. There is nothing they can physically do unless they can somehow override it, which is probably what they'll have to do. They'll have to do something in the break of an outbreak of an all-out conflict with the Russian Federation. When the NATO alliance, when the NATO nations decide to conduct a military operation themselves in full scale over the plains of Europe, throughout the collection of peninsulas, war will be inevitable. And so when you realize this, when the government says they're not going to reinstate the draft for conscription, there's a reason behind that, because you're still legally in a state of war. There's a reason why the United States, Great Britain have never been able to declare a legal state of war ever since World War II. It's because you're still legally in a state of war. Yes. And this is the most important factor that I learned from Douglas immediately. Like Brandon was saying about when he discovered Douglas, but the first time I discovered Douglas, this is what I learned straight away. And we're still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich in exile.
Yes.
And so, yes, now I'm going to bring it to you, Douglas, if that's all right, please. And then
go on.
I'll add anything to that as well. Thank you.
Well, by bringing it to me, you mean just kind of turning it over to me to what else I can add to that? So let's put it this way. The other day, Peter Moon and I brought up Alternative 3, which, of course, for those of you who don't know, Alternative 3, Peter Moon insists was first kind of like, what do they call a trial run? Like when they do a kind of a showing of a theatrical release in a limited release before they release it in general.
a teaser, or
So maybe not a trailer, but well, not a trailer, but they show the whole film in like some art house or something, and then they do a general release. But a limited release was apparently done in San Francisco, and apparently this had a profound impact on Peter Moon and some Scientologist friend. But I did bring up the fact that, of course, it's a British production, and so when it was shown on British television, it had the effect on Britain that the War of the Worlds had on America. It caused a panic. And so, for those of you who don't know, Alternative 3 stands out in the sense that you first introduced the concept of global warming, except it introduced it in a way that was almost like a joke, because they were talking about cow flatulence. And this was, and the British have this sense of humor that, the Germans have poop jokes, and I guess the British it's fart jokes. I never understood it myself, but it's just like this general stereotype of humor for different cultures. And so when they were talking about cow flatulence, which, by the way, scientists have taken and run with and say that, the cows are causing all this enormous pollution. And if you really want to help cut down on greenhouse gases, you've got to cut down on beef. And there's all this anti-beef propaganda. And, obviously it takes up a lot of resources to produce beef, but it's it's all bullshit in terms of trying to get people off beef, because really it's one of these things that, well, granted, of course, the industry has taken it and produced a horror story with it, as happened in England with the mad cow disease, and America is probably going to catch up with England sometime soon. But all that being said, I really get sick of the whole anti-beef propaganda trip. And, we can go into that another time. That's a whole different controversy in a sense. But nevertheless, scientists are trying to get people to cut down on beef because they claim it's cow emissions, that are helping to contribute to the global warming. So this was actually portrayed in Alternative 3. And in Alternative 3, they portray that the government is responding by trying to relocate elements of our civilization into space. And, of course, this is not happening. But nevertheless, it panicked many people. There's several reasons why it panicked people and why they thought it was real. It had an individual that all his life had basically been a news announcer, but then suddenly did this fictitious role, which of course made it seem like everything he was saying was true, because he had a history of being a news announcer. So when he was seen in the role, cast in this role as saying that all of this is happening, everybody took this to be true, and of course the British government was saturated with panic phone calls, etc. So, people can investigate this themselves. But Alternative 3, they were saying we were relocating talented people to the moon and Mars involuntarily, in an involuntary relocation program, so that we could continue human civilization, or basically Western civilization. So when you take a look at what we're confronted with today, there's a heavy level of Alternative 3 flavor to what George Knight and I are trying to convey. This is in no way, shape, or form trying to say that what George Knight and I are saying is fictitious at all. Quite the opposite is true. But the reality that you're faced with is that the Third Reich in exile, or the breakaway civilization of the Nazis, dominates space, and the Americans and the Russians just are in low Earth orbit, and now they tell us we have a second space race going on, and it's a joke. It's aside from the insanity of a bunch of multimillionaires with their phallic rockets going up into low Earth orbit, I mean, not even beyond the atmosphere, really, just high enough where you can experience weightlessness, and if you're lucky, not blow up. We've got a bunch of people sending drones and droids, little robots out into to pollute the moon. And everybody is calling this a second space race, and people might claim that they're going to expand on this and make claims and it's until you get men up there with guns to defend a perimeter, you ain't got shit. So it's just a joke. All you're doing is adding. You're polluting a national. You're polluting an international. What would you call it? Instead of a national park, it's basically an international park. you're polluting international territories. All you're doing, so this is what's going on right now, and nobody's really gaining anything from this. We're not really learning anything. But all that being said, so we've got that joke going on, but the reality is that the elites, if anything, are concerned about relocating into subterranean environments.
Yeah.
And so that plus the enormity of the pollution and the climate change that's occurring right now might lead to a response from the relict populations that might be violent or invasive. So what we are going to see gradually happening more and more into the future, maybe even not gradually at all, is more and more encounters with relic populations. And we're going to see more and more of this recognition of relic populations, but you're going to hear the government continually saying, "Oh, this might be aliens. Oh, this might be aliens." Yes. And this is the issue. Say, for instance, if I were to be interviewed, which hopefully, barring some kind of act of God or something going wrong, hopefully we will be conducting an interview with Jennifer Hawkins between herself and I on Saturday the 16th on what will be St. Patrick's Day Eve Day. And on St. Patrick's Day Eve Day, I thought briefly about the relic population subject, and say, for instance, if she were to ask, why would they say these are aliens? Because they are now married to that agenda where they are now going to be attempting to continue, it's like what Peter Moon brought up at the beginning of tonight's episode. George Knight probably was not able to hear it, but at the beginning of tonight's transmission, Peter Moon was talking about some old attorney with a stellar career who started saying that we have we have aliens, and he was trying to use his reputation to promote the Roswell trip and in the alien format.
Yes.
And he's trying to filter these aliens. The Betty and Barney Hill. He went to Betty and Barney Hill.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. And Peter Moon was bringing up this, and I told him that you were far more the expert with the Betty and Barney Hill incident than I was. Yes. What I had brought up was the fact that the Betty and Barney Hill aliens that they described match perfectly the description of captured Japanese that had suffered extreme violence, and how similar the two of them looked. But you pointed out, of course, that Barney Hill said that there was a man in a Nazi uniform aboard the craft. And so obviously this was like a military abduction. This was a military abduction that they experienced. And so what was going on with all that? This guy just took and was saying, there's an alien presence, and this old fart, I'm talking about this guy's ancient. Sheehan is the guy's name. And so Peter Moon, if you listen to the beginning of the episode, Peter Moon went into him. And I was just wondering why Peter Moon was bothering. I didn't find this guy relevant at all. But he's relevant only in the sense that this elderly group of people is going to keep pushing this alien thing because they're covering their ass with all of their losing World War II. And this keeps everybody just off of the trail of the fact that they lost World War II. And so they're going to try and twist and pervert the relic population phenomenon by saying, oh, these are aliens, and it's proof that there's been aliens here all along, and they're out to monitor us because we created atomic bombs. And they'll say something extremely stupid like that. And for those of you who don't know, the atomic bombs do not release enough energy where they would even register in space. They're like nothing. They would not attract the attention of an alien civilization. But beyond that, we've gone into why there are not alien civilizations. And of course, we could go into that in great detail again and again, and beyond even what George Knight has already said. just so people understand, again, and we'll go into it as we need to, if there were alien civilizations, there is no way we could not hear the signals. Simply because they wouldn't need to be sending signals with the intent of the signals being intercepted. Just their day-to-day communications. All communications travel at the speed of light. The radio waves, TV waves, they all travel at the speed of light. They would all, we would be drowning in a cacophony of noise from other civilizations. And the idea that they would somehow be using telepathy or somehow using some end of the electromagnetic spectrum we haven't discovered yet. All of this is just pure bullshit, and it's desperation, because if there were multiple civilizations, some of them would be using radio. Some of them would be using TV. Some of them would be just plain talking. Just by talking, we're releasing energy. We would be getting stray signals. There's just no doubt about it. They would be refracting off everything, bouncing here and there. There is nothing. There is nothing. There most certainly is no intelligent life. And what little life there is not life as we know it. It is amoeboid, or it is almost electromagnetic in nature, which we pointed out, George Knight and myself, through the plasma balls that scientists are only beginning to recognize have a reproductive cycle. Of course, the amoeboid entities that we have discussed before that essentially are kind of like the bottom feeders of space, just crawling along, picking up sediment, which vacuum is full of. Etc. But the one thing that we do not have is intelligent life. So understand that we and likely no other life other than these kinds of life forms that we are not going to be able to communicate with in any conventional sense, and are not really communicative life forms. They may be sentient, but they are not truly sapient. And so the sapient populations have generally evolved in this solar system, in the solar, not necessarily on Earth per se, but perhaps on Mars or Venus, within the habitability zone of our solar system at various times in the evolution of these planets, and but certainly the majority on Earth itself, and have been wiped out in great numbers by successive mass extinctions. But those relic populations are survivors of mass extinctions. And the important thing to note about them is that they are evolved to fit in an ecosystem which is no longer extant. It's like a lot of people, again, the fantasy of time travel, the problems with time travel. If you're going back just to times where human beings exist historically, you would be confronted with problems of communication. An Englishman today, going back to England a couple hundred, well, maybe half a thousand years ago, would not be able to speak the same English as the English people would be speaking then. The language would be so different as to be effectively foreign. If you go back to, say, for instance, the time of the dinosaurs, or different geological epochs, you'd simply die because there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain you. You would also, if you went back to the time of the certain other periods where there's an overabundance of oxygen, that too could kill you. You'd certainly be giddy and high and die, perhaps feeling a lot better than you would in the times that didn't have enough oxygen. But you are attuned to a certain ecosystem. Your ecosystem that you've evolved to fit. These relic populations truly are living either underwater, where they've adapted to an aqueous environment and they're filtering the oxygen out of the water, or they have adapted to, say, for instance, when I showed the photographs of that Department of Defense sculpt of the Archaeoavia sapiens to the George Knight. When you see the clothing on that entity that's filtering the oxygen for them, it's how they can breathe without dying because of an overabundance of oxygen. They come from an entirely different ecosystem. So Brendan, are you out in the night? Oh, there's Brendan. Yes, he's got his camera on, and there's Sid. Sid looking. Yes, they both turned their cameras on because they're just so sexy that they just yes.
Well, that was me on the wilderness, basically.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Cool. So how are things going out there? Yeah, go on.
Some breaking
Please.
news.
Please.
The latest assault against me because I work with you.
It's true. It's true. Tell us what happened.
The place I was supposed to be moving into.
Yeah.
They got struck by a permit inspector that said you don't have any of the permits, and the person that's running the project has all the permits and the city has the permits, but they still hit the location with a cease and desist order. So my residence that I would be living in is no longer viable it's been delayed by another 15 days. So I have to live in a warehouse with a single light bulb for basically eternity. And your enemies just want me dead at this point. They activated the German lady, you know. They destroyed my other second job. You know, it's like it's beyond coincidence.
So what we're talking about is the place that is being built where your grandparents will ultimately theoretically be housed, and
yes,
and
that was the plan.
Yeah,
and it has permits and everything is up to date on the municipal side, but the city still sent an inspector and ordered all the contractors to cease and desist. So it's definitely more than suspect. I just want it on record, you know.
No, definitely. This is an assault. This is the enemy, and this is the kind of life or death harassment. This is beyond harassment, of course. This is their form of terrorism, their form of indirect assassination. And for those of you who think we're being paranoid or indulgent here, you guys just haven't been keeping up with the narrative. So, yeah, in terms of the narrative, this now what I'm concerned about is so you say, how long do you think this can go on? Potentially in perpetuity, or that just there's
that's basically what the letter just says. Like they literally checked all.
Man, okay, they now they hit him. They hit him, so we can't hear his audio. By the way, what we can't see, however, is Sid really bonging. He's really ripping at that bong. There is like, I don't know what's in that bong, but it's industrial strength. It looks like.
Like no one does that.
So okay, so they cut you off. Now we can hear you. Go back to everything you said because they cut you off.
What did you guys hear? Okay, so. Basically, the paperwork that they left said you must cease cease all work, and they checked every single box, like plumbing, electrical, like the whole thing. And I was just saying, like, Douglas, you've worked in bureaucracy. You never check every box.
No.
When you check every box, you don't file the paperwork.
That's right.
These guys are just trolling, basically.
Yeah, no, that's outrageous. That's egregious.
And the person that's running the project, who is they work for the IRS even, so they're not going.
Okay, then they hit him again. They cut you off again, Bryn. Yeah.
Paperwork.
Okay, so the moment you said the moment you said you know, you never file all if you click all the boxes that you never file the paper, that's when they hit you and they knocked you off again, so we couldn't hear you after that. But go on.
So I was saying, Doug, you've worked in bureaucracy. Yeah. If you see a paperwork with all the boxes checked indiscriminately, like, you wouldn't even file that shit.
No.
You know? No. It just looks suspect. And so that's what they did. They're just like trolling. Yeah. They checked all the boxes and it has no date. It just says stop all work immediately or you're going to get fined and all this shit. And I contacted the project manager, and this person works for the IRS, so they're not going to fudge paperwork or do anything shady.
Right.
And they say, okay, well, we have to come down there and show them all the permits because these kind of people work for corporate. They would never fuck up paperwork. They're very on their P's and Q's.
Yeah.
So at this point, the city is just trolling, or they have an order from the higher ups beyond.
They do.
Basically, the deep
state.
The cultists with a K.
Yes.
There's no other person that could do what they did.
Yeah. Yes. No, it's quite true. These are the Edomite cultists with a K. That's how we disambiguate them. And so in terms of this, I'm so sorry, and this is horrible, and it's a nightmare. And
so their point is they want me, and it was basically none of this was an issue until I mentioned I was going to stay here.
Yes.
And then of course they had to shut it down because
yes,
if I pull my computers out and start helping you again, that's the last thing they want.
Yes.
So they're trying to stop that as long as possible, but it's not going to stop me. I mean, what are they going to do? Shut down all the libraries out here? I mean,
no, I appreciate that profoundly, but at the same time, obviously, we're concerned about you and want you to lead a better life than what you're leading. What's obviously this just hit and it's horrible. Are these people going to appeal it? The contractors and everybody, are they going to appeal this? And do you have any confidence that appealing this is even useful? Or?
I mean, yeah, basically they can't stall it forever. I mean, I don't see that being a possibility.
Okay.
And these people, like I said, they work for the IRS and corporate. They can get through any bureaucracy, but the point is to stall it. The point is to stall it as long as possible to make me basically demoralize me as much as possible.
That's right, and potentially kill you. I mean, obviously, it's a threat to your health to stay in such a inhospitable and unstable environment.
Right, but I have contingencies. I'm not going to mention what they are for obvious reasons. But
yes,
this won't really affect me in a negative way as they want it to. So I just want that record put to record.
Yes, and it's appreciated. Oh my God, no, thank you.
But it's very apparent what's going on. It's like first they activated the German lady, and then now that I'm in a precarious situation, they're going to try and stall it out as much as possible. So it's good that we're getting it on record.
Yeah, please do. It's important that we do that. And no, this is outrageous. It is egregious.
And I didn't mention this before, but whoever has like the voodoo doll from the first time, or whatever we want to call it, the poppet.
Yeah.
The first time when I got attacked by that scorpion creature.
Yeah.
The Cruciatus curse.
Yes.
They attempted to reinitiate it because I got damaged in the same spot on my toe.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. It was basically overnight. So that tells me that whoever is running that operation
is connected.
Attempted to torture me, through magical purposes, or magical means, I mean.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So
I was able to ward that off to as best as I could. And it is better now, but it's like I said before, it's like a mortal wound. It's like they can hone in on it anytime they want at this point.
No, it's always there. It's eternally there. The injury is just like it's like stigmata. It's like stigmata. For those of you who can do research on that, you'll find out what I'm talking about. It becomes like Christ's wounds appearing on certain saints, and they just start bleeding and shit. This is something that will be Brendan Zogit's across to bear for quite some time.
It's like in Lord of the Rings, like when Frodo gets stabbed by the Morgul blade, like even after he gets healed, it's still like it hurts him,
Oh,
That's how it feels.
Yeah.
It's like they can still like when the dark forces are active, like I can still feel it.
Yeah. No, definitely. Go on.
This is definitely and I don't even want to call it supernatural because it's totally against nature and against naturality.
Thank you. And, anti-natural. It's anti-natural.
Yeah, it's anti-natural. Yeah, their magic is anti-natural, not supernatural.
Yes.
It's not above nature, basically.
Yes, it's not above nature. It is antithetical to it. So it's anti-natural, and it's you're under an anti-natural siege, and these are from the Edomites and the cultists with a K, and this is something that we've been dealing with throughout this period of time, and we're going to continue this struggle because we're going to see this through, and I do believe that we will come out on top at this period in history, and this is what makes the struggle worthwhile. Brendan, you're definitely a man who suffered greatly because, believe me, all this that's happened to Brendan is because of me. The assassination attempt against Brandon Young was because of me. The assassination attempt against Amanda Ute was because of me. Believe me, I am responsible for what these people have gone through. And it impacts them the rest of their lives in one way or another. With MEMqədy, she can't even, she tries to get on the show, she'll appear, and then they fuck with her Skype and she can't get on at all. It's really sad. It's really sad. And with Brendan, it's almost like no matter what they do to him, he bounces back. But thank you for sharing that, Brendan. It's very important, and obviously everybody maintain Brendan in your thoughts and prayers, and it will help. So thank you. And George, how much time do we have left with you now?
Yeah, Douglas, I do apologise. I do have to make a move on.
Okay.
I do apologise, but yeah, thank you, Brendan. I do apologise.
Apologies, George.
No, don't apologise. No, of course, I'm concerned.
Well, I want you to know, George, I'll timestamp tonight's episode. I'll be probably getting into England pretty heavily tonight. I definitely want you to hear that and get your response, and certainly your response from other areas. And we'll go back to the relic population soon, but I think we've covered some major points about it that are important.
Yeah.
And,
really appreciate it, Douglas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank your lucky stars that you don't get hit so hard. You're hit in some ways, but comparatively speaking, well, maybe your life is a lot less comfortable than people know. So we can go into that privately. Yeah. Oh shit.
I think George is just very humble. He's
yeah, it's true.
got the warrior's way. He won't reveal his suffering.
Yes.
It's the warrior's way.
Well, we'll talk about it privately. So George, try and join us after the transmission if you can, and we'll see if we can speak for a few minutes then.
Yes, much appreciated, Douglas. Thank you so much. Wonderful joining you all. And I'll look forward to joining you next week on Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care of yourselves. Thank you. And please support Douglas.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Stay safe and be well. Okay. Let me see if I can go back to the live stream here and check in on something. Also, let me see.
I only bring it up because it just reinforces pretty much the whole situation. Like there's no way that any of us could be making this up. I mean, it's beyond that. It's so far beyond that level. Like there's just too much quote unquote coincidence. Because that's what they do with these kind of gaslighting. They'll say, "Oh, it's just coincidence," right?
Oh well, yeah. I mean, it's But
at this point, there's just too much evidence stacked against the other side, right? It's it's clearly deliberate. All of this.
Yeah. Thank you. And
it backs up what you're saying. So.
Thank you. No, it's always important because this truly does. And believe me, Brendan's been here since the beginning when things really started getting hot. Things started getting hot for Brandon a long time ago, and they've impacted his life just more than can be described. It's something that is profound, and it's tragic. It's just tragic. But Brendan, one thing, you've got several advantages here, and your first advantage is that you recognize this. You don't go into denial. You're not in denial, and as a result, you can deal with this so much better. And than so many other people who sadly cannot. And the other people have been really truly hit in such a way that they can never recover, some of them. So it's not fully, at least. In a sense, you're like that, but fuck, at least it's just a toe.
Yeah.
Of course, there's other things going on in your life that could very well kill you, like homelessness. But it's.
I mean, nothing it's nothing that I haven't already dealt with. That's what's that Janis Joplin song? Like freedom's, freedom's when you have nothing left to lose. Basically.
Yes.
So they're just,
freedom's just another word for nothing left.
For nothing left to lose. Yeah.
Yes.
So there you go. So ultimately, it would, it just makes you free of the cycle of birth and death over time.
Yeah.
So in fact, it does, it does more good than they think it does, right? It's like this. It's a very Rahu K2. If you know anything about Vedic astrology, it's a very Rahu K2. K2 is very good at cutting things off, and but actually it's the moksha it's the planet that frees you from birth and death. So you lose a lot, but at the same time you gain something that's beyond any other prize. So in the long run, it's not a bad thing. It's just, exactly like that quote. Freedom is when you have nothing left to lose.
Thank you.
That goes along with like the pirate theme, from One Piece and all that. It's like, or even just in the human pirates, like in this world, it's like they have nothing left to lose and they can do whatever they want, right?
Yes. No, it's true. It's true. And in a sense, we're there. So by the way, I will respond to somebody asked a question in the live stream, and welcome to Cultivated Image, Jan Akike, I believe that would be the pronunciation, who was expressed earlier. They were from Europe. They say, as our galaxy is about 100,000 light years, our own bubble of radio waves is just about 120 light years. There could be civs in our galaxy 80,000 light years away, and we wouldn't know. XP. Anyhow, Cultivated Image says heavy rain in Maine, and that's almost a response to the answer to what the other person is saying. And so with this person in Europe, hello, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for joining us earlier. I haven't had a chance to look at what else you've said, but let's answer that to a degree. First off, if there were a galactic civilization, which means just a civilization that is interstellar to the point where they've traveled to their nearest star, which could be only a few light years away, perhaps, the radio cacophony would be deafening. If our galaxy were home to any Xeno or Xenox terrestrial, true extraterrestrial civilizations, we would be awash in the sights and sounds of extraterrestrial rebroadcasting. We would not be able to point a radio telescope at the sky, a radioscope, without being bombarded by alien voiceovers. Honestly, they creep along at only one single light year per century. If they were, say, for instance, certain technologies, but definitely television and radio cross space at the speed of light. So we would see them just as we see all the other stars. I don't think you're getting what I said earlier. Our own planetary radio signature, contrary to what you're saying, because what you're saying is wrong. It's even now broadcasting our presence to the rest of the galaxy. The whole fucking galaxy. The whole goddamn galaxy can see us. Surrounding the primary sun of our solar system is a shell of intensive radio noise that, by the era of proactive prosecution of hostilities in World War II, already approached 180 light years in diameter. 180 light years in diameter. Not 80. 180. So understand, by now, it's blanketed the galaxy. The whole fucking galaxy. And at the edge of that shell, at the outer surface of that radio shell, is the noble fascista Italiano, the Italian fascist electrical engineering inventor, Marquis of Marconi's S, which was signed as Shawa for radiance, broadcast in 1901 in acknowledge of Prince Hirohito's birth. That very year, he put the S for Shawa. And there you have it. At the time of 1945, our radio presence had already expanded far enough to encompass 9,000 stars. 9,000 stars. There's no way any radio astronomer on a planet within range of our transmissions could mistake those incoming signals. Even if this hypothetical being could not interpret the messages encoded within the radio and TV waves, they would nonetheless recognize the unmistakable signature of artificial origin. Now, here we are, just 1945. Our star was just this quiet yellow dwarf, nothing to distinguish it. To external observers, it would appear to have immediately erupted like a radio volcano. Our minuscule planet already outshone our primary sun in the radio portion of the spectrum. So, by conclusion of Hirohito's reign in 1989, some of our most powerful planetary exploration radars would be 10 billion times brighter than the sun in radiography. 10 billion times brighter than the sun in radiography. Our biggest planetary exploration radars. Everyone can see us. Not just in this galaxy, but in Andromeda. And our inexplicable exponential doubling of radio emissions from an otherwise sedate main sequence star must surely have alerted any sentience in the spiral arm of our galaxy to an emergent competitor, and they would immediately invade to exterminate us all. And, of course, the desperate people will say, well, maybe these advanced civilizations don't use radio or radar or microwaves. Advanced technology can be invoked as an explanation for the total absence of extraterrestrial radio signals, but their technology would leave imprints somewhere on the electromagnetic spectrum. And at some point in their arc of development, somebody's going to hit radio or microwaves or radar. The fact that you think they would just go to some advanced, exotic wave at the other end of the spectrum without touching something so much simpler and easier? Ridiculous. But the evidence on hand is simply nothing. There are no signals. So to explain the absence of signals in the presence of intelligent xenos, xenox terrestrials, true aliens, demands recourse to what is essentially faith in fantasy. Unfortunately, the iron laws of logic demand we reject such wishful thinking in favor of the simplest explanation which fits the data. No signals equals no xenox terrestrial or no xenocivilizations. Extant or extinct, as signals generated by dead cultures would carry on long beyond the societal lifespan of such civilizations themselves. Okay, somebody's saying goodnight to us. That Brendan? Oh, Brendan! Say goodnight to our listeners. Get online and say goodnight to our listeners, please.
Yes, good night, everybody, and gratitude for listening to Douglas, and do what you can to support the truth.
Thank you. And
also,
go on.
And also, other Brandon left.
Yeah, I was about to say yes. Wasn't that strange?
I'll say good night for him too, since we're the same person according to RKC.
Yes.
Good night, Brendan.
All right. Good night.
With everything. Good to hear from you.
I appreciate it, Sid.
Yes. Yes. And we love you dearly, Brendan Zogit. Stay safe and be well. Obviously care for yourself. And oh my God. Everything that we've all been through in a struggle. And of course, it's when Brandon takes off just like that, it's always disconcerting. Always kind of odd, and I wish that Brendan could have talked to him about that vitamin D, and that would have been a lively discussion. Hopefully it'll happen sometime soon. But yeah, it's
the Bach conversation better.
I'm sorry?
I like the Bachman and Stephen King conversation better than the vitamin D.
Well, you know what I was going to say. The vitamin D is important because he was like, he's tripping off that. Like he said, I was reading his thoughts. He's been on a lot of it lately. So, good for him. And hopefully it doesn't kill him. At any rate, let's try and get into monologue soon tonight in terms of my answer to our friend out there. Hopefully they take it well. Let's take a look if there's any response. Tolkien says a fine goodbye. Blessed day. Let's see. Okay, blessed day, Brandon. And okay, Brandon. And so he says, so from the furthest point in our galaxy, hearing chatter from there would make it necessary that this civ is already around for 100,000 years. Well, like I said, however long they're around, I said how our own planet is now much brighter than our sun in terms of the radio spectrum. Believe me, they would explode with. We would see them on our spectrometers and various other instruments. All of our instruments couldn't avoid seeing them. We couldn't shut them out. Our biggest problem would be preventing or trying to inhibit or filter their signals from continuously, chronically interfering with ours. And by the way, when I use the term unfortunately, it's only unfortunate for those who want to believe in this horrible idea that there are aliens. You do not want there to be aliens in some extraterrestrial sense. It is the worst thing that could possibly happen. You do not want that competition. As Stephen Hawking said, if they existed, they would only come and kill us all. Yeah, you don't want there to be any. And consider yourself lucky they are not. Humanity's got enough problems with itself, and we become aliens to each other soon enough. Last thing we need is competition from other species. So I'm going to try and segue myself into the monologue for tonight. But let me breathe here, center myself. And who else do we have with us for the moment? Just Sid and Aristides? Is Aristides still awake?
I'm still here.
Oh, good, good.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Sid, Aristides, kick it around for just a few minutes while I breathe and center myself and try to prepare myself. I'm going to take my earbuds off and go mute. I'm going to breathe and center myself and prepare to go into deep monologue, and then we'll see how long I last before they cut me off. And if they don't cut me off, then God knows I've got a long night ahead. So let me breathe and center myself and prepare for it. You two guys take over for a few minutes here and just speak to each other for a few minutes about this topic, aliens perhaps, or anything else, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. What's up, Aristides?
Hey, man. Do you believe in aliens, man?
Man, I totally did for a long time. Like, I just thought, well, of course there must be aliens, like a lot of people, right? And
Right.
like I heard about Roswell, and I grew up on like X-Files and
Right.
like what was it, Unexplained Mysteries or something like that, or like Leonard Nimoy's show.
Yeah.
Like that, Chariots of the Gods, that documentary.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I saw that, so I kind of had that impression. And then even like when Ancient Aliens first started running, I found it like a fascinating show, even if I don't accept their suggestion, of the alien angle. It took viewers to a lot of interesting like sites, places around the world, like monolithic sites and things like that, and it made me wonder about so if it's not extraterrestrials showing up and doing these projects, do human beings figure out like anti-gravity technology
Right.
at different times, right, throughout history?
Right. No, I got you. I've wondered the same stuff,
What do you come up?
Yeah, they always want to paint it as it's like it's aliens, man. It's like this could have never, originated from here at all. We were just a bunch of dumb.
We're slaves.
Cavemen. Yeah.
We're the Goyim.
Right.
And the aliens are
Right. Yeah. I mean,
those who can't be-
we're just lucky to have crawled out of some fucking cave, and like, worn clothes or something. And, it's the aliens that came and did all this. Now it could be like a, non-human, the relic population is very interesting, because it could be not human and still, what's that?
If they were involved with some of the technology.
Yeah, well, yeah, or just very much, what is it they say? We're a species with amnesia, like what
what happened,
Oh,
12,000
it's kind of like that losing that bicameral cognitive.
mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Is
Or
it?
what happened, 10, 12,000 years ago? Like what did there's a lot of thought that there was, very advanced civilization that was kind of lost, and we just kind of had to start over,
Right. Like, and would that be like Atlantis, basically?
I guess. But yeah,
Lemuria?
yeah, all this
Is that roughly like what you're referring to?
I mean, like it could be like what I'm saying is it doesn't have to come, like what aliens trucked across the galaxy to come build that stuff here.
Yeah, it seems goofy, huh?
Yeah, some things just kind of seem goofy when you really take a step back and think about it again.
Right. I'm into the idea that human beings have figured out advanced technology,
right,
at times, and managed to create these structures and whatnot. I'm leaning towards that. All these however many, like 100 seasons into Ancient Aliens and all the years of listening to Douglas. Yeah, I'm very much leaning towards the idea that either some form of relic population maybe got involved, or human beings figured certain things out, and then that knowledge was lost. I mean, and like in the, what is it? God, I feel really dumb right now. I want what the mythologies of what India, have the stories of the wiping outs of civilizations which developed these advanced technologies, right?
They have a lot of crazy fucking stories, and like all the what these flying machines, the Vimanas or whatever, and it's like, did they just make all that shit up? Was it humans? Was it somebody else? But like, I it still wasn't.
I've seen some of those images, some of the hieroglyphs that they show, like in the Von Daniken documentary, which is a good 20 years before, at least, right before Ancient Aliens. Just clear. But those images of the people in what appear to be like spaceships, and they appear to be wearing spacesuits.
Oh, like the carving, like carvings and glyphs and stuff.
Right.
And
yeah,
what's up with all that?
Okay, I'm back. So what were we covering? Carvings, glyphs.
How they use aliens as an explanation for everything, but it's not necessarily aliens. Like ancient structures and stuff, and it's like how they're trying to pin everything on aliens.
Right. Yeah, with the idea that if it's not extraterrestrial intervention or whatever, that maybe human beings figure out advanced technologies periodically throughout history and then lose that knowledge somehow, or that some relic populations possibly get involved at times.
Well, relic populations and humanity both have advanced technology at various times that gets lost. So there's definitely the thing that I find probably the most offensive is the desire to dismiss humanity's capacity for accomplishment, and the need to attribute this to quote unquote aliens, dismissing one's own human ancestors. This is what the Asians would call an offense to the ancestors. And it shows a real contempt for oneself when one does that. It's the contempt that one finds with the Sitkanite cult in thinking that we were all bred to mine gold, that we were all slaves, as if somehow this universalization of the slave experience equalizes us all or puts us all on some equal footing. It's one of the reasons that it's been politically popularized. It's a politically correct cultism that Zachariah Sitkin provides. So what I'm going to do now is address the geopolitics. I want to thank both of you gentlemen. Thank you, Aristides, for being awake. Thank you, Sid, for working with all of this. And of course, I want both of you gentlemen to hang out in the background. Aristides will likely go to sleep. Sid, hopefully you can stay awake throughout the night in case I need someone to back me up if I need to
I'll be
refresh myself. And thank you. So as well, don't be afraid to interject once in a while if you have a question or feel that you have something constructive to add. Of course, there's no real need for links. As we said before, it tends to break up the rhythm of the chat. Of course, the links that you can put in are those asking for support from myself. Obviously, those are encouraged to be put in every half hour or so. Something like every half hour should be enough, because that we'll see how it works out organically, but I think that's a good start in terms of a pattern to try and work with, and we'll see if it changes after that. Now, I'm sorry?
May I break for 1 second? Can I just tell you what the approach that I've been taking with that?
Sure, please.
Sometimes the chat is pretty slow, and looking at the chat from my phone, if there's enough chat, once your links have moved above where they would be visible, then I put them in again, especially the most essential ones.
Good. Okay, great.
Otherwise, if there's less chat and it stays visible, then I may just put less in or wait a little longer, so that it doesn't look.
You seem to be developing a feel for this. Good, a rhythm.
What you're talking about, and I try to yes, develop a rhythm with it. I'm working on it.
Excellent. So,
go ahead. Weird behavior, and
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I'm sorry. I would have liked to ask you about that one character earlier, but not on the call. I guess I could. But now knowing, I won't wait to ask. If someone's just repeat commenting, goofy shit, I'll just block them.
Yes.
And
yes.
If there's any reason to unblock them later, then that can happen as you wish.
Sure. I mean, sometimes mistakes are made, but most of the time, by the time you've decided to block someone, it's easy to see that they need to be blocked.
And
yes?
I can, if I do hide their messages, and if you want to see them, I can unhide them so that they're just visible, to yourself and other moderators.
Right. I don't think you ever need to do that. I mean, as the manager of the channel, I think I can just go in there and look at them. I mean, most of the time I would never be interested. But yeah, I mean, obviously, perhaps if I needed you to do that, if it turns out I didn't have that capacity, because YouTube changes things all the time, then yeah, I would ask you about that. I don't feel the need for that in this case, certainly, and in most cases, I really don't need it. It's usually obvious when somebody is coming along and just doing what they're doing. We might as well piss that individual off even more by going into geopolitics tonight. So let's get started in that regard, and I will, of course, bear in mind your other attempts to communicate, and we will try and find some time to do that. Obviously, if I'm still around if we don't get knocked offline and we're still around by the time morning comes by, then we'll see if we can talk for a few minutes after transmission. Of course, by that time, I'll be totally burned out. I'll warn everyone tonight, it'll just be like deep monologue. I'll just get into the zone. Either I'll burn out before the show ends, or I'll take it all the way to the end, or until somebody shows up in the morning. Because in the morning, people start dropping in who you don't expect, and then that might give me an opportunity to give my voice a break, and I might very well need one at that point. All right, with that, we are going to dive into it, and my loving gratitude to Aristides and Sid. Our concern, as always, for Brandon, and for Brandon Zogid, of course, our prayers. And for George Knight, our gratitude, and hopefully things are going smoothly as possible for him. And for us, it's time to end the election wish casting amid crunch time for Xi Jinping. Donald John Trump won all but one of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's Super Tuesday contests, so far as I know, barreling toward a Biden rematch. After Super Tuesday, all of the pointless wishing for a lightning strike to change the 2024 race should end. The contest is once again an existential test of American democracy, and the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping wants Donald Trump to win. You see, Beijing is holding trois sessions amid economic crises. Xi Jinping doesn't have to worry about anything as inconvenient as a competitive election in the communist Chinese empire. But even an autocrat has to change course on economic and other policies when things are not going to plan, as now. Thus Red China's annual pretense that it has a real legislature, known as the Trois Sessions, opened in Beijing this week amid a fraught period for the communist empire's economy, and the national political leadership under communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. There will be no press briefing from Premier Li Qiang to conclude this year's events, marking the first time in 3 decades that the traditional conference has been skipped. The change could be a sign of ominous rumblings beneath the surface of the Trois Sessions, which provide a rare glimpse at how Chinese communist governance works and even at what is going on behind the scenes. The meetings are called the Trois Sessions because 3 different bodies convene for the week: the NPC, the National People's Congress, China's Parliament, and the CPPCC, the CPPCC, Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, which is an advisory body. The Premier's annual press briefing, which included questions from both Commu Chinese and international media, was one of the few times that foreign journalists had direct access to a top Chinese communist bureaucrat. They don't really have leaders, you see. They have bureaucrats. And the answers were sometimes interesting. In 2012, the event took place as high-flying official Bo Xilai sought to defend himself as his political empire collapsed. At the briefing, then Premier Wen Jiabao took a sweep at Bo in public. There are a few possible explanations for why Li Qiang called off the event. For one, the questions would likely be about the state of the communist Chinese economy, a painful and uncomfortable topic to say the least. This is the year of the incredible shrinking China, people, that his predecessor, Li Keqiang, often hinted at a desire for economic reforms during the briefing may contribute to the perceived risk of the event itself. Furthermore, any stage for the premier is becoming politically unacceptable in the era of Xi as everything, even for someone like Li Qiang, who was chosen for the job because he poses no threat to Xi Jinping. He has avoided taking center stage at any major event during his year in office. So is anything even happening at the Trois Sessions? In theory, the NPC makes laws, elects Red China's president and vice president, and can remove them, confirms nominations for premiership and ministerial positions, and can amend the Communist Chinese constitution. In practice, it does none of these things. Membership in both the NPC and the CPC, the CPPCC, the CPPCC, is handed out as a reward for good behavior, akin to knighthoods in the United Kingdom. The reality is that power policy and law are in the hands of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. And that party positions always matter most in communist China. Exempli gratiae. Red China's defense minister has a relatively unimportant role compared to a position on the Communist Party's Central Military Commission. Now, I'll get back to the NPC in a second. Describing communist Chinese physics is not something I intend to do for too long, or you're all going to take off. Amy Como is smiling. My fetish story says, hello, Douglas. Who is Stephen D. Kelly and Occupy the Getty movement? I remember you're mentioning him in the past, but I don't remember what was said. Love you, my fetish story. Love you, Amy. So let's give kisses out to the ladies here. It is, I dive into monologue and the ladies show up. So hopefully my fetish story will ultimately join us on Skype sometime. But right now I'll just do my best to answer her. Give you a second here to spell her name right. And Amy and my fetish story. Okay, let me give, all right, kisses, first of all. And I do want you to know that I'll answer your question to the best of my ability and get back to Chinese Communist civics. Perhaps you think you're saving everybody from this subject. I swear I won't continue on it for too long before I get into more visceral form of geopolitics. But in terms of, where we go from this, okay, let me, here we are. Amy and my fetish story, kisses, there we are, and the exclamatory heart. Now, my fetish story, Stephen D. Aristides, are you still awake? He doesn't need to be. Sid, do you know who Stephen D. Kelly is?
Yeah, what?
Oh, do you know who Stephen D. Kelly is?
No.
Oh, okay. At any rate, yeah, you don't need to. I'll go on with this. I'll handle this. Let's see if I can bring on Amy Como, because she seems to be lurking out there. At least I have her number. So let's press that button, see if we can add her for at least a few minutes, since she seems to be awake. She may know who Stephen D. Kelly is. What about you, Sid? You must know who Stephen D. Kelly is, right? Sid? I hope he's all right.
Hi. Hear me?
I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, Amy, honey. So, Amy, what are you doing awake?
I think I had too much coffee.
That's so cute. Sid has come back. Take a look into the text box, Amy, and Sid has given you an apology.
Why is he apologizing to me? He's just the way he is. It's fine.
I did think that it was. I did think that it was misogynist and gross that at the conversation we all had after transmission, when Peter Moon started send somebody flying monkey sperm, and then Sid said, yeah, flying monkey sperm out, or flying monkey out of her butt. I thought it was getting pretty misogynist and gross.
Oh, it was a Wayne's World reference. It was
okay.
I'm not going to repeat it, but it wasn't what you're.
Oh, okay.
The way
okay.
Picture
Okay.
describing. It was a movie, the Wayne's World. It was not.
Okay. Okay. So, Amy, take a look at his apology written to you in the text box there. Can you see that?
I did.
Okay. There we are.
I saw it.
Yes.
It's okay. I don't remember what's even said. So.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So, now, I forgot, Amy, did I ask you this already? You don't know who Stephen D. Kelly is.
I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm glad that my fetish story is interacting. Although I wish you would just get on with your monologue also.
Yeah, she chooses now to interact. She can't stand communist Chinese civics. Can you blame her? I shan't stay on that too long, I promise. But I will get to Stephen D. Kelly first.
Also ignorant.
She's not saying you're ignorant, my fetish story. She's saying we're also ignorant. So Sid, do you know anything about Stephen D. Kelly?
No, I got distracted. I'm looking him up right now.
You don't need to look him up. If you don't know who he is, you don't know who he is. Don't worry about it. But you might put some links out if you feel. I mean, we don't want to advertise this guy, okay? But he's.
I will not. Then if you don't want.
Yeah. Don't put up any links about it because they might well advertise him. Unless they're like exposition links, like they say bad stuff about him, then you can put it up. Because look, I got nothing against Stephen D. Kelly. Particularly, he's no friend of mine. He's an odd guy. He basically is. He is a bearded white guy, skinny bearded white guy. You'd think he was a hippie. He basically had a lot of kids. I mean, like maybe 8 kids, and none of them like him. Which tells you a lot right there. Stephen D. Kelly was now MEMୖDy. Amanda Ute. If she were with us, she could speak a bit to him. Let's see if I can call her. And she could speak a bit about him. But depending on what mood she's in, let's see if I can call her. Amanda Ute. Here we are. And basically, he was calling himself like Steve Cat or some shit like that for a while, even though he was a dog guy. And he was at Revolution Radio, and he got really full of himself because, Revolution Radio had these off-the-wall meters which told you how many people were listening. And people got the impression that thousands were listening, and as opposed to just a few hundred. And so people really became full of themselves and thought that they were big shots and that they could really get going with fame and politics. And Stephen D. Kelly was one of these people, and he thought that everybody could buy his book, and if he was selling, books for $20 each to the thousands of people he thought were listening, then he'd be rich, right? And could start his campaign to run for president, which is what he wanted to do. Actually launched his campaign to run for president on Revolution Radio. And then he put up a picture of his dog while he was running for president. And so there was this thing between him and this other poor idiot. Oh, God, what was the name of the other poor guy? Do you remember, Amy, when Brooke Gibson and I were on together with this one white guy who was living up there in fucking Scandinavia and claimed he was camping out in the below zero snow? Oh fuck, I can look up the guy's name. Poor son of a...
Yeah, he was he had like knocked up some woman and they had twins. That guy?
Yeah. Yes. John Miranda, poor son of a bitch.
That's his name.
Poor son of a bitch. Yeah. John Miranda and the Ed Opperman, the sleazy detective. They both hated Stephen D. Kelly. It's like a bitch fest. It's like this bitch fest. Now, Stephen D. Kelly had a thing for me. He kept saying how feminine I looked in my high heel boots. And it's like he wouldn't let that go. So this guy obviously had a fetish. And he just loved me in my high heel boots. He just couldn't stop talking about it. Then he kept, holy shit! He's dead? Holy shit! He's dead?
It looks like him.
Oh my fucking god! I mean, 53, it could be him.
There you go, my fetish story.
Oh my
there
god.
You go, he's dead.
Oh my god!
We've all just learned.
Well, we don't know. This probably isn't him, because that would mean there is a god. No, it probably isn't. No, this is someone else. It's sadly. No, this guy's like this guy looks normal. He's some veteran. But it's this guy looks almost normal. Well, I don't know if anybody's normal. But
Pizzagate. Stephen D. Kelly. There's a Rob McDonald. And who's Stephen D. Kelly, and is this the guy?
Well, the obituary I'm looking at is definitely not him. Daryl
No.
Stillwell says, "What about Stephen D. Kelly?" Well, Daryl, you sound like you know him. Why don't you tell us a bit about him? MEMqədy could tell us that he was like really into what do they call them? Those fart tubas. He would hire prostitutes to pass gas into these fart tubas. That was one of his fetishes. So MEMqədy helped fetch a few for him at that time. Long story. MEMqədy was helping a young lady out who was prostituting herself. And she can go into that better than I can, obviously. But Stephen D. Kelly was, I remember one time where he was sick as hell. And he was like, had, some kind of flu. And he was like dying. And he was like telling Noreen Helpan, who at that point, everybody thought she was my wife. And he was telling her, "Oh man, I'd give anything for some NyQuil." And she was like, "Why don't you just fucking buy some NyQuil? And it's only a few bucks." And he's like, "I don't have that kind of money." He like had nothing at one point. I mean, like he's literally dying there of this pneumonia or flu, and he's saying, "Oh man, I wish I had some NyQuil, and I can't buy any." And she said, "What about your 8 kids?" And he says, "They won't give me anything." And, well, that shows it. Man, he must have been an asshole dad. He must have been never there. I mean, if he's got 8 kids and none of them would drive by and throw a bottle of NyQuil over the fence, this must be he must be a real asshole. But at any rate, aside from the fact that he was making passes at all the women and getting reported for sexual harassment at Revolution Radio, aside from the fact that he kept, asking me if I was gay, which I kept taking as his way of making a pass, like, aside from the fact that he kept saying how feminine I looked in high-heeled shoes, and he obviously had a thing for me, and just really kept harping at me, so he was really into me, I'll give you that. And then he kept saying that children were being kept underneath the Getty Museum as for slaves and cannibalism and human trafficking, and so he had this Occupy the Getty movement, and he was running for president, and he was just he's just this fucked up dude. But I think the most fucked up thing about him, or maybe you could think of this as admirable in a roguish kind of sense, was he kept telling everybody that he had a handler. He said that. He was public about that. He claimed that he was a product of the CIA, or at least CIA programming. And so he convinced his listeners he was a real expert with guns. That, he was like a firearms killing machine produced by the CIA. And for his Facebook banner, it was like somebody with multiple night vision goggles. I mean, like 3 or 4 night vision goggles, like all piled together on their face. So they had like multiple eyes or something. And he was like showing that as his Facebook banner, saying, "This is what I'm all about." And he told everybody on Revolution Radio, "I can modify your firearms. I can modify your firearms." Now, for those of you who aren't gun people, let me just give you an example. Having someone modify your firearms is like, you really have to trust this person. Like if somebody takes your firearm and they do something to it where they fuck up the sight alignment or something where they can fuck up your ability to hit anything with that gun ever again. So somebody modifying a firearm, this is like open heart surgery. It's like something that this person, you'd better trust them. They'd better be reputable, and they better have like all kinds of people backing them up saying, "I handed my gun to this man and I was satisfied with what I got back." Otherwise, you are handing your gun to someone who will give you something back that you may never use again. And guns are a solid investment. I mean, they're already expensive. Their modifications will cost just as much as when you purchase the gun. More than like, it's like buying another gun. The point is that the only reason he probably was able to get away with what he did was because in the state of California, where he and I both are at, if you were to look for somebody who can modify guns, the last time I checked into it, there was like one man who could modify firearms in the state of California. This is a state that's bigger in population and size than many nations on earth. And there was like one man who could modify firearms. And when I checked in with him and said, "Oh, I hear you have a waiting list. How long will I have to wait?" "Oh, 6 years." It's like 6 years. I said, "Go fuck yourself." Maybe there's no justifiable reason for me to say that, but I mean, like, really? Really? 6 years. So it's like,
That's like getting on a housing list.
Yeah. And so Stephen D. Kelly told everybody, "I can modify your guns." And hundreds of people sent him their firearms. And he ran off with them all.
So he's kind of a hero in your book.
Yeah,
twisted way.
He's certainly this twisted anti-hero. He's certainly a criminal. He's just a dude who's like, he could, at least he had money after that, because God knows you could sell firearms and you get, you've got instant money. And this way people, whoever took those firearms, like somebody could buy a firearm off him, kill somebody with it, and the original owner of that firearm is going to be facing the murder charge. So he just found a way to get like a couple hundred assassinations pulled off, with other people getting the charge for it. So he could have opened up a whole little cottage industry there if he was enterprising. I don't know if he had the wherewithal or the common sense or the intelligence to do that. Jen Ike says, an unprofessional mod of a weapon might as well put you in a position that could even make it impossible to even just complain about it at all. No, this is true. This is true. If somebody modifies your weapon and it just blows up in your face, this could easily happen. Daryl Stillwell says he did drop off the radar all of a sudden. Last I heard, he was renting signs to bring attention to what was under the Getty. Oh my God, he's still obsessed about that. That's so pathological. And it's so fucking sad. It's his delusion. It's his trip. If you're human trafficking in kids, there's got to be a better place to keep them than under the fucking Getty. Okay, that's it's like, why the Getty? Why would it be the Getty? So this is like poor bastard. Beyond the Vanishing Point says he's not dead. He did a show 2 days ago. Okay. All right, there you go. But he says, all I know is what Douglas said about children slaves below the Getty. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that was his trip, was Stephen D. Kelly was saying that there's all these kids down there. And you have to ask yourself, how would he know? How would he know? Where did he come across this info? I mean, was he there? It's like, Ian West was claiming he was under Disney. That there's cages under Disney where they kept the kids. I mean, dude, Disney, they have tigers, they have crocs, they have birds, they have all kinds of animals they keep in cages. Cages do not necessarily mean they're for kids. It's, at any rate, Ian West was just a real piece of shit anyway. He's the one who got a strike against me because he's a fucking idiot. Bringing up his bullshit from the everything's deep web with him. Yeah?
Douglas, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Okay, about Disney and missing kids. I've seen a couple of videos on YouTube that seem to present some interesting information, like kids are on tape going into the monorail, not the monorail, but the mountain with the abominable snowman ride. What the hell that is? The Matterhorn.
Uh-huh.
And then they don't come out. You can't find the same kids on the. things like that could be made up or whatever, but they do have those tunnel systems under Disney for all the employees and whatnot, and it is Hollywood. So I mean, I took acid at Halloween at Disneyland on Halloween and walked around for their Halloween trip, and it just occurred to me, what really dark things could go on there. There's just this, I felt undercurrents of just real darkness, behind the fun, spooky facade, so then they could shut this place down and it could be used for
what?
Nefarious purposes that would involve ritual child abuse, is what I picked up on.
Well, probably the most constructive thing that I can say about what Ian West was bringing up was that the Royals do have property on Disney. And this was because Disney was interested in Disney as being a real sovereign state, truly the Magic Kingdom. So he invited the Royals to have a residence there. And they're always up for new residences. They'll take that in case there's ever a revolution in England and they need to escape. They'll take all the safe holes they can get. So there is royal property on Disney. Again, part of Disney's obsession with creating the Magic Kingdom as a sovereign state. When it comes to whatever potential nefarious things may be going on there, whatever, it's not my trip. I've done enough already. When it came to the Presidio, when it came to Camp Pendleton and San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot, I'm not interested in pursuing anymore. It's, I don't, really, to tell you the truth, with everything I've been through, it's, you past the point of caring to a great degree. Now, if I were in a position of secular power, I would investigate. And see if I felt that there was something going on, and then decide based on what findings might be discovered. But honestly, it just generally strikes me as a lot of bullshit. It just doesn't strike me as, first off, kids going in Matterhorn, not coming out. What about the parents? They just like, oh man, my kid disappeared. Oh, well, we can always make more. I mean, where do the parents go? Do they not ask?
When people have medical emergencies, they take them right down into the tunnels. There are all these entrances into the tunnels under Disneyland. So when people are having some kind of a flip out,
okay,
they would remove that person from.
Yeah, because then, because it's upsetting to other people. They want to be able to continue saying that's the happiest place on earth, right? Yeah.
So it could be a parent who's lost a kid. I mean,
then they disappear too. And how long could this go on before people, notice entire families disappearing?
In Hollywood, there are enough parents trying to pimp out their kids that predators have their pick. They don't need a super elaborate thing going on with Disneyland. But yeah,
I mean, look, we got to be commonsensical about this. It's something like that cannot be done often. It's just too many people notice it, and after a while people would stop going to Disney, right? I mean, their money is made off people going to Disney.
People don't stop going to Yosemite, though. And they have,
That's different, because the Yosemite is Yosemite is a big gaping black hole for idiots. It's like, I think anyone who goes camping is asking to die. I think that camping is a form of suicidal ideation. The realization of a suicidal fantasy is what camping is all about. It doesn't make any sense to me. So people could disappear all the time at Yosemite, but that's federal. It's federal. Federal, no one can do anything about it. Then what are you going to do? Say, Uncle Sam, my family disappeared. Uncle Sam's just going to say, well, yeah, it's a national park. Hope they died happy. Uncle Sam's not going to do anything. They don't have to. They're the government. But Disney's different. It's a business. They have to make money. If they're making money with people above ground, if people start disappearing below ground, they stop making money because people stop going. It's not like Yosemite. You're not held on your own cognizance. In Yosemite, basically, there's signs up that basically in government legalese say, in space, no one can hear you scream. You go to Yosemite, you're on your own cognizance. If you die, it's on you. No one really cares. The rangers are there to pick up the body. And if you get eaten by an animal, their job is to shoot the animal, maybe. But other than that, it's kind of like, no one's asking you to go there. The government is making it available, but you're on your own. You make a choice to go there. And therefore, it's kind of on you when you disappear. But in Disney, that's not the case. In Disney, they are charging you. And when you go inside, you expect legal protection, physical security. There's certain reasonable things that you can expect. You should not expect your children to be eaten by alligators and crocodiles. So when that happens, they're generally pretty sorry about it. And they say, damn, that's fucked up. We better give you some compensation. It's not like they say, oh, gee, that's too bad. Honestly, so Jen Ikike says, Yosemite is pretty much wildness in the purest sense. Disney World is quite literally what could be considered the opposite. Thank you. Yes.
It seems like a mechanical and social wilderness to me. But yeah, I get it.
Dude, you're on acid.
Like,
you're in a giant clockwork mechanism as far as you feel. The world is like on acid. Everything you sense is like you got to admit there's a certain patina that's painted over it with the rose-colored acid tinted glasses that you strap on.
My goodness. If the average person experienced what I experienced at Disneyland on acid, they'd fucking have themselves committed or commit suicide.
So what else did you feel? What else did you feel about Disney? What else did you feel that you kind of saw? Without going too deep into it, I mean.
Well, I saw a culture of, beneath of extreme child trafficking, let's say, without getting too graphic. But I mean, I saw it in graphic detail being on acid. And being at Disneyland and experiencing their Halloweenification of that environment, it occurred to me that with the right technology, and some of those people in Club 33, right, like Boyd Rice is in Club 33, and some other, much scarier people, I imagine. That environment could be shut down and used by, the worst elements in Hollywood for just truly evil. And I felt that this probably happens on some level, in Hollywood. There's certainly there's got to be a clash between, a culture of extreme child predation and people who want nothing to do with that kind of activity.
I mean, okay, so you basically had a lot of bad vibes while you were there. And, I think that Sammy Romero felt a lot of bad vibes while he was down there too, but it was mostly the sense of artificiality. The sense of artificiality was really grating to him. And look, anywhere can become like a horror story, and you just if you have on the attitude that horrible things could happen here, horrible things can happen there. But when it comes to
especially well suited for horrible things in an area where people like Michael Jackson thrive with his pedophilia trip,
By the way, what's his name? Our man Nemo feels a lot of sympathy for Michael Jackson because of his. Anyhow, we don't need to go into that. It has nothing to do with pedophilia. It has to do with Michael Jackson's politics. But Michael Jackson, all the, he was on his own trip, but when it comes to, he built his own theme park. So he obviously wasn't relying on Disney. And when it comes to Disney, they've got a business to run, and they're not going to jeopardize that business by making people disappear because people would stop coming back. So it's that simple. It's common sense. When you've got other kinds of businesses where children disappear, then I've kind of exposed those businesses, the military-industrial complex, things like that, and this is where people really do disappear. Anyhow, Amy, without overdwelling on the morbid, I'll dive back into monologue now. But before I do, how's your what else comes to your mind? I mean, like you said, you drank too much coffee, couldn't fall asleep. Now, are you warm enough? You sound like you're warm enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm tucked right in. I'm good.
Okay.
I also feel like the whole Disney World thing is just too much. My family went there on vacation, and I chose not to participate.
Uh-huh.
I chose to just stay in Vermont while they left and went to Florida.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I don't even know why that would even be interesting. I think it would be more interesting if you assumed secular power and then seated yourself in Disneyland in control of everything.
That's cute. That's cute.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe.
There's something.
Maybe
called,
tomorrow.
That's so cute.
Lloyd Rice has a song called "Disneyland Can Wait," and it's hilarious. There's a hilarious video on YouTube. People should. I'll just put it.
Lloyd Rice.
Yeah, strange guy. I mean, he's really changed a lot since I knew him. Well, I'm afraid to look at him now. Yeah, or what he's doing. But okay. Amy, Sid. All right. I'll dive back into the monologue now. Let's see if there's any further questions about Stephen D. Kelly. But that's pretty much all I know about him. And he had quite the crush on me in terms of jumping up and down about my wardrobe and how I looked all the time, and always asking if I was gay. And it's just like obviously he wanted me to say yes and make myself available to him is the only conclusion I could draw. So, such being said, we're going to, Sid says something very timely with the link he provided. We'll dive back into, for just a short more amount of time, communist Chinese civics, because I do want everyone to understand it is relevant. Basically, the MPC that I was talking about, the acronym, of course, for the National People's Congress, is the definition of a rubber stamp parliament. Membership is essentially ceremonial, and the body only convenes for a few days per year, although a standing committee of around 175 people meets every couple of months. Still, there are usually some hints about the wider political mood in Red China at the Trois Sessions. The government work report. The government work report is a smoke signal with the most significance, and its presentation is in the Premier's hands. Now, this year's report intentionally went public on Super Tuesday, ostensibly with no big surprises. An expected economic growth target of 5%, some hints at stimulus, but no major packages, and encomiums about how all good news...
Your sound cut out for a second. Sounds good back.
Oftentimes, just so you know, it's just the listener. That doesn't mean it's happening for everyone. So try not to make a habit of breaking in when the sound comes out, unless you feel it's for an extended period of time. Because oftentimes these glitches do not... Just because you're hearing it doesn't mean anyone else is hearing it, okay? Just so you know. Just so you know, for future reference. By the way, Jan IKK says, measured by how disgusted I am by all things capitalist, when on acid, having to pay for a drink difficult enough and not just getting one when thirsty, Disney seems like the worst place ever. Yes, I can imagine. Oh, yeah, don't even get me started. At any rate, back to where I was. In case this glitched for everyone, let me try and re-explain what happened. Basically, as I said, this year's smoke signal, the government work report of Communist China, intentionally went public on Super Tuesday, ostensibly with no big surprises, an expected economic growth target of 5%, some hints at stimulus but no major packages, and of course encomiums galore about how all good news is credited to quote as they, General Secretary Xi Jinping, who is at the helm charting the course to the sound guidance of Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, to the strong leadership of the Party Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. Now, during the meetings, NPC delegates also individually propose new laws, which have no chance of being passed at the event, but can offer a window into social or political concerns. 2022 saw a flurry of proposed domestic violence laws, mostly from female delegates, which shows you that pretty much every woman in communist China alive is being beaten half to death. Other proposals may reflect quirky personal causes. Yet, for all the NPC's general insignificance, it is also a potential landmine lurking beneath the Communist Chinese Party's power. The body doesn't matter at all, but if there were ever a real crisis of government, it could matter a lot. For now, however, the Twa sessions would be relatively insignificant were it not for Twa salient facts. Communist China on the Asian mainland has hiked defense spending by 7.2%, even as a subtle shift in how Red China talks about my Taiwan suggests it is gearing up for war. So, that having been said, as I said, 2022, you had a lot of proposed domestic violence laws, and this is, of course, the No More Week, in which we are supposed to be made aware of the horrors of domestic violence. So I do want people to understand that No More Week usually falls between the first and second week of March. This year, it is taking place from March 3rd to March 9th. It is an annual campaign against domestic abuse and sexual violence that aims to rouse individuals and organizations and communities to make a change. The event is an opportunity for everyone, governmental and non-governmental organizations and communities, to unite to stop domestic abuse and sexual violence. The United Nations defines domestic abuse as a pattern of behavior designed to gain or retain power and control over an intimate partner in any relationship. Abuse can be physical, sexual, emotional, financial, or psychological, and it frequently has a detrimental impact on the other person. Now, of course, I could go on at great length about the horrors of violence against women, and I have done so in the past. Obviously, as someone who has been mistaken for a female many times, I have been subject to attempts at sexual violence, and I can certainly say that, therefore, I have a personal stake in campaigns to eliminate such phenomenon, and we can go into that again in the near future. But tonight, just because of the Russian troll that came into the chat, we should concentrate on geopolitics, just to piss them all off. So the three major points that come to my mind is that in this Chi-Com government report, pointedly released on Super Tuesday, Red China has dropped all mention of quote-unquote peaceful reunification with my Taiwan. Said report, or sourced report, said China would increase its military budget by 7.2% this year. Obviously, in their economic stagnation, they are girding their war machine for battle, and China appears to be taking a tougher approach to dealing with my Taiwan. So, no one would be happier to see Donald John Trump reelected than Xi Jinping. After 4 years of Joe Biden, Red China's leaders would likely be relieved to have Donald John Trump back in the White House. Compared with his predecessor, Biden has operated quietly. Trump launched a trade war, slapped tariffs on Chinese communist imports, and infuriated Beijing by referring to the coronavirus as the Chinese virus, blaming the Chinese Communist Party for its spread, and even at times humoring theories that the party may have played a role in its creation. But Biden has hit Red China harder than Trump ever did. Armed with a more determined foreign policy, he has inflicted acute damage on the Communist Chinese Empire's economy and geopolitical ambitions, from which Red China's tyrannical leader, Xi Jinping, has struggled to recover. Scott Kennedy, a senior advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C., has told the Fourth Estate a Biden-led United States, probably from the Chinese Communist perspective, looks like a more formidable challenge. The most telling example is Biden's technology policy. In 2022, the same year that their rubber stamp parliament had all of the females trying to propose legislation against mass domestic violence abusing all Chinese women throughout the Communist Empire, Biden's administration effectively barred the export of Red China, or rather the export to Red China, of advanced semiconductors and the complex equipment required to manufacture them. The controls will likely set Communist China's hopes of building a competitive chip industry back for years and hamper its progress in other key tech sectors, such as artificial intelligence. Biden has revitalized the American-led Global Alliance Network that had atrophied under Don Trump, and has marshaled its power to counter the Communist Chinese Empire. The advanced democracies in the Group of Seven have displayed an unusual degree of coordination on Biden's watch, agreeing in 2023 to a common approach to decrease their reliance on the Red Chinese economy. Biden has also fostered closer ties with new partners, especially Asian India, to compete with Red Chinese influence in the developing world. Biden's success has apparently alarmed a communist Chinese leadership fearful of becoming encircled and contained by a coalition of American allies. By comparison, from Beijing's point of view, haggling with Don Trump over tariffs or exchanging bombastic rhetoric was a mere nuisance. Trump's withdrawal from American global leadership encouraged Xi Jinping to promote the Communist Chinese Empire as a more responsible world power. The chaos of the Trump presidency, the administration's inept response to the pandemic, the violence of January 6th, allowed Chinese communist propagandists to cast these United States as a superpower in decline. Biden's diplomatic re-engagement has made spreading that narrative harder. In response, Xi has become ever more hostile to Washington. Xi has routinely resisted dialogue with the Biden administration and became more determined to upset the United States-led world order. He has grown more desperate and isolated as a result. Opposed by most of the world's major powers, Xi has thrown in his lot with the pariah states of Russia and Iran in an attempt to build an anti-American coalition to challenge American primacy. Even if a second Trump presidency were to retain some aspects of Biden's China policy, the technology controls, for instance, would almost certainly stay in place. Trump's return would jeopardize the united front that Biden has forged among the major democracies. His get tough policy could fixate on one issue with Red China, trade for instance, and waver on others of importance, such as human rights and policy toward my Taiwan in particular. By comparison, Joe Biden has consistently pressed Beijing on a range of fronts, even straying beyond Washington's traditionally ambiguous position on my Taiwan to suggest that these United States would defend island China from a communist Chinese military assault. From Beijing's standpoint, that makes Trump far less threatening than Joe Biden and much more manageable. Whoever wins the White House, Xi will pursue his agenda to roll back American power and create a Sino-centric world order. But he would likely push even harder to promote Red China as a world leader if Don Trump were in charge. By weakening American standing abroad and democracy at home, Trump would offer Xi more opportunities than Biden to extend communist Chinese influence and win hearts and minds within the developing world. Of course, one cannot assume that Trump would cut and paste his China policy from his first term. A newly re-elected President Trump would face a geopolitical environment altered by the war in Ukraine and Xi Jinping's intensified animosity, his enmity and animosity towards these United States. He might change his Red China policy in light of these new realities, but he won't change his personality. Trump is just as likely to fawn over Xi and other dictators as he is to stand his ground. If Xi Jinping could vote in November, he would surely cast his ballot for Donald Trump. Now, former President Donald Trump has won 12 of the Republican Party's 13 contests, projected back on Super Tuesday, and since then, I think, completely counted down, leaving former United Nations Ambassador Nikki Haley far behind in the delegate chase and, of course, forcing her ouster, while setting up a 2024 rematch with President Joe Biden, who faced little opposition in his own contests. This while in its latest budget report, the Communist Chinese Empire dropped mention of peaceful reunification with my Taiwan, a subtle shift that could signal it is preparing for war. According to Reuters, sourced report delivered by the Premier Li Qiang at the opening of the National People's Congress, the NPC, the rubber stamp parliament, said the People's Republic of China would increase its military budget by 7.2% this year. Bloomberg has noted that its military spending for this year is estimated to rise to 1.67 trillion yuan, or 231 billion United States dollars, the biggest increase in half a decade. The CHICOM, or Chinese Communist Government report, called for reunification with my Taiwan, but said it wanted to be firm, losing the word peaceful from previous reports. It's not the first time the word peaceful has not been used, but it's more significant during a period when Red China is taking a tougher approach to dealing with my Taiwan. My Taiwan has been self-governed since 1949, but Red China still sees us as a breakaway island province that should be under mainland jurisdiction. In February, Wang Huning, the Chinese Communist Party's fourth-ranked leader, said in a Taiwan policy meeting that Red China planned to resolutely combat any sign of Taiwan independence in 2024. The Reuters report has confirmed that Red China's military spending has more than doubled since Xi Jinping, the country's dictator, took office in 2013, increasing from 720 billion yuan in 2013 to 1.67 trillion yuan in 2024. Li Mingjiang, a defense scholar at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, has told Reuters that this increased spending was an indication of its stance against My Taiwan. To quote St, China is showing that, in the coming decade, it wants to grow its military to the point where it is prepared to win a war if it has no choice but to fight on. As Beijing ratchets up the pressure on Taipei, the capital of My Taiwan, the Empire of Japan is drawing up contingency plans for evacuating Okinawa's Sakashima Islands via Kagoshima and Fukuoka airports in the event of a Taiwan emergency. In a message to both Beijing and Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, Japan's Air Self-Defense Force conducted joint training alongside United States B-52 bombers over the Sea of Japan and the East China Sea last week, home to the Japan-controlled, China-claimed Senkaku Islands. Emphasizing that Red China must be more transparent about its increased military spending, Yoshimasa Hayashi, a spokesperson for the Japanese government, said in a statement that it posed the greatest strategic challenge ever to ensure the peace and stability of Japan and the international community and strengthen international order. On Tuesday, Red China announced a 7.2% hike in its defense budget for the coming year, outstripping its gross domestic product growth target, as Beijing continues to modernize its military amid rivalry with the American empire and our allies. Meanwhile, as Business Insider reported on February, My Taiwan is gearing up with advanced weapons of our own. The Missile Threat Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a Washington, D.C. foreign policy think tank, has previously confirmed that My Taiwan had at least 6 different types of cruise missiles, including land attack and anti-ship weapons. In recent years, Beijing has plowed cash into bolstering its own missile and nuclear forces and building a massive navy that can project its power across the wide expanses of ocean it claims as its territory. Tensions flared this week in the South China Sea, where a Philippine Coast Guard was damaged in a collision with a China Coast Guard vessel as Manila, capital of the Philippines, sought to resupply its troops on a remote outpost. The China Coast Guard has also begun conducting law enforcement patrols near the Taiwanese-held Kinmen Islands amid rising tensions in the area following a deadly incident last month. In a January survey by the CSIS, Center for Strategic International Studies, nearly all of the United States experts surveyed said they were confident that these United States would intervene if Red China invaded My Taiwan. Well, America has no choice because without us, you're going to die. Your technology will collapse and your society will collapse. Resultantly, in that order. And there has been a lot more war lately. Now, I started going into this in the transmission before last. We should probably return to it, and I can give you some reasons why people think there hasn't been so much war in the past 20, 30 years. It's all a delusion, really, but people had the idea that we had a long peace going on. I'll try to explain some reasons why they thought that, and go into, of course, what we have in reality. A new feudalism. Now, if you've been asking yourself if the world is becoming more violent, or if it just seems that way, all you need to do is look at Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan. Yes, there really has been more war lately. It's not your imagination. The long peace, of course, is ending. And as I've said, even though the 1930s parables are dangerous when they are unprofessionally recited, these are the Spanish Civil Wars and Ethiopian invasions of the Fourth World War. Understand, in the case of Manchuria, the Manchurian government was the last state to house the Manchurian peoples, whom the communist Chinese ultimately exterminated. By the way, just taking a look at some of the chat here. let's say now. Cultivated Image says, we'll definitely listen to the whole transmission later, as always. Thank you. And glad there's a conversation going on between Jan Ike and Sid. That's good. Let's see. T-Tank Berry says, invest in the well-being of your local renegade military historian. God bless you, dear T-Tank. Thank you for the latest $100 contribution. All of this helps profoundly. Thank you, of course, to Nolani Bouchard in Hawaii for her 30 United States dollars. And, of course, to that wonderful woman who wishes to remain anonymous in England who contributed about 10 or 20 United States dollars. I'll try to get to some communications with you either, as soon as possible. You're not forgotten. Thank you for Brooke Hagberg for your 40 United States dollars from Canada. With that, back to the questions at hand. Yes, indeed. The gruesome scenes from Gaza and Ukraine, not to mention the less covered but still deadly conflicts from Myanmar to Sudan to Haiti, they paint the picture of a world on fire. Yes, we just experienced a moment when a country with nuclear weapons, Pakistan, was hit by a missile strike from a bordering country, Iran. But it's also true that media coverage of deadly global conflicts can obscure more positive long-term global trends. And until recently, like before World War I, there was a good case to be made that we were living through just such a trend. The period since the end of World War II has been referred to as the Long Peace, and for the historically anomalous absence of interstate war. Meaning, nations invading each other and shit. This wasn't just a fortunate accident. Around a decade ago, there were books that I've reviewed from my son's husband's estate recently, such as the Harvard psychologist Steven Pinker's work titled The Better Angels of Our Nature, and the international relations scholar Joshua Goldstein's publication titled Winning the War on War, arguing, in both cases, that traditional armed conflict was becoming obsolete. I would say don't bet on it myself. For Americans, the first decade of the 21st century may have been dominated by the 9/11 attacks and the bloody and controversial wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, but by some measures it was one of the most peaceful periods in recorded history, with fewer recorded battlefield deaths than the world had seen in 100 years. Even American losses in the War on Terror were small compared to the worst of American history. A little more than 7,000 U.S. service members were killed in Iraq and Afghanistan combined, fewer than half the number killed in World War II's Battle of the Bulge, my biological father's, Adolf Hitler's, last major offensive to take you allies out. Or at least to knock you off the continent and back into the sea. According to the data from the Uppsala Conflict Data Program and PRI, the Peace Research Institute Oslo, on the decade that followed, due largely to the raging conflict in Syria, the number of civilian and military deaths in state-based conflicts around the world climbed from just over 25,000 in 2011, the year of my latent sainted Cyrus's, my womb matrons, my mother's murder, to just short of 116,000 in 2014, the year Russia invaded the Crimea. Or occupied Crimea by invading the Ukraine. But that's still lower than many years in the 1970s and 1980s when global totals often exceeded 200,000 annually, let alone the more than 400,000 who died on average per year in the late 1940s. More like 500,000 every year. By 2020, the number had fallen back below 54,000 until 2022 when deaths began to climb again. But the decline in deaths was just one factor. Something fundamental seemed to have changed about the nature of war in the post-Cold War era, or rather the era after the Third World War was fought and won. When wars have happened over the past few decades, they've almost always been fought within states, involving non-state actors like rebel groups or terrorist organizations. While they can certainly be brutal, just look at Suraya or the Rwandan genocide, the latter of which cost the lives of some 800,000 people. These conflicts usually don't involve enough people or firepower to produce casualties on the level of interstate conflicts, meaning wars between two or more countries. Conflicts on the order of the Napoleonic and French Revolutionary Wars of the early 19th century, World War Zero, rated at some 2.5 million deaths at least. Or in the 1980s, Iran-Iraq War, certainly as high as well over 1 million, seemed unthinkable. And the exceptions, like the initial American campaign against Saddam Hussein's Iraqi regime in 2003 or Russia's invasion of Georgia in 2008, tended to be brief and fairly one-sided. It was easy to look at the trends and think, as experts like Pinker and Goldstein did, that truly destructive interstate war was a thing of the past, something too irrational to endure in an era of globalization and interconnection. Lately, of course, the picture has looked less promising in that regard. Uppsala's data, tracking numbers of armed conflicts worldwide since 1990, shows a dramatic increase in the number of different conflicts around the world that continue upward today, starting around 2010 through 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus was murdered, or slain, the term they use for Vanthia. The year of the Arab Spring uprisings, which led to deadly conflicts in Syria, Libya, and Yemen. Syria, Libya, and Yemen. Then came his 2022, which, according to Uppsala and Prio, the Peace Research Institute of Oslo, established in 1959, that saw more than 204,000 war deaths with the all-out invasion of a neighboring state by the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. That made it the deadliest year for conflict since the mid-1980s. During the Iran-Iraq interstate war, between a trois-state conflict, the biggest war between Muslim and Muslim in, well, maybe their recorded history. At any rate, Russia's invasion of Ukraine made the biggest headlines. It was the kind of industrialized nation-state versus nation-state conflict, complete with tank assaults and trench warfare and artillery duels, that the world had rarely seen this century. But it wasn't even the deadliest war of 2022. That dubious honor went to Ethiopia's war with separatists in the Tigray region, which led to between, well, basically 300,000 and 600,000 deaths over the course of 12 years. Though Uppsala and the Prio, haven't yet released numbers for 2023, it's unlikely the outlook has improved, given the brutal toll in the Gaza since October 7th, as well as conflicts elsewhere. To quote us Magnus Olberg, director of the Uppsala Conflict Data Program, "At this point, we can be sure that it's not just random based on the numbers we're seeing." That's a horrible Swedish accent. I can't do Swedish. I end up sounding South Asian. So does the recent uptick in war, both the number of conflicts and how deadly they are, suggest that the long peace is over and that war is making a comeback? And if so, why? The challenge is that understanding why the world seems to be getting more violent requires understanding why it had been getting more peaceful. And there's little consensus there. In fact, some scholars have argued that conflict did not decline at all, and that the long peace thesis is based on cherry-picked data. I am one of those scholars. But there are a number of semi-plausible explanations for both wars' earlier decline and why that decline is now reversing. Or at least, maybe so. I would say definitely so. Well, the first theory is economic. And of course it's stupid as fuck, but here we go. It's the capitalist theory of economists. War does not pay. So one simple suggestion for the long peace is that war is not worth it. Literally, monetarily. Thanks to global supply chains and increasing economic interconnectedness, any benefits of war are outweighed by the costs of disruption. The most famous expression of this so-called capitalist peace idea is the New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman's Golden Arches theory, which holds that no two countries that both have a McDonald's have ever fought a war against each other. This is why you should not be born rich and Jewish, because you're automatically stupid. At any rate, while it made some sense that when Friedman formulated it in 1996, the rule has been violated many times ever since, and never more clearly than in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 12 countries that, yes, both have McDonald's. If Russian dictator Vladimir Putin had not made the decision to invade in 2022, there's no reason to think European countries would not still be buying Russian gas at the same and even increased values, or rather rates. It'd be the same value but a higher rate, via either a vast network of pipelines that crosses the Ukraine itself or the newly constructed Nord Stream pipeline. The war has cost the Russian Empire dearly in trade, investment, and squandered opportunities for economic development, not to mention the lives of more than 300,000 of its soldiers. Putin's willingness to put territorial ambitions and security interests, as he perceives them, ahead of dollars and cents, by that I mean dollars and common sense, calculations, is a stark warning for those who suggest, for example, that my Taiwan's indispensable role in global semiconductor production would make an invasion too expensive for mainland China to attempt. And rather than acting as a deterrent to war, the global financial system has just as often become another forum for conflict, one in which countries use sanctions, export controls, and other means to inflict pain on one another, a practice known as weaponized interdependence. We used to call it economic warfare, and it usually takes place before real war. Anyhow, there you go. The idea of capitalist peace is stupid bullshit. Chuck that out. The other thesis Americans love is that Uncle Sam is retired policeman to the world. I say retired pointedly because the global cop is off the beat. You see, some scholars, notably the neoconservative writer Robert Kagan, have emphasized the role of American foreign policy, and particularly United States military power, in upholding the rules-based international order that underpinned the long peace. Increasingly isolationist tendencies in American politics over the last several years, the argument so goes, are chiefly responsible for causing increasing global instability. Former NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen articulated a version of this critique, but yesterday last week, telling Politico that recent global events in the Taiwan Strait, in the Middle East, in the Ukraine, are all results of American hesitance to actually lead. Well, he's right, but all that aside, there really is an increasing willingness on both the left and the right in American politics to reconsider American military commitments after 2 decades of the War on Terror, as seen most dramatically in the controversial withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan, which began under former President Donald Trump and concluded disastrously, I should say catastrophically, under President Joe Biden. Still, the benefits of what's been referred to as Pax Americana, the American peace, in Latin, can be overstated. Why do I always feel so bad when I translate Latin? I really shouldn't. You know, kids used to be educated in Latin and Greek. The fact that so many of you are not really irritates me. I shouldn't need to translate Latin for you, but of course I have to. At any rate, there's a good case to be made that American interventions in Iraq and Libya are the cause of, or at least a contributing factor, to ongoing instability in the Middle East and North Africa. And for all the talk of American decline and the emergence of a multipolar world order, America's military resources and our centrality to the global financial system are still mostly unmatched. When global demands were growing for a military coalition to protect Red Sea shipping from the Houthis in Yemen, there wasn't much question about which country would lead it. But it is true that we live in a world where American primacy is increasingly challenged by nuclear-armed powers like the Russian and Chinese empires, the latter of which now has the world's largest military in terms of manpower and is arming up at a rapid pace. The upshot of such a renewed period of great power rivalry, so notes Uppsala's Oberg, is that we tend to see many more proxy wars. I can't say that in Swedish either. Then there's the role of increasingly assertive middle powers. Consider the axis of resistance, the groups Iran uses to project power throughout the Middle East, or Turkey's involvement in the conflict in Libya, or how the Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have become entangled in the conflict in the Sudan. This can intensify war because outside patrons keep belligerents on the battlefield longer, prolonging conflicts. So this, faces, is a go. Then we have eroding norms. One simple but counterintuitive argument for the decline of war, or at least interstate war, is that war is technically illegal. The United Nations Charter forbids the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Even if the rule has frequently been violated in the years since the United Nations' founding, it's true that wars of territorial conquest have become far more rare than they were before 1945. When Russia first annexed the Crimea in 2014, then U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry accused the empire of behaving in a 19th century fashion, which they were. When countries do use or threaten to use force against one another, they generally at least pay lip service to international law in order to justify their actions. Tellingly, in announcing the start of his special military operation in the Ukraine, Putin invoked the United Nations Charter's right to individual or collective self-defense, arguing that he was acting to protect the rights of Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. Notably, he cited United States interventions in Iraq, Libya, and Syria as precedent. That was not accidental. Oona Hathaway, a Yale University professores of international law, told the Fourth Estate that the United States has inadvertently undermined the rules-based order that it helped to build and protect. To quote she, the U.S. really led the way in pioneering this idea that states can use military force against non-state actors located in the territory of other states, and they can do so without the consent of the state itself. In target range, or in question, the state that's going to be attacked. It's hard to believe now, but there was a time when Senator John McCain, who was no one's idea of a dove, argued that pursuing Osama bin Laden in Pakistani territory would violate that country's sovereignty. Today, the idea of attacking an armed group on another country's territory has been more or less normalized, as shown by the recent Iran-Pakistan skirmish. That brings us to the nuclear nightmares, because, of course, these are nuclear-armed powers in the latest example I presented, Iran and Pakistan. Pakistan's got nukes. Iran wants them. But it was Iran who lobbed missiles into Pakistan. But that brings us to the nuclear nightmare faces of why there hasn't been so much war that you wake up worried about it. Because there's also the ironic concept of nuclear peace. The idea that the dangers of nuclear war are so great that major powers deliberately skirt conflict in order to avoid catastrophe. For all that his rhetoric has frequently involved nuclear weapons, Vlad Putin has not actually come close to deploying them in the Ukraine, nor has he used conventional weapons against any of the NATO member states, countries directly supplying weapons to the Ukraine. Putin knows that these countries are bound by a mutual defense treaty to the United States and fall under the so-called nuclear umbrella. When troops from Red China and Asian India, twin nuclear states with modern militaries, fight over disputed territories in the Himalayas, they deliberately do so with baseball bats wrapped in barbed wire and bricks bearing nails soldered through them rather than guns, keeping the risk of escalation minimal. They're already in the World War IV stage. Like Einstein said, I do not know what weapons will be used in World War III, but I can tell you that World War IV will be fought with a stick and a stone. Yeah, there you go. Well, they're already there in China and Asian India. Talk about progress. Let me breathe. I think of that as so fucking stupid. And yet at the same time, you gotta admire them. I mean, it takes fucking balls to go after a man with a baseball bat and a brick, with nails out of one and barbed wire wrapped around the other. This is like, maybe reconnection successful. Okay, people. This time, there was an interruption. The OBS, or the online broadcasting software, disconnected and reconnected. I need you to tell me if you can hear me. Okay. And, here we are. Loud and clear, brother, says T. Tankberry. Hugs and love, brother. Hugs and love. Sid says loud and clear. Good man. Okay, and Cultivated Image says I can hear. Polaris 23 says yes. Good to all of you. My hearts to all of you. Let me pump those hearts out. Get that going. Along with maybe, I guess, some hundreds. And some party horns. Cultivated Image says I was knocked off a little bit ago. Thank you for letting us know that. Maybe that's when Sid heard it earlier, the glitch. If so, that's one of those cases where it was heard across the spectrum. At any rate, thank you for the return hearts. Appreciate it. And with that, we get back to what I was talking about. At any rate, unlike the Himalayas, where men are already in World War IV stage, and going at it with bricks and baseball bats, Ukraine also shows how nuclear weapons can enable conflict. The fact that Putin controls the world's largest nuclear arsenal is the chief reason he can be confident his military won't have to face United States and North Atlantic Treaty Organizational troops on the battlefield. Without that arsenal, it's reasonable to think that the American empire might well have intervened directly to protect Ukraine's sovereignty from invasion, as we did Kuwait's in 1990. Even a NATO-imposed no-fly zone to protect Ukraine is considered too dangerous precisely because of the unknowable risk that a single Russian warplane downed by NATO fighters might lead to nuclear annihilation. The big myth. At the same time, nuclear deterrence may be losing its potency. Ukraine's experience. It gave up the Soviet nuclear weapons that were left on its territory after independence in exchange for security guarantees from both the American and Russian empires. May convince other countries facing potential invasion threats that they need to maintain nuclear arsenals of their own, as it should. The Communist Chinese Empire, which has been building its nuclear arsenal, may soon become the third country in the world with more than 1,000 nuclear warheads, complicating Cold War-era models of deterrence and armed control that assumed just trois nuclear superpowers. And whatever the reason, Iran, which has been making renewed progress on its own nuclear program, did not appear particularly, well, certainly wasn't particularly deterred from launching a missile strike at the territory of nuclear-armed Pakistan earlier this month. This brings us to the democratization of destruction. The first attempt at lethal strike by a remotely piloted aerial drone took place in Afghanistan in 2001, during the first months of the American War on Terror. In the years that followed, drones became one of the most primary tools for American counterterrorism, symbolizing the near omnipotent ability of the American empire to strike targets at will nearly anywhere in the world, all without putting a single one of its service members at risk. Armed men sit and stand on the back of a pickup truck and launch their toys. And drone warfare has since gone global. A 2020 New America study found that as of that year, at least 10 countries had conducted drone strikes and 38 possessed armed drones. Starting in 2020, the Armenia-Azerbaijan War and Ethiopia's war in Tigray showed how drones could be used to devastating effect on a conventional battlefield, as opposed to limiting use to counterterrorism operations. And both sophisticated drones supplied by these United States and off-the-shelf models rigged to help with surveillance or to drop explosives have been a major factor in the war in Ukraine for both sides. It's not only nation-states that have taken advantage. Militant groups have employed large numbers of what one U.S. military commander dubbed Costco drones to attack United States bases in Iraq and Syria. Mexican drug cartels are increasingly deploying bomb-dropping drones as well. And drones aren't the only military tool that seems to be democratizing. For years, defense analysts have been debating whether Red China's military would be capable of using ballistic missiles, which fly higher and faster than cruise missiles and are more difficult to intercept, to target ships in a potential war with the American empire, something that had never actually been done in a combat setting. In December, Houthi rebels targeting shipping in the Red Sea went ahead and did it. This week, Mexico's government called for an investigation into how military-grade American weapons, including grenade and rocket launchers, ended up in the hands of cartels. The bottom line is that ever more actors, from small, poor countries to non-state militant groups, now have access to the sort of capabilities that were once reserved for superpowers. And that brings us, of course, to what they use this, destructive capacity for. Crime! Of course, crime. The wars below the surface. One criticism of the decline of war thesis has been that it leaves out a large portion of the world's armed conflict, which is carried out by groups that don't wear uniforms and don't have any explicit political agenda. Exempli gratiae, the signing of a peace agreement between the Colombian government and the country's left-wing FARC rebels in 2016, ended more than half a century of brutal fighting and brought some excited headlines touting the fact that there were now no ongoing wars of any kind in the entire Western Hemisphere. The last time 12 countries in the region went to war with each other was the short-lived soccer war between El Salvador and Honduras in 1969. Yet of the 10 countries with the world's highest homicide rates, 8 are in Latin America or the Caribbean. That's according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Criminal organizations and drug cartels can pose as much of a threat to political order as any politically motivated rebel group, as shown earlier this month in Ecuador, where armed gangs attacked key sites throughout the country. The chaos caused by gang violence in Haiti, has become sufficiently dire that a United Nations organized peacekeeping force is in the works. Warlike levels of violence are one of the main drivers of the region's high levels of mass migration as well. None of this is war in the traditional sense, but neither is it peace. So, is war back? Well, Joshua Goldstein, author of the book titled Winning the War on War, told the Fourth Estate that there is clearly something different going on than what has been happening during the post-Cold War era, but cautioned that it's too soon to say whether it's a long-term or short-term reversal. Goldstein pointed out that even as new conflicts have emerged in Ukraine, Gaza, and elsewhere, a number of long-running wars have also come to an end. The United States withdrew from Afghanistan, ending a 12-decade war in 2021. The conflict in Syria has gone from a raging inferno to a low boil, as the Bashar al-Assad regime has consolidated control over much of the country and has normalized relations with many of the regional powers that were backing armed efforts to overthrow him just a few years ago. An uneasy ceasefire has been held in Yemen for the last 12 years, a welcome respite in a conflict that has directly killed more than 150,000, as well as far more through disease and malnutrition, although it remains to be seen how long that can last given the Houthis' recent activities and the international coalition assembled to stop them. None of the outcomes of these wars are particularly welcome for the United States or for most of the people in those countries, given which groups and authoritarians ended up in power, but they do show that seemingly intractable conflicts can end even as new ones emerge. It's clearly not realistic to think that war will simply disappear, but as grim as the global headlines have been in recent weeks, It's also misguided to assume that a return to the global carnage of the past is simply inevitable, or at least that's what idiots like Goldstein will tell you. Winning the war on war, indeed. So, what are we experiencing? This is where I welcome you to the neo-medieval era. Nations like these United States have more firepower than ever before, but we also appear weaker than ever. The upshot is a world that feels out of control. It is a neo-medieval era. Makes it harder to control genocides like Israel, Palestine. With American support for Israel becoming all cost, no benefit. Just yesterday, last week, American President Joseph Biden announced publicly that a ceasefire agreement in Gaza seemed likely, possibly as soon as this week's Monday, that we should have opened this work week with a Monday ceasefire. However, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant simultaneously asserted that even if there is a temporary ceasefire, Israel's military operations in Gaza would continue until all hostages are free. These and other recent contradictory statements from American and Israeli officials highlight how the two sides are working at cross purposes over the war in Gaza, but also illustrate Washington's seeming inability to restrain what has always been propagandized as a key ally. And yet, the Biden administration has appeared to go out of its way to give Israel diplomatic cover for the war. Time and again since Israel began its military operations in the Gaza, the Biden administration has pointedly criticized the approach taken by Israel's government. Most notably, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin remarked that Israel's heavy-handed tactics in countering Hamas in Gaza risk resulting in strategic defeat, given that it is sowing discontent among the Palestinian population, including in the West Bank, as well as among Israel's Arab neighbors. Austin added that he had personally pushed Israeli leaders to avoid civilian casualties and to shun irresponsible rhetoric and to prevent violence by settlers in the West Bank. But those requests went unheard or unheeded. And just the Friday before last, Secretary of State Antony Blinken went so far as to label Israel's construction of new settlements in the West Bank as inconsistent with international law, emphasizing that it has been long-standing U.S. policy under Republican and Democratic administrations alike that new settlements are counterproductive to reaching an enduring peace. But Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has done nothing to rein in the extremist members of his cabinet who are pursuing the expansion of settlements in the West Bank, and who have even proposed re-establishing settlements in Gaza after the war ends. More broadly, Netanyahu has indicated no interest in pursuing constructive steps towards a two-state solution after the war, despite that too being official American policy. And this is on top of concerns raised about the Netanyahu government's adherence to democratic norms even before October 7th. Despite all of this, the Biden administration has appeared to go out of its way to give Israel diplomatic cover for the war's waging of mass atrocity and extermination. Just last week, the United States once again vetoed a United Nations Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, with Washington casting the lone vote against. When issuing the veto, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Linda Thomas Greenfield maintained that the resolution would undermine the aforementioned efforts to reach a negotiated ceasefire. But as the third time the United States has vetoed a ceasefire decision or resolution, it represents the continuation of a broader pattern in both the Security Council and the United Nations General Assembly of the United States repeatedly standing alone with Israel. And I mean all alone. Okay, Trillion Phoenix joined us and said, Triple D's been going for 6 hours. The man's a machine. You're so cute. Trill, okay, so let me give her... There we are. Okay, here you go. Okay. Now, similarly, during hearings last week at the International Court of Justice on the legality of Israel's occupation of the Palestinian territories, only these United States and the fuckers in Fiji were willing to defend Israel during those proceedings. And when the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, issued a preliminary ruling in January on South Africa's accusation that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, ordering Israel to report back with a plan for protecting civilians, White House spokesperson John Kirby said the Biden administration saw the ruling as consistent with many of its own positions, but denied that Israel's actions actually amounted to genocide. Overall, this is a bizarre situation, to say the least. On the one hand, scholars who studied the relations between allies have long pointed to a dynamic they call entrapment, whereby the minor power, or client state, in an asymmetric alliance takes actions that compel the major power, or patron state, to enter a conflict the major power did not want. In some ways, this is indeed happening. In addition to offering diplomatic cover for Israel, the Biden administration is continuing to supply Israel with munitions needed to conduct its operations in Gaza, even at the expense of support for, well, to Ukraine and my own Taiwan. And the wider regional instability generated by the war, namely the attacks by Iran-backed militias in Iraq and the Houthis in the Red Sea, are not in the American interest at all. On the other hand, true entrapment is rare, particularly for these United States, as the international relations scholar Michael Beckley found several years ago, when the American empire has become involved in an ally's conflict, such as backing Mai Taipei, the capital of island China, during the 1954 to 1955 Taiwan Strait crises, and supporting allies in then Indochina in the 1950s and 1960s, it was because that conflict still served American interests. In the case of Israel, the American empire does have an interest in its overall security, and one could try and rationalize that Israel is justified in responding to the horrendous attacks Netanyahu himself manipulated Hamas into on October 7th. However, the manner in which Israel is conducting its military operations have involved the American empire in a conflict Washington does not want, at perhaps the worst possible time, both internationally, given the number of conflicts unfolding in the world that need attention, and domestically, given that the administration needs to focus on preparing for the upcoming presidential election in November. In that sense, the United States is indeed entrapped. And in this case, Israel's defiance of the Biden administration in its misconduct of the war in Gaza is not only hurting Washington's direct interests in the region, it is also resulting in the American empire being isolated internationally. That is especially problematic, given the American campaign since the start of Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine 12 years ago to isolate Moscow, a campaign that was already facing difficulty. One could argue that the current state of American relations with Israel actually serves to illustrate Washington's strength within the international system. It is willing and able to stand with an ally, regardless of the consequences. After all, vetoing Security Council resolutions and standing alone against General Assembly declarations condemning Israel is nothing new for the American empire. Sometimes it's lonely being a hegemon. Moreover, a core benefit of being a hegemon is that they set the terms of international engagement and shape the international order. They are not beholden to the whims and desires of global public opinion. Indeed, the ability of the American empire to do what it wants, when it wants, is a key reason it has historically been portrayed as a bully, or even worse. But even if that is the case, it is of minor consolation here and now. Israel's behavior is running counter to both the Biden administration's stated preferences and these United States' interests. The American empire looks quite like a lonely hegemon due to the actions of an insane ally that we are unable to reel in, but obviously unwilling to cut off. The American empire is we're trying and failing to strike a balance between Israel's self-asserted right to geopolitical security and the Palestinians' inalienable right to human security. There are times when the American empire pays a real cost to be Israel's friend. This is one of those times. Instead, the world, or so we are told, is entering a new era of great power rivalry, or at least it was supposed to be. The most recent U.S. national security strategy, issued by President Joe Biden's administration in 2022, confidently asserted that the post-Cold War era is definitively over, and that we were entering an era defined by competition between the United States and the world's largest autocracies, namely the Russian and Communist Chinese empires. The strategy explicitly states that the American empire does not seek a new Cold War, but its framing of the world as an ideologically driven competition between democracy and autocracy makes it hard to avoid the comparison, particularly since the same superpowers are involved this time around, just with a little economic and political rebranding. But is the Cold War the right analogy for what's happening now? There is no shortage of alternatives. Pointing to Vladimir Putin's territorial aggression, Ukraine's leaders and their defenders have cast their comparison to World War II, with Russia now in the role of Hitler's Germany. Putin himself would not argue, he just portrays the other side as the Nazis. Perhaps, some cautious realists suggest, the entangling alliances drawing Western countries into conflict make this moment more like the lead-up to World War I. Certainly, the reemergence of trench warfare on the European continent for the first time in decades makes it hard to resist the comparison. Yet, eradicating Hamas is a deadly deception, with Netanyahu prioritizing political survival. To suggest, as the Biden administration has, that we're entering a new age of superpower conflict, whatever historical comparison you reach for, is also to argue that we're turning the page on an era in which America's main national security concern was not other powers, greater or lesser, but non-state terrorist groups. There was reason to think this after the decimation of Al-Qaeda and ISIS. But the Netanyahu-orchestrated October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel were a shocking reminder that, while we might not be interested in non-state terrorist groups, they're still provoked to be interested in us. Since the start of the brutal campaign in Gaza, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has claimed that Israel's military operations will eradicate the militant group Hamas. Last week, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took to the American airwaves to make his case for carrying out his threat to attack the city of Rafah in southern Gaza. Experts have condemned the proposed operation as a catastrophe waiting to happen, endangering the lives of the 1.5 million Palestinians trapped in the city. But in his interview, Netanyahu painted a rosier picture, saying that total victory over Hamas is within reach, and indeed only weeks away if the attack on Rafah goes forward. His claim that Israel's military operations will eradicate the organization deemed responsible for the horrific attacks of October 7th has been the animating logic of the Israeli government's brutal campaign in Gaza from the start. Ergo, continuing a low-level state of war for the foreseeable future, with vague targets that can never be realized, works well for the Israeli Prime Minister. Thus, the Biden administration has backed that assertion in both rhetoric and policy. But 5 months into that campaign, it is less believable today than it has ever been. The result is that the American empire now finds itself operating in two strategic eras at the same time. In one, heavily armed industrial militaries fight a catastrophic war over a chunk of Europe, with a potentially even more catastrophic invasion scenario lurking in Asia. And in another, a Yemeni rebel group using rudimentary drone and missile technology shows itself capable of causing a disruption to global supply chains on par with COVID-19. To comprehend this chaotic era, one in which nation-states boast historically destructive firepower but in many ways appear weaker than ever, unable to mobilize their populations around a common call or control their international environment, we need to go well beyond the well-worn 20th century analogies. We need to get medieval. This is Back to the Future, boys and girls. A recent paper published by the Rand Corporation argued that to understand the risks involved in superpower competition between the United States and Red China, it's vital to understand that we live in what the authors describe as a neo-medieval era. One of the paper's co-authors, Timothy Heath, a senior defense researcher and Red China specialist at Rand, points to unexpected events like the increasing centralization of power in Xi Jinping's mainland China and the political fault lines exposed by the January 6th insurrection in these United States. To quote his T, "There's so many anomalous things about our current situation that I found existing theories very unsatisfying. What I've realized is that the last 200 years in many ways stand out as an incredible anomaly in human history, and that the situation we're in now actually has a lot more features in common with the pre-1800 world than the recent past." Saying we live in a neo-medieval moment does not mean that a Sino-American war would be fought with broadswords and chainmail. The authors define the neo-medieval era, which they argue began around the year 2000, the first year of the 21st century and the third millennium of the Christian calendar, as being characterized, their words now, characterized by weakening states, fragmenting societies, imbalanced economies, pervasive threats, and the informalization of warfare. Thinking about the world this way requires a bit of mental adjustment, largely because we're accustomed to thinking of states as the core units of international relations. States, according to the Nazi sociologist Max Weber's classic definition, are the entity that claims a monopoly on the legitimate use of force within a given territory. And the world map as we know it is divided up into 193 or so of these territories, which we call countries. They have flags, capitals, and United Nations ambassadors. But this is a relatively recent arrangement. Historians generally date the emergence of the modern state system back to 17th century Europe. Before that, nationality had what the historian C.V. Wedgwood described in her history of the 30 Years' War as a fluidity which is startling to the modern mind. Governmental authority was often divided between royal families and religious authority. Royals could be of a completely different nationality from the people that they governed, with authority rooted in heredity and marriage rather than popular consent. Great Britain's ruling House of Windsor, currently led by King Charles III, traces its origins to what is now the reunited Germany. The authority of a king could be challenged by local barons and dukes. Wedgwood wrote, "No one thought it strange that a French soldier should command an army against the French, and loyalty to a cause, to a religion, to a master, was commonly more highly esteemed than loyalty to a country." The idea that geopolitics might be going back to the future isn't new. Back in 1977, the international relations theorist Hedley Bull wrote that it was conceivable that sovereign states might disappear and be replaced not by a world government, but by a modern and secular equivalent of the kind of political organization that existed in Western Christendom in the Middle Ages. He defined this organization as one in which no ruler or state was sovereign in the sense of being supreme over a given territory. In other words, the state is no longer the only game in town when it comes to governance. Now, before I get back to these lessons, Polaris 23 says King Charles comes from the Vlad lineage, correct? Well, Polaris 23, he likes to claim that. I'm not quite sure if that's true, but it's something he likes to claim that. So let's answer her, or he. By the way, people, I always appreciate it if you let me know your gender, or even if you're agendered or non-gendered. At Polaris 23, he likes to think he is. There we are. Okay. Now, the neo-medieval analogy had a moment of popularity in the 1990s, when theorists sought to capture the sudden political and economic complexity of a post-Cold War, or rather post-Third World War, world, torn loose from the twa poles of these United States and the Greater Soviet Union. Neo-medievalism was dusted off to explain a world in which multinational corporations, often with senior executives from multiple countries and little loyalty to the country where they were based, could acquire a level of political power that rivaled national governments. In 1988, the journalist Lewis Lapham wrote, "The hierarchies of international capitalism resemble the feudal arrangements under which an Italian noble might swear fealty to a German prince, or a Norman duke declare himself the vassal of an English king." Neo-medievalism was also used to explain arrangements by which governments would voluntarily surrender a certain level of sovereignty to multinational bodies, as the nations of Europe did with the European Union, culminating in the introduction of a common currency in 1999. In an influential and controversial 1994 Atlantic article, later expanded into a book titled The Coming Anarchy, the journalist Robert Kaplan portrayed West Africa's chaotic civil wars, fought in territories where national boundaries drawn by colonial powers that often had little relation to ethnic realities on the ground, as a preview of a world where national borders were less relevant and a pre-modern formlessness governs the battlefield. evoking the wars in medieval Europe. In more recent years, the idea has been taken up by writers like the paratrooper turned military contractor turned academic Sean McFate. His 2015 book titled The Modern Mercenary argued that the increasing prevalence of private military contractors, such as America's Blackwater or Russia's Wagner Group, in conflicts around the world presaged a neo-medieval world in which states did not enjoy the monopoly of force and subsequent special authority in world politics. To quotist Merc McFate, states are not timeless. They're not universal. They had a beginning, a middle, and they may have an end. This brings us to the court of Vladimir Putin. For all its resemblances to 20th century warfare, the ongoing Russian war in Ukraine has some clearly pre-modern characteristics, which make sense given who is prosecuting that war. The United Kingdom-based Russia analyst Mark Galeotti describes Russia under Vladimir Putin as a peculiar hybrid, an almost medieval court perched atop a modern bureaucratic state. Galeotti has explained to the press that in terms of day-to-day aspects of governance, Russia is really not that different from any other European country, with typical bureaucracies running day-to-day affairs, your ministries of finance or foreign affairs. But, he says, from time to time, someone from far, far above reaches down and changes things, whether it's something as basic as arranging for someone to be arrested or having someone's driving offenses erased, or dramatic changes to macroeconomic policy. The power of the people who can make these changes is determined, as in a medieval court, solely by their proximity to the absolute ruler. This dynamic was illustrated most dramatically in the decision to invade Ukraine, and in how that war has been conducted since. To quotist Galeotti again, those people who have the favor or the ear of Putin can basically do whatever they want. This war is being fought the way that Putin and his collection of cronies, none of whom have military experience, decided to fight it rather than the war that the generals would have fought. It was the act not of any president, which Putin technically is, but a king. Or, better, an emperor. Well, to Slavicize it, a czar. And for all of Putin's constant invocations of the Great Patriotic War, as World War II is known in Russia, it is abundantly clear that Putin has little hope of mobilizing society on the level that Joseph Stalin did during that conflict. Russia is set to spend about 6% of its gross domestic product on defense and military spending this year. This may be an unprecedented number in modern times, but it is nothing compared to the 61% of gross domestic product the Greater Soviet Union spent during World War II. Or the 50%, half 100% of GDP spent by the United States in that war, for that matter. For all that Russians may support what Putin calls the special military operation in principle, they don't seem particularly eager to put their lives, or their children's lives, on the line for it the way their grandparents did in the Great Patriotic War. Nor does Putin have the ability to compel service as Stalin did without risking his own position. In the fall of 2022, Russia announced a partial mobilization to call up around 300,000 men to fight in the war, but a far greater number than that, perhaps as many as 700,000, according to some estimates, chose instead to flee the country. The aforecited Galeotti cautions against thinking of this unwillingness to die for the cause as just a Russian issue. I was talking to someone recently from the British Ministry of Defense who was saying, God only knows what would happen if we had to try and call up our reserves. Indeed, a recent poll found that nearly a third of Britons ages 18 to 40 say they would refuse to serve in the military if a world war broke out and the country was under imminent threat of invasion. The Ukraine war has also exposed the unreadiness of most Western powers to produce the firepower needed for an all-out industrial-scale conflict. The United States has had to scramble to ramp up production artillery shells after it became clear that Ukraine was firing about half the number of shells in a single day that the United States was producing in a month before the war. According to one estimate, near the start of the Ukraine war, Die Neue Welt in Deutschland, the new United Germany, had only about enough shells in its reserves for 48 hours, 2 days of heavy fighting. Ukraine may end up being the exception that proves the rule. It's a throwback to mid-20th century warfare, but the Ukrainian conflict makes it very clear that 21st century countries are not at all equipped to fight that kind of war. Sourced UK-based Russia analyst Galeotti concludes, the only way to fight a total war is to basically become an authoritarian socialist system. The point of the matter is modern states aren't used to doing this kind of thing. So let's go between the lines in the Middle East. A neo-medieval perspective can be helpful in analyzing the dizzyingly complex interlocking conflicts in today's Southwest Asia, the so-called Middle East. And not only because it's one of the few regions where absolute monarchies, like Saudi Arabia and its Gulf neighbors, are still major power players. The escalating regional crises set off by the October 7th attacks is one in which questions of nationality are as fluid as they were more broadly in the pre-modern era. The territory referred to as Palestine, including Gaza and the West Bank, is geographically non-contiguous, politically divided, and not fully sovereign in terms of having a monopoly on the use of force over its territory. The groups in Iran's axis of resistance, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Army of God, the Houthis, the various Shia militias of Iraq and Syria, occupy a sort of in-between status in the international system, not quite one thing or another. Hezbollah is a political party serving in Lebanon's internationally recognized government and the de facto governing authority in parts of the country, and a militia group fighting against Israel as well as on behalf of the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria, and a kind of vassal force on behalf of its chief patron, Iran. Yemen's Houthis are routinely referred to as rebels and not recognized as the legitimate government of Yemen by the international community, even though they control the country's capital. Hamas is viewed by Iran as a tool for projecting regional power, but often seems to act independently. In other words, it's a region where looking at the lines on the map will only tell you half the story of what's happening. So we're in a different kind of superpower clash. What would a true world war look like in a neo-medieval world? The Rand paper argues that during the 19th and 20th centuries, industrial societies experienced a strong degree of social cohesion that included a stronger sense of collective purpose, shared culture, and common values. This cohesion oft came at the expense of ethnic and sexual minorities, who experienced discrimination and exclusion within those societies. But it also made possible the social and industrial mobilizations necessary to fight world wars. That's not the case today. Sourced paper suggests, and here I read therefrom, in China and the United States, social disorder has grown, to which governments have struggled to respond. The result has been a further erosion in state legitimacy. Even as tensions between the two superpowers have grown, neither side has mobilized its citizenry against the other, and strategies of mass mobilization do not appear plausible for the foreseeable future. Oh! Shocking indeed. By the way, Trillion Phoenix says, I got no gender. I identify as a meat popsicle. That's so enticing. That's so seductive. Thank you. That's like, I needed that vision, just needed that image. that's okay, thanks. Moving right along. A theoretical Sino-American war, most likely over my Taiwan, would look nothing like what Americans have gotten used to in the last half a hundred or even 3/4 of 100 years. Even one of the more optimistic simulations of combat over Taiwan foresees the Americans losing half as many troops in 3 weeks as in 20 years of fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. Americans have gotten used to a world in which a small fraction of the population fights its wars. Less than 1% of adults are in the military, and less than 6% have served. America's armed forces increasingly rely on what some experts have termed a warrior caste. That is an insult to the concept of warrior itself, but it's a welfare state of multi-generational military families. The U.S. military now regularly falls short of its recruitment goals. All of this conscription chatter started the week before last on the other side of the Atlantic when General Sir Patrick Sanders, Chief of the British General Staff, warned that Army reserves were so depleted that the Greater British Empire may have no choice but to conscript as the country remains absolutely not ready to ward off any threat from Russia. The British government has since said that conscription is not actually on the cards, but the idea of Gen Z, that means Generation Zero, folks, Generation Z, which I've spoken of since 20 years ago. The very idea of Gen Z being rounded up and sent to the front lines had already prompted both horror and excitement, largely from condescending boomers, in equal measure. But why is the draft generation so reluctant to don khaki and buzz cuts for king and country? It is certainly borne out in the stats. Army recruitment numbers have been down for years, going from 100,000 members in 2010 to only 74,000 now. In fact, according to a new poll, only 14% of Britons aged 18 to 24 would willingly fight for the United Kingdom if conscripted for a Third World War. Of course, some people think they know the answer. Major General Chip Chapman told GB, or Greater British News, that young people are easily offended and they lack motivation. Do these stereotypes really explain such a enormous generational shift in military attitudes? I myself don't think so. 'Tis in actuality the fact that Great Britain itself is fast becoming a failed state. More important is that, for the Z generation, concomitant the fact that faith in the system is beginning to collapse, the army is simply no longer seen as a moral endeavor. Conscription for Gen Z? None of them believe enough in the army or in the British state itself to fight. For a 24-year-old, the last war in living memory was not a barnstorming defeat of the Nazis they have been indoctrinated all their lives to shoot on sight, but rather a series of wars and invasions in the Middle East, exposed as failures and widely thought to be based on lies. The belief held by older generations that the British Army is solely a force for good in the world does not stand up anymore. As Gen Z would put it, the military propaganda is simply not propagandering. Rishi Sunak's warning earlier this week of a growing consensus that mob rule is replacing democratic rule, a theme he returned to on the afternoon of Labor Day, is a disturbing and damning indictment of a postmodern day Britain that may consider, that all too many consider, to be broken. Ochlocracy, or mob rule, is something we associate with the Gordon riots or Salem witch trials, not life in the United Kingdom in 2024. The mere notion of the Prime Minister having to tell the police that they should be better protecting the public from what he described as a pattern of increasingly violent and intimidatory behavior intended to shut down free debate and stop elected representatives from doing their job marks a new low for a nation with a proud tradition as a beacon of freedom and democracy. Should he really need to issue a reminder that protecting the values that we all hold dear is not only fundamental to a democratic system, but also vital for maintaining public confidence in the police? If the mob is ruling, then of course it is for the Prime Minister to do something about it. And the British public is promised concrete action soon. But sadly, the authority of the state is collapsing wherever they look. Crime appears to be out of control, with videos circulating almost daily of machete-wielding thugs trying to carve each other to pieces, while a bewildered public helplessly looks on. In the old days, antisocial youths used to be given a clip around the ear. Now people are scared of even approaching them for fear of being attacked. The other week, the Brits had reports of a man threatening a bus full of passengers in South London with what was alleged to be acid, as if carrying around corrosive substances has now become a new norm. Thieves have effectively been given a license to shoplift goods up to the value of £200 sterling, while everyone in the world who's looking at England, have seen an increase in the number of unsolved crimes, now at around 6,000 per day, according to the Home Office's own figures. The odds clearly seem to be stacked in favor of the criminals. If it wasn't bad enough that law-abiding citizens have to put up with the disruption caused by the virtue-signaling extremists of Just Stop Oil and Extinction Rebellion, they have been expected to sit back and watch unruly protesters taken to the streets of the capital on the Thames to call for jihad, with Judeophiles projecting the genocidal Zionist slogan, "From the river to the sea," onto Big Ben, one of England's most iconic national monuments. Such is the level of influence exerted by these vocal minorities, be they Islamists, Judeophiles, meaning pro-Zionists, eco-fanatics, criminal gangs, or far-right thugs, that the majority is left either massively inconvenienced or fearful in their own neighborhoods. Little wonder, then, that faith in the police is at an all-time low, exacerbated by the Sarah Everard scandal, which has caused officers to be viewed with even more suspicion than they were already. The porous borders of the British Isles are another example of the authority of the state being completely undermined. The revelations of whistleblower David Neal, who has warned of shocking migration system failings, including passport checkpoints left unmanned, are all the more extraordinary given the nonchalance with which the Home Office appears to have allowed complete scandals to fester without doing anything about it. We now learn that a flagship humanitarian scheme set up to help Afghans fleeing the Taliban was open to individuals who had never been to Afghanistan. That persistent problems with those pesky passport e-gates mean protection of the border is neither effective nor efficient. That Border Force X-ray equipment is failing to detect clandestine migrants hidden in lorries. That British aeroports have a lack of anti-smuggling capability. That customs channels were repeatedly left unmanned. And that immigration officers conducting raids are relying on Google Maps. Amid all this bungling, we also discovered this week that the number of foreign workers handed permission to come to Great Britain by the Home Office surged to a record high of 616,000 yesteryear, a 46% increase on the year before. Having promised in its 2019 manifesto to introduce an Australian-style points-based system to control immigration, the Conservative Party is doing the exact opposite of what people voted for, destroying trust in the state to deliver on its promises. Not only is legal migration at a record high, but the boats haven't been stopped and no one has been deported to Rwanda despite the deal being set to cost the taxpayer £500 million by 2026. The phrase, "You had one job," springs to mind. Defense, or more accurately, Britannia's lack thereof, also highlights the extent to which the state is giving up on even its most basic duties. The British Army is the smallest it has been since the Napoleonic Wars. The statistics show that if it continues to lose troops at the current rate, the number of regular soldiers will fall to 67,741 by 2026, an extraordinary decline of 40% since 2010. We now learn that Chancellor Jeremy Hunt is minded not to increase defense spending, despite Dutch Admiral Rob Bauer, chair of NATO's military committee, warning that the alliance could be at war with Russia within 20 years. Who could possibly disagree with General Lord Donat, the former chief of the General Staff, when he says, "The woeful state of our armed forces in the mid-1930s failed to deter Hitler or prevent the Second World War and the Holocaust. There is a serious danger of history repeating itself." With Britain giving every appearance of becoming a failed state, is it any wonder that people are giving up any sort of responsibility, even for themselves and their families? School absence is at crisis levels and severe absence is at record levels. Worklessness is becoming an epidemic, with people in their 20s more likely to claim that they are too ill to work than those in their 30s and 40s, according to an analysis of ONS, the Office for National Statistics, data by the Resolution Foundation and Health Foundation think tanks. This is particularly disturbing when you consider that the Britons are going to become increasingly reliant on this younger generation to pull its weight, as the number of retirees continues to grow and will put added strain on their already stretched NHS. Their National Health Service, once the pride of the nation state, of the empire, with a waiting list approaching 8 million. The number of people not seeking employment because of a health condition is now 2.6 million, up by 500,000, or almost 25% since the pandemic. While there is no doubt that some represented in these figures are indeed unfit to work, there appears to be a growing number of people who are able to work but choose not to. The contract between the state and the people has been broken, possibly beyond all repair. As social infrastructure like the NHS falls apart at the seams, the economy declines, and the government pursues increasingly extreme policies. There is far less to be patriotic about. Can you really blame Gen Z for wondering just what exactly would they be dying for? Thus, French Prez Macron is leading the free world on Ukraine, while embarrassing Great Britain in calling out his Western allies as cowards. In his remarkable speech in Prague, Emmanuel Macron displayed the kind of leadership every Western country has failed to deliver since the Russian Empire invaded Ukraine 12 years ago. From the start, NATO governments fell over themselves to reassure Putin that they posed no threat to Russia, while he repeatedly threatened to escalate even to the point of nuclear saber-rattling. Terrified of provoking the mythically all-powerful bear, American and European leaders half-heartedly sanctioned Moscow and supplied only enough weaponry to allow Ukraine to stay fighting, but ever insufficient to give it any real chance of driving Russia back. Every long-range weapon that was provided was accompanied by strict caveats against their use on sovereign Russian territory, while Moscow freely launched assaults wherever it wanted against the Ukrainian people. That policy was barefacedly verified in the phone conversation by German Luftwaffe generals, revealed this week, when they made clear that Taurus long-range missiles would not be provided in sufficient numbers to change the trajectory of the hostilities. Above all, until Macron's course correction, every leader made it clear that there would be no NATO boots on the ground, despite, in Ukraine at least, despite Russian boots trampling wherever they fucking could. In other words, they left Putin in no doubt that he had a free run and need not factor in unexpected military intervention from the West. Even the most junior officer cadet at Sandhurst could tell you that is no way to fight a war, and certainly no way to impose deterrence. And deterrence is one of NATO's most critical functions. Well, it failed in that from the outset, especially after handing victory in Afghanistan to the Taliban in 2021, which flashed a green light to Putin to do as he fucking well pleased, wherever he wished. It then ensured the green light stayed shining bright by repeatedly telling Putin what it would not do, rather than hinting at what it might do, or at least leaving him guessing. In his remarks in recent days, Macron has at least made a start at changing that, holding out the prospect of deploying forces into Ukraine and introducing the first note of strategic ambiguity that we have seen from anywhere in the Atlantic Alliance. Putin's reaction to Macron's new stance, repeated in Prague, was entirely predictable. Yet another empty threat of nuclear retaliation to add to his tiresomely long list. NATO members' pusillanimous reactions were equally reproachable. From Washington to Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, to London, they all shook in their shoes, each trying to outdo the others in distancing themselves from what they saw as Macron's dangerous bellicosity. With Russian forces again rampant, and no remaining capability to launch a significant counteroffensive anytime soon, Ukraine is in a dire situation. Macron now seems to recognize the danger this presents to the whole of Europe, and indeed the free world. Introducing uncertainty to Putin's strategic calculations is a definite step forward, but it must be followed up with a concerted effort to provide Ukraine with the munitions it so badly needs, as well as assistance in regenerating heavily depleted troop levels. Will the other NATO leaders now keep clinging to the spirit of defeat that Macron describes, or will they realize they must get behind his strategic leap forward? Perhaps American society would rally round the flag in what seems like it could be World War III, but public trust in the military, while still high this side of the Atlantic, has been falling dramatically in these United States in recent years, including among conservatives during the years when President Donald Trump was frequently feuding with his military commanders. Events like the January 6th insurrection and Texas's conflict with the federal government over border policy do not suggest a level of societal cohesion remotely necessary for global conflict as we knew it in the 20th century. Red China might seem at first well equipped for such a conflict, a relatively ethnically homogeneous society with a powerful authoritarian state and little public dissent. But, as Rand's analysts observe, appearances can be deceiving. Postmodern China, they say, is struggling with corruption, malfeasance, and the failure to reverse destabilizing levels of inequality, and has resorted to brute force to quell the regional discontent in places like Xinjiang and Hong Kong. The social strains exposed by China's zero-COVID response to the pandemic, which included rare public protests and a new wave of ex-migration, raised some questions about the Communist Party's ability to maintain public commitment to a deadly and protracted all-out war. To quote Rand's aforecited Heath, Compare Xi Jinping's power to Mao Zedong's. The people tried their best to carry out Mao's schemes, even when they cost tens of millions of lives. By contrast, Xi Jinping has admitted on numerous occasions that the Chinese state simply can no longer meet the needs of the people. Analysts have concluded that mainland China, which has not fought a war since an ill-fated invasion of Vietnam in the 1970s, would need to send 2 million troops in 2 successive million-man waves across the Taiwan Strait to have even a hope of taking island China. Russia's pre-invasion ground force in the Ukraine, for comparison, was around 360,000 and did not need to make an incredibly complex amphibious landing. And they were slaughtered. Just crossing the border. Communist China's forces would likely take heavy losses even if they were successful. Is Xi Jinping really willing to bet the future of his regime on the assumption that many Chinese families would be willing to sacrifice their only children to his war? The significance of all of this, as the authors of the Rand study have argued, is that great power rivalry in the years to come will bear little resemblance to the titanic struggles of the past 12 centuries, and that should the Sino-American rivalry escalate to hostilities, the weakness of the states will seriously constrain their options. Incapable of mobilizing their societies for total war, the two sides might instead fight through proxy conflicts or by provoking political unrest in the rival's homeland. A blockade scenario, cutting my Taiwan off from food, energy, and other vital supplies, would be very much in the spirit of neo-medievalism, evoking the siege tactics of centuries past, in which case America would be in the position that the Russians were in during the Cuban conflict, and Communist China would hold the Kennedy position. The center cannot hold. But does that even matter? Neo-medievalism also seems an appropriate framework for a time when national leaders of major industrial power are, with a few notable exceptions, universally unpopular. There are increasing doubts about the ability of modern states to cope with factors like the climate crises, geopolitical instability, financial volatility, demographic decline, and rapid developments in technologies like artificial intelligence. A set of interlocking, complex challenges some commentators have termed the polycrises. It's also a sobering Weltanschauung worldview to consider when looking at what appears to be a pronounced uptick in the number of armed conflicts around the world and the number of casualties in those conflicts after years of declines in both. Yet while the concept of a neo-medieval world might bring us to mind images of a Hobbesian war of all against all or Mad Max-like anarchy, many advocates of the term are not so pessimistic. The Princeton professor Philip Cirne instead predicts that the neo-medieval world will be one of durable disorder, where some power is distributed. Well, some power is distributed from state to non-state actors, but where key problems and global challenges can still be addressed. The Dark Ages were not always dark. Cirne points out that the medieval era in Europe was, in his words, one of increasing social, economic, and political development, as well as growing surpluses and the spread of knowledge and innovation. Per the aforecited mercenary MEMqədy, neo-medievalism helps people make sense of a world that doesn't have order, but it's not collapsing, and I think increasingly that's what the 21st century kind of looks like. And Heath's framing of the risks of a potential Sino-American conflict shows that, rather than being more violent, a neo-medieval world might actually be somewhat more peaceful, or at least one in which powerful states are more constrained in their ability to wage all-out war on each other. To be sure, however, one factor that neo-medievalism cannot account for is nuclear warfare, which could allow leaders to inflict far higher levels of destruction with far less effort. If leaders are unable to mobilize their societies or industrial sectors to fight total wars, pushing the nuclear button might become more tempting. Neo-medievalism might help us understand how the wars of the future will begin, but leaders today have a lot more firepower they can use to bring them to an end than they did 400 years ago. The masses are simply too stupid to see that the Dark Ages are back. It is not just the aristocracy who can be wastrels today. Idleness has gone meritocratic. I now turn to the topic of work in England. But I'm going to start with religion. Atheists, bear with. A Telegraph analysis reveals that the Church of England attendance has fallen by about 20% since COVID. Some of that will be old folks dying off. Some of it, people losing the habit. But it's also an illustration of how we respond to cultural cues. By closing churches in the middle of the greatest crisis since the war, Christian leaders sent the message that collective worship is not essential. And if it didn't matter then, why the hell would it matter now? The lesson of lockdown was that nothing, not your religion, your relationships, education, or career matters more than your health. Therefore, it's no surprise that today, despite almost 1 million vacancies, more than 9 million of the English-speaking people on Isle Britannia of working age are economically inactive, including 2.5 million on a sickie. The state told them they could stay at home and be paid to do it, that any cost would be covered by the future taxpayer. What mug would choose to get a job? There are very good reasons not to work. A lot of modern employment is insecure and badly paid. The failure to invest in state social care has compelled many to look after relatives. But while I'm sure the incoming Labour government has countless policies to fix these problems, tumbleweed is blowing across my computer screen right now as I say that, what they'll really struggle with is the changing shape of work itself, the rise of the click-based, content-creating non-job, and the cultural perception that much of what we do is simply a waste of time. Britons once built ships. Now they work in HR and events management. I'm convinced that one reason why they adore the NHS is that it remains a rare locus of expertise and hard work, where people do something that actually matters. Yet even the doctors are on strike. This is the dropout generation. If they're not getting what they want, they walk away, when they can be bothered. Academics have identified a curious phenomenon called quiet quitting, whereby employees stay in their job, they just do less of it, having neither the will to climb the ladder nor the energy to hop off. This is demonstrable. UK workers have lost 4.5 working days a year since COVID, and the term is being creatively applied to relationships, where the precarious nature of online dating reflects the gig economy for work. Britons are having less sex, marrying later, if at all, and putting off babies for good, causing populations to shrink. The replacement rate is circa 2.1 babies per woman. In South Korea's, it's 0.78. The silver lining of civilizational collapse is we might finally see the end of K-pop. Once upon a time, the key unit in society was the family. Today, it is the individual. The only principle we can agree matters is choice, though with the death of religion and philosophy, the range of choices that we can imagine has narrowed drastically, as culture and faith have been replaced by holiday photos and video games. I'm with the philosopher, Alasdair MacIntyre. We live in the new dark ages. We're just too illiterate to realize how dumb we fucking are. The former white Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Harold Macmillan, sat in the trenches during World War I reading Aeschylus. The present brown rice Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is a fan of Taylor Swift. The yellow house nigger Prime Minister wills Britannia to grow. But being the coffee-colored consumer product of a bland corporate culture himself, cannot begin to explain why they should make the effort. To make the most of one's talents, perhaps. To contribute. To enjoy responsibility. To pass something on. Prevailing against such optimism, the stuff that gets them out of bed in the morning, the green movement glues roads to a halt and predicts there won't even be there won't even be a tomorrow to enjoy. The climate change will see to that. We're all going to die. In a culture saturated with despair, people sigh, I cannot cope. Big pharma companies say, you don't have to. And doctors write the prescription. Rather than ask why capitalism makes people mad or unwell, they invite citizens to drop out of it. Rather than encouraging partners to make a relationship work, they celebrate them for having the courage to walk away. And if you don't want to brush your own kids' teeth, sayest Labor, we'll do it for them in school. That actually is a policy of theirs. Labor's abandonment of proper socialism, that is sacrificing today for a better tomorrow, strikes a chord among an electorate that doubts society can remake itself and is gradually giving up on democracy. Polling suggests young people favor a dictatorship. I don't think they're dreaming of Stalin. Rather, they regard politics as simply stupid, occasionally harmful, and they'd prefer it to go away. In a Deliveroo society where one doesn't even cook the food one eats, let alone kill it and pluck it, we want stuff to be done for us, fast, and anonymously. The ideal dictator would be a hard-working immigrant. How would they say it? If you've enjoyed this military junta, please remember to leave a review. My point is this. It's tempting to see COVID as the great disruptor, an event of such unusual force that it shook society to its foundations, and that the Britons only need to pass some bills and kick a few deadbeats off welfare to put things back. But that's wrong. Lockdown went with the grain, confirming the slow death of vitality in British life, and sending the state in to take the place of the engaged citizen. We've all been complaining about our work ethic for years. The birth dearth has been a long time coming, and Christianity has been ebbing away since the 1970s. We have a spiritual crisis, which is to say, we're a society without a motivating spirit. It is in this context, on this side of the Atlantic, that the United States government faces a dilemma. Starlink, a private satellite venture devised and controlled by the Putin puppet Elon Musk, offers capabilities that no government or other company can match. Its innovations are the fruit of Musk's drive and ambitions, but they have become enmeshed with American foreign and national security policy, and Musk is widely seen as an erratic leader who cannot be trusted with the country's security needs. In other words, the United States has urgent uses for Starlink's technology, but not for the freewheeling foreign policy impulses of its mad creator. The conundrum is substantially new for Washington. During World War I, wealthy industrialists, such as Henry Ford and J.P. Morgan, poured considerable resources into the American war effort. Ford's factories produced boats, trucks, and artillery for military use. Morgan lent his money. After the war, John D. Rockefeller Jr. funded the League of Nations. But Musk is doing something different. He supplies his product directly to foreign countries, and he retains personal control over which countries can obtain his equipment and how they can use it. That discretion has both military and political implications. As one United States defense official admitted to the Fourth Estate, living in the world we live in in which Elon runs this company and it is a private business under his control, we are living off his good graces. What this mother sucker is saying for the Department of Defense on behalf of your military junta, which effectively runs your government, is that Elon Musk is unofficially your president. The dilemma is currently clearest in Ukraine. Starlink satellites, which Musk generously supplied at the start of the conflict so that Ukrainians would not lose internet access, have allowed for satellite-guided drones to help the Ukrainian military observe battlefield movements and target precision missiles. Experts describe Starlink's military advantage as akin to providing an Uber for howitzers. But its disadvantage is Elon Musk's own outsized role in determining the conduct of the war. That influence has come under scrutiny in recent months with the release of excerpts from a forthcoming biography that highlight Musk's mercurial decision-making in Ukraine. Musk's assent is required to maintain satellite internet connectivity in the country, and for reasons of his own, his alliance with Putin, he has refused it near Crimea and imposed other restrictions that limit where Starlink services are available to Ukrainian forces, if anywhere near the front lines. He told his biographer, Walter Isaacson, that he felt responsible for the offensive operations Starlink might enable and that he had spracketh with the Russian ambassador about how Moscow might react to them. At significant junctures during Ukrainian offensive operations, Starlink communication devices have experienced mysterious outages. Those outages became enough of a problem that in June, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin specially negotiated the purchase of 400 to 500 new Starlink terminals that the Defense Department would directly control for use by Ukrainian forces. The concerns about relying on Musk don't end with Ukraine, or even with the questions of temperament. Musk's commercial holdings could expose Washington to unwanted entanglements. Takest, for example, his ownership of Tesla, which has a large factory and market presence in the communist Chinese empire. In the event of an invasion of my Taiwan, would Musk willingly provide Starlink terminals to Taiwanese forces at the behest of these United States and take his huge financial losses as a result? Last October, Musk told the Financial Times that Red China had already pressured him about Starlink, seeking assurances that he will not give satellite internet, to Chinese citizens. He did not make clear in the interview how he responded, but Starlink was then, and remains now, as far as I know, unavailable in mainland China. Yet Elon Musk has also refused to make SpaceX's satellites available to my Taiwan for years. Now lawmakers are demanding Elon Musk provide SpaceX internet to the United States military in Taiwan. Representative Mike Gallagher, who led a delegation to Taiwan in the weeks before last, said in a letter to Musk that SpaceX could be in breach of its contractual obligations with the United States government. A group of U.S. lawmakers are calling on Elon Musk to make SpaceX's Starshield military-specific satellite communications network available to American defense forces in my Taiwan after years of refusing to do business in my island China country. In a letter to Musk obtained by Forbes magazine, the congressional representative Mike Gallagher, Republican from Wisconsin, who is chair of the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, reminded the billionaire of SpaceX's contractual obligation to provide the United States Department of Defense with global access to its satellite internet services. He noted that the Pentagon is committing tens of millions of dollars over the next year to Starshield, which uses low Earth orbit satellites to provide communications and observational imagery to the military. emphasizing in a letter dated February 24th that in the event of Chinese aggression against my Taiwan, American service members in the Western Pacific would be put at severe risk. Representative Mike Gallagher wrote, "A robust communication network for U.S. military personnel on and around Taiwan is paramount for safeguarding American interests in the Indo-Pacific region. I understand that SpaceX is possibly withholding broadband internet services in and around Taiwan, possibly in breach of SpaceX's contractual obligations with the United States government." The letter asks that Musk provide the Select Committee with a briefing about Starshield availability in and around Taiwan by March 8th. Tomorrow. For Musk, the request is certain to discomfit. He has close ties with the Communist Chinese, where Tesla has a major manufacturing plant, and has very publicly waded into the tensions the empire has with my self-governed Taiwan, which it views as part of its mainland territory. In 2022, Musk suggested that tensions between Taipei and Beijing could be resolved if some control of Taiwan was handed over to the Communist Chinese. The letter also highlights the uncomfortable reliance the United States government and military have developed on SpaceX's satellites. The Texas-based company has launched more than 5,000 satellites since 2019 and is the top vendor of satellite communications in the world. It is often the only way to get internet access in remote areas, places destroyed by natural disasters, and war zones. The service has been crucial to Ukrainian forces battling a Russian invasion headed into its third year. But here, too, things are fraught. Ukrainian military intelligence officials recently proved Russian forces in the country are also using Starlink satellite internet terminals, undercutting a major battlefield advantage. Musk is selling Starlink service to the Russian Empire. Gallagher was in Taiwan yesterday, just last month, the last week of last month, with a delegation of Congress members meeting with officials, including Presidentess Tsai Ing-wen, and has discussed my country's need for a system like Starshield, which could back up our communications were Red China to cut the undersea cables that connect us to the rest of the world. Gallagher wrote in the letter that multiple sources had disclosed to the CCP committee that Starshield is currently inactive in and around my Taiwan. Jason Su, a former member of Taiwan's legislature who is now a fellow at Harvard Kennedy School, told the American press that he has also been discussing the matter with United States congressional members. To quote his T, "We are in the process of petitioning the United States Department of Defense through Congress to make this a priority in the upcoming session. Taiwan needs to prioritize satellite capability because our undersea cable infrastructure has been compromised." SpaceX has not responded to my own comment request by the time of this transmission. The issue has become more pressing as the Pentagon has focused on the future of my Taiwan and the growing threat of a potential invasion of the island by Red China. Last February, Taiwan's National Communications Commission blamed Chinese ships for cutting Tua undersea internet cables. The same month, CIA Director William Burns said President Xi Jinping had ordered the People's Liberation Army to be prepared for an invasion of Taiwan by 2027. And since incoming President Lai Ching-te, who ran on a platform of pro-independence, was elected last month, island China is now going to continue with its democratization, whereas mainland China has ramped up military demonstrations and experts warn of more cyber attacks. When my Taiwan first started discussions with SpaceX about Starlink in 2019, officials had hoped to secure communications that were not reliant on its undersea cables. But talks quickly fell apart over a requirement that the government own a majority share of any telecommunications companies doing business in the country. Musk was adamant that he retain full ownership of Starlink operations in Taiwan and demanded the requirement be waived or changed. Talks have remained stalled ever since, and MyTaiwan has begun developing a satellite system of our own. While Starlink is an obvious answer to MyTaiwan's communication vulnerabilities, some feel it shouldn't be the only one. Former congressional representative Will Hurd has told the Fourth Estate, "Starlink and Starshield could play a crucial role, but I don't want there to be a specific point of failure for satellite communications. I was on the island 9 months ago. The Taiwanese have a clear understanding of the threat, and one of the things we cannot allow is for this continued slowness from the U.S. government and people in industry." MyTaiwan continues to be wary of Musk's deep business ties with communist China and irked by his pro-Beijing commentary. About 20% of Tesla's revenue comes from communist China, and more than half of its vehicles were built at its Shanghai Gigafactory in 2022. When Musk said last September that MyTaiwan was an integral part of China, Taiwanese Foreign Minister Joseph Wu publicly rebuked him, saying, "Listen up! Taiwan is not part of the PRC and certainly not for sale." It's unlikely that the mercurial Musk can be cowed into activating Starshield in Taiwan by lawmaker pressure, and he has limited Starlink access in disputed parts of Ukraine in the past because he said he does not want to be explicitly complicit in a major act of war and conflict escalation against my Russian and Chinese friends. But given the importance of SpaceX's military contracts with the United States government, in MyTaiwan, he may have a choice to make. On the Friday before last, Congressman Gallagher told reporters, "I think China's goals are clear. That's reunification of Taiwan with the mainland by force, if necessary. That story also should make us even more concerned about certain reports about SpaceX and Starshield not providing services to Taiwan." So what is the United States government to do about its own entanglement with Elon Musk? One idea that experts have floated is to invoke the Defense Production Act, which authorizes the president to direct private companies to prioritize fulfilling orders from the federal government. The Pentagon estimates that it already uses DPA authority to place roughly 300,000 orders a year for various equipment items. Using it to regularize deliveries from Starlink would be relatively straightforward and could ensure a continuous flow of devices and connectivity for Ukraine's forces. The United States government could even add language to the contract mandating that decisions to turn connectivity on or off would reside with public officials and not Elon faggot fucking Musk. But what if Elon faggot fucking Musk decided to contest the terms of the contract? What if his factories suddenly faced supply shortages, affecting delivery rates of crucial devices? The DPA could serve as a hedge against Musk's impulses, but it would not be a full guarantee against disruptions. If the government wanted to get really aggressive, it could nationalize Starlink, which is what, of course, I advise they do, taking effective control over the company's operations and removing Elon Musk as its head. In business, we call this a hostile takeover. In federal government, well, we call it the necessities of war. As extreme as this scenario sounds, the United States government has actually nationalized corporations many times in its history. During World Wars I and II, the government nationalized railways, coal mines, trucking operators, telegraph lines, and even the gun manufacturer Smith & Wesson. Following the September 11th terrorist attacks, the United States nationalized the airport security industry. But past government takeovers nearly all took place under conditions of war or financial crises. Today, no national crises equivalent to the 9/11 attacks can provide political cover for such a maneuver. And Musk would be sure to fight back. He built Starlink from scratch, and the company is deeply personal to him. A government takeover would be acrimonious, politically messy, and not necessarily successful. More likely, it could be counterproductive. As a private company, Starlink can provide products that assist Ukrainian forces even while claiming that it's simply offering a service and not taking sides. That posture has not prevented Moscow from testing weapons to sabotage Starlink, nor has it stopped Beijing from developing an alternate satellite network. But the company's independence has likely deterred American rivals from targeting its infrastructure for destruction. Nationalization would change this equation and send the message that Starlink is an instrument of American power and should be treated as such. So if Starlink has to remain independent, but needs to be less of a wild card for national security, the government's best bet may be to negotiate one or several agreements with Starlink to ensure its compliance with American interests. Starlink could then act as something more like a traditional military contracting company. The contracts could build in provisions stipulating that in the event of a crisis, Starlink's regular operations would be suspended and all manufacturing and distribution decisions would run through United States regulators. Musk might find such a deal attractive. His company would get long-term government funding and a reputational boost, but government contracts also come with restrictions that would likely irk him over time. Limitations on which other clients Starlink could sell to, for example. He might also balk at the implications for his other businesses, such as Tesla, in foreign markets. If he soured on the arrangement, he could terminate the contract or undermine the effectiveness of his product, for example, by slow-walking software updates or declining entirely to invest in any upgrades. Elon Musk has become a national security threat that the present system of American government cannot solve. Maybe at this point in history, for now, private industry can. Right now, the answer to Starlink is more Starlinks. The only sustainable solution to the problem of Elon Musk is for the American market to produce alternatives to Starlink. But even here, the obstacles are legion. Musk was able to turbocharge Starlink in part because he used rockets from his adjoining company, SpaceX, to deliver thousands of satellites into space. A competitor would have to not only match Starlink's technical innovation, but also secure enough rockets to get masses of satellites into orbit. And because satellite-based networks work better the more devices come online, a rival company's service would lag behind Starlink's for a long period of time. So far, the efforts of would-be competitors have been underwhelming. Amazon was reportedly preparing to launch its very first satellites in May, but had to put the effort on hold because of rocket testing problems. A viable Starlink competitor may be a long way off, but American national security requires the pursuit of one. The government should encourage competition in the satellite market by offering subsidies and commercial tax breaks, among other incentives, because in the long run, only diversification will alleviate pressure on the United States and our allies to conform to Elon Musk's whims as a would-be world dictator. With a choice of providers, the United States, or Ukraine for that matter, could choose which company it wished to contract with, and redundancies could fill the gap in the case of an unexpected supply shortage or a snag in one company's production line. Elon Musk's monopoly on satellite internet technology is the product of an original idea launching a great many low-orbiting satellites in place of distant high-orbiting, in place of a distant high-orbiting few, and a big gamble he made with his own capital. The venture has brought him undue influence over national security affairs that the United States government cannot possibly tolerate. The surest way to curtail it is to make certain he is not the only one innovating or launching satellites into space. That, and of course, while encouraging competition, taking the son of a bitch out and shooting him as a traitor, and nationalizing his company in the meantime. Which, of course, will need to be done in the event of a war. Now, down to earth, my golden state nation of California's lithium lake shows how America could survive without Europe, and that's a big problem for Western civilization on the other side of the Atlantic. It is the sort of discovery that never seems to occur in Lincolnshire. Recently, it was revealed that a toxic, shrinking lake in Southern California has even more lithium dissolved deep beneath its surface than previously thought. Enough, in fact, to produce the equivalent of nearly 400 million electric vehicle batteries. For context, there are roughly 285 million registered cars and what the Brits call lorries are trucks in these United States. If Australia is the lucky country, then America is surely the blessed superpower. Washington may still be mourning the end of the unipolar moment, the period sometime between the fall of the Greater Soviet Union and the global financial crises, when the United States was the world's sole hegemon. But it is still... but we still have the natural resources, military might, and economic dynamism to act as what the economic historian Charles Kindleberger termed the global stabilizer. That is, if we want to. The irony is that, while the United States remains the indispensable nation to everyone's business, it is the only empire on Earth that could feasibly be a self-sufficient autarky, closing the borders, hiking tariffs, and setting forth on the path of self-reliance. That is, in part, because America is less a country than a continent, and this is largely by design. Manifest destiny, the popular belief in the 19th century that it was the divine will of American settlers to expand west, came as to fruition via the extermination of the indigenous population. To be clear, I myself am not recommending autarky as an economic system. Trade makes us all richer by allocating resources more efficiently and making countries more productive. Yet, for the British Islanders and their continental counterparts who go to sleep every night safely ensconced under the American nuclear umbrella, the thought must be a little unsettling. And that's when Englishmen still assumed Britain's Trident submarines were capable of firing missiles. With a population of roughly 340 million, these United States certainly don't have to worry about running out of labor. Nor do our citizens share the same problem as Icelanders, who must download an app to check whether or not their new potential romantic partner is a distant relative. So plentiful and fertile is much of America's land, and advanced our agricultural technology, that ours has often been described as the breadbasket of the world, able to feed ourselves and hundreds of millions around the globe. Then there's the stuff under the ground. The shale gas revolution has turned America into a net energy exporter, and who but a Republican would be stupid enough to bet against the vast subsidies in the Inflation Reduction Act, transforming our empire into a low-carbon superpower? Meanwhile, America's geographical advantages are legendary. Our neighbors to the north and south are economically compliant and pose no military threat. As for our strategic rivals, they are separated by a vast ocean. Going full-on North Korean style appears unlikely, I accept. America first is not the same as self-reliance, nor is it the policy of a putative Trump administration, such as it has a platform beyond vengeance and controlling women's bodies. Donald Trump's suggestion of 60% tariffs on communist Chinese goods is unlikely to materialize, though I forget whether we're supposed to take him literally or seriously. But even a little American retrenchment poses difficult questions for America's allies, not least in Europe and on the British Isles. Trump gets NATO wrong. This is hardly surprising given that he doesn't understand people at all. The former apprentice reality TV star believes that unless you are ripping someone else off, it is yourself who is getting cheated. And looking at the lawsuits relating to his business practices, he should know. Donald Trump's personal agenda is to rip NATO apart. Let's make it clear from the outset that former President Donald Trump has no real policy toward NATO. That is, his views and utterances on NATO have nothing to do with putting forward a coherent foreign policy or any kind of rational worldview. He is simply motivated to rip NATO based on revenge, incumbent defeat, and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Trying to undermine, destroy, or rip NATO apart, however one wants to characterize it, is totally motivated by a personal Trump agenda and devoid of any policy formulation. It is utterly at odds with the American empire's best interest to undermine NATO, particularly at this critical point in the fight against the Russian Empire in Ukraine. But Trump went further, encouraging the alliance's enemies to attack any NATO member country that hasn't spent enough money on defense. You're delinquent? No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. Once again, he displays the fact that he is unable to understand policy, let alone create it. He seems to think that NATO is a mafia protection scheme, where all the little countries have to kick up their cut of defense spending to the big boss, it is, the United States. This emotional outburst is not coming as a reaction to a strategic outlook on the United States' position in the world, but is instead a function of the personal predilections of an emotionally unstable candidate for the presidency. First, the question of coming to the aid of a NATO member, as posed by Trump, clearly comes in the context of the Ukraine war. He has already been successful in getting Republicans in the House of Representatives to attempt to curtail further American aid for Ukraine. The price for his contempt for sound policy will soon be paid in lives. However, what lies behind this stance is that Trump was impeached based on his attempts to get President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine to fabricate political dirt about President Biden before the 2020 presidential election, something Zelensky refused to participate in. Trump personifies retribution, as he has said about himself in his campaign, and is clearly motivated by revenge against the heroic Ukrainian president. Second, Trump's views on NATO are clearly intended to undermine one of Joe Biden's great foreign policy accomplishments, uniting NATO more than ever, and strengthening it by the addition of Finland and Sweden. Taking a position that NATO is not working in the best interests of the United States is simply intended to establish one more Trump argument that Biden has no real accomplishments. Third, The Trump anti-NATO approach is part of Trump's mystifying relationship with Vladimir Putin, which borders on subservience, illustrated most recently by his inability to voice any criticism of Putin's murder of Alexei Navalny, who was Russia's leading opposition leader. What really lies at the heart of Trump's position on NATO? It's some combination of lust for revenge against Zelensky, the need to defeat Biden at home, and the unexplained desire to serve the interests of Putin everywhere around the world. What should be understood is that as much as NATO serves the interests of the allied countries that compose it, it is a fundamental element of the United States' own foreign policy interests. The NATO alliance has never been stronger, and Europeans have never contributed more of their GDP, their gross domestic product, to national defense. In fact, it is estimated that this year, 18 of NATO's 28 European member countries will be meeting or exceeding the target of spending 2% of their gross domestic product on defense. For Trump to ignore the mutual defense provision of the NATO treaty, Article 5, because a country under attack has not yet reached the 2% target, would be a complete abdication of the president's responsibility as commander-in-chief. Trump's sycophantic followers in Congress have taken the position that further American support for Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, is not warranted. They are abandoning Ukraine to Russian depredation and destroying any credibility the American empire has as a reliable ally. It gets worse. Trump has sent a disturbing signal to Vlad Putin that come this November, if he is elected, Trump is prepared to pressure Ukraine into some monumental concessions in order to end the war in 24 hours. Doing that would signal to the Russian Empire and the world that American leadership of NATO has ended. There would no longer be a meaningful deterrent to Putin's maniacal dream of expanding the Russian Empire throughout Eurasia and the world. Putin reads weakness and taketh advantage of it. The West's failure to counter Russia's incursion into Georgia in 2008, and the Allied failure to meaningfully counter Russia's invasion of the Crimea in 2014, told Putin that a full-scale invasion of Ukraine would not be countered. Trump is now signaling weakness, and that will certainly only further encourage Putin's military conquests. Acting as a responsible member of the alliance shows the West's resolve to deal with territorial encroachments elsewhere on the globe, potentially including Red China's ambitions against my Taiwan. Showing that the most important democracies in the world are in sync, not only with respect to NATO's member nations, but to everyone, is vital to minimizing global conflict. Concerns about the American imperial cost toward maintaining the NATO alliance are misplaced. NATO provides a very cost-efficient way for the American empire to maintain our own defenses. The European NATO countries spend, in the aggregate, about $380 billion United States dollars a year on defense, which is about the same as the Russian Empire. Good allies to have. Moreover, it is quite possible that within the next year, Europe will exceed American production of munitions shells. While Europe can certainly do more to upgrade its military capacity, especially when it comes to troop strength, but being able to rely on European soldiers for countering Russian aggression is a great military asset that enhances American national security. It is true that Western European interests still need American protection, and that the NATO allied countries need American support, but it is in our own interest to provide it, given the consequences to global democracy and market capitalism of Russian aggression succeeding. It is worth mentioning that the only time Article 5 has been invoked was when the United States was attacked on September 11th of 2001. Notably, when NATO countries provided support for American retaliation, there was no sense that they would give the Americans an invoice for those efforts. Trump's position on NATO, as exhibited in his rhetoric and action toward Ukraine, is just one more reason the fate of democracy, not only in these United States but around the world, is at stake in the 2024 election. We cannot allow revenge against Zelensky, anti-Biden campaign efforts, or Putin's ability to manipulate Trump himself to drive the American policy toward NATO. The fact is that the Pax Americana gains from its web of allies and partners. NATO costs American taxpayers money, but it also buys a peaceful and compliant Europe. Keeping the shipping lanes open requires a large and agile navy, but it also powers the world's most impressive economy. Still, the uncomfortable truth is that America's allies need the American empire far more than we need them. We'd be poorer under autarky this side of the Atlantic, but the Celts and the Continentals would be completely fucked. Russia's own economy is so driven by the war in Ukraine that it cannot afford to either win or lose. Yet there be a clear path to stop and repel Putin and his legions. Suppressing Putin's government and his forces requires not only determination, but also a strategic approach based on strong political will of the West. Patrick Turner, the former Assistant Secretary General for Defense Policy and Planning at NATO, highlights this need in his analyses for the CEPA, the CEPA, the Center for European Policy Analysis. 12 years after the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the situation is anything but encouraging. Russia has already started interfering in the 2024 election here at home. By the way, Heart Earth says, pretty sure we spend almost half our GDP on defense, about $1 trillion per year. Cultivated Image says, Zelensky is a hero? Well, for standing up to Trump, yes. Heart Earth says, my fire pit is made of steel, and I cannot seem to make it melt, no matter how long I keep the fire going. Very poetic. I'm not quite sure how applicable it is, but I'm sure we could find an application in terms of relevance. And as such, we'll continue. Such being said, the decision in the United States Congress regarding support for Ukraine, former President Donald Trump's statements that so shamelessly encourage Russia to attack American allies in Europe, and the tragic murder of the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny in prison, all create serious challenges. This is why we've got to start facing the world as it is. In previous and more normal elections, Super Tuesday was a big deal. With so many states holding primaries and caucuses, the results would clarify who would likely advance to the general election in the fall. Sometimes, front-runners fell behind, underdogs raced to the front of the pack, or a surprise changed the course of the race. Fluke results from one-off contests in Iowa or New Hampshire were quickly swept away in a broader test of popularity. Such clarity was the whole point of Super Tuesday. As dramatic and fascinating as it was to have messy floor fights and multiple ballots at the conventions, by the 1980s, both parties wanted less drama and smoother, glossier coronations of a beloved nominee. The primaries soon took the place of arm wrestling matches in classic smoke-filled rooms. Now, as someone who's an occasional cigar smoker myself who thinks primaries are now dysfunctional, I would like to go back to those rooms, but that's a discussion for another day. Tonight, well, there's no tension per se tonight on transmission. There's always some. Maybe a lot, really. But on Super Tuesday night, there was no fucking tension at all. Donald Trump emerged as the numerically prohibitive frontrunner for the Republican nomination. President Joe Biden cruised to a Democratic renomination. as incumbents almost always do, we knew the result before it even happened. Before Super Tuesday even was marked upon our calendar. 2024 will feature Biden versus Trump, an ordinary career politician facing off one more time against a maniacal would-be dictator. No one needed Super Tuesday to predict the shape of the fall general election. Biden is an incumbent running on a good record, despite what Republicans think. Biden's had as consequential and solid a first term as any president since Ronald Reagan. And there was virtually no chance his party was going to deny him renomination, because no sensible party would do that with a successful first-term president. Even Jimmy Carter eventually swatted away the supposedly indestructible Ted Kennedy in 1980. Trump was the Republican favorite from the moment former Speaker of House Kevin McCarthy went to Mar-a-Lago in 2021 to rehabilitate Trump's standing in the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. His nomination was inevitable the night most of his primary opponents raised their hand on a debate stage, one from which he himself was absent, and said they'd vote for him if he beat them, even if he were convicted in a court of law. Even Nikki Haley is still dithering to this very moment about whether she'd support the man who calls her bird brain and whom she has passionately argued is unfit for office. And yet, for months now, many voters, including both Democrats and dissident Republicans, have engaged in childlike wish-casting about how the 2024 election might be different. Some of them put their hopes in the courts, longing in vain for Trump to be disqualified from the ballot, or for Special Counsel Jack Smith to clap Trump and irons before Election Day. The idea that Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, who are now behaving as right-wing activists from the bench, would join hands with 3 Trump appointees to stop Trump was always some industrial-strength psychedelia. The decision to leave Trump on state ballots seems, at least to myself as a non-attorney, sensible enough, which is probably why all 9 justices affirmed it. But the court's conservative majority is clearly playing games. If hurrying helps Trump, they move with alacrity. They decided the Colorado ballot case in 25 days. If dawdling helps Trump, they slow down. The presidential immunity case, a crackpot theory they should not have even taken up, won't be heard until late April. The conservative effort to seize the court by hook or by crook, one of Mitch McConnell's greatest and most shameful legacies, has paid off just when Trump needed it the most. Others entertained the fantasy that a Republican could knock out Trump in a primary. You may remember Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who was supposed to arrive in the primaries in a flash of light that would turn Trump's campaign to ash and leave nothing of the former president's candidacy but a chalk outline on a sidewalk. Instead, DeSantis folded early, and I assume it is only a matter of time before he appears on a stage shaking Trump's hand in the name of supporting the nominee. Meanwhile, Democrats have been panicking for at least a year about Joe Biden because Biden is old. As a individual whose father was a Republican throughout his life, my legal father, George Dietrich, I find this astonishing. If you stripped Biden's name off his record and handed it to a voter, he'd be as formidable a candidate as either party could field. But we live in a time of vibes and optics. Biden sounds old. He walks like an older man, and his occasional gaffes and mistakes are more numerous than they used to be. Trump seems younger because he bellows and gyrates as he howls red-faced into microphones at rallies, despite the fact that much of what he says is slurred nonsense and autocratic threats. He seems more vital and active. Democrats have therefore plunged into their own silly wish-casting. Perhaps some magical third-party centrist will emerge from the clouds and unite the country. Why, it could be Joe Manchin! Or a Democratic candidate will emerge to push both Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris out of the picture. Maybe someone like Dean Phillips. Phillips was outperformed in the Michigan primary by the self-help writer Marianne Williamson, who at the time had already suspended her campaign. Perhaps a re-energized left could offer a new face. How about Cornel West? What if we change the Electoral College? This last one is a perennial favorite on social media. And of course, there's always Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The F is for fuck, who initially ran as a Democrat, but whose heart is with conspiracy theorists everywhere. Much of this eyes squeezed tight wishing is linked to the peculiar American belief that presidents are godlike creatures who can make things better by fiat. Too many voters, when they encounter difficulties, create in their mind a superhero president who, if elected, will bring down the price of eggs, make the Russians go home, and end the war and suffering in Gaza. Or at least tell the Jews to stop exterminating everybody who's not Jewish. And if the current candidates are too flawed to fit that bill, Americans design one in their head. All of this wish-casting has to end. The past year has birthed a lot of political nonsense. Have I mentioned Cornel West? But the time for foolishness, such foolishness, is over. Barring an act of God, or the fickle finger of fate coming to rest on one of the candidates, the contest is now between Trump and Biden. Or rather, Biden versus Putin and Trump. The latter twin going from bad to worse. American democracy is on the ballot. Individual freedom, including reproductive rights and civil liberties, is on the ballot. The security of Europe, of the United States, of the world, all of it is on the ballot. It is time for voters to take a deep breath, like I do before I go into monologue, deal with the world as it is, and decide what they really want when they make one of the most fateful decisions in American history. And now Russia is already spreading disinformation in advance of the 2024 election, using fake online accounts and bots to damage President Joe Biden and his fellow Democrats, according to former U.S. officials and cyber experts, as part of a continuing effort by Vladimir Putin to undercut American military aid to the Ukraine and American support for NATO. In February of 2024, Russia's military finally captured Avdiivka, one of Ukraine's most heavily fortified cities. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has coveted Avdiivka since he launched his attack on Ukraine 2 years ago. And if it required 47,000 Russian soldiers to be killed or injured, so be it. Alexei Navalny's death in a Siberian jail was equally unsurprising. Putin despised and feared his most personally conspicuous and politically dangerous opponent, and for over a decade had been tightening the noose around Navalny's neck. Donald Trump recently reiterated that if he wins a second presidential term, he will either abandon NATO or relegate it to an alliance of relative unimportance. No surprise there either. One-time National Security Advisor to President Trump, John Bolton, quoted his former boss as saying, "I don't give a shit about NATO." And Trump himself has long made clear that whatever the conflicts in Europe, they are not worth American lives. In recent months, Trump's enablers, acolytes who do what they must to stay in the Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent kingmaker's good graces, have become more compliant than ever. This was also based on past patterns, entirely predictable. Beginning even during Trump's presidency, Republican members of Congress, nearly all other Republican elected officials, and Republican administrators, advisors, and appointees have become increasingly submissive and even obedient. If Trump loses the election in November, we can predict with near certainty what will happen. Given what the former president attempted the last time, from the end of October 2020 until January 6th of 2021, he escalated his efforts to overturn the presidential election, asking the governor of Georgia to call a special legislative session, veritably begging state officials to find votes, and shamelessly pressuring Vice President Mike Pence to reject electors. We can count on his doing as much or more to upend unfavorable electoral results. As a former Department of Defense research librarian, who has long been forced by dint of professional circumstance in my work environment to study bad leaders, such as those who have perpetually officered America into repetitive and inevitable defeat after defeat, I know that Putin's recent actions, and Trump's, fit the usual pattern. Bad leaders nearly always get worse. They get worse in 4 phases, each more ominous and compounding than the one before. The progression usually starts slowly, perceptible, perhaps, but unremarkable. Then it picks up steam. Finally, if leaders are left to their own devices, their bad behaviors metamorphose from insignificant to significant, and finally to malignant and malevolent. This raises the question, can worse leadership be stopped? The answer is yes, it can, though there is a cardinal rule. The earlier it's stopped, the better, and the easier. More than 12 years into Putin's war on Ukraine, it's important to recall the sequence of events that characterized his more than 12 decades in office. During nearly the entirety of his tenure, he has demonstrated an insatiable appetite for wealth and power. But he has remained unchecked both by those inside Russia and by those outside. The West, for example, did nothing as he bombed Chechnya's capital, Grozny, to smithereens in the year 2000. And nothing again as he imposed his will militarily on the independent state of Georgia in 2008. When Russia summarily invaded and annexed Crimea in 2014, again the West did nothing. Nor since he unleashed the war in Ukraine has Putin been otherwise idle. He has fortified the Russian economy and the Russian military, and he has expanded his relationships globally, aligning Russia with, for example, a country singularly antipathetic to both the Empire of Japan and these United States, North Korea. By the way, I'm going to take a simple break here to indulge myself in just
Douglas,
a little bit of, shall we say, response to Sid here. So, say it, Sid. Say, hey, Douglas. What? What is it, Sid? Come on, say it.
No, go ahead and make fun of me. No.
No, what is your intent when you throw out a question that has absolutely no relevance to what I'm talking about Are you intentionally trying to piss me off? Is that the intent? What causes that? What causes that?
The question about Manly P. Hall?
Yeah, what causes that? Where does that come from?
Oh, it's someone in the chat was mentioning Manly P. Hall, and I've heard the name of...
So it doesn't source from you. It doesn't source from you. At least we can... Okay, good. That's good. You don't need to relay a question like that. It's like...
No, I didn't mean to relate it. I was asking on my own behalf as well. I mean, it was just in the chat there, and I was also... So I was curious. And
oh, my God.
I didn't mean to stop you or interrupt you on basis of that question. I just thought...
What do you think happens? What do you think happens when you... What do you think happens when you do something like that? Is it just like... So what is that supposed to mean when you say, oh, I didn't mean to stop you or interrupt you? What did you think would happen? What did you think would happen?
You sounded like you were just about to take a break, so I was chiming in to let
No,
you know.
I didn't. Not at the time that you... Not at the time that you sent that notification. No.
No. The question I put in the chat earlier, and I didn't break in to ask it in real time.
What do you say? Of course you did. You broke in notification sense, in a state of notification.
Oh, well, I didn't realize that would be so annoying for you.
Why would it not be? Have you ever tried publicly speaking? And then you look at notifications for important things. And, your C is important. C's. The C's are important. Showing me someone's in the chat. That's important. The other question, asking or relaying a question, whether it's your own curiosity or someone else's about something that comes out of nowhere and has nothing to do with what I'm saying, is bizarre. It's bizarre.
Well, it came out of the live chat.
It doesn't mean anything. You don't need to relay that. I mean, people in the live chat could sit there and say, what does Douglas eat for breakfast? What's Doug's taste in woman? They could ask all kinds of things. Does that mean you relay that when I'm in a monologue?
I wouldn't automatically relate any kind of question anyone might ask. It was just this particular one.
Because somehow it struck you. It's obviously not relevant to anything I'm talking about. You're lucky I'm taking this in good humor. At any rate, it's just you don't need to relay questions like that in the future. It's bizarre. It has nothing to do. If it has nothing to do with what I'm speaking about, it just how do I say it? It causes unnecessary disruption to train of thought. Of course, you're not dealing with your average human being here. You're dealing with Douglas Dietrich, so my train of thought can be interrupted, and I can go right back to it because that's just the way I am. But if you were dealing with somebody else, that would be considered a major, shall we say, problem. It would be considered a major mistake. It's something that people would really hold against you. It's one of these things that you, just for the future reference, when somebody asks a question like that has nothing to do with what I'm on about in a monologue, no, the questions like that should definitely never be relayed. They just don't, they're not important. It's like Manly P. Hall has been around forever. He is like this foundation for occult thought. So it's definitely something that he's obviously relevant to certain philosophical questions, but has nothing to do with what I'm talking about now. So, such as it is, I do want to say this. The major thing that sticks out to me about Manly P. Hall is that Jordan Maxwell, people kept accusing him of stealing all of Manly P. Hall's work. Whatever. I mean, at that point, Manly P. Hall's work was what you'd call public domain. But whether that's the case or not, it's like something that was often used to attack Jordan Maxwell. And of course, I always felt sorry for Jordan Maxwell because Jordan Maxwell was, worse off than I am. He was older than I am, less able to adapt than I am. And because of that, people kept fucking him over. I mean, like they did with myself in terms of computers, working with computers and being reliant on people for computer work. But, you know, in his case, it was like just, you know, really bad. So, that being said, let's check into the chat. Just got another C from, you know, Sid, living up to his responsibilities. And I will check on live stream here. What's this? Cultivated Image or Heart Earth? Trillion Phoenix? Let me see. Got all the file wheeled back to him.
Going by C. I don't. Is that annoying enough that you want me to block this person, or?
C saying thank you, Douglas. No, why would I block him? I mean, what have they said other than thank you, Douglas? Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah. And though, of course, you know, if they start, there you go. If they start off, if they start going off in some odd direction, you know, go ahead. Let's see now what other people are saying. Since I'm here, Cultivated Image, the Phoenix has already been invoked. America is the fire, and I'll take the heat, bro. I was born of it. Right, we are listening, but this is funny. I don't think he meant any harm. He was just trying to be helpful. Got to get the animals fed. Hope all you guys all have a good day, evening. Thank you for the transmission. Well, hopefully you review the rest of it later, Cultivated. Thank you so much for joining us for now. And it's unbelievable the amount of time we have left. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11. We got 3 fucking hours left. And, yeah, but... okay, so we got it out there. Somebody asked about Manly P. Hall, and you related. Bear in mind for future reference, if the question has nothing to do with what I'm talking about in a monologue, there's no need to relay it because it's just odd. It's just bizarre, and it just, if I were a normal human being, it would throw me way off. But I'm not. Yeah.
All right. Can I say my rationale was that your not being a normal human being might allow you to scan it over.
And just yeah. I mean, that's what I did. I scanned it over and just said.
Being annoyed. That was my thinking, but I'm.
Well, hey, I'm only human in some respects, right?
That's fair enough.
Yeah, that's yeah. Strange notification comes around. You look at it. It's like you know, what is that? I mean, it's like I said, it's on par. It may be a somewhat philosophical question asking about a philosopher, but it's on par with what's Doug like to eat? It's like out of nowhere, and it. Anyhow, the United States has mocked Russia for its motley crew of allies in the Ukraine. It's not laughing anymore. So I do want you to know there's 3 major points to consider here. Russia's deal making with Iran and North Korea has attracted mockery from the West as desperate. But what appeared as a motley alliance is cementing the power of all 3 countries. And it's helped Russia in Ukraine, and North Korea is likely to be doing well out of it. In the fall of 2022, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin was in a bind. Expecting to have already overrun the Ukraine, his forces were instead being routed from huge swaths of the country. And the RAND defense researcher Bruce W. Bennett told Business Insider at the time, they just didn't have the weapons they needed. They didn't have the soldiers prepared. They didn't have the defensive positions prepared. And isolated from much of the world by sanctions, Putin turned to rogue states like Iran and North Korea for munitions. Now, the United States has been watching very closely. Publicly, officials were sanguine, even dismissive. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken quipped in September that the ragtag partnerships came off like a Star Wars bar scene of countries, which was funny. I think it was Mark Milley, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who remarked in September of yesteryear that nothing from Pyongyang, that's the capital of North Korea, will be a game changer in Ukraine. More recently, the United Kingdom's Defense Minister Grant Shapps poked fun at Putin by saying he had humiliatingly gone cap in hand to North Korea to support his war machine. Now, of course, all of this has paid off for these various evil regimes in one way or another. As Western support wavers, the impact of Pyongyang's ammunition supply, along with bombardments of Iranian Shahed drones, is likely giving Russia a distinct edge in Ukraine, the experts can no longer deny. And beyond the Ukraine, it is having ripple effects on the international order. So let's talk about the tipping of the scales here. Now, Beth Sanner, a former intelligence official under the Trump and Biden administrations, was at a recent Atlantic Council event and said the three-way axis is fragile in many ways, but she also said it has a quite serious and very real effect. As Russia's invasion stalled in mid-2022, Putin had already started the groundwork to procure Shahed drones from Iran. Russia has since then fired thousands of them across Ukraine. Given that neither Russia nor North Korea has admitted to arms transfers, there is no way of knowing exactly how significant their contribution is to Russia's wider supply of munitions for the war. But the sheer volume of stuff that's been going over is enormous. According to Joseph Byrne, an open source researcher and North Korea specialist at the Royal United Services Institute, it is significant, which is, of course, a specialist's understatement. Since September, South Korea says that it has observed North Korea sending about 6,700 containers to Russia, potentially holding about 3,152mm artillery shells or 500,000 122mm shells. So Burnett has concluded this is a major contribution to Russia's war efforts, even factoring in the possibility that many of these shells, likely drawn from Soviet-era stockpiles, may be duds. And North Korea's factories are now working round the clock to bring Russia fresh weapons and shells, as the South Koreans have confirmed on Wednesday of, last week, I think. Now, asked if these supplies were a game changer for Russia, John Erbst, a former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, put it bluntly, they're a game continuer. Now, given Ukraine's desperate ammunition shortages, they may be all that Putin needs. Yesteryear, Russia was estimated to be burning through 30,000 shells a day in Ukraine, roughly what the United States could produce in an entire month at the time. Now, the United States has since ramped up production, but it's going to take us years to get anywhere close to what North Korea has been providing to the Russians. And Byrne added, you see, Russia's ability to continue to fire artillery, fire rockets on Ukrainian positions just massively increase and sustain over a long period of time, very likely because of this uplift from the North Koreans. So it's all about going rogue, people. How do I express this? Despite the criticism of his allies, Putin is showing little sign that it bothers him. To work with North Korea, Putin has contravened the United Nations Security Council resolutions he himself signed on to, which just goes to show you can never trust the fucking Russians. And everybody needs to kick them off the Security Council simply by having everyone withdraw from the United Nations and then reunite without Russia. Now, for Bennett, Putin's thinking is simple. If Russia failed to achieve success in Ukraine, meaning it got pushed out of Ukraine, is Putin going to survive physically? That's what he asked. The answer, he answered his own question, of course, is probably no. So Putin's desperate. So motivated by self-preservation, Putin has little reason to mind the jibes of Ukraine's allies. What matters is power. And this is a boon for North Korea. Much of the same can be said for Kim Jong-un, whose regime shows signs of gaining a great deal from this partnership. Now, the terms of the exchange are unknown, but the aforementioned Baron has outlined several ways North Korea might benefit. Cold hard cash is one. Thanks to international sanctions, North Korea is obliged to hold much of its money abroad. Western intelligence officials recently told the New York Times that Russia has unfrozen millions of dollars of North Korean assets in a possible exchange for ammunition supplies. Another area of gain is technological. It might be sophisticated technology transfers for electronic warfare systems, aero defense systems, and ballistic missiles. The opportunity to see how its homegrown ballistic missiles perform on the battlefield is also absolutely invaluable for Kim. That's the dictator of North Korea, if you did not know. South Korea has accused its northern neighbor of abusing Ukraine as a test site for its nuclear-capable missiles. Wrap your brain around that. Meanwhile, Russia has already been boosting North Korea on the international stage, like in September when Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, suggested that United Nations sanctions against the country were outdated. Operating like this really emboldens North Korea, Iran, and any other autocratic state. So this is an opportunistic cartel. It's unlikely that the ties between Moscow and Pyongyang run deep, since they have little basis in shared ideology. In supplying weapons, Kim Jong-un's regime is unlikely to be driven by a dislike of Ukraine itself. But they sure love Russian money, and they sure love Russian grain. So it's far more of a cartel kind of relationship. But as shallow as the ideological kinship might run, there be little doubt Russia's deal-making with Iran and North Korea has changed the picture. Signs of that are already emerging. In January, Russia and Iran announced their intention to sign a wide-ranging treaty. Now, 12 years ago, people would have said, well, Russia's got some power, but not a big deal. Iran, oh, it's a nuisance, but it's not a big deal. North Korea is a nuisance. We're worried about their nukes, but not a big deal. Now, all three countries look more powerful, more threatening, and so, yeah, it's changed the landscape. So, going back to thank you, Cultivated Image, for thanking me for the transmission. And, of course, the numbers are good, and I appreciate that fact. So, having said this, we have an obvious line being drawn across the world of America and our enemies. Yet comparing today's world to the 1930s is lazy and dangerous. Now, a recent spate of commentary has drawn the analogy between today's regional conflicts and those regional conflicts of the 1930s that led to World War II. Those welding these analogies often using them as cautionary tales for how to deal with contemporary international security dynamics, such as Russia's war in Ukraine, Red China's efforts to coerce my Taiwan, and Iran's use of its various proxies in the Middle East. These analogies, however, misread the past, with potentially dangerous implications for the present. But in pointing to the dire consequences that followed the purported appeasement of Nazi Germany, Fascist Italia, and Imperial Japan in the 1930s, these analogies misread the past, with potentially dangerous implications for the present. The crux of such arguments, as epitomized by a recent article by Hal Brands, is that the Axis powers that went on to, according to the Allied propaganda, trigger World War II began as a trio of loosely connected contests for primacy in key regions stretching from Europe to the Asia-Pacific. Only thereafter did their efforts to dominate their own regions eventually coalesce into an overlapping challenge to the existing international order. Here, what united them was not their illiberal domestic political systems, but rather their common sense of grievance against an existing global order that condemned them to a second-tier have-not status in the international pecking order. Thus, over time, their shared geopolitical and ideological worldviews eventually pushed them together to present a global challenge to the existing international order. Fast forward to 2024, and according to Niall Ferguson, a real dumb shit, an economist with a favorite sponsor, we won't go any deeper than that. He says, now, as in the 1930s, a menacing authoritarian axis has emerged. This 21st century axis is similarly linked by, in Niall's words, autocratic governance and geopolitical grievance, leading Moscow, Beijing, and Tehran, capital of Iran, to try to break a US-led world order that deprives them of the greatness they desire. Now, this line of argument should, on the face of it, be intellectually, certainly be perceived as intellectually lazy and empirically flawed in terms of its understanding of both the history of the 1930s and the relation of that history to the present. It is intellectually lazy as it rests on a deterministic narrative in which certitudes about the decade preceding World War II attach themselves to each other almost like rules of deduction to explain the subsequent global conflagration. In this flawed narrative, authoritarian demagogues harnessed atavistic nationalism and social resentment unleashed by the Great Depression in pursuit of strident calls for national primacy. Meanwhile, the established powers are said to have dithered and gave in to the temptation of seeking to buy peace through concessions to and compromises with the Axis powers. The culmination of this narrative and its core cautionary tale is the ossified Munich analogy that has animated much of American foreign policy since 1945, and which warns us that attempts to buy security in the face of authoritarian adversaries will at best delay conflict whilst strengthening the aggressor's hand, causing the conflict to be fought at a later date under less favorable conditions. The lesson that those who compare the present to the 1930s want us to learn is simple: to act now, before today's discrete regional conflicts coalesce to produce another global conflagration. This easily understood narrative, with its comforting lesson that we only have to stand up to authoritarian revisionism and all will be well, may appeal to the crusading strain in American foreign policy thinking, but it makes for poor analysis. Relying on the lessons of history, as Joseph Stieb points out, is a shortcut for critical thinking that loses value once you sink into specific historical contexts and appreciate their contingencies. Where still, doing so opens the potential for purported lessons to be misapplied or distorted, or for them to reinforce biases, which is basically all they're ever used to do. In this case, the deterministic narrative by which the economic catastrophe of the Depression led to authoritarianism, which led to aggressive revisionism, ignores the complexity and contingency of the diplomatic and strategic choices the Axis and non-axial powers made during the crises of the 1930s. According to John Louis Gaddis, uncritically adopting this narrative commits one of the errors that social scientists often make in their abuse of history, namely to oversimplify the past in order to anticipate the future. Like everyone online does, or in telephone conversations or group meetings, various other bull sessions where people get together and just shoot the shit about social affairs. Similarly, the analogy between the communist Chinese empire, the revanchist revisionist Russian empire, and Iran today, and the Axis powers of the 1930s does not hold up to any secondary scrutiny. First, the assertion that Russia, Iran, and Red China constitute the have-nots of today's global order is a dubious one on the face of it. Two of the three are permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, recognized nuclear weapons states under the Non-Proliferation Treaty and acknowledged by others as great powers, to say the least. Granted, Russia has done much to damage its standing through its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. However, it is an essentially difficult argument to defend with regard to Red China in particular, which is the second largest economy in the world and dominates crucial supply chains. Moreover, Beijing has become an actor with global reach and influence, recognized by Washington as the United States' only peer competitor for global hegemony. In this sense, contemporary communist China could not be more different than the Axis powers of the 1930s. The lesson that those who compare the present to the 1930s want us to learn is simple and comforting. If we act now, all will be well. But it's bullshit. And it's only going to lead to misaction. Now, I've already pointed out the first divergence from reality that we're faced with in the case of these simplistic historical analogies that are tossed out by historical charlatans like Niall Ferguson, who's a best-selling author simply because he's, well, I guess I won't go there yet, but I'll get there someday. We'll make a point of deconstructing him. But back to where I was in the present. Coming to a second point. While I'm trying to, how do I say this? Give me a second here to think on that second point and a way to express it. That would be, here we are. Yeah, we are. Okay, good. Okay. Now, here's how I'll express it. The second point to make here is that none of the members of this potential 21st century axis, which it's not, it's a synaxis, are bound by formal alliance agreements. According to Bobo Lo, an unfortunately named expert on Sino-Russian relations, even the closest alignment among them, Moscow and Beijing's no-limits partnership, represents a convergence of both sides' strategic calculus rather than an ideological convergence. There are no mutual defense obligations, and neither side feels inclined to act in support of the other unless it suits their direct interests, as is clearly borne out by Beijing's approach to the war in Ukraine. As such, Bobo Lo concludes it is not an alliance under any meaningful definition. Finally, framing this grouping as a 21st century axis, as Daniel Drezhner argues, feeds into an American predilection for lumping all American adversaries into the same basket. During the Cold War, the communist world was viewed as a monolithic bloc controlled from Moscow. And after 9/11, the administration of then-President George W. Bush asserted that Iran, Iraq, and North Korea constituted an axis of evil bent on global mayhem and mischief. Similarly, Russia, Red China, and Iran's domestic authoritarianism and confrontational relations with the American empire have now fostered the view in Washington that they share similar worldviews, interests, and objectives, resulting in an increasingly binary view of a world divided between autocracies and democracies. Indeed, the National Security Strategy released in 2023 by the administration of President Joe Biden explicitly asserts that the most pressing strategic challenge to the American empire today is posed by states such as Red China, Russia, and Iran that layer authoritarian governance with a revisionist foreign policy, seeking to remake the international order to create a world conducive to their highly personalized and repressive type of autocracy. Yet each of these actors presents separate and dissimilar challenges to the United States. In particular, mainland China's aggressive behavior toward my Taiwan, its military buildup, and its efforts to influence and shape international institutions should have been far more decisively coordinated with Russia's destructive actions in Ukraine and its explicit rejection of the norms of the current international order. Id est, the Sino-Slavic synaxis should have attacked their objectives simultaneously. But as Andrew Scoble and Lucy Stevenson Yang note with respect to my Taiwan, Beijing has long been convinced that my Taiwan, unlike the Ukraine, enjoys a United States security guarantee. As such, the greatest deterrence to a massive communist Chinese military attack on the island China is Beijing's assumption that war with Taiwan also means a war with the United States. This, in combination with continued doubts about the Chinese military's ability to mount any full-scale invasion at all, means that Beijing's preferred approach to attain reunification remains through coercive options short of war. For the American empire, then, the objective must be to ensure that Beijing is never disabused of this assumption. Red China's efforts to shape global institutions and norms also distinguish it from the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. Whereas Moscow has acted as a disruptor and a spoiler, basically a barbarian empire, Beijing seeks to portray itself as offering an alternative vision of global order to that offered by the West. Red China's Global Security Initiative, the GSI, for instance, seeks to center China's vision of global governance on basic norms of international relations based on the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. That is, a Westphalian conception of international order based on norms of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference in the domestic affairs of states, rather than the post-1945 liberal order established by the American empire based on free markets, democracy, the rule of law, and universal human rights. While the chances of driving a wedge between Moscow, Beijing, and Tehran might be slim under the current circumstances, there is nothing beyond a coincidence of interests driving them together at all. So framing them as a nascent axis overlooks, as Drezhner so put it, the myriad ways that United States foreign policy has thrived when it divided rather than united opposing coalitions. The greatest risk of 1930s Redux thesis, therefore, is to lock the American empire into a path-dependent approach that will miss opportunities to divide and otherwise confound the opponents of American primacy. Perversely, the recipe for American success that emerges from it would magnify the incentives for Washington's foes to cooperate, and in the process, engender a self-fulfilling prophecy. But the threat to American hegemony is real. Ukraine has about a month before it runs out of artillery shells, and the United States Congress cannot agree to ship more. Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny is dead. The slaughter in Gaza continues with no end in sight, and the Jews determined to exterminate another race from off the face of the earth. The Yemeni Houthis are attacking ships in the Red Sea at will. The North Koreans are testing intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear-capable warheads in Ukraine to later deploy against South Korea and the Empire of Japan, and thereby destroy the world economy. In normal times, pessimism can look like an intellectual fad. In times like these, it becomes a starker form of realism. The post-1945 world order, written into international law, ratified by the United Nations, and kept in place by the balance of nuclear terror among major powers, is hanging by a thread. The United States is divided against itself and stretched to the limits of its capabilities. Europe is waking up to the possibility that, come November, America may no longer fulfill its collective defense obligations under Article 5 of the NATO Treaty. Faced with this new uncertainty, Europe is cranking up its defense production, and European politicians are screwing up the courage to persuade their electorates that they will need to ante up 2% of their GDP, their gross domestic product, to guarantee their own safety. The Western Alliance doesn't just face the challenge of doubling down on defense while maintaining unity across the Atlantic. It also now faces an axis of resistance that might be tempted to threaten Western hegemony with a simultaneous, coordinated challenge. The linchpin of this synaxis is the Sino-Slav No Limits Partnership. While the Communist Chinese supply the Russians with advanced circuitry for their weapon systems, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin ships them cheap oil. Together they have imposed autocratic rule over most of Eurasia, the world island, the heart of planetary humanity. If Ukraine's exhausted defenders are forced to concede Russian sovereignty over Crimea and the Donbas region, the Eurasian synaxis of dictators will have succeeded in changing a European land frontier by force. Achieving this will threaten every state on the edge of Eurasia. Not just my Taiwan, but the Baltic countries and even Poland. Both dictatorial regimes will abuse their vetoes on the United Nations Security Council to ratify conquest, effectively consigning the United Nations Charter to the dustbin of history. This partnership of dictators works in tandem with a cluster of rights-abusing renegades led by Iran and North Korea. The North Koreans provide Putin with artillery shells while plotting to invade the rest of their peninsula. The Iranians manufacture the drones that terrorize Ukrainians in their trenches. Meanwhile, Iran's proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis are helping Russia and China by tying down America and Israel. Unless these United States can force rogue Israel into a long-term ceasefire, we will find ourselves struggling to control conflicts on three fucking fronts: Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. Not even a country that outspends its rivals on defense by 2-to-1 can maintain a war footing simultaneously across so many theaters. The idea that democracies around the world will join up with America and Europe against the authoritarian threat seems like an illusion. Instead of joining with the embattled democracies of the global north, the rising democracies of the global south, Brazil, India, and South Africa, seem entirely unembarrassed to be aligning with regimes that rely on mass repression, the cantonment of entire populations, such as the Uyghurs in China, the Caucasoid Turks of Muslim faith, that the Communist Chinese exterminate at will, and the shameless mass murder, Navalny being only the most recent example of democide, the murder of a citizen by their own government. The BRICS, BRICS, Brazil, India, South Africa, they are part of an emerging military alliance. BRICS, BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. This is the enemy. They are not democracies. They are dictatorships. To be sure, the authoritarian synaxis is currently united only by what it opposes: American power. It is otherwise divided by its ultimate interests. The Communist Chinese, for example, cannot be overjoyed. Well, they can't be overjoyed at all that the Houthis are blocking freight traffic through the Red Sea. The world's second most powerful economy doesn't have all that much in common with an impoverished Muslim resistance army or with theocratic Iran. Moreover, both Russia and China remain parasitic beneficiaries of a global economy that is sustained by American alliances and deterrence. That is why they still hesitate to challenge the hegemon too directly. However, like sharks, they smell blood in the water. They have not only survived American sanctions, but continued to prosper, replacing their dependence on embargoed markets with new markets in Latin America, Asia, and especially chicken shit India. Both Russia and China have discovered that American control of the global economy is not what it once was. This discovery of American weakness might tempt them to risk a joint military challenge. As matters stand, American diplomacy and deterrence have successfully kept the Sino-Slavindic synaxis divided. CIA Director William Burns and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan are keeping the channels open to the Communist Chinese Empire. Blowback American strikes against Iran have apparently convinced the theocrats to rein in Hezbollah and the militias in Iraq, though not the Houthis, whom nobody seems able to control. It doesn't take strategic genius to see the opportunity Red China and Russia might be contemplating. If they decided to mount an overt challenge to the American order, for example, with a coordinated, simultaneous offensive against Ukraine and my Taiwan that they should have launched together in the first, the American empire would struggle to rush weapons and technology into the breach. Nuclear weapons would not even necessarily deter Red China and Russia from risking a coordinated attempt to take my Taiwan and all the rest of Ukraine. All parties would pay a horrendous price, but the Russian Empire has shown what it is willing to expend in Ukraine, and both Red China and Russia may believe that there will never be a more opportune moment to overthrow American hegemony. If they were to combine their forces, we would face the most serious challenge to the global economic and strategic order since 1941. Nobody has any idea what the world would be like on the other side of such a confrontation. We cannot even assume, as we have always done, that America would prevail if faced with a simultaneous challenge from two formidable powers. If a pessimist is someone who imagines the worst in order to forestall it, we should all be pessimists now. Keeping the authoritarian synaxis from becoming a full-fledged alliance should be America's first-order priority. Ergo, if the United States fails to provide strong support to Ukraine during the third year of its war against the Russian Empire, And if the American people don't vote decisively against Donald John Trump winning a second presidential term, it will all but guarantee a bleakly dystopian future in which, mark my words, the majority of you listening now will not survive. This, in turn, brings us to the biggest United States Supreme Court case that nobody seems to be talking about. Russia's 2024 electoral interference has already begun. Moscow is spreading disinformation about Joseph Biden and other Democrats to lessen American military aid to Ukraine and United States support for NATO, as all United States officials and cyber experts concur. Russia is using bots and fake accounts to interfere in American and European elections. So will this Trump cultic, this Republican-sided Supreme Court of the land finally order Facebook and X to host electoral lies? On Monday of the week before last, the Supreme Court heard arguments in a pair of cases out of Texas and Florida, forcing major social media platforms to carry posts from Donald Trump or others who lie about the elections being stolen or obliquely encouraging election-related violence. A ruling in favor of those states turns our First Amendment upside down and creates the conditions for undermining American democracy. If there wasn't so much else swirling around our elections and democracy right now, this case would be commanding everyone's attention. MEMqədy versus NetChoice Limited Liabilities Company and NetChoice Limited Liabilities Company versus Paxton arise out of the actions that Facebook, Twitter, now X, and other social media companies took in removing Trump from their platforms after the attack on our American Capitol on January 6th of 2021. Trump had been relentlessly calling the 2020 electoral results into question despite having no reliable evidence of widespread fraud or irregularities. In an infamous tweet in December of 2020, he encouraged his supporters to come to Washington for wild protests on January 6th, the day that Congress would be counting the state's electoral college votes to confirm Joe Biden as the electoral victor. After Trump and his cultists spracketh in speeches on the ellipse on January 6th, a crowd stormed our national capital. The violent incident left 140 law enforcement officers critically injured for life, with life-impacting injuries that put them on welfare. 4 of them later died by suicide, and 4 protesters were left ultimately dead. After Trump failed to condemn the violence and failed to call for the siege to end, the platforms had enough, determining that Trump had violated their terms of service and needed to be removed. In response to the removal of Trump and concern over what they called censorship of conservatives, Florida and Texas each passed laws that make content moderation difficult, if not impossible, for major social media companies. The laws differ in some particulars, but both make it illegal to remove the kinds of content we saw from Trump before he was deplatformed in 2020. A coalition representing the platform sued, arguing that the laws violated the platforms' First Amendment rights to decide what content to include or exclude upon their platforms. The coalition won their primary arguments in the Florida case, but lost in the Texas case, and the Supreme Court heard both of them in the Monday opening the work week before last. Now, the key First Amendment question is how to treat the platforms when they curate content. The platforms argue that they are private actors, just like Slate or the Wall Street Journal, having a constitutional right to include or exclude content as they see fit. It's a strong argument. In a 1974 case, Miami Herald versus Tornillo, the court held unconstitutional a different Florida law that required newspapers to print the reply of someone who had been criticized in the newspaper. The court held that private actors like newspapers have every right under the First Amendment to include or exclude content as they see fit. The states argue that we should treat social media platforms as quote-unquote common carriers, the way we do the phone company. There are laws that forbid the phone company from denying you service because it doesn't like the messages you might communicate by voice or text. In an amicus brief in the cases that were once filed with the political scientist Brendan Nyan and journalism professor Amy Wielentz, and co-authored by Nat Back, I believe, and his team at Manat Phelps, that was the legal agency, they argued that the common carrier argument is a weak one. As Professor Eugene Volokh, one of the originators of the common carrier analogy, explained, what separates entities such as newspapers from entities such as phone companies is whether they produce a coherent speech product. Those who do are entitled under the First Amendment to exercise editorial discretion. Social media platforms surely do, however, produce such coherent products. Of course, the public reasonably associates a controversial politician's speech with a platform's editorial message. People may be attracted to or repulsed by Trump's speech on a platform, but they will perceive that speech as part of the platform itself. In contrast, no one perceives private text messages sent over AT&T's network as AT&T speech. People know that Truth Social, where Trump commonly posts, is different from a platform where people rarely, if ever, see posts from Trump, or a platform marketed to Democrats organized around criticizing Trump. It should be no surprise that after Elon Musk took over Twitter and changed its moderation policies to make the platform's content less trustworthy and far more incendiary, users and advertisers reevaluated the platform's strengths and weaknesses, with many choosing to leave. Content moderation policies shape how the public perceives a platform's message, or all messages on the platform itself. Content moderation decisions, including Musk's, whether wise or not, are the exercise of editorial discretion. The public then decides which platforms to patronize, value, or devalue. There's also a huge irony in seeing people like Volokh or Justice Clarence Thomas express support for the common carrier theory and requiring private companies to carry speech they may disagree with or even find dangerous. In his amicus brief supporting Florida's appeal, Trump approvingly quoted Volokh. Recent experience has fostered a widespread and growing concern that behemoth social media platforms have seriously leveraged their economic power into a means of affecting the community's political life. That kind of equalization rationale has been rejected by the libertarians on the court in cases like Citizens United, the case that freed corporations to spend unlimited sums in support of candidates for election to office. There, the court wrote, quoting a 1976 case, Buckley versus Vallejo, that it is wholly foreign to the First Amendment to seek to equalize speech, and that the First Amendment cannot do anything to stop those with economic power from translating it into political power. Well, this is true capitalism. Money buys power. That's why I'm a National Socialist. Now that it is conservatives yelling censorship, rather than liberals complaining about big corporations seeking to have an outsized influence on whom is elected and on public policy, Is the court really going to change its position on whether the government can mandate speech equalization depending on whose ox is being gored? This case, however, implicates more than just the First Amendment right of platforms to curate content. It will affect the survival of American democracy itself, as the 2020 election demonstrated. During the campaign and post-election periods, these platforms labeled and fact-checked many of Trump's faults and incendiary statements and limited the sharing of some of his content. But after Trump failed to condemn and instead even praised the January 6th insurrectionists, many major platforms, fearing additional violence fomented by the president himself, decided to remove or suspend Donald Trump's social media accounts. The platforms made voluntary decisions about labeling, fact-checking, demoting, and deplatforming content that undermined electoral integrity, stoked violence, and raised the risk of electoral subversion and democratic collapse. In so doing, the platforms participated in the open marketplace of ideas by exercising their sound editorial judgment in a socially responsible manner to protect democracy itself. Even if certain moderation decisions were imperfect in hindsight, such as deplatforming myself from Facebook, but, Lori and Ann Fenton, hey, a stuck clock can be right at least 2 times a day, said I never should have been on it in the first place, and she was right. She eats babies and other unsavory activities that she's committed to, such as pounding her pud while a man thinks he's burning alive in agony right next to her on a hospital bed as they pumped him full of Narcan that left his entire nervous system in excruciating agony. Yeah, she's pretty repulsive, but in this case she was right. Nevertheless, it was still a stupid act on Facebook's part. The platform's efforts were vastly preferable to an alternative in which government fiat deprives platforms of the power to remove even dangerous speech. Now, we should learn by June if the Supreme Court agrees with everything I've just evaluated. But Russia is already spreading disinformation in advance of the 2024 election, abusing fake online accounts and bots to damage President Joe Biden and his fellow Democrats, as confirmed by all former American officials and cyber experts. The dissemination of attacks on Biden is part of a continuing effort by Moscow to undercut American military aid to the Ukraine and American support for and solidarity with NATO. A similar effort is underway in Europe. Poland, the Fifth Republic of France, and Die Neue in Deutschland, the new united Germany, said this month that Russia has launched a barrage of propaganda to try to influence European parliamentary elections in June, even as the Supreme Court will release its decision on whether social media platforms become platforms for incendiary terrorism. With Donald Trump opposing both American aid to Ukraine and claiming that he once warned a NATO leader that he would encourage Russia to attack a NATO ally if it did not pay its share in defense spending, the potential rewards for Russian dictator Vladimir Putin are high. On Sunday, via NBC News' Meet the Press, Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, said that there's plenty of reason to be concerned about Russia's trying to interfere in the 2024 election, but that he could not discuss evidence related thereunto, himself emphasizing, "We're going to be vigilant about that." American officials and experts are most concerned that the Russian Empire could try to interfere in our election through a deepfake audio or video abusing artificial intelligence tools, or through a hack and leak such as the politically damaging theft of internal Democratic Party emails by Russian military intelligence operatives in 2016. The type of pro-Russia online propaganda campaigns that thrived on Twitter and Facebook ahead of the 2016 U.S. presidential election is now routine on every major social media platform, though it's rare for individual accounts to go as viral now as they once did. Those influence operations often create matching accounts on multiple sites, which vary drastically in their moderation policies. Accounts from one pro-Russia campaign that MEMန့Dy, the owner of Facebook, cracked down on late last year, an English-language news influencer persona called People Say, and still live on other platforms. Well, it's still live on other platforms, though some are dormant. A People Say account, this People Say, of course, is a Russian bot account that just pushes out Putinist propaganda. It's still visible on X, of course, but the last time I checked it has only 51 followers and hasn't posted in almost a year. Its counterpart on Telegram, which has become a home for some Americans on the far right, is still actively posting divisive content and has almost 5,000 subscribers. I'm checking it now. This is, of course, a perfect storm. Moscow and its proxies have long sought to exploit divisions in American society. But experts and former American officials said Trump's false claims that the 2020 election was stolen, the country's deepening political polarization, and sharp cuts in disinformation and electoral integrity teams at X and other platforms provide fertile ground to spread confusion, division, and chaos. According to a recently released American intelligence assessment, in 2022 midterm elections, Russia primarily targeted the Democratic Party to weaken American support for Ukraine, as it most likely blames Biden for forging a unified Western alliance backing Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. In what appears to be an effort to deepen divisions, Russia has amplified the political dispute between the Biden administration and Texas Governor Greg Abbott over security at the Texas border over the past month. Russian politicians, bloggers, state media, and bots have promoted the idea that America is headed to a new civil war. All experts concur it was a quintessential maneuver by a Russian regime with a long tradition of trying to manipulate existing political rifts, like immigration, to its advantage. But there's so far no sign that Russia's disinformatia campaign in Texas has had any significant impact. To quote Emerson Brooking, a senior fellow at the Digital Forensic Research Lab at the Atlantic Council, so far, Russian operations targeting the U.S. have been opportunistic. They see whatever narrative is rising to the top, and they try to push it. Disinformation isn't created in a vacuum. The more polarized a country is, the easier it is for foreign actors to infiltrate and hijack its political processes. But that brings us to the artificial intelligence threat. The bigger Russian threat to the 2024 election, as Brookings and other experts concur, could prove to be artificial intelligence created fake audio. An orchestrated deepfake or leak may not unfold on the national stage. Instead, it could target a particularly crucial swing state or district. It might aim to discourage some voters from going to the polls or sow distrust about the accuracy of ballot counting. Let me look for a source to cite for a second here. And give me a second while I, of course, manipulate the controls on my heating pad so I don't freeze to death while talking to you in the last few hours of transmission. And we'll go from here. Okay. Right then. Miles Taylor, a senior Trump administration Homeland Security official who has warned of the risks of another Trump presidency, has warned that the most likely disinformation scenario will be hyper-personalized, localized attacks. Now, deepfake audio, which is easy to create and difficult to detect, has been used in recent elections in multiple countries. In these United States last month, a fake Joe Biden robocall told New Hampshire Democrats not to vote in the state's primary. In the United Kingdom in November, a fake audio of London Mayor Sadiq Khan called for pro-Palestinian marches. And 2 days before Slovakia's parliamentary elections in September, a fake audio clip purported to show the leader of a pro-Western political party discussing how to rig the election. The audio was eventually deconstructed, but it's all too clear what effect it had on the election. A pro-Russia party opposing aid to Ukraine won the most votes. While an emerging cottage industry claims that software can identify whether audio or video is authentic or a deepfake, such programs are often wrong. And of course, there's always the precedent of past Russian efforts. Russian information operations against Ukraine over the past 12 years open a window into some of the Kremlin's tactics. A study published Wednesday before last by the Slovakian cybersecurity company ESET, E-S-E-T, found that a pro-Russia campaign has been spamming Ukrainians with false and dispiriting emails about the war with claims of heating and food shortages. In a coordinated effort near the start of Russia's invasion in 2022, cyber attacks temporarily knocked Ukrainian websites offline, while residents received spam texts telling them that ATMs in the country were down. Other obvious Russian efforts to sow division are much simpler. Yesteryear, celebrities who sell personalized videos on the website Cameo, including Priscilla Presley, Mike Tyson, and Elijah Wood, were tricked into inadvertently recording messages that denigrated two major enemies of the Kremlin, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Moldovan Presidentess Maya Sandu. The messages were overlaid with text falsely claiming that the celebrities were calling for those leaders to step down. Representatives for Wood and Presley articulated the celebrities recorded the videos thinking they were helping a fan with addiction. A representative for Mike Tyson explained that the videos of him were simply fake. But come on, use your common sense. Mike Tyson, Priscilla Presley, and Elijah Wood don't even know what the fuck Moldova is. They wouldn't even know to talk about the Moldovan Presidentess Maya Sandu. Asking her to step down would be preposterous because they wouldn't even know the country existed, let alone that it had a female presidentess. As for Ukraine, they might know something about that only because of the news. But they wouldn't ask a Jewish president to step down. That wouldn't look good in celebrity territory. At any rate, let's go back into the American mainstream. In the American empire, of course, Russia's propaganda themes are now often echoed in comments from the overwhelming majority of Republican lawmakers and pro-Trump commentators, including the portrayal of Ukraine's government as deeply corrupt. But why is Donald Trump himself trying to make Ukraine lose? Nearly half a year has passed since the White House asked Congress for another round of American aid for Ukraine. Since that time, at least 3 different legislative efforts to provide weapons, ammunition, and support for the Ukrainian army have failed. Kevin McCarthy, the former House Speaker, was supposed to make sure that the money was made available. But in the course of trying, he lost his job. The Senate negotiated a border compromise, including measures border guards said were urgently needed, that was supposed to pass alongside aid to the Ukraine. But Senate Republicans who had supported that effort suddenly changed their minds and blocked the legislation. Finally, the Senate passed another bill, including aid for Ukraine, my Taiwan, and evil Israel, and the civilians of Gaza, and sent it to the House. But in order to avoid having to vote on that legislation, the current House Speaker, Mike Johnson, sent the House on vacation for 2 weeks. That bill hangs, as far as I understand, still hangs in limbo. A majority is prepared to pass it, and would do so if a vote were held. Johnson is maneuvering to prevent that from happening. Maybe the extraordinary nature of the current moment is hard to see from inside the United States, where so many other stories are competing for attention. But from the outside, from Warsaw, the capital of Poland, from Munich, where they all attended a major annual security conference earlier this month, from London, Berlin, and other allied capitals, nobody doubts that these circumstances are unprecedented. Donald John Trump, who is not even the fucking president, is using a minority of Republicans to block aid to the Ukraine, to undermine the actual president's foreign policy, and to weaken all American power and credibility forever. This is why, of course, Trump has to fucking die. You've got to kill Donald Trump. Donald Trump has to die. For outsiders, this reality is mind-boggling, difficult to comprehend, impossible to understand. During the Sinam Old Year's End week, in which the border compromise failed amid the preliminary Zhongye Jiaonian Sinoviet Little Year of the Jiaoxian, the Stove God, the last Septimania, or week of the 12th Menses, or month, lunar month, of the 4,721st Anis, or year on the Sinoviet calendar, I happened to meet a senior Taiwanese official visiting the Nationalist Republican Chinese liaison offices in San Francisco en route to his surreptitious rendezvous in the District of Columbia. He asked me if congressional Republicans realized that a Russian victory in Ukraine would discredit the United States, weaken American alliances in Europe and Asia, embolden the communist Chinese empire, encourage Iran, and increase the likelihood of invasions of South Korea and Taiwan. Don't they realize? Yes, I told him. They all realize. Johnson himself said in February of 2022 that a failure to respond to the Russian invasion of Ukraine empowers other dictators, other terrorists, and tyrants around the world. If they perceive that America is weak or unable to act decisively, then it invites aggression in many different ways. But now, same speaker is so frightened by Trump that he no longer cares. Or perhaps he is so afraid of losing his seat that he cannot afford to care. My Asian Pacific Islander colleague shook his head, not because he did not believe myself, but because it was so hard for him to hear. Throughout the Zhongye Chuyi Chunjie, the Sinoviet Lunar New Year's Day Spring Festival, I had a version of that conversation with many other Asian Pacific Islanders, and indeed many Americans as well, throughout the Golden Gated city and county of San Francisco, San Francisco, the greater Bay Area metroplex region thereof on the Embarcadero of the Barbary coast of the frontier west, and elsewhere. Intellectually, they understand that the Republican minority is blocking this money on behalf of Donald Trump. They watched first McCarthy, then Johnson fly to Mar-a-Lago to take instructions. They know that Senator Lindsey Graham, a prominent figure at the Munich Security Conference for decades, backed out abruptly this year after talking with the Trump. They see that Donald Trump Jr. routinely attacks legislators who vote for aid to Ukraine, suggesting that they be primaried. The ex-president's son has also said the American empire should cut off the money to Ukrainians because it's the only way to get them to the table. In other words, it's the only way to make the Ukrainians lose. Many also understand that Trump is less interested in fixing the border, the project he forced the Senate to abandon, than he is in damaging Ukraine. He surely knows, as everybody does, that the Ukrainians are low on ammunition. He must also know that, right now, no one except the United States can help. Although European countries now collectively donate more money to the Ukraine than we do, and the numbers are still rising, they do not yet have the industrial capacity to sustain the Ukrainian army. By the end of this year, European production will probably be sufficient to supply the Ukrainians to help them outlast the Russians and inevitably win the war. But for the next 9 months, American military support is needed to bridge that gap, or the Russians win. Yet Donald John Trump wants Congress to block it. Why? This is the part that nobody understands. Unlike his son, Trump himself rarely talks about Ukraine because his position is not popular. Most Americans do not want Russia to win, especially blacks who have any respect for the problems suffered by Black Africa. I'll have to explain that to you because all too many of you just don't fucking get it. But let me tell you something. A Russian victory would be very bad for Africans. Understand this. 1938 is an apposite metaphor for 2024. And I'm using a vocabulary word probably beyond your knowing. Apposite is spelled A-P-P-O-S-I-T-E. Means apt in the circumstances or in relation to something. Suitable, fitting, apt, befitting, relevant, pertinent. You know, the opposite of the question that Sid asked me earlier. But getting back to the basics of what you need to know. 1938 is an apt metaphor for 2024 of a world poised on the brink of a devastating war. With all the qualifiers that I've given for the differences. The pieces are all there. Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Tensions across the Taiwan Strait. The United States increasingly divided and isolated. The Middle East divided along sectarian and tribal lines, a resurgent populism in Latin America, and in Africa slowly sliding off the map into state failure, military juntas, and regional wars. This state of affairs should not be someone else's business. Critical choices about defense, foreign policy, national posture, and the allocation of spending by leadership and publics alike will determine a future either of war or peace. For those on the periphery of the global economy, on the margins of the concern of richer states and publics, this carries even greater possible costs. Contrary to popular impressions, much of Africa is on Ukraine's side. 28 African countries voted for the February 2023 United Nations General Assembly resolution calling for Russia to halt its invasion and withdraw its forces from the Ukraine. Most of them are democracies, While most of the 17 African countries that abstained or voted against the resolution are, with a few democratic exceptions like South Africa and Namibia, authoritarian or hybrid regimes. This voting pattern was reproduced during subsequent United Nations resolutions on Ukraine. Alexei Navalny's murder should make it clear what sort of regime is Vladimir Putin's, as should his army's ghastly acts against Ukrainian civilians. Russia is today antithetical to basic human rights and freedoms. Its actions are familiar to many post-colonial societies traversing the same tricky path that Ukraine has had to negotiate over the last 30 years in breaking the shackles of Russian imperialism. There is fertile ground for Ukraine's case, since the majority of Africans want to live in circumstances similar to those in Ukraine, not the Russian Empire. 2/3 of Africans consistently prefer democracy to other forms of government, as polled by the Afrobarometer. Yet over 90% of Africans live under a version of authoritarian regime, mostly sponsored by the fucking Russians, are the communist Chinese. As much as it explains why some African leaders favor supporting authoritarians wherever they exist, this dissonance offers an opportunity for Ukrainians to appeal directly to Africans on issues which Moscow can never reach. In fact, the strongest selling point among Africans, especially its younger cohort, of the United States is precisely its democratic status, a feature preferred by more than 70% of Africans polled. When asked which country they saw as the best model for their future development, 33% of respondents in a 2021 Afrobarometer survey chose the American Empire, while 22% chose the Communist Chinese. Out of 34 countries surveyed, the United States polled more than Red China in 23 countries, greater than the number 2 years earlier. Younger Africans, 36% of people aged 18 to 25, said they were more likely than older Africans, 26% of people above the age of 55 years, to prefer the United States as a model for development. But Ukraine has to make it easier for Africans, reluctant to be caught up in someone else's conflict with so many problems of their own, to take the Ukraine side publicly. The 3 key actions stand out in developing an appropriate African narrative for Kiev. First, transforming the narrative. The true cost of a Ukrainian failure needs to be made clear by Kiev, both in terms of the democratic and economic consequences. The Ukraine's is a profoundly anti-colonial struggle against a ruthless aggressor. If Ukraine were to lose the war in the long term, the strategic implications for the democratic world would be both profound and negative. Ukraine would become a non-independent state. The current leadership of Ukraine would be killed, convicted, or forced into exile. In so doing, they and NATO, as the proxy for the West, and not the Russian Empire, would be made guilty of the war. In installing a public president, a public puppet president, heading a government made up of Ukrainians but loyal only to Russia, Ukraine's independent media would be silenced, and no political opposition would be permitted. Of particular interest to Africa, Ukraine's economy would be made completely dependent on the Russian Empire, together dominating the global export of grain. They would control half the world's food supply, and thereby weaponize the commodity with severe implications for import-dependent economies. Russia could then, at a whim, starve Black Africa to death, force it to surrender to the Russian Empire in exchange for food. Thus, Africa must side with democracies everywhere. If the West and Ukraine want Africans to side with them, given that Russia's invasion is an assault on the rules-based international order that underpins democratic freedoms and values, then they need to stand with African Democrats and citizens who are fighting for the same freedoms and values in their contexts. These values and principles must matter for African lives equally, not just Ukrainian or even European lives. For Ukraine specifically, this means choosing your allies and friends carefully in Africa and avoiding those who represent and sometimes very publicly defend the Russian Empire. And finally, prepare together for a post-war world by advocating for the establishment of war crimes tribunals, just as Nuremberg was first discussed in 1942. Again, such measures demand even-handedness in dealing with grave violations of international law, for instance, by Russia, by African dictators, oppressors, or in the Middle East, without fear, favor, or hypocrisy. Timothy Snyder saith that, to become better, a country must lose its last colonial war. The opposite also holds true. Russia is not going to lose its colonial war in Ukraine without citizens elsewhere being willing to pay a price for the maintenance of their own freedoms, including Democrats in Africa. But of course, Trump thinks you're all a bunch of jungle monkeys. And says fuck the niggers in his private moments. Often, Trump's motives are described as isolationist. But this is not quite right. The isolationists of the past were figures such as Senator Robert Taft, the son of an American president, and the grandson of an American Secretary of War back when America had a Department of War before it lost to the Japanese Empire and was forced to renounce war forever as an instrument of foreign policy. Legally, at least. Then they had to create a Department of Defense. Of course, America defends itself all over the world. I'm being facetious and I'm being sarcastic, but you get my point. Taft, a loyal member of the Republican Party, MEMqədy, opposed American involvement in World War II because, as he once said, an overambitious foreign policy could destroy our armies and prove a real threat to the liberty of the people of the United States. But Trump is not concerned about our armies. He disdains our soldiers as suckers and losers. I cannot imagine that he is terribly worried about the liberty of the people of the United States either, given that he has already tried once to overthrow the American electoral system itself and might well do it all over again. Trump and the people around him are clearly not isolationists in the old-fashioned sense. An isolationist wants to disengage from the world. Trump wants to remain engaged with the world, but on different terms. Trump has said repeatedly that he wants a deal with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, and maybe this is what he means. If Ukraine is partitioned, if Ukraine loses the war, then Trump could twist that situation to his own sick advantage. Perhaps, some speculate, Trump wants to let Russia back into international oil markets and get something in return for that. But that explanation might be too complex. Maybe he just wants to damage President Joe Biden, or he thinks Putin will help him and win the 2024 election. The Russian hacking of the Democratic National Committee was very beneficial to Trump. It was decisive in 2016. Perhaps it could happen again. Trump is already behaving like the autocrats he admires, pursuing transactional politics that will profoundly weaken these United States. But he doesn't give a shit. Liz Cheney, one of the few Republicans who understands the significance of this moment, describes the stakes like this. We are at a turning point in the history, not just of this nation, but of the world. Once the American Empire is no longer the security guarantor for Europe, and once the American Empire is no longer trusted in Asia, Then some nations, empires, will begin to hedge, to make their own deals with the Russian and communist Chinese empires. Others will seek their own nuclear shields. Companies in Europe and elsewhere that now spend billions on American energy investments or American weapons will make different kinds of contracts. The United States will lose the dominant role it has played in the democratic world since 1945. Okay, our man Cultivated Image says the audio is glitching, but he does confess it's flooding and heavy rain in his area. So it's probably only local. Everybody else let me know about the sound quality. In fact, let me check the time. God, we still have an hour and a half left. Understand, all of this could happen even if Trump does not win the election. Right now, even if he never regains the White House, he is already dictating American foreign policy, shaping perceptions of the American empire in the world. Even if the funding for Ukraine ultimately passes, the damage he has done to all of America's relationships is already real. Anton Hofreiter, a member of the German parliament, warned in Munich, so ironic, so historic, all the echoes, hear the echoes, that he fears Europe could someday be competing against 3 autocracies. In his own words, Russia, Red China, and the United States. When he said that, it was my turn to shake my head. Not because I did not believe him, but because it was so hard to hear. Only France can lead European Union defense now. As Europeans come to terms with the long-term consequences of Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine and growing isolationist sentiment in these United States, the belated scramble to rebuild Europe's defense capacity has understandably overshadowed discussions about the EU's wider strategic ambitions. Yet the great power potential of a more militarily self-reliant EU, or European Union, has begun to affect internal policies and debates in Brussels that will influence European politics over the coming decades. In this environment, only one state appears to have the capacity to shape all aspects of the European Union's long-term strategic trajectory. Macron is positioning France to be Europe's indispensable power. Meanwhile, all analysts have concurred that the adoption of Russian state rhetoric into America's political debate is a victory for Moscow. Putin's objective is to spread doubt and division among Americans. To quotist Brett Schaefer, a senior fellow at the Alliance for Securing Democracy of the German Marshall Fund, who tracks disinformation efforts by Russia and other regimes, not that they didn't have an incentive to interfere in the last 12 presidential elections, but I would say that the incentive to interfere is heightened right now. An equally nice outcome for them is just what we had last time, where a third of the country doesn't believe the vote. Democracy itself is questioned. The system gets questioned. So they don't necessarily need to see their guy win to have it be a good outcome for them. Paul Kolbe, an official who worked for 25 years in the CIA's Directorate of Operations, and is now a fellow at Harvard's Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs, concludes that the Kremlin would most likely see trying to penetrate American voting systems as a low-risk undertaking, with a high payoff. To quote his T, I don't see any reason why they would not. You'd be hard-pressed to find where they would see the risk part of the equation. It gets close to zero. In many ways, it's a perfect storm of opportunity for them. I think, for a lot of reasons, we will see the same approach, but amplified, and I think with some of the constraints that you might have seen taken off. Such interference could come with plausible deniability. On the day of the 2022 midterm elections, the Mississippi Secretary of State's website, which hosts the official polling place, Finder, for voters in Mississippi, was knocked offline most of the day after pro-Kremlin hacktivists on Telegram called for supporters to join in a low-level cyber attack against it. Still, American officials and disinformation analysts say Russia's ability to manipulate voters should not be overstated. When it comes to spreading disinformation and fueling distrust in election authorities and electoral results, the biggest threat comes from within America's fractured, polarized society, not from the outside. Gavin Wild, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, who specializes in Russia and information warfare, has gone on record to conclude, and here I quote his T, "I am very skeptical, whether it's 2016 or 2024, that the United States political and media culture needs any push from Russia. The Kremlin has every interest in seeing an American public or American leadership that's less inclined to support Ukraine, that's less inclined to punish Russia. Those incentives are certainly there, but we're already doing a pretty good job of that at home. I don't know how much of a nudge the Kremlin thinks it needs to lend it." In this context of external and internal threats, Europe's NATO allies must show determination in both defense spending and support for Ukraine. Recently released NATO figures predicting that European allies will collectively meet the 12% gross domestic product defense target by 2024 is a step forward, with 17 individual allies, spending at least 12%, up from just 10 in 2023. But the question remains, how encouraging it really is from a European perspective. 10 years after the original pledge of 12% at the Wales Summit in 2014, more than a third of NATO members have yet to reach this goal. Among them are large countries like Italy and Spain, which are still far from the objective, as well as Canada, which has no intention of ever reaching it. The 7 allies hope to cross the 12% mark this year, but there is still room for improvement. When it comes to supporting Ukraine, on February 1st, the European Union agreed on a package of 50 billion euros to help Ukraine over the next 4 years. French President Macron and the Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor Scholz, signed bilateral agreements on security cooperation with Ukraine, which represents a significant step in strengthening relations with that country. However, although these agreements are important, their content and interpretation may be subject to debate. Exempli Gratiae, the text of the agreement between the United Kingdom and Ukraine mentions security cooperation, security guarantees, but does not explicitly mention NATO membership as a possibility which would provide more significant protection. As is well known from the ill-fated Budapest Memorandum of 1994, Western nations rarely go to war on the basis of cunningly worded documents. However, they could be motivated for military engagement based on the obligations specified in Article 5. In the agreement of the United Kingdom, it was pointed out that one of the new security obligations includes the prevention and implementation of countermeasures against any military aggression or escalation or new aggression by the Russian Federation. Also, while American support for Ukraine is significant, concrete measures are still being debated. Congress is fighting over a package that includes about 60 billion United States dollars in military support, but no decision has yet been made. Total American military, financial, and humanitarian support to Ukraine has amounted to about 75 billion United States dollars since the beginning of the invasion. This investment proved extremely effective. In the Great War to defend freedom and democracy in Europe, there was no loss of American soldiers, or volunteers, while over 300,000 Russian soldiers lost their lives or were critically injured out of combat. But a consultant identified as Parker argues that American aid should not be completely relied on in this uncertain context, and that European allies must take greater responsibility and must not be trapped in the follow the leader game. Regardless of the political changes in Washington, they must take seriously their role in preserving peace and stability on the continent. This implies greater investment in defense, strengthening of military capabilities, and support to Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. European countries could and should finance a support package for Ukraine, which would show their determination to defend common values. Emphasizing the importance of unity, the aforecited Parker said, and here I quote his T, "The signals we are sending to our adversaries, including the Stalin of the 21st century who seeks to destroy European freedom and prosperity, are dangerously indecisive. The election in 2024 is a choice between giving ground to a dictator who will continue to take more pieces of Europe if he can, or a decisive confrontation with him so that Europe can be freed from this fear. Indecisive leadership is unacceptable at this time. Clear signals must be sent to deter further Russian aggression and ensure stability in the region. This requires the vision, will, and courage of our leaders and nations. The elections in 2024 will be crucial for the future of Europe and Ukraine. Determination and action now can prevent further destabilization and ensure peace and prosperity in the region. Now is the moment for the West to show its strength and solidarity, because only together can we build a safer future. But for the moment, Putin's big bluff is beating the West." Key elements of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's playbook against the West are on display again. This time, it is in the breakaway Moldovan province of Transnistria, which is situated between non-NATO Moldova on the west and Ukraine to the east. Mirroring the People's Republic of Donetsk's request to become part of the Russian Federation in May of 2014, Transnistria's Congress of Deputies has asked the Kremlin to provide it with protection, repeating in miniature the highly flammable scenario played out by the regions of eastern Ukraine now occupied by Moscow. Now, with over an hour remaining, and checking in on the call and live stream, getting back to work. In times like these, the timing is noteworthy. Putin is scheduled, or was scheduled the day he received that communiqué, to deliver a State of the Nation joint address to both houses of the Federal Assembly, the lower State Duma and the upper Federation Council. Putin used his speech to take a much-needed victory lap over Ukraine's tactical withdrawal from Avdiivka in advance of Russia's March 15th presidential election. Putin may be planning to abuse this opportunity to lay the foundation for yet another military intervention under the guise of protecting Russian-speaking peoples. This is exactly what he did in 2014 in the Donbass. An intervention in Moldova would create another front for Ukraine to manage, and could also prompt the Romanian response, which brings in NATO. Moscow might also use Transnistria as yet one more designed distraction for the NATO member states, just as Putin, in coordination with Tehran, abused Hamas's October 7th attack as cover for a bloody counteroffensive in eastern Ukraine, when the Americans decided they were going to take all their money and put it into Israel and abandon Ukraine because that treasonous idiot Zelensky proved himself a loyal Jew and said, "I side with Israel," that had never done anything to side with him. Asymmetric distraction is an increasingly important part of Putin's playbook. We have already witnessed it elsewhere, including in Iranian-sponsored militia attacks against United States military forces in Iraq and Syria, and in ongoing Houthi rebel attacks on underwater cables and naval and maritime shipping, often with Russian military equipment. Transnistria would offer much of the same, playing to both Putin's long and short games against the West. Now, I have cautioned in these transmissions, back in May of 2022, that Putin ultimately was likely on a road to Moldova in retaliation for Finland and Sweden seeking to join NATO. Now, nearly 12 years later, Helsinki is in NATO and Stockholm's accession has been green-lighted. In the short run, Transnistria would serve as a distraction. In the long run, Putin's maneuvering to get Transnistria's Congress of Deputies to make this request aids Moscow's goal of surrounding Ukraine and eventually putting added military pressure on the key Ukrainian Black Sea port city of Odessa. Putin's decision-making processes come in leaps, not gradually. His end states are always designed to set up the next stage of his overall plan, which is in effect to regain as much of the former Greater Soviet Union's territory as possible. Temporary military setbacks will not deter Vladimir Putin. They did not during the Second Chechen War and subsequent insurgency, nor when he failed to take Kiev in the opening days of his war against Ukraine. He did not shy away as his Black Sea fleet was gradually sunk, nor as his Beriev A-50 surveillance planes were shot down, nor even as Yevgeny Prigozhin staged an uprising against him. Putin is exceedingly daring when it comes to sending marginalized Russians, not the prized sons and daughters of Moscow and St. Petersburg's elite families, of course, to die in the meat grinders of Avdiivka and Bakhmut. This is why he is slowly starting to gain territory despite holding a losing hand. Bluffing the West has become a major element of Putin's playbook, as it pits certain NATO member states against each other. Nuclear bluffing is the poker blind that holds it all together. Moscow's state-controlled media has long abused Russia's nuclear arsenal as a national form of a Russian-style teddy bear to mollify its citizens during the darkest days of Putin's special military operation. Numerous examples abound, including Olga Skabayeva, known as Putin's doll, proclaiming that the Kremlin should have nuked Queen Elizabeth's state funeral, given all of the assembled heads of state, including the United States President Joseph Biden himself. Recently, the Kremlin has upped that ante by reportedly planning to put nuclear weapons in space to threaten American military and commercial satellites, and Dmitry Medvedev threatening to nuke the United States itself and Europe were Russia to lose its war in Ukraine and be forced to return to its 1991 borders. Putin's bluffing playbook, however, goes well beyond nukes. It has proven to be equally effective in creating divisions among NATO heads of state and getting many in the West to cower in the face of Russian threats. Exempli Gratiae, French President Emmanuel Macron said in Paris on Monday that French troops could be deployed to Ukraine. Monday opening work week last. Moscow immediately seized this opening, declaring that a conflict between Russia and the US-led NATO military alliance would be inevitable if European members of NATO sent troops to fight in Ukraine. The United States, the no longer Great Britain, Finland, the United Germany, España and Poland rapidly distanced themselves from any suggestion they might commit ground troops. Even Sweden, technically still not yet a member of NATO, dismissed Macron's proposition when Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson flatly declared Stockholm had no plans to send ground troops to Ukraine. Putin's bluff quickly turned into NATO's unforced error. There was no need for pushback. Ambiguity of the unknown was replaced with the certainty of the known. NATO will not commit forces should Ukraine's defenses falter. Message sent to both Russia as an empire and Ukraine as a colony. Brussels, the capital of Europe, should have left Moscow wondering if indeed NATO was ultimately considering that path if circumstances eventually called for it. NATO is off balance right now, and Moscow's machinations in Transnistria are likely just another Putin effort to keep Brussels and Washington on their back feet. Putin has a losing hand, yet the West keeps letting him win with it. The West needs to recognize that it holds the winning hand in Ukraine and call out Putin's bluff. Because 12 years after the Ukraine invasion, Putin's victory is a mirage. The second anniversary of the war's outbreak doesn't bring much satisfaction to Ukrainians. The halt in aid coming from the United States, consisting of equipment, ammunition, and funds, has culminated in the Russian army gaining an upper hand at the front. Nevertheless, according to Rajan Menon, a political scientist and director of the Grand Strategy Program at the American think tank Defense Priorities, who actively researches war and peace at Columbia University, Vladimir Putin will ultimately not be successful. Vladimir Putin did not anticipate this when launching the assault on Ukraine. In the New York Times, Rajan Menon discerns that the shift has happened not only within Ukraine but also in Europe, contending that if Putin's main intention in the Ukrainian war was to keep Ukraine within the Russian domain, then the conflict has had entirely the reverse outcome. Ukrainian people, particularly the younger generation, have concluded that their destiny aligns more with the West rather than the Kremlin. The New York Times Menon essay conveys, and here I read therefrom, as Karl von Clausewitz, Prussian general and war theorist, rightly asserted, war is not solely about annihilation and destruction. It aims to achieve specific political objectives. The initiators of wars anticipate finding themselves in a superior strategic position once the exchange of fire has stopped. Even if this war concludes with Russia retaining all the occupied Ukrainian territory, a scenario that the Ukrainians would find absolutely intolerable, Moscow's position will deteriorate. Whatever happens, Ukraine will pursue its own path. For Putin, who is more preoccupied with Ukraine than any other country arising from the ruins of the Greater Soviet Union, this alone equates to defeat. Following the invasion, the European Union rallied around its support for Ukraine in solidarity. The Union, which initially had a somewhat divided stance towards the Russian Empire, has almost unanimously stood up to Putin's aggression, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán being the only shameful exception. Said scholar also highlights that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a move to deter NATO's eastern expansion. In the meantime, Finland has already joined the alliance, and Sweden appears to be on the right path to do the same. The economist Renaud Foucault confirms that Russia's economy cannot afford to win or lose the war in Ukraine. That's because Russia cannot afford the cost of rebuilding and securing the Ukraine. The cost of repairing its own nation is already massive. Navalny's death shows the rise of a new global divide. Navalny's death highlights a new global division on political violence. The unexplained death in prison of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny is a symbol of global attempts to shift the balance of power toward authoritarian elites everywhere. 5 years before the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, the world was shocked by another political murder: the dismemberment of Saudi opposition journalist Jamal Khashoggi in his country's consulate in Istanbul. While Khashoggi was less famous than Navalny, his brutal killing caused a major chill in relations between the United States and Saudi Arabia, especially when an investigation indicated that the hit had been ordered by none other than Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Arabia's de facto dictator. In the hour I have remaining, let me explain. When bin Salman attended a G20 summit a month after Khashoggi's murder, most world leaders refused to meet with him. He did share a jovial handshake with Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, however. It was clear the trois dictators wanted to pose in front of the cameras to show the world how little they care about the opinion of Western countries. Half a decade later, nothing has changed. Not a single leader from a non-Western country has condemned Navalny's death in Russian prison. Instead, the issue of whether political murders, and political violence in general, is acceptable if it's carried out in the interests of protecting a nation's sovereignty is becoming a new global dividing line. The locations of gatherings in memory of Navalny were very telling. There were dozens of visuals in European and North American cities, as well as in Israel, Argentina, and even South Korea. But police broke up a gathering in Istanbul, while in Dubai, which has the biggest Russian diaspora in all of Asia, nothing took place at all. This is explained both by the typical profile of Russians who have moved to Dubai, wealthy and often apolitical, and by the local political system itself, which prohibits protests and demonstrations. The post-Soviet space was just as divided. There were large vigils for Navalny in Armenia and Georgia, both victims of the Russian Empire, but nothing in Central Asia. There are quite a lot of anti-war, opposition-minded Russian immigrants in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, but local authorities would be unlikely to allow demonstrations. They are not only afraid of angering their northern neighbor, but are also inherently similar to the Kremlin dictatorship themselves, despite their multi-vector foreign policies. While they may court Western investment, they have zero sympathy for the dead Russian opposition leader. The division of the post-Soviet space into a broadly pro-European Armenia and Georgia and neutral Azerbaijan and Central Asia reflects a global trend in which the countries either accept Western political values based on their Caucasoid whiteness or demonstratively reject them based on their Asiatic totalitarian nature. This division is only becoming more stark. After the recent war in the disputed South Caucasus region of Nagorno-Karabakh, for example, Armenia replaced its longtime ally Russia with ideologically closer Western allies, while the authoritarian Azerbaijan that exterminated all of Eastern Armenia has seen relations with Europe deteriorate, a trend it explains by the need to defend itself against threats to its sovereignty. Increasingly, the capacity of a state to commit sovereign political violence is becoming a marker of the fight against Western neo-colonialism. A growing number of regimes seem to believe that a state is only really sovereign if it can kill undesirable citizens, including on foreign soil. As far as the Russian Empire is concerned, it's enough to recall the recent unsuccessful attempt by its authorities to extradite the rock group Baitu From Thailand, the attempted assassination of ex-Russian spy Sergei Skripal in the United Kingdom in 2018, and the killings of former Chechen rebel commanders in Berlin and multiple Arab countries. A similar approach is even being taken now by some democratic states that appear to be drifting toward nationally oriented policies. Asian India's security services, for example, recently killed the leader of Sikh separatists in Canada. Just as with Khashoggi, this has caused a deterioration in relations between the two countries. In this context, Navalny's death is more than a consequence of an increasingly repressive Russian regime. As the epitome of political violence, it will become a symbol of global attempts to shift the balance in favor of the increasingly powerful elites of authoritarian nation-states. These people do not just see human rights activists as an obstacle in the battle for personal power, but as allies of foreign enemies who are easier to destroy than their distant patrons. Indeed, authoritarian elites view the entire concept of human rights in approximately the same way they do gender-neutral toilets, an oft-repeated bugbear of Putin himself. It is as an alien value that is promoted by Western propaganda and designed to exert a pernicious influence over people's minds. This brings us to Russism. The ideology of Russia is Russism, homophobia, and the battle for traditional values, as upheld by John Miranda, sleeping out in the snow in below zero temperatures because, you know, he's bloody fucking nuts and he does all this for free and the Russians never pay him. But, you know, that's a useful idiot that Putin thrives on. Okay, in the remaining hour, let's talk about this because wars are wars of ideology. What is the ideology? Well, in December of 2022, 10 months into the full-scale military invasion of Ukraine, the Duma extended the scope of Russia's gay propaganda law, forbidding the public portrayal of non-traditional sexual relations. Previously focused on minors, the prohibited exposure would now apply to any age group. Why would Russia's parliament do this in the middle of a war? The amendment might appear to have been a trivial effort to distract the public from Russian military losses in Ukraine, but the restrictions, which render life precarious for LGBTQIA+ individuals in Russia, have a much more ambitious purpose: to consolidate conservative support at home and position Russia as the defender of traditional values in opposition to the West. The gay propaganda law has been at the heart of Russia's domestic politics and foreign engagement, a symbol of its wholesale rejection of universal human rights. Its extension is but one further step in representing LGBTQIA+ rights as a foreign threat and a Trojan horse enemy within. In 2020, lawmakers went so far as to include an explicit ban on same-sex marriage in Russia's constitution. And the following year, they designated several LGBTQIA+ organizations, including the Russian LGBTQIA+ network, an umbrella group, as foreign agents, a term which in Russian has connotations of spying, accused of undermining the social order itself. Now, all across the world, for homophobic idiots, these are galvanizing issues. It is, at face value, extraordinary that the rights of members of a small minority, in this case LGBTQIA+ individuals, should come to hold such symbolic resonance. Yet, as the anthropologist Gail Rubin has observed, disputes over sexual behavior often become the vehicles for displacing social anxieties and discharging their attendant emotional intensity. Consequently, sexuality should be treated with special respect in times of great social stress. Now, contestations around gender and sexuality are thus galvanizing issues of our time, intersecting with broader geopolitical conflicts in novel and unlikely ways. And the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and the Orthodox Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church, Kirill I, have mobilized the rhetoric of traditional values to legitimize the war in Ukraine. In a televised address announcing the invasion in February yesteryear, Putin represented the so-called collective West as a neo-colonial existential threat. They sought to destroy our traditional values and force on us their false values that would erode us, our people, from within. The attitudes they have been aggressively imposing on their countries, attitudes that are directly leading to degradation and degeneration because they are contrary to human nature. In endorsing the invasion, the Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church was still more explicit. Donbas has fundamentally refused to accept the so-called values that are being offered by those aspiring for worldwide power. There is a specific test of loyalty to these powers, a requirement for being permitted into the happy world of excessive consuming and apparent freedom. This test is very straightforward and at the same time horrifying. The gay parade. It is about something different and much more important than politics. It is about human salvation, about on which side of God the Savior humankind will end up. Let's talk about this maker of modernity, shall we? To every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. And when the Ukrainian lawmaker Irina Sovsun introduced a bill to legalize same-sex civil partnerships in March, she explained the rationale thusly. Because Putin made homophobia such a big part of his political agenda and Russian national ideology, people automatically associate him with homophobia. So if we are different from him, then we should be different in that area as well. Well, for better or for worse, the rights of LGBTQIA+ people have become what the Australian scholar Dennis Altman has described as a marker of modernity, increasingly framed as a litmus test for liberal democracy. This has negative as well as positive implications. On the one hand, if we take the long view, in many regions of the world there has been rapid progress in recent decades, consolidating rights based on sexual orientation and gender identity. The flip side of a symbolic association with modernity and progress, as in liberal democracies, is that LGBTQIA+ rights can be misrepresented elsewhere as the antithesis of family values. This brings us back to the authoritarian populace. The Russian Empire has been the most adept at adopting the mantle of protector of such traditions, building alliances with like-minded rulers to extend its sphere of influence globally. Elsewhere in Europe, the specter of LGBTQIA+ rights has become central to the playbook of authoritarian populists. But we can return to this subject on Sunday. Peter Moon has joined us. So, Peter, I've been at it all night. I can give myself a break now, thanks to your appearance. Bless you and good morning.
Good morning. I feel like I'm out of mojo. I'm not right this minute, but in general, like last night, it's like.
Oh, you've always got the mojo. The fire burns inside you. We just need to stoke it.
Well, but I have been listening to you, and it's like it's time to wind down the clock and go to bed.
For me, yes.
What you're talking about is all strife.
Yes.
It's like I can even feel psychologically immersed in the strife of the war
Yes.
that's going on. And it's a war. This is, and right now Mars is squaring Uranus.
Yes.
Mars is the planet of war.
Yes.
Uranus is the planet of unpredictability.
Yes.
And when I listen to you talk about some of these issues,
Yes.
You can't talk about these issues. Nobody can without oversimplifying them and missing complications that you can't see
Yes.
that can change everything, which
Of
is
course.
Uranus.
Yes.
And I think what changed everything in this whole paradigm, and it's very, if you analyze it from this perspective, is Putin's health.
Yeah.
The resurgence of Putin as a not dying sick individual.
Right.
Now, I don't think that was just a ruse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have to take everything at face value. I mean, God, how did he? He's bouncing back. Like he was in the corner, out on his feet like a boxer. They're putting the oxygen to his nose, and then he comes out fighting with Kim Jong Un, and doing the same thing. It's like they come out bouncing. Like, what medical advances are they being subjected to? Or do they have med beds that really work?
It's a legitimate question. It
is indeed. It is indeed. Like, what in the hell? Because not only was his army on the run, but he was on the run. He was eroding.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that is actually kind of fun about Donald Trump, and that just and Bob Woodward was even amazed at it, is his resiliency to keep fighting.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like he comes back, and he just keeps fighting. Well, Putin was much further on the canvas than Trump ever was, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And he's bouncing back even better than Trump, or so it seems.
Right.
It's like he's not about to be defeated in terms of losing his position of power. This is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And even when Ukraine, like, it seemed to me that right when the funding of Ukraine was cut, at that exact moment, it was coincident with him regaining power. In other words, the money was starting to benefit him. It's like he's now on the rise, where he was completely just about finished off, and all they need to do was finish him off.
Right. That's right.
And I think things kind of turned when he killed that, I can never remember the guy's name.
Alexei Navalny or Yevgeny Prigozhin?
The guy in the airplane.
Oh, that's Prigozhin. Yevgeny Prigozhin.
Yeah, and killing, I can't remember and then the guy the guy who was just died in prison. That
Alexei Navalny.
He's the cherry on the top.
Yes.
I don't think he needed to kill him at all. It's just kind of like
yeah, that was just satisfaction. Yeah, that was just personal gratuity. Go on.
Yeah, and to kind of poke Tucker Carlson in the ribs.
Yes, that's right.
Like, look at how powerful I am, and certainly he is, and then it's like, the griminess of his fellow dictators.
Yeah.
I remember Ceausescu, the film. I saw a film on Ceausescu. It was only films that he allowed to be taken of him. And I saw, towards the very end when he was losing support, he went to North Korea and he was just cheered.
Yeah.
Like a ball team winning the World Series or something.
Yeah.
Or the Super Bowl. He was just being there. Then North Korea's like, yeah. Like he was.
That rejuvenated him. Yes.
Well, still, for a couple months. And I will draw inspiration here from Radu's book, just before Ceausescu. See, this is very interesting about Ceausescu. And I don't think that this is untrue at all. He went, the greatest known saint in the Romanian Church, Orthodox Church, was Father Arsenie Boca. And Father Arsenie Boca was like always being displaced. It was kind of hiding him, like, because they didn't want the people to connect to him too much. And he could see people's future and stuff. And he was very, very psychic. Mm-hmm. I featured him. In fact, I featured him in The Mystery of Egypt because, not only because Radu mentioned him, I had visited his grave.
Wow.
I got kicked out of the monastery.
Was that because of the girl visiting?
No. This is a different monastery. This is Prieslope Monastery. And I took the whole group there. It was with Vonda Osman. I took the trip. I met Paula. It was actually on August 12th. Mm-hmm. I went to the monastery. We took the group there, and to see Arsenie Boca, visit his grave. And I had the head of the Freemasons in Romania. He came up with me, and he visited. He kept telling me to go to the grotto and back. I didn't really get to see the grotto, the energy of the grotto. But I had to sign. You sign this logbook. Mm-hmm. It's just, there's hundreds of thousands of names in there, and then you go and you stand in line to visit the grave. Mm-hmm. Now, you can see everybody. It takes 45 minutes to stand in line. Now, stupidly, or not stupidly because I didn't realize it, I could have been sitting there by the side and just sitting there by the grave watching it. There was a bench.
Wow.
I didn't realize that because I went and sat there afterward. Mm-hmm. That's where the trouble began.
Oh, wow.
I major trouble. I sat there and standing in line with all the other people who were all Romanians. Mm-hmm. And they all get in front of the cross. It's this huge, there are other crosses. Mm-hmm. There are other, and these crosses are like cement crosses. They're not crucifixes. They're just crosses and where he's buried. And people get up and they, make the sign of the cross and that. And, I don't do the sign of the cross because it weakens your energy field. Mm. Now, I get up there, my turn. Mm-hmm. You could spend half minute, 45 seconds, whatever. Mm-hmm. I get up there and I put my hands, in front of the cross, like making a chi ball. Mm-hmm. Wow. I'm just there chiing the cross. Nobody has any issue with this.
They shouldn't. That's as respectful as it can get.
Yeah. There's nuns there to supervise you.
Yeah.
And, escort you off. So I go and I sit on the bench. Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching this. And then I begin to feel the energy. Then I begin to do some qigong, just some simple rising drill, lifting of the hands. Mm-hmm. Just simple. I'm not offending any. I'm just doing breathing, doing the energy. And the nun looks over at me and she points and she says, "Accola la porta, accola la porta." And I know what that means. Although my Romanian is not strong, it means there is the door.
Oh, wow.
She points, meaning she's pointing to there's not a door, there's that door. And okay. I leave. They don't like that. I walk outside and I sit next to my psychiatrist friend who's followed us up with his, family car. That was the first time he went up with me. And he says, "Yeah, this place is," he explains it. He looks at it as a psychiatrist. He says, "Yeah, it's just a racket, because they're making money off of this thing."
Right.
Now, he is a great saint. And he appears. Oh, and then when I got that night, that was the day after I met Paula. Mm-hmm. Later that night, all of Paula's stepmother's class, they came over to see me. and I arranged with the owner of the hotel to go into what is now a restaurant. It was pretty much an empty room at that time for gatherings. It's a nice new building, or nice new floor of the new building. And I talked to the class. It was translated. And I remember showing them Qigong. And I remember Tamarinda telling me, I told them what happened earlier that day. And she said that this upset them very much.
Wow.
Because it was like an energy they could not process. And she says they spent the whole day clearing the energy of that place, just trying to change my energy that I had on there. This is what she said. This is just her psychic impression.
Right.
Now I don't discount that because she's very much tied to spirit. And what had happened, what was interesting about that talk that I gave, and Paula was there. She never really kind of like picked up on my. It's like I sort of bonded with two females in the audience. I mean, of course, Paula too, but she was in the back. There was this one of Paula's best friends who was just sitting there watching me, Bianca. She didn't speak English. She speaks English now. She's now in Amsterdam, or not Amsterdam, I think Rotterdam.
Okay.
And, she's got a daughter. I have a very sort of intimate connection with her. I don't know what it is. It's because she's sitting there watching me, and she's just, and then I meet her later on periods. I love talking. I haven't talked to her in about a couple of years or something, but I just now she can now speak English. She couldn't then. And she's Paula's best friend, one of her best friends. And then there was this young girl, couldn't have been like 8 or 9 or maybe 10 at the most. And she's sitting there listening to everything I'm saying. And and then I find out that she's this girl who appeared in a video with Tamarinda this is before I ever met Tamarinda. It was sent to me, it was being circulated, and it was being, of course, people are trying to throw javelins at it, just because it's paranormal phenomena. And what it is you see Tamarinda is out in this field in nature, and she's doing this energy work on this young girl. This is a very young girl she's doing the work on. I forget her name. And then you just see, boom, this whole light. It's like lightning coming down into this woman's crown chakra. It's like lightning, but it's not lightning. You see what I'm saying? It's unmistakable.
Wow.
And of course, the javelins they throw at it is this phenomena. Is this a video manipulation? And,
of course.
And it's not.
Right.
But then you see Tamarinda walk away from the girl with this sort of like, what's the expression? Confidence. Like, she just hit a home run. Like she knew totally what she did.
Okay.
It was like a gesture of sort of almost a braggadocious gesture of walking away, like she just fixed the person.
Right.
So this is, I remember, and I was just very touched by this young girl who's sitting there kind of taking me in. She's too young to even be there listening to me.
Wow.
That's what I think. And that was kind of a neat experience. But that was that day. And Arseni Boca, anyway. Arseni Boca, in Radu's book, according to Radu, had met with Cesar Brad. He met with him and basically predicted that he would be a big part of this. Romania was going to be a big part in world events, big deal. But that he'd also met with Ceausescu. Now Ceausescu would displace him, hide him, send him to other monasteries, but he'd go and seek him out and seek out psychic advice from him. And Arseni Boca told him, you like about a year before he says, "You've got to change. You've got to do this. If you continue to do this, blah 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 blah." And Ceausescu, was dismissive.
Oh, wow.
And he was right. And in other words, that although Ceausescu did not encourage religion, he discouraged it, if not forbid it. Didn't completely forbid it because he couldn't forbid it in the hearts of the people.
Right.
He sought it out himself. I need to take a break.
Oh, sure. Well,
I will be right back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, while you're gone, I'll simply bring Sid on for a few moments. So, Sid, are you with us? He responded to Sheila, so presumably he's with us. Or Aristides!
Yeah, with you. Hi, Douglas.
Oh, hi, yes, and Aristides too.
Hey.
Hey, there we are. So, let's communicate.
Morning.
Yes, good morning. Any pleasant dreams that you remember, Aristides?
Just kept hearing this voice in the background. It sounded a lot like you.
That's cute. That's adorable. Yes. Yeah, I definitely monologued tonight. Yeah, I went all out, went into the zone, stayed in the zone, and then, our man Sid was accompanying us, and, he had a good ongoing conversation with Cultivated Image. That's good. That's great. That's encouraging. And in fact, I think that's just a profound improvement, on simply like, compulsively linking like he was doing in the past. Though, of course, you're welcome to throw more supportive links out there for me, of course, whenever you feel the organic need to do so. That goes without saying, Sid. What else were you going to say?
Nothing, man.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, I'll put links in there.
Yeah. I mean,
Peter Moon told me explicitly no other links.
You mean
So
then?
I'm not. It's no big deal. I'm getting mixed messages around the
It's
links.
not a mixed message. I said, you're welcome to put the links supporting the show or myself, that sort of thing. It's not a mixed message. How is that a mixed message?
Well, I thought I was doing that before.
Oh, but what you were doing was also putting in a lot of links that you were compulsively collecting on any
Uh,
subjects that were being mentioned. That's what was going on. It was killing the chat. It was killing the chat. Yeah. I'm sorry?
It's just confusing for me on some level. So the in between is a little bit difficult for me to.
I'm not quite sure what the issue is. Let's put it again this way. Basically, what was killing the chat room before was whatever topic I was talking about, you would compulsively throw in a link that might be some way linked to the topic I was raising. This was killing the chat room, and it was discouraging people from participating. So when we said no links, we said limit it to links that are supportive of the show, or, Douglas, like what you were doing about Peter MEMqədy books, Douglas Dietrich, the links to my books on Amazon, the links to, of course, my PayPal, that sort of thing.
That's what I've been.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's what I was saying. So those links that you throw up every once in a while, throw out whenever you feel that organically it's a opportune moment to do so, then yeah, that's great. I think it worked out fine, because while you were doing that, you also yourself held conversations with Cultivated Image and others, and so it improved the chat. Now you're participating in the chat, and people are communicating with you, rather than you're suffocating them. Do you see what I'm saying? It's worked out much better.
I hear you.
I'm back. I'm
Yes.
back. You continue, but I'm back.
Oh yeah, no. I think our man Sid understands now. He felt he was getting mixed messages, but I was saying it's not mixed messages. It's just what it is, and I think he gets it now. So, such being said, by all means, Peter, continue.
I was parlaying this event with Ceausescu into dictator and world events, where he was, you know, and basically it was time for him. His time had come.
Yeah.
You know, and the main problem with him was that he didn't loosen up the strings enough for his people.
Yeah.
He kept them too repressed. I mean, everybody had a home and food, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
In other words, it was too much, and this is the problem. Even David Miscavige will relax at times, you know, and say, "Okay, you guys have a day off," or this sort of thing, at times.
Yeah.
But the problem is, it's a continual state of repression. So what happens is people live under this yoke of oppression, and it's too much. And you know, we all felt it governmentally during COVID. You know, it was like, you can't do this, you can't do that. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not with what's going on. If you don't follow the norms, you're gonna run into trouble. So that is probably, you know, that's nothing compared to what people had to put up with in the Soviet Union.
Yeah. Or any of the communist nations. Yes. It's
Yes, and so we have now. I know some of the talks you've given on China.
Yeah.
In China, like, that guy was really reeling. Like, he's being supported by false statistics.
Yeah.
He wants to give him bad news, and you know, his country is crumbling from from within.
Yeah.
But it's like, how much damage can he do in the meantime, and how much can his fellow dictators kind of like in this what do they call it? Brexit? BRICS. How much can that, you know, kind of breathe life back into them? You know, the good old Indians.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the Indians might have a lot of tricks up their sleeves that they're actually using all of these things to their own advantage.
Of course.
Their own Brahmin takeover.
Yes.
So, you know, it's like sometimes you just need to go out to the pasture, and I'm talking about you personally, and relax. It's time to go hit the estate.
Yeah, definitely. I hear you. Yeah.
For relaxation purposes.
Yes.
Because when push comes to shove, and as they say in September, when Pluto goes back into Capricorn, in Capricorn, Pluto and Capricorn is tyrants.
Yes.
So you could see, you know, all sorts of tyrannical issues. You know, you could see where it's like the control of social media, which everybody knows about what happened in the last election with, you know, Twitter and all that stuff. And it could be much more in your face, like saying, okay, we're going to censor this, or we're going to censor that, or, you know, X could be outlawed, or whatever it is. It could, I'm talking about, you know, just governmental authority exerting itself, and then you have a true power struggle. And the power is not the election. Like, I'm voting for Trump, I'm voting for Biden. That's not really a factor. I don't believe in elections anyway. But beside that, it doesn't matter what I believe. You're going to see the power gyrations of, you know, how many machines we can control, how many districts we can control, and some of it will be controlled, quote unquote, legitimately, and some of it will be controlled illegitimately by either side. And then what do you have? And Pluto will still be in Capricorn when the election takes place. It goes out, I think, just before Thanksgiving. And what probably Thanksgiving will be, we'll say, we're all thankful that Pluto's no longer in Capricorn. And then it'll move into the new age, the new era, whatever that era is, whether it's a, you know, Kamala Harris presidency, a Biden presidency, a Trump presidency, you know, or an RFK Jr. presidency, whatever the hell it is. It's like, and is it going to be brokered? And what is all this going to mean? And is it going to be, and then we're going to go into this, whether it's better or for worse, it's going to be the new era. And will it be an era of war? I don't think so. I mean, it might be a continuation of the Civil War that we're going on.
Right.
I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't looked, and then the war stuff going on, and also a lot of this stuff will involve Israel.
Of course.
Because the machinations behind that, like it would be so insightful to see, what shenanigans are going on in bank transfers right now that you don't hear about in the news, and that sort of a thing. To see, it would really be intriguing to see exactly how Putin was treated, where he was treated, and I get the idea that if one had the prescience of say Radu Cinemar's devices where you can kind of go back into time, but I'm looking here more omniscient sort of technology too. You can see what's going on in what's actually going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, okay, let's say one takes a hallucinogenic substance into the mind space of Putin, and taps in empathically, telepathically. I'm beginning to feel that you might feel like you're blocked.
Right.
You might feel like you're blocked. Now, one thing that Stuart Swerdlow used to talk about is that he said all of these world leaders are surrounded by psychics, for lack of a better word, that they use. They have their own, secret occult force that they use to, and I guess in Saddam Hussein's case, they didn't work too well.
Sadly, yes.
Or whatever, and I mean that's the element that he lives in. So
yes.
See it that way, whether it's true or not. I don't mean to be dismissive of his assertions. And of course, when I was listening to your diatribe, I'm saying, well, where does Alexander Dugin fit in all this? What is he? Is he into Putin's ear? Is he? And what does he do now that he doesn't have a keynote to listen to?
Yeah, I'd say that still seems to be pretty influential. As a matter of fact, it was George Knight or somebody else among us who was following up on it. Maybe Aristides. I think Aristides was. Didn't you find a link which was talking about Alexander Dugin at some conference that he was attending recently? Or
yeah.
Yes, tell us about this.
Yeah, I didn't look into it much. Apparently, he was at this multipolarity conference, so basically, I guess a conference of many of these nations over there. I'm not sure who.
Well, the multipolarity conference was meant to be like, let's get rid of the unipole or the unipolar power of America and create a multipolar world. That's supposedly the theme. That, of course, he was using his chaos symbol, which, for those of you who don't know, the chaos symbol is the compass, but with the cardinal directions foreshortened and the subsidiary or collateral, lesser important directions are lengthened, and that's the sign of chaos. It's like an inverted cross or a inverted pentagram. To draw the compass with the cardinal points foreshortened and all of the angle points, southeast, northwest, etc., lengthened. That's the symbol of chaos because it symbolizes the antithesis of the cardinal points of the compass and the inversion thereof. So it is a form of anti-godliness. And so when it came to Alexander Dugin at this multipolar conference, their symbol was the very symbol of chaos, as always is affiliated with him. And that's his ideology, of course, is chaosism. And
He was known as Putin's brain, right?
yes, that's correct.
That's
He
Putin.
was, yeah, but Peter knows that. And but yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It's a it's a valid point. And so if he's being allowed to hold this multipolar conference or attend it and play a big role in it, obviously Putin is sponsoring him and still behind him. He's still very influential.
It's not a question of sponsoring. It's a question of how much is he listening to him.
Oh.
And my real question is, who does Dugin get his orders from if he doesn't have a Kino to listen to?
Oh, I think at this point he would still be in contact with Peter MEMředy. So
That's not exactly a threatening, ominous figure to me. I mean, it's kind of like that's like Pipsqueak.
yeah,
Comparative.
comparatively, yes. I mean,
In other words, or is he getting orders from anybody? He's just out there.
Base continuity of an agenda, right?
Sid,
Yeah.
speak up, Aristide. Speak up, please.
oh, that's Sid. Sid was
There is
saying.
a base
Yeah.
continuity of the agenda.
Speak up. I
even-
can't. You're not audible.
He does slur. He does slur. So
It's a basic continuity of the agenda. I mean,
so
with or without Dugan's involvement, if that's been downgraded at this point, I mean, whoever may have stepped in, I mean, it would.
what
sorry, I
what
mean
Sid
a
is saying,
Kino,
what
a
is
Kino, a Kino.
what Sid is
Without a
saying
Kino.
is that without a Kino, it doesn't matter if Levinda is a pipsqueak. He's just kind of relaying the continuity of the Aquino agenda. And at this point, that means Dugin kind of comes into his own. And
I got it. I
yeah.
get it. It's a
Which is
sensible explanation.
Putinista white trash insurgency.
There you go, white trash insurgency. Yes.
The Putinista white trash insurgency, right?
There we are. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's definitely populism based on, rejection of a lot of things that, are affiliated with modernity and trying to replace it with some other kind of vision that is their ideology. Yeah. I mean, I'll go more into that and how it impacts Silicon Valley, maybe on Sunday.
I have another interesting thread I would have brought up.
Sure.
I would have brought up it, and I don't know how deep. I don't know how much depth there is to it. There could be quite a bit of depth.
Mm-hmm.
We're just wrapping up here.
Mm-hmm.
But one of my Facebook friends she really picks up on. She's very brilliant,
Mm-hmm.
but as I tell her, I try to make things more simple. But she sent me this link, and she said, "Is this?" She was basically, she sent me a link to some computer, and it was kind of a corny website, GnosticWarrior.com, of Baphomet. And it's kind of like, okay, Gnostic Warrior, do we really need this? But the whole idea of Baphomet vis-a-vis the Vox Arca is a comparative, because, Baphomet was a talking head.
Yes.
So in other words, comparing it, I would think that the Vox Arc. Well, I don't know if there's anything you can say, in comparative to it. I said, well, I don't remember what I said. What did I say? I said, interesting point. Not exactly, but should not be dismissed either. Just the comparing of the two devices, for lack of a better word, modalities.
Right.
Can you say anything about that? The talking head, Baphomet. If you put the Vox Arc on Baphomet.
Yeah, let's not even begin to imagine that. Let's just put it this way. There was a lot of occult knowledge and research went into Nightbreed, and
What? What's that word?
It's a film.
The book by
It's a film based on a book. I'll explain it, Sid. No worries.
Nightbreed?
Yeah. It's called Nightbreed. And what happens is that the man, of course, and now you can help me here, Sid, because I tend to forget all these people. Clive Barker. So Clive Barker is. This is one of those things that it was kind of like. This is kind of like the weirdness of what's been going on with Brandon Young lately. Now, Brandon Young showed up shortly after you left and stayed with us for a little while and then just suddenly dropped off.
It's funny that he showed up after I left.
Yeah, yeah. And
except that maybe he could get, audio there if I'm not there, but still, it seems ironic.
Yeah, he's been showing up a lot more lately, and it is unusual. It's just unusual, and but you remember that when he was on with us in the latest episode before tonight's, one of the things he said was, and I didn't really respond to it, but it was just one of the bizarre things that's been developing with him. He said, "Oh yeah, and then the author of American Psycho sent me, the signed first edition of his book," and I was thinking to myself, is that like something you consider a positive? A homosexual misogynist who writes books about women being murdered and cannibalized, and they send you a first edition of their book, and he brought that up like it was some kind of positive. Oh,
movie Douglas ever? American Psycho?
No, I haven't seen the movie. I have no interest in seeing the movie. Oh. And but at any rate, when it comes to somebody like
what you should have asked it is how many times have you seen it?
yeah. You mean ask Brandon maybe? But when it comes to the Clive Barker, he's along those lines. You get these individuals, and they do a lot of occult research, and Clive Barker, of course, is steeped in occult research, and he's impossible to work with. He's this apparently very high-strung gay sadist who his horror novels are like S&M Night at the Eagle, which for people who don't know is a infamous leather gay bar in San Francisco where everyone's into bondage. And but Clive Barker, because of his occult knowledge, produced a short story called Nightbreed. Now, the short story is not worth shit. The movie, however, which was cut down by all kinds of interference from producers and a bunch of other parties, was simply like half-ass released. And so when they released it, it's not the director's cut and is missing quite a bit. So hopefully someday a director's cut will be released, which will provide even more detail. But the movie Nightbreed is pretty, shall we say, significant. And it is significant because they show the remnants of Midian. Now, Midian, of course, is in the Bible as just another victim of Israel, another victim that the Israelis exterminated. That God ordered the Israelites to exterminate the Midianites. And so Nightbreed shows the survivors of Midian, the biblical race that was exterminated by the Israelis, and that they're extant and they're living underground. And they are, of course, a hotbed of mutations. And so this is like how they've adapted, and they hide from humanity, and they worship Baphomet. And so Baphomet is portrayed as not just a head, but a torso. So the end of the film is apocalyptic, and Baphomet trusts his essence into the main character of the film. So, the book is, the short story is nothing like this. The short story is just shit. Not even worth reading. But the film, I think, is intense and delivers a number of messages. And so the film is worth watching. So when I think of Baphomet, I think that is probably the best portrayal of Baphomet is in the film Nightbreed. So that bears watching. And but yeah, I would not think of course, the Vox Arca and Baphomet combined. That is not a good. That's not a good image, and it's not a
good exercise. However,
yeah,
it's like it's it's an effort. I've done my own analysis of Baphomet. Can't even think what it is right now, but it's a lower octave. It's kind of like the lower octave of expression. It's kind of like going to the DMV to put it in a very. It's like the irreducible minimum. It's like, okay, this is the law, this is the authority. Here's your DMV card. It gives you a license to walk around, drive around in the physical universe and under the authority of. Baphomet sort of sanctions certain things just by the nature of the lower, of what we call what's that word? The demiurge.
Yes.
It's like an official functionary of the demiurge. And I think that's why Crowley is so pervasive, because he's just riding on that. He is really aware of that energy.
Yeah. That's what he thrived on. That's what he thrived on. Yes.
Yeah, thrived. I don't know if thrive's the right word. Functioned on. And Aquino was, I think Baphomet was too namby-pamby for him.
Yes. Excellent observation. Quite so. Now, in the few minutes we have remaining, we've got, theoretically 10 minutes, but it's more like 8. Let's have everyone say good morning to everyone and invite everybody to rejoin us. Let's take a quick look at the calendar here. And, of course, the next time we rendezvous will be Sunday. It will be daylight saving wartime recommencing. So we will all be here effectively an hour early. We're all going to be here, or is it Sunday night at 2 a.m. that we change our clock?
Sunday at 2 a.m. You'll have to set the clocks ahead. You'll get to retire early. So when you retire, say, if you're retiring at 9 o'clock, it'll 9 o'clock.
Yeah, actually, I'll still, if they don't knock me off, I'll still be here for 12 hours. But I'll basically.
Yeah, but it'll be okay. So you'll be extending an hour late.
Yes.
That's at your discretion.
Yeah, that'll be at my discretion. Hey, actually, we won't be, because there's only there's only so much the online broadcasting software can hold. So we're just going to do the 12 hours, but we're going to.
I was going to say, you're going to do an extra hour.
Yeah, basically.
If I wanted to be real clever, which I'm not going to do, I somehow conflate this into time phenomena, and say we're missing an hour.
Yes,
that hour we just missed.
Yes,
do it as a PR stunt, but I'm not going to do it. It's too much energy expended.
Now, what I'm going to assume is that the time will change at midnight on the computers.
I think it. Well, that is a good point. I don't know.
Yeah. Does daylight saving? What time does daylight saving?
2 a.m.
Yeah. Usually that's what they used to tell us.
That means we'll set a clock. Our set of clocks ahead, 2 a.m. in New York, and you won't set your clocks ahead until.
Yeah, till later.
Till 2 a.m. So we'll.
Yeah.
It's all sorts of time conundrums here.
Yeah. It's so. It says Sunday, March 20th. Yeah, 2 a.m. Says Sunday, March 10th at 2 a.m. So basically what will happen is Saturday night, they said clocks are set forward 1 hour. Okay, so we'll already be on daylight saving on Sunday. So it'll be on Saturday night at 2 a.m. The clocks are set forward. So we will be showing up here an hour early effectively. At 6 o'clock, but at 6 o'clock daylight saving time, California time, at 9 o'clock Eastern time, Eastern daylight time. So we'll be here same time, same place. You won't notice it, hopefully, because you'll already be over the shock. And so the change will happen the night before, and we'll be showing up in the evening of the first day during daylight saving, and on the eventide of 9 p.m. Eastern daylight time and 6 p.m. Pacific daylight time. Let me take a look at Trill Phoenix says, let's do the time warp again. So cute. Thank you, dear Trill. And Trill mentioned all the gas giants are going to be aligned in... what does she say here about the gas giants? Let's take a look here. See if I can scroll up a little bit. Vril is our man Aristides back in chat. Yeah, so she says, Trillian says all gas giants square in September. So, I guess that means something too. And,
Well, yeah, I mean, if I can think of, I think she's referring to Neptune and Pluto, and also perhaps Saturn. I mean, boy, if that's, it doesn't say what they're squaring, but if they're squaring Pluto, a lot of power struggles.
Yeah, this is maybe that has something to do with this eclipse that Victoria was talking about that this guy's going to take her to see in Mexico. Hopefully they come back.
Well, yeah, that's coming up. Yeah, just coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That's major stuff. So, it's interesting when they speak of astrology. It just makes you think. It makes you think in things that the stuff's going on all the time. It's just like we're in a jungle.
Yeah.
A positive and negative.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, what's going to happen is on Wednesday the 13th, Yonda will be with us. And yes, then I'll be conducting an interview that